Chapter 81. Entering the Beast Forest. The issue with the disciples of the border guard hall was, after all, a minor matter. The impending beast tide was the true priority. Wanqing did not come to the demon beast forest to deal with the trivial matters of the border guard hall. She had neither the leisure nor the authority to meddle in such affairs. As long as these matters did not provoke her, Wanqing only wished to steadily earn her own task points. With this thought, Wanqing quickened her pace, eager to finish the task quickly and earn enough task points. Then she could return early to accompany Mu Yunxi through the tribulation. After all, she had promised Mu Yunxi, and it would be too inconsiderate to keep her waiting. Moreover, the 2 tea trees she had plucked from the Buddhist Taoist secret realm had already been planted by Wanqing on the mountain in her farming space. Since they were mature spiritual plants, she did not receive any planting rewards. However, she had divided several small tea saplings from these 2 trees and planted them nearby. She hoped that once these little tea trees grew up, they would bring her a reward full of pleasant surprises. Mu Yunxi enjoyed drinking tea, so when these tea trees sprouted new leaves, she could also send some to Mu Yunxi for a taste. In the Demon Beast Exchange column of the Border Guard Hall, the demon beasts in the Demon Beast Forest were meticulously categorized by their different levels. First, and second-tier demon beasts possess strength at the Qi refining stage. However, it should be noted that since demonic beasts are born with the ability to defend themselves, possessing a certain level of strength even at birth, very few demonic beasts exist at such a low rank. Under normal circumstances, only those fortunate ordinary beasts that happen to devour some heavenly treasure and ascend to become demonic beasts would possess such meager strength. Furthermore, these low-level demonic beasts do not even possess demonic cores in their bodies, so the Border Guard Hall will not count them as valid achievements. After all, if ordinary humans are lucky enough, they might even be able to kill demonic beasts of this level in return. For a cultivator, killing such a demon beast was as easy as snapping a finger. Next, 3rd and 4th-tier demon beasts belong to the Foundation Establishment level, with their strength corresponding to the early Foundation Establishment and late Foundation Establishment stages, respectively. At the Border Guard Hall, every 3rd or 4th-tier demon beast can be exchanged for 10 mission points. These mission points serve an important purpose within the Spirit Ruins sect, as they can be used to exchange for various items. This is one of the reasons why so many disciples of the Spirit Ruins sect are now heading to the Beast Forest. Not all disciples are here to accumulate task points for the outer sect competition like Wanqing. Beasts of the 5th and 6th ranks correspond to the Golden Core stage and can be exchanged for 50 mission points, while those of the 7th and 8th ranks possess Nascent Soul stage strength and can be traded for 100 mission points at the Mission Hall. Beasts of the 9th and 10th ranks are equivalent to the Divine Transformation stage and are beyond the ability of disciples to subdue. For demon beasts at this level, the Spirit Void sect would issue special missions for the sect elders to handle. Participating in the Outer Sect Grand Competition requires Outer Sect disciples to accumulate 500 mission points. In other words, Wanqing would need to kill 5 Nascent Soul Stage demon beasts with her Golden Core Stage cultivation. Of course, this is a relatively extreme scenario. Building up gradually is undoubtedly the better choice. As Wanqing walked out of the task hall, she encountered quite a few disciples from the Border Guard Hall. Wanqing roughly estimated that the disciples of the Border Guard Hall were truly numerous. The permanent stationed personnel sent by the Lingshu sect were probably less than half their number. It was only during the Beast Riots, when other Lingshu sect disciples came to support, that they gradually restrained themselves. The Border Garrison Hall was a bitter, cold place for the disciples of the Spirit Ruin sect, but for the disciples of the Border Garrison Hall themselves, it was the only safe haven. It was no surprise that they harbored the idea of seizing the nest and driving out the rightful owners. Even standing at the edge of the Beast Forest, Wanqing could hear the roars rising and falling from within. The sounds seemed like demonic howls emanating from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Hidden within are countless ferocious demonic beasts, ready to burst forth at any moment and tear all living things around them to shreds. The grim situation of the demonic Beast Forest far exceeded Wanqing's imagination. She had originally thought herself fully prepared, but when she truly faced this vast and mysterious forest, she realized she had overestimated herself greatly. The sheer scale of the Demon Beast Forest was staggering. Its scope was so vast that it even surpassed the borders of a single nation. Wanqing couldn't help but sigh. If this were to actually break out into conflict, it would be nothing short of a full-scale war between nations, a cultivation world version of it. If it weren't for obtaining the Yaoguang Tianluo in the Buddhist Taoist secret realm, she really wouldn't have dared to venture into the Beast Forest alone. Taking out the Yaoguang Tianluo from her storage pouch, Wanqing had also discovered over this period that the umbrella's canopy could not only absorb spells, but was also specially crafted to be impervious to blades and spears, extremely sturdy. It is a magical tool with both defensive and offensive capabilities. If it weren't for the fact that she is still not proficient in using the Yaguang Tianluo, her main weapon would have long been switched from the purple bamboo sword to the Yaguang Tianluo. Let's go in and take a look first, get familiar with the surroundings, so we don't accidentally stumble into a death trap later. Wanqing held the Yaguang Tianluo in her hand. The death traps Wanqing mentioned were things she'd heard about from the border guard hall. They seemed intent on terrifying the people of Lingshu sect, so when they talked about these places, they made a huge fuss, each story more frightening than the last. In the land they call the Deathlands, there is a blizzard plain where bitter winds howl, ice stretches for 1,000 miles, and snow drifts for 10,000 leagues. It is said that nothing exists there but ice, snow, and freezing gales. Once one's protective barrier fails against the absolute cold, it will instantly freeze a person solid. Not to mention that the snow plain is home to many thick-furred demon beasts, which can catch cultivators off guard and claim their lives there. The storm sea is second only to the blizzard plains in danger, with its ceaseless storm surges and the massive fish-like beasts lurking within. It is said that the whale beasts there can swallow an entire flying boat in a single gulp. Anyway, according to those people, there's no place in the beast forest that isn't dangerous. He released Bai Shui from the farming space. Emerging from the farming space, Bai Shui shook her fur, her pure white coat rippling slightly with the motion, like a snowdrift stirred by the wind. Oh well. Finally out, I feel like I'm about to grow mold. Bai Shui gently nudged Wanqing with her head while waving her little paws to express her displeasure. Alright, don't be mad. Wanqing picked up Bai Shui and comforted her, saying, "You've really been through a lot lately, but now we've arrived at the beast forest, where there are plenty of demonic beasts. Later, let's work hard to find demon cores and try to get you promoted to the 6th rank as soon as possible." Aru. At the word demon core, Bai Shui's eyes immediately lit up, gleaming with greed. It waved its claws. Not 6th rank, but 7th. As long as it reaches the 7th rank, it will be able to speak. Then let's set off first. Wanqing smiled and patted Bai Shui's head. Wanqing stepped into the beast forest with Bai Shui. If they truly encountered danger, they could also retreat into the farming space at any moment to take shelter, giving them an extra layer of security compared to others. Chapter 82, Zishu Yuran. The various major sects within Lingshu sect gathered together, their expressions grave as they discussed the beast tide issue in the demonic beast forest. The Jade Immortal sect, due to its cultivation technique, the mysterious spring reincarnation art, is the only sect in the cultivation world composed entirely of women, and its sect leader is also a woman. At this moment, the sect leader of the Jade Immortal sect said with deep concern, "The beast tide in the demon beast forest has already begun. The situation is far more severe than we previously predicted." The Beastmaster sect leader chimed in, "Indeed, those high-level beasts in the beast forest have actually taken the junior side. If only we step in, they will undoubtedly do the same without hesitation. If that happens, things may not be so easily resolved." The Beastmaster sect was a sect renowned for beast taming, and they had the most experience dealing with beasts and spirit beasts. The leader of the Qing'an sect furrowed his brow and said gravely, "When that time comes, I fear it will be more than just a simple beast tide of demonic creatures. It might even trigger a war on a much larger scale." The leader of the Qing'an sect was an old man with white hair. It was said that he was of the same generation as the master of Lingyuan Immortal Lord and had only survived to the present day by obtaining some heavenly treasures. Although his cultivation level was only average among the various sect leaders, his seniority ensured that everyone showed him a certain degree of respect. Everyone nodded in agreement with the words of the Qing'an sect leader. At this moment, someone standing behind the leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect suggested, "Perhaps we should invite the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord to come forth. With his strength, he would surely be able to resolve this issue." However, the leader of the Spirit Ruins sect immediately retorted, "No, the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord is currently suppressing the Demon Lord. This matter is far more important than the problem in the Beast Forest. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot lightly disturb the Immortal Lord. None of you wish to see the Demon Lord return to the cultivation world, do you?" The crowd fell into silence, the atmosphere growing extremely oppressive. After a moment, the leader of the Jade Immortal sect broke the silence, but the unrest in the Beast Forest is becoming increasingly severe, and the situation is far from optimistic. If we continue to let it run unchecked, the consequences will be unimaginable. The leader of the Joyful Union sect, Zishu Yuran, had a seductive figure. Her jade-like legs were crossed, revealing a pale thigh through the slit of her robe, and no man present dared to look in her direction. Standing behind her was a man with a gloomy demeanor, none other than the young master of the Joyful Union sect, Zishu Lian. Zishu asked with a leisurely, smiling tone, "And what about the demon race? Aren't they planning to help? This beast uprising is mainly targeting the cultivation world. Although the mortal realm will also be affected to some extent, Those demon royal clans claim it has nothing to do with them and are unwilling to get involved. The 10,000 Beasts sect had also sent people to inquire with the demon race, but the results they obtained were equally disappointing. Hearing this, some hot-tempered sect leaders couldn't help but burst into curses. How utterly despicable. Last time, when their demon race faced the beast tide, we still went to help without hesitation. The sect leader of Lingshu sect calmly analyzed, the situation is different now. Last time, both the cultivation world and the demon race suffered the impact, so everyone worked together. But this time, only the cultivation world is threatened, so naturally they won't be as proactive as before. If the front line can't hold, then we'll have to deploy everyone. But what if the demon race takes this opportunity to counterattack the cultivation world? Then we'll be caught between two enemies. Then we must also have at least half of our people ready for the front lines at all times. The beast tide in the demon beast forest was dire, and the major sects were deeply worried. After discussing their affairs, they prepared to leave the spirit ruin sect. As Zishu Yuren walked out of the Lingshu sect's main assembly hall, his eyes lit up at the sight of a woman's back, and he stepped gracefully toward her. Young lady, you're quite beautiful. Which master's disciple are you in the Lingshu sect? Would you be interested in joining my Heroine sect? Lin Sairu was talking with Xian, unsure of what had happened. She had thought Xian would be utterly devoted to her, but after going out on a mission, his attitude toward her had noticeably cooled. Lin Sairu had originally thought it was because of her recent neglect that Xian had grown dissatisfied with her, but to her surprise, even after she had been so attentive for so long, his attitude toward her still hadn't warmed up. Lin Sairu finally understood. Someone had taken advantage of Xian's absence during this mission to poach her people. Recently, Lin Sairu had been subtly probing Xian during their conversations, trying to find out who that person was, but she came up empty every time. Hearing someone speaking to her, Lin Sairu turned her head. Seeing Lin Sairu's appearance, Zishu Yuren's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. She had only recognized the girl's pure constitution at first, but she hadn't expected her to be even more striking in looks. This made Zishu Yuren, who already had a fondness for beauties, like her even more. Lin Sairu, who had already engaged in dual cultivation with a partner, had entered the golden core stage, and due to her constitution and the frequency of their intimate encounters, she was even halfway to the mid-golden core stage. That man was also someone she had carefully chosen, the son of an elder in the sect, with an extraordinary appearance, and he was the second-place winner selected from the previous inner sect competition. First place naturally went to Pei Wuqi, who was also given the title of senior inner disciple. But now Pei Wuqi has taken over the discipline hall and become its master. The title of the senior disciple thus fell upon him. His cultivation at the late golden core stage could also help Lin Sairu improve her cultivation in a short period of time. Lin Sairu was also well aware of her own charm. In the eyes of other disciples, that person was an unattainable flower on a high peak, yet Lin Sairu only had to use a little trick for him to naturally fall at her feet. Lin Sairu only treated him as a tool to boost her cultivation. As soon as she secured the men she fancied in her heart, she would immediately kick him to the curb. Whether it was Qin Siyu, the personal disciple of the sect leader, it was still Pei Wuqi, the master of the precepts hall, including that Mu Yunxi, who was ascetic and detached, warm on the outside, but cold within. Of course, the most important of all was her master, the immortal Lord Lingwan. Lin Sairu, now that she had a man by her side, had become even more guarded against women than before. Now he saw a seductively beautiful woman standing behind him, smiling and chatting, her chest heaving, every move exuding the charm of a mature woman. Although Lin Sairu's appearance was superior compared to Zishu Yuren, the contrast between a green fruit and a ripe peach was not something that looks alone could make up for. Lin Sairu's guard instantly went up in her heart. What was this woman doing here? Is she trying to compete with me in charm? Lin Sairu would not allow herself to lose to any other woman. Lin Sairu, whose hatred was held back by the serene charm of Zishu Yuren, had completely forgotten what Zishu Yuren had just said. Why are you standing there in a daze, little girl? Zishu Yuren thought Lin Sairu was captivated by his charm. After all, there were never few women who stared blankly at him. All right, I know I'm very handsome. I am the sect leader of the Hehuan sect. Little girl, are you interested in coming with me? I'll take you as my personal disciple. As he spoke, he even reached out and pinched Lin Sairu's cheek. Chapter 83. The Peerless Furnace Cauldron. The sect leader of the Joyful Union sect? Realizing that the person before her was someone she couldn't afford to offend for now, Lin Sairu tucked away the dark little thoughts in her heart. With Lin Sairu's skills, if she wanted to, she could become friends with a woman in the shortest possible time. Thanks to Lin Sairu's deliberate friendliness, Zishu Yuren felt an instant connection with her, and they chatted happily. Zishu Lian, who had been standing silently behind Zishu Yuren, had hollow eyes, as if he had lost his soul, resembling a lifeless puppet. Yet such emptiness was concealed by his delicate features, the faint flush at the corners of his eyes, and his fair skin. Zishulian wore a robe with a deep V-neck that plunged to his lean waist, revealing his prominent Adam's apple and exquisite collarbones. Looking further down, one could also see his firm pectoral muscles and lean abdominal muscles. Zishu Yuren pointed at Zishulian and said to her, "This is the peerless cauldron I've cultivated. Sister, are you interested in having a taste?" His primordial essence is still intact. Her tone carried a hint of teasing and seduction. Hearing these words, Lin Sairu's face flushed with a rosy hue, and she said in a coquettish tone, "Oh, my sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" Her voice was filled with shyness and unease, as if she felt a bit embarrassed by Zishu Yuren's suggestion. Xiaen, who had not yet left, glanced at Zishulian. He remembered that this person was the young master of the Heroine sect and also the biological son of Zishu Yuren, who stood before him. He actually trained his own son to be a cauldron. Xiaen's pupils contracted slightly. Truly worthy of being a woman from the Heroine sect. "Ha ha, little sister, why are you so shy? What's wrong with girls chatting about such things?" Zishu said leisurely, a teasing glint in his eyes as he looked at Lin Sairu, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a faint smile. Lin Sairu, who had been feigning shyness just moments ago, instantly turned grim, her face nearly darkening. Lin Sairu gritted her teeth silently, her heart filled with anger and shame. She never expected Zishu Yuren to see through her disguise so effortlessly, knowing she was no longer a virgin, and to expose her so mercilessly in public. All men prefer women who are pure and chaste. "Rower, even if you have to pretend, you must put on an appearance of purity and chastity for me." Her mother's words echoed in her heart. Lin Sairu had always regarded her mother's teachings as the supreme guiding principle. But now, this woman before her had completely torn apart the pure and chaste image she had painstakingly cultivated. Especially in front of two men, it made her feel utterly humiliated, as if they were pointing at her nose and calling her promiscuous. This feeling made Lin Sairu burn with rage, and she wished she could rush forward immediately and fight Zishu Yuren to the death. However, Lin Sairu could not do this, as it would only make her appear even more pathetic. Lin Sairu could only suppress the fury within her, striving to maintain her composure, but her clenched fists betrayed her true feelings at that moment. Xiaen's mind was preoccupied with that woman, and she still harbored hopes of winning him back, afraid that Xiaen might catch on. She simply couldn't believe it. That was the sect leader's son. She would not allow a man like that to slip through her fingers. Lin Sairu glanced at the man behind Zishu Yuren. This man looked quite impressive too, and his primordial yang was still intact. Lin Sairu's mind began to churn with calculations. Having grown up among women, Zishulian precisely caught the look Lin Sairu shot his way, a gaze laced with covetous greed, as if it sought to drag him into a quagmire of pleasure. Zishulian had seen this kind of look countless times before. As Zishu Yuren once said, he was a plaything for women, meticulously trained by Zishu Yuren herself. If it weren't for the fact that Zishu Yuren found men who were spineless, who only groveled at women's feet in pursuit of fleeting pleasure, to be far too dull. I'm afraid he has long since become a slave who has lost his true self, knowing only the thrill of chasing women. Therefore, Zishu Yu deliberately preserved a trace of pride deep within Zishu Lian's heart. Zishu watched coldly from the sidelines, waiting for the day when his pride would be shattered and he could no longer live without a woman. This shred of pride would sound an alarm whenever he faced any woman who desired him, warning him to keep his distance and never draw near them. He knew well that if he got caught up in it, he would become as pathetic as those men in the Joyous Union sect who couldn't survive without women. Zishu Lian would not allow himself to become like that. Zishu Lian's thoughts were unknown to Lin Sairu, but Zishu Yuren understood them clearly yet paid them no heed. Although Zishu Lian had always tried to resist, Zishu Yuren's training of him had already been completed during his early childhood, when he was still unaware of what was happening. Zishu Yuren understood clearly in his heart that Zishu Lian, sustained entirely by a single proud bone, would sooner or later belong to one woman, or many. Because his body would not allow otherwise. The person opposite is the leader of the Hehuan sect. It wouldn't be wise to burn bridges, so I'll have to make her back down on her own. He was eager to fight Zishu Yuren to the death, yet he knew it wasn't yet time for him to move against a sect leader. Sister is joking. Master Lingyuan is very strict with me in his teachings. He would never allow it. Lin Sairu emphasized Lingyuan, but her words were vague. Allow what? Anyone prone to suspicion would hear this and think there was something between them. Lingyuan is your master? Zishu was greatly startled. She truly hadn't known about this. Lin Sairu nodded. Then you're truly fortunate. Back then, Lingyuan's status wasn't as lofty, and his pursuers could be described as a swarm of bees and butterflies. Now that his cultivation is profound, Everyone is willing but unable, yet those who have designs on him have never been few. Zishu raised an eyebrow leisurely at Lin Sairu. You must seize the opportunity. You know, a waterfront pavilion gets the moonlight first. Zishu Yuren's utterly nonchalant demeanor made Lin Sairu's face turn bright red again. Lin Sairu finally understood. The woman before her was just like this. If she kept talking, she had no idea how many more times she'd be teased. Blushing and stamping her foot. I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to go back to my cultivation. After saying this, Lin Sairu hurried away. With her current level of cultivation, she truly couldn't handle a woman like that. Xia and also left. Women from the Hehuan sect were like tigers, and he had no desire to deal with them. Zishu Yuren watched Lin Sairu's retreating figure. Ling Yuan's disciple truly has a luck that makes one envious. What gives her the right? Just because of that face of hers. In those days, there were indeed many ardent admirers pursuing Immortal Lord Ling Yuan, and Zishu Yuren happened to be one of them. It was just a pity that her cultivation was not deep enough back then. If it were the her of today, she would definitely be able to win Ling Yuan over. Though he thought this way, Lord Ling Yuan had never shown a kind face to the women who pursued him back then, and now he merely sat in command at Lingshu sect, never leaving the mountain. Perhaps she could find a way through this young girl to get close to Ling Yuan. The long-term inability to obtain what she desired had already formed a demon in Zishu Yuren's heart. Even more so, after failing to conquer the spirit abyss Immortal Lord, her orientation toward men had transformed into a desire to have complete control over women. Whether it was to wash away the shame of her first love from years past, or to break the inner demon that had plagued her for years and prevented her from advancing further, she must take Ling Yuan. Chapter 84. The Blizzard Plains. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. The sect leader of Lingshu sect, having just finished speaking with other sect leaders, went to find Ji Ling Yuan of Hanfrost Peak. The cave dwelling on Hanfrost Peak was, as always, sealed shut. Upon hearing the sect leader's voice, the originally tightly shut gates swung open to both sides. Ji Ling Yuan emerged slowly from the main hall, clad as always in his silver-white robe, tall and stately like a crane, with a white jade crown binding his hair. His cascading white locks resembled snow swirling in the north wind, stunningly handsome, aloof and unfeeling, utterly unapproachable. Even the sect leader found the wind and snow of Frostpeak Peak hard to bear. It's like this. The beast tide this time came suspiciously. I suspect someone is pulling strings behind it, either the demon race or the cultivators of the demonic path. And with the beast lord of the Blizzard Plains growing so violent, I'd like to ask the Immortal Lord to go and reason with it. Ordinary beasts are one thing, but it must not do anything that cannot be undone. Of course, if the Immortal Lord has time, it would be best to help investigate whether anyone is stirring up trouble behind this beast tide. However, I have already entrusted this matter to Pei Wuqi, so the Immortal Lord only needs to keep an eye on it. Ji Ling Yuan nodded. I understand. Thank you for your trouble, Immortal Lord. This junior will take his leave. The sect leader bowed and withdrew. Strictly speaking, Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord and the sect leader of Spirit Void sect were disciples of the same generation. However, given Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord's current cultivation level, even the sect leader had to address him as senior whenever they met. Ji Ling Yuan took out a lotus jade pendant that had been kept hidden in his sleeve, intending to release the divine consciousness within it to handle the matter. But recalling the behavior of that strand of divine consciousness when it returned, Ji Ling Yuan abandoned this plan and instead split off a new strand of divine consciousness, using a 24-petal ice lotus to shape a body for it. The clone Ji Ling Yuan turned and departed, heading for the storm snow plains in the beast forest. This wind and snow is really annoying. I still prefer places where spring is warm and flowers bloom. Lin Sairu pressed on through the blizzard. When I get the chance, I'll definitely have Master change this place. Returning to her cave dwelling, Lin Sairu instinctively glanced toward Ji Ling Yuan's cave, and then saw that her master, who had been in long-term seclusion, had actually come out today. Master! Lin Sairu exclaimed with delight, rushing over. You've been in seclusion for so long, your disciple has missed you so much. Next time, don't go into seclusion for so long, alright? Your disciple has so many questions about cultivation to ask you, Master. Lin Sairu ignored Ji Ling Yuan's cold expression and acted spoiled toward him. Ji Ling Yuan remained as calm as a still well. Ask. Lin Sairu was merely using an excuse to spend more time with Ji Ling Yuan. The cultivation method she was currently practicing was the dual cultivation technique she had obtained from the Sun and Moon's secret realm. As long as she cultivated with a partner, her cultivation would naturally increase. How could she possibly have any questions to ask? Master, wait a moment. I've written everything down in my notebook. Let me go get it. With that, Lin Sairu hurried back to her own cave dwelling. The notebook was nothing more than a pretext to buy time, allowing her to recall the difficulties she had encountered during her previous cultivation sessions. In the daily routine of master and disciple, answering questions and resolving doubts was something that Master Ji Lingyuan naturally would not refuse. However, as a string of questions came forth, Ji Lingyuan began to notice something amiss. If you still have doubts about these questions, then you should still be stuck at the late stage of foundation establishment. But now Lin Sairo had already entered the golden core stage. Alright, to be honest with you, Master, I actually understood these questions long ago. I just wanted to spend a little more time with you. Lin Sairo looked at Ji Lingyuan with tearful eyes. Ji Lingyuan was not the type of master who was eager to teach his disciple hand by hand. In his view, Lin Sairo had already reached the golden core stage and should have found her own path. As a master, what he needed to do was to let her go and let her soar, to let her venture out. He only needs to offer support. Lin Sairu's demeanor, like a young animal refusing to be weaned, was something Ji Lingyuan found utterly unbearable. Ji Lingyuan flicked his sleeve to shove Lin Sairu out the door, then closed the gate right in front of her face. You block of ice, you're driving me crazy. Lin Sairu nearly lost her composure staring at the tightly shut gate before her, but she was afraid Ji Lingyuan might hear, so she dared not speak loudly. Sooner or later, I'll have you, Missy. Wanqing had been in the demon beast forest for 3 months now. The beast tide that had everyone on edge had already begun, and it showed signs of lasting for a long time. Over the course of 3 months, accumulating task points proved easier than Wanqing had imagined. She had now saved enough points to participate in the outer sect competition. However, the beast forest was currently in dire need of her presence. The sight of demonic beasts charging at human settlements, with wreckage scattered everywhere, made it impossible for Wanqing to extricate herself at this moment. After all, task points could be exchanged for the supplies disciples needed within the sect, so she could certainly earn more task points here. Moreover, with more disciples helping out in the beast forest, the people living nearby would have a bit more safety during evacuations, and the possibility of beasts breaking through to the heart of the cultivation world would also be somewhat reduced. Although the beast tide was approaching, the situation at the border guard hall was growing increasingly tense. The reason was simple. The disciples of Spirit Void sect who came here could earn mission points for resisting the beasts, while the disciples of the border guard hall could not. According to news from the Lingshu sect, it seems they do not regard the border guard hall disciples as their own sect members. In their eyes, these disciples are pitiful souls under their care. It's fine to provide some supplies, but giving them the same treatment as the sect's own disciples is just ridiculous. And the disciples of the border guard hall were not trying to usurp the place as Lu Henny had suspected. They simply wanted to receive the same treatment as the disciples of Lingshu sect. Or perhaps they want to become true disciples of the Lingshu sect. Such demands have made the atmosphere in the border guard hall strange recently, with some disciples feeling that the Lingshu sect is not a place just anyone can casually enter. Others also felt that the disciples of the border guard hall were originally meant to be taught by the people of Lingshu sect, and were already considered half disciples of Lingshu sect anyway, so why not make it official and proper now? Wanqing did not want to get involved in these discussions, because such issues were simply not something that disciples like them could decide. She had always submitted the demon beast inner cores, and then left the border guard hall, plunging straight into the demon beast forest. Now the beast tide movements are becoming more frequent, and everyone gradually has less mind for other matters, focusing all their efforts on dealing with the beasts. You mean the beasts in the blizzard plains are helpful to your advancement? Wanqing watched Bai Shui, who was practically jumping up to gesture, and finally roughly understood what it meant. Bai Shui nodded with absolute certainty. Wanqing thought to herself that Bai Shui was, after all, a snow leopard, so it was only natural for her to yearn for the power of the blizzard plains. If anything, she herself had been negligent before. A few days ago, Wanqing encountered a beast from the blizzard plains, killed it, and fed its demon core to Bai Shui. After that, Bai Shui had always shown little interest in the inner cores of other demon beasts, and Wanqing once thought Bai Shui was ill. Because of the language barrier, Wanqing only now understood that Bai Shui was craving the inner cores of the demon beasts from the blizzard plains. Alright, then we'll make a trip to the blizzard plains. Wanqing brought Bai Shui along to head to the blizzard plains, a place that everyone spoke of as fraught with danger. Chapter 85, The Lost Cub. The biting wind, mixed with snow and ice, howled across the snowfield, cutting across the cheeks like a knife and bringing a piercing cold. The vast, boundless snowfield, aside from its endless white drifts, occasionally features a few solitary trees standing tall, but they too are already covered in ice and snow, leaving only withered, skeletal branches. A streak of vivid red blood splattered across the white snowfield stands out with striking prominence. The radiant nether sword was now deeply embedded in the snow bear beast's chest in its blade form. This massive snow bear beast had once been one of the overlords of this region, yet now it lay fallen in a pool of blood, becoming Wanqing's trophy. Wanqing slowly walked into the snow bear beast. The clothes she wore were no longer the thin garments from before, but had been replaced with a thick coat made from the fur of a snow-white beast. On her head, she also wore a felt hat of the same color, making her look just like a snowman, blending seamlessly into the surrounding environment. Wanqing skillfully withdrew the Yaguang heavenly net from the snow bear beast's corpse, then gave a gentle flick, and the sharp blade instantly sliced open the snow bear beast's body. After reaching inside and groping around for a while, she finally found the snow bear beast's demon core. Wanqing took out the demon core and tossed it behind her. A small white figure leaped out from a snowy hollow, agilely opening its mouth to catch the core in one bite before swiftly swallowing it. Wanqing, who was wiping bloodstains off the Yaguang's celestial net, paused and teased Bai Shui. "What? Is it so delicious that even your cry has changed?" It wasn't me who called out. "You. Save me, it's so terrifying, woo-woo." This time, Wanqing heard it clearly as well. "It sounds like the cries of other demon beasts." Bai Shui nodded. "It wasn't me who made that sound, my voice isn't like that at all. Let's go take a look." Wanqing picked up Bai Shui. The snow in the blizzard plains was deeper than knee-high, making it impossible to move through the wide expanse without supernatural powers. Anyone who stopped would find themselves trapped in a snow pit, buried and unable to escape. Wanqing walked unhurriedly toward the direction from which the sound came. In the distant snowfield, a young fawn was fleeing desperately, followed by an adult snow wolf. The fawn cried out as it ran, "Bleat, bleat. Mother, save me. Sob, sob. I'll never run off again, sob, sob. Someone, help me." Oh whoa. The snow wolf couldn't believe its luck today, actually encountering the cub of a high-tier demon beast. As long as it devoured the cub, joined the beast tide to claim a territory for itself, and refine the resources within the cub's body, becoming a regional overlord would be within reach. With this thought, Snow Wolf pursued even more fiercely. "So it's a young deer demon." Wanqing appeared holding Bai Shui directly in front of the fawn's escape route. The fawn saw someone blocking the path ahead, holding an umbrella to shield against the relentless wind and snow of the blizzard. The fawn saw clearly that on the tip of that umbrella, there were still traces of a demon beast's blood. The running fawn quickly braked, turning its head to look at the snow wolf behind it, then at Wanqing blocking the path ahead. Then it was seen plunging headfirst into a snowdrift. "You can't see me." Wanqing watched as the fawn in front of her buried its head in the snow, pretending it hadn't seen anything. A smile couldn't help but curl at the corners of Wanqing's lips. She hadn't intended to get involved in the first place. After all, it was perfectly normal for demon beasts to slaughter one another. It belongs to the law of the jungle. But this little creature is just too adorable. The snow wolf, wary of Wanqing's appearance, lowered its body and snarled at him. "I'm taking this deer. If you're willing, leave. If not, then we'll fight." Yaguang Tianluo closed its umbrella and transformed into a sword, which Wanqing held in his hand. Snow Wolf hesitated, but it was unwilling to give up the fat prey in its grasp. Its claws sank deep into the snow, leaving a heavy imprint, and its hind legs tensed as it lunged at Wanqing. The Snow Wolf, towering taller than a man, charged forward like a truck. Having trained in the beast forest for 3 months, Wanqing remained calm under pressure. With a single step, she dodged the wolf's pounce, and her sword slashed through the fur on its side, exposing bright red flesh. Accompanied by the snow wolf's howl, the snow around Wanqing burst open with a bang, and ice spikes shot up from the ground. Wanqing quickly dodged. The beasts of the blizzard plains, having long lived here, had already mastered the power of the wind and snow. With the terrain's advantage, they always caught Wanqing off guard. Bai Shui leaped out of Wanqing's arms. "I'll deal with it." These days, Bai Shui has also gained some insight into the power of blizzards in the storm snow plains. As a snow leopard, it is no less capable than any other beast in commanding the wind and snow. Bai Shui summoned the blizzard power within its body, and in the blink of an eye, within a radius of several hundred meters, everything turned into icy thorns and brambles. The snow wolf was also frozen solid by the cold ice summoned by Bai Shui, unable to move. Wanqing seized the opportunity and sent a flying sword to finish it off. Wanqing looked at the ice spikes around them and said to Bai Shui, "You still need more practice. You must learn to control the range of your power." The ice spikes that failed to strike the snow wolf were all wasted. Patting Little Snow's head, he said, but that was already impressive. "Arf." Bai Shui rubbed against Wanqing's hand, truly enamored with the scent on her. Before, it had been left in the farming space. Though the space was interesting and helpful for its cultivation, being unable to stay with Wanqing was truly distressing for it. Hearing that the sounds of fighting had ceased, Little Deer lifted his head from the snow. Then he saw Wanqing and Bai Shui both staring at him with bright, piercing eyes. The little deer was startled. When it saw the snow wolf, frozen into an ice sculpture with a sword through its chest, it became even more frightened. He hurriedly buried his head back into the snow pile, shivering, and even burrowed deeper under the gaze of Wanqing and Bai Shui, leaving only a small bottom exposed. Wanqing couldn't help but laugh as she dug the little deer out of the snow. You must still be a cub. Where's your mother? The little deer tilted its head. He couldn't believe that the two ferocious creatures before him had actually spared his life. Watching the fawn lost in thought, he asked, I'm asking you, where is your mother? Deer-type demonic beasts are not highly aggressive, so Wanqing planned to return the little one to its mother, provided that the mother hadn't lost it due to participating in the beast tide. But if the mother had indeed joined the beast tide, she already keeps a snow leopard, so raising a moose as well wouldn't be a big deal. The fawn's deer-like eyes were like morning dew, untouched by dust. Ooh. Are you taking me to find mother? The little deer circled around Wanqing, nearly making her dizzy with its spinning. All right, stop spinning. I'd better take you back first. Seeing that the person before her truly intended to see her home, the little deer grew even happier. She nudged Wanqing with her antlers, which had only grown a short stub. Originally, he just wanted to nuzzle Wanqing a little, his fawn-like face drunkenly clinging to her, almost burrowing into her embrace. Bai Shui was not having it. Bold little deer, how dare you take its spot? Snow White bit down on the fawn's short tail and pulled it off Wanqing's body. Chapter 86, 10th Tier Demon Beast. Alright, stop messing around. We'll send it back in a moment. Wanqing stopped Bai Shui. The little fawn had no idea how long it had been away from its mother. Its stomach was completely empty from hunger. Wanqing took out a handful of old tea leaves from the farming space. As everyone knows, tea making always uses the tender leaves of the tea plant. Such old leaves are rarely used for making tea, so they are perfectly suitable for feeding the little deer. Even though his mother held a high status in the blizzard plains, being in such a region meant that the young deer rarely got to eat leafy green food. So when he saw Wanqing holding a branch with fresh leaves in her hand, the young deer's eyes lit up, glancing between the leaves and Wanqing. I can't believe these are all for me. The fawn let out a joyful cry and then buried its head in the food, eating heartily. Bai Shui was a bit unhappy, reaching out to paw at Wanqing. Taking advantage of the fawn's head-down focus on eating without looking up, Wanqing fed it a top-tier spirit beast pill. That pill had been specially refined for Bai Shui by Miyunshi. It was very beneficial for spirit beasts, and while hunting in the demon beast forest, Wanqing often used it to fish. Having consumed who knows how many demon beast inner cores over the past few days, Bai Shui wasn't actually hungry. She just didn't want other demon beasts to take up Wanqing's attention. It is truly a spirit beast that belongs exclusively to Wanqing. Somewhere in the blizzard plains. You want me to stay out of the beast tide? A tall elk sat opposite Jiling Yuan. The silver-haired man in white robes was like a flawless jade carving, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, as handsome as an immortal descended to the mortal world. The massive elk beside him had a glossy, sleek coat and antlers formed of ice crystals. As a female elk, it naturally had no antlers of its own, so this pair of icy antlers was an unprecedented manifestation of its snowstorm power. Between this strange pair lay a chessboard. Low to mid-tier beast tides are handled by the disciples of the cultivation world, but when you intervene, the cultivation world will naturally send someone appropriate to deal with it. Ji Lingyuan calmly placed a stone, the white pieces on the board already forming an encirclement. Haha, I've been a 10th tier beast for 1,000 years now, and I'd truly like to know if anyone in the cultivation world can match me. The massive deer head turned to look at Ji Lingyuan. Could it be you? Ji Lingyuan's expression remained unchanged. That's not impossible. Ji Lingyuan. Jilu was furious. Has your time in the cultivation world made you forget your very roots? The blizzard plains are where you were born. How can you be so ungrateful? You probably still don't know. Jilu sneered. The sheltering kindness you think you received is nothing but nonsense. The demon beast forest has a unique landscape with countless demon beasts and spirit plants. In fact, celestial maidens and immortals often descend here to play and gather. If you hadn't been taken to the cultivation world back then, with your talent and appearance, staying in the demon beast forest would have caught the eye of a descending celestial maiden or immortal, allowing you to enter the celestial realm directly. Why would anyone need to go through such trouble for ascension like we do nowadays? You might have long become a true immortal lord, rather than just bearing the title of immortal lord in the cultivation world as you do now. Absolutely ridiculous. The blizzard around Yulu raged violently. My path was set in stone 10,000 years ago. As a 24-petal ice lotus, his very existence was forbidden by heaven and earth. Rashly entering the immortal realm would only result in his consciousness being erased by the heavenly Tao. Being taken away by the spirit ruin sect leader, entering the cultivation world, advancing step by step, and ascending after gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao, this was Ji Lingyuan's own choice. Naturally, there was no room for regret. Fine. Jilu was so furious that he could barely speak coherently. He had gone out of his way to host Ji Lingyuan warmly when he learned he was coming to the storm snow plains, never expecting that he was actually a persuader sent by the cultivation world. If you want to interfere, then interfere, I don't care. My daughter went missing a month ago, and I've ordered all my subordinates to search for her without success. There are traces of human cultivators nearby, and she's still missing, her fate unknown. I must go to the cultivation world and raise a ruckus. A glint of resolve flashed in Jilu's eyes. I'll make them pay for my child's life. If you want to deal with me, then go ahead and deal with me. Whoever harmed my child must pay with blood. Jilu's voice was filled with rage and murderous intent. A daughter. Ji Lingyuan was genuinely unaware that Jilu, the lord of the blizzard plains, already had offspring. Yes, it has only been born for 100 years. The giant deer looked dejected. Though it had spat out a string of harsh words, it understood that the power of the man before it was something it simply could not resist. You are certain it was killed by a cultivator? Who else could it be if not the human race? Jilu said angrily, feeling that Ji Lingyuan was making excuses for humanity. At that moment, a butterfly-shaped beast flew over. My lord, we have found traces of the young master. There is a human cultivator accompanying him. My son, bring it back quickly. There's a human following him. This person must have taken my son away. The great deer said with certainty, glancing at Ji Lingyuan beside him. Bring that person to me as well. I want to interrogate him thoroughly. Under Wanqing's escort, little deer trotted happily all the way home, until the surroundings grew increasingly extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of demon beasts surrounded them. Only then did Wanqing realize that this silly little deer might have an extraordinary origin. The giant deer and Ji Lingyuan, waiting in the distance, saw that the person following the fawn was clearly a disciple of the Lingshu sect. The giant deer's gaze toward Ji Lingyuan instantly grew even more triumphant. Ji Lingyuan glanced at the disciple token of the Lingshu sect hanging on Wanqing's waist, then waved a hand to change his own appearance, instantly transforming from a celestial being into an utterly ordinary face. Wanqing and Bai Shui were restrained by other demonic beasts and escorted all the way to Jilu's side. Wanqing silently prayed that little deer wouldn't be ungrateful. Otherwise, she and Bai Shui would have no choice but to hide in the space. Little deer happily ran over to the giant deer, rubbing its head against the giant deer's leg. Wanqing gasped inwardly. It was a beast at the nascent soul stage. It seemed that beast was also the fawn's mother. How then had the fawn ended up in a situation where it was nearly eaten by snow wolves? Giant deer gently nudged little deer's head with his own, doting. Precious daughter, where have you been all this time? Little deer, hearing her mother's words, looked somewhat ashamed. Yo-yo. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have sneaked out. Thanks to her for saving me and taking me home. Little deer looked at Wanqing. Wanqing's heart tightened. Little deer had not yet refined its throat bone, so its speech could only be understood by beasts. She had no idea what little deer had said to this nascent soul stage beast. Jilu followed the fawn's gaze, his eyes landing on Wanqing. The demon beast that had been binding Wanqing released her and moved away. Wanqing forced herself to remain calm, offering a bow to Jilu with a smile. Greetings, senior. Jilu scrutinized Wanqing, as if weighing whether to kill her. Seeing the giant deer in this state, Wanqing felt half of her heart settle back into her chest. A beast at the transformation deity stage could kill her without even needing to assess the situation. A mere flick of its hand would suffice. While marveling at the giant deer's power, Wanqing also noticed the man standing beside it. The familiar aura of an untouchable beauty. Why is he here too? Chapter 87. In the end, just a chance encounter. Judging by your attire, you are a disciple of the Lingshu sect? Jilu asked. Wanqing nodded and replied, exactly. Juling looked at Wanqing, his gaze shifting to the snow leopard beside her, pondering something inwardly. It could tell that this snow leopard was no ordinary creature, possessing not only innate intelligence, but also extraordinary talent, and was very likely the offspring of a high-level spirit beast. To produce such offspring, its parents could not possibly be inferior to itself. However, Jilu had never heard of snow leopard demon beasts existing in the demon beast forest. Jilu couldn't help but wonder, could this snow leopard have come from the demon clan side? This little snow leopard was clearly fiercely loyal to Wanqing. Thinking further, now even its daughter was very fond of Wanqing. This young lady's beast-taming skills are truly remarkable. With this thought, Jilu immediately became wary, and his gaze toward Wanqing grew increasingly dangerous. Fearing that she might abduct his precious daughter, Jilu said in a stern tone, "You saved my daughter, and thus you have earned the gratitude of our dear clan. Name the reward you desire, and then you may leave." Upon hearing these words, Wanqing felt a wave of relief, grateful that Jilu had not indiscriminately attacked cultivators. As for the reward, saving your young lady was merely a trivial effort, and I truly dare not ask for any reward. However, Wanqing glanced at Ji Lingyuan, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. This man, elusive and of profound cultivation, had now appeared in the storm snow plains. Wanqing said softly, "May I ask why this person is here?" Jilu looked at Ji Lingyuan, who stood unmoved to one side, then turned to Wanqing and asked, "What? Do you know each other?" Ji Lingyuan and Wanqing exchanged a glance, their eyes meeting in the air. Though it was merely the intersection of two ordinary pairs of eyes, it seemed to spark as if striking flint. The woman before him exuded a unique floral fragrance, a scent he found immensely pleasing. However, he could be certain that there had never been any interaction between them. "I have never seen him before," Ji Lingyuan replied with a blank expression. "A chance encounter." Wanqing smiled faintly. Julius's gaze instantly grew even more intrigued. He looked at the two before him, a sense of curiosity welling up in his heart. Wanqing then remembered that when she had encountered Chenglan earlier, she hadn't been wearing her disguise mask, and the camouflage on her face had been washed off during her water escape. Now, Chenglan might not be able to recognize her anymore. But even so, Wanqing had no intention of revealing her identity. Let those who meet by chance remain as chance acquaintances. After all, she didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. So Wanqing smiled slightly and explained, "Because we're from the same sect, I've only seen him once from afar." Ji Lingyuan was well aware that every time his doppelganger appeared, it concealed its identity, let alone with his current disguised appearance. Logically speaking, the woman before him should not recognize him at all. Could it be that she had seen him when he sent his doppelganger to escort Lin Sairu earlier? Ji Lingyuan thought again of that strand of his spiritual consciousness that had transformed into a jade pendant and refused to return. What exactly had happened in the midst of all this? The two saw an undercurrent stirring. Jilu, as if struck by a thought, a flicker of mockery flashing in his eyes, said to Wanqing, "This man, knowing no better, has angered me. I was just about to kill him." "What, you want to save him?" Given its friendship with Ji Lingyuan, it could still get away with that kind of joke. Well. Wanqing looked at Ji Lingyuan, feeling that the atmosphere between the two was nothing like what it would be before a killing. But since the other had already said so, what else could Wanqing do? "I wonder if you, senior, could spare him for my sake." It's not impossible, but why? Since Ji Lingyuan had grown into the foremost cultivator in the Immortal realm, he had never seen such a thing happen. Oh no, there was still some difference in this. In the past, those amusements occurred under the premise that Ji Lingyuan's face was unparalleled, with no equal before or since. But the young girl before him clearly did not recognize Ji Lingyuan and had mistaken him for someone else. This lively scene instantly became even more interesting. The young girl wanted to save Ji Lingyuan, but not because he was Ji Lingyuan. For some reason, Wanqing felt as though she was being toyed with by the giant deer before her. Fellow disciples help one another. That's all there is to it. Wanqing didn't want to say more. Jilu had already assumed the posture of a gossip monger eating melon. Was she really supposed to tell him it was because of a one-night stand? That's all. That's all there is to it. Jilu's gaze, filled with a look of frustration over wasted potential, immediately turned to Ji Lingyuan. How could this guy now not even handle a young girl? Under the gaze cast by Jilu, Ji Lingyuan remained unmoved. From beginning to end, matters of love and affection had never touched his heart. Moreover, in his view, the way this young girl looked at him carried no such intentions. On the contrary, as she said, she genuinely just wanted to help. How boring. Jilu stood up to usher them out. "All right, my daughter's back now. I don't have time to chat with you two, off you go." Although Jilu still wanted to dig deeper, a bit of fun wouldn't hurt. But if he ended up angering the young lady, and the one beside her reacted in turn, the loss would outweigh the gain. Seeing that her mother was about to drive people away, Little Deer felt reluctant and ran over to try to keep Wanqing, only to be stopped by Jilu. Jilu's gaze toward Wanqing instantly sharpened a few degrees. Wanqing also realized that Jilu didn't want her to stay here and lead the child astray. "Then I'll take my leave now." Wanqing picked up by Shui and was about to leave. Jilu looked at Ji Lingyuan, knowing that this man was pure of heart and had cultivated the way of detachment, and didn't think Ji Lingyuan would follow. Ji Lingyuan watched Wanqing's retreating figure and followed, his demeanor natural. Jilu's dear eyes widened. Never in a million years did I expect that Ji Lingyuan would one day follow a woman. Ji Lingyuan silently trailed behind Wanqing. The woman ahead had been a great help in persuading the Blizzard Plains Lord, the Ice Crystal Elk. Ji Lingyuan wanted to call out to her and give her something as a token of thanks. But he didn't know how to address the person ahead. The unique floral scent of the woman before him always unsettled his mind, and only the cold wind from the snowy plains could ease it. Bai Shui, held in Wanqing's arms, secretly glanced back at Ji Lingyuan. It had a deep memory of this person. It clearly remembered that this person was extremely brutal. It could actually freeze it, a snow leopard, into an ice sculpture. It had even abused a cub, keeping it trapped inside a ball for a long time. Even the spirit beast mark between it and its master was placed by him. Moreover, the conditions of that spirit beast mark were extremely harsh for it. The moment it harbored any thought of betrayal, the mark would directly blast it to death. Fortunately, that sort of thing where it has become inseparable from its master will absolutely never happen now. Then Ji Lingyuan saw the little snow leopard, held in the arms of the woman ahead, poke its head out to roll its eyes at him and stick out its tongue. This little fellow seemed to recognize him as well. Ji Lingyuan suddenly understood, and it seemed the other party held quite a grudge. Chapter 88. Encounter again in the wind and snow. The person behind had been following all along. Logically speaking, since he was wearing a mask and Chenglan didn't recognize him, the earlier talk about killing him just because he didn't like the look of him should have been nothing more than Jilu's joke. If that was the case, then the two of them could simply part ways and go their separate. That would be fine. That was what Wanqing thought. If they keep entangling themselves over past matters, then both of them might end up sinking into a quagmire. It might have been better to be a bit more ruthless just now and simply pretend not to have seen Chenglan. Wanqing realized it only after the fact. But in the standoff between a person and a beast just now, it was truly hard not to ask a question when faced with someone familiar. Why are you following me? Wanqing walked silently for a while, but the person behind showed no sign of leaving. Wanqing turned to look at Chenglan, and a sense of incongruity arose as she gazed at his face. His ordinary features clashed with his overall demeanor. So this person had been wearing a mask all along, hadn't he? Ji Lingyuan himself did not understand why he kept following the person before him. Though he appeared rigid and bound by propriety, Ji Lingyuan had always acted on his whims. It was simply that, as a cultivator of the emotionless path, his heart rarely inclined toward anything. Now, his heart wanted to follow her. Ji Lingyuan looked at Wanqing's attire, which was plain even by the standards of a rogue cultivator, with the only thing remotely useful being the magical tool in her hand. Ji Lingyuan took out a jade hairpin from his sleeve, one he had casually refined in the Blizzard Plains. Holding it while casting spells could enhance the effectiveness of his magic. Take this. Handing over the jade hairpin in his hand, Ji Lingyuan felt a bit strange. This was the first time he had given someone a magical artifact he had personally refined. His hands had well-defined knuckles and long, slender fingers, with nails trimmed neatly and cleanly, clearly the hands of someone accustomed to a life of ease and luxury. At this moment, those hands were holding a translucent white jade hairpin, exquisitely crafted with openwork carving, its surface smooth and lustrous of the finest workmanship. Why are you giving me this? Wanqing did not take it. The jade hairpin was simple and elegant in style, but it didn't look like a woman's hairpin. Moreover, this was no ordinary hairpin, it was a top-tier magical artifact. Though its effects were unknown, one glance was enough to tell that it was extraordinary. I came to the Blizzard on important business, and for its success, I have you to thank. This is a token of my gratitude. Ji Lingyuan exerted force with his hand, and the white jade hairpin drifted toward Wanqing. This person had a habit of giving things to everyone. Wanqing felt that she had deepened her understanding of the person before her. She reached out to take the white jade hairpin. The moment it fell into Wanqing's hand, a gust of wind swept by, and the once simple jade hairpin now bore a lifelike, budding white magnolia flower, its delicate stamens seeming to come alive. Wanqing parted her lips slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. She had altered the appearance of the magical artifact without compromising its effectiveness. I didn't expect you to be such a masterful artifact refiner. Wanqing didn't know how to describe it. This level of skill was not something an ordinary high-level refiner could achieve. Ji Lingyuan stepped closer. I've been wanting to ask, do you know me? In the biting wind of the Blizzard Plains, the unique fragrance emanating from this person had turned sharp and piercing. Ji Lingyuan felt he was still sober, yet at the same time, he felt somewhat intoxicated. His gaze fell on Wanqing's neck, where there was a faint line barely visible unless one looked closely. It was the trace of a disguise mask. The rich fragrance lingered around Ji Lingyuan's nose, refusing to dissipate. His eyes gradually darkened as he slowly raised his hand. Haven't I told you? We met once before on the flying boat heading to the Sun and Moon's secret realm. Wanqing was stunned. It turned out that while Wanqing was speaking, Ji Lingyuan's fingers had already landed on her neck, touching the edge of the disguise mask. This person moved without a sound, and it wasn't until his hand touched her mask that Wanqing noticed and quickly covered it with her own hand. What are you doing? Wanqing asked, somewhat annoyed. Ji Lingyuan snapped back to attention, but his restless fingers had already been firmly pinned down by Wanqing. I didn't say you could take off my mask. He quickly withdrew his hand. Wanqing didn't press further. Don't casually lift someone else's mask next time. Ji Lingyuan himself didn't understand why he had made such an offensive move. This person's scent was simply too alluring. The fingers that had just touched Wanqing's neck unconsciously stroked it once. Haha, got scolded. Bai Shui, however, was laughing happily in Wanqing's arms. This guy was so wicked, deserving of being scolded. Jiling Yuan's true form was not human, so naturally, he could understand the words of demonic beasts. His gaze shifted to Bai Shui, watching her nestled comfortably in Wanqing's arms, his eyes gradually turning hostile. He lifted Bai Shui out of Wanqing's embrace and set her down on the ground. Don't spoil a beast when raising it, it needs to be tempered. Being held in someone's arms all day long, what kind of behavior is that? Bai Shui was frozen in place by a single glance from Jiling Yuan. Woo. You big villain, speaking of which, I was given to the master by you. The master's embrace is what I deserve. Bai Shui was stubborn. With Wanqing present, Bai Shui didn't think this big demon would do anything to her. Previously, he had treated his master like a precious treasure, and the reluctant way he had looked when leaving, Bai Shui had seen it all with her own eyes. But at that time, when he and his master were fighting in the pool, it was indeed quite fierce. Jiling Yuan hesitated for a second. Wasn't it just a brief encounter? Jiling Yuan grew increasingly certain that the previous incarnation's reluctance to return must have been due to something that happened with the woman before him. His originally calm expression gradually turned cold and rigid. Just a brief interaction had thrown the usually composed him into utter disarray, to the point where he didn't even dare to return to his main body. Something major must have happened in all of this. Wanqing found Chenglan a bit strange. First, he directly lifted Bai Shui out of her arms, then hurriedly dropped a line about having things to do and left in a rush. How odd. White snow clambered up the hem of Wanqing's robe, and Wanqing lifted the little snow leopard back up from the snow. We don't have much left from what we brought this time. Let's go back to the border guard hall to restock. The blizzard plains were truly treacherous. Despite Wanqing's utmost caution, she still ended up injured. With few healing pills left on her, she had no choice but to return for now. The number of people at the border of the beast forest was far greater than before, beyond what she could have imagined. As the scope of the beast tide gradually expanded, the summons from the beast forest for cultivators also grew more frequent. Some rogue cultivators also came on their own initiative, hoping to see if they could scrape together some profit. Senior sister is back. Was your journey safe, senior sister? If there's anything you need, senior sister, please don't hesitate to command us. The moment Wanqing set foot in the border defense hall, several disciples of the hall suddenly surrounded her, their attitudes far more deferential than ever before. Upon entering the border guard hall, Wanqing learned from the other disciples. The people from the disciplinary hall had arrived. It seems they came to support the beast tide in the demon beast forest, and also to resolve the issue with the disciples of the border guard hall. Let's see whether they should be incorporated into the Lingshu sect or allowed to establish their own independent sect and develop on their own. Chapter 89. Descending the mountain for rest and reorganization. Returning to the small courtyard that the border defense hall had arranged for the disciples, Wanqing summoned a mirror and examined her own neck. Because someone had peeled it off with their hand before, now no matter how she looked at the mark on her neck, it fell off. Wanqing, having decided to go all the way, simply raised her hand and tore off the mask from her face. That mask, thin as a cicada's wing, seemed like a gossamer veil shrouding a treasure. Once gently lifted, it revealed a countenance as poetic and picturesque as if hidden within. Her skin was fair as snow, exquisitely pure and otherworldly. As her eyes shimmered and shifted, they were like a clear spring, limpid and bright, irresistibly drawing one into a state of enchantment. His long, slender lashes trembled slightly, like the delicate wings of a butterfly, as if ready to take flight at any moment. Her cloud-like hair was gently swept up, revealing a long, fair neck like fine porcelain, radiating a captivating luster. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains tinged with indigo, her eyes like autumn waters brimming with depth and allure. Every gesture and movement was graceful and captivating, stirring in others an involuntary sense of longing and admiration. What a pity that such a pearl was cast into darkness, fallen into this ordinary little courtyard. Every passerby would sigh and lament over such a waste of a precious gift. Yet, even the dwelling of this city-toppling beauty was nothing more than a mere cave. At this moment, Jiling Yuan, who had been concealing his form and following Wanqing all the way to the border guard hall, stood quietly to the side, silently watching the woman before him. In his originally calm and cold eyes, a faint trace of admiration involuntarily surfaced, barely perceptible to others. The faint fragrance lingering in the air once again curled around his nostrils at this moment, like an invisible force gradually eroding his reason, compelling him to draw closer against his will. Jiling Yuan was utterly devoted to cultivation. His sole hobby besides cultivation was artifact forging, yet not a single piece of the magical instruments he crafted ever left his possession. He used them all himself. Ji Lingyuan had a strong sense of possessiveness over what belonged to him. Even if a pearl lay covered in dust, he would never give away a magical artifact he had personally refined. The reason he gave away the hairpin this time was simply because he hadn't brought anything else with him on this trip, leaving him no choice but to do so. When sending her off, Ji Lingyuan realized that he was surprisingly calm and composed, which was truly rare. His gaze once again fell upon Wanqing, whose divine, fairy-like beauty made it impossible to look away. It seems this gift was well chosen after all. That hairpin suits her very well. Even knowing that the farming space had transformed her into someone quite beautiful, Wanqing still found herself stunned when she saw her reflection in the mirror again. She couldn't believe that the ethereal, immortal-like figure in the mirror, untouched by any trace of worldly dust, was actually herself. Have I been treating myself too roughly? Wanqing couldn't help but question. With a face like this, would it really be fine for me to brave the wind and rain every day? Ji Lingyuan, hearing Wanqing muttering to herself, curled his lips slightly into a smile and unconsciously gave a slight nod as he looked at her plain attire. That said, Wanqing felt not a shred of remorse. After all, she was merely a mortal female cultivator. All the spirit stones had been used for cultivation. If not for the enhancement of her exquisite immortal bones, merely sustaining the cultivation of a top-grade 5-element spiritual root at the golden core stage would have drained her storage pouch dry. For now, a bit of roughness would have to do. Given her 5-element spiritual roots and the sheer amount of spiritual energy and spirit stones she would need, she would probably never be able to pamper herself. She cast this sudden whimsical thought from her mind. Wanqing took out the demon cores obtained from this hunt from her storage pouch. These demon cores were all hunted in the storm snow plains, but they contain little power of wind and snow, so Bai Shui should not take them. Wanqing brought these demon cores back to exchange for mission points. Along with the demon cores, Wanqing also took out the white magnolia hairpin gifted by Chenglan. Wanqing looked at the exquisitely crafted hairpin in her hand and smiled gently. This guy is like Santa Claus. Let's not even mention the spinal fluid. This time, she accepted the white magnolia hairpin without really understanding why. The hairpin was so perfectly formed that not even a trace of carving could be seen. If it hadn't transformed so dramatically right before Wanqing's eyes, she would have suspected it was a primordial artifact. There was no residual spiritual energy on it either. It was clearly a newly refined magical artifact. Wanqing took the white magnolia hairpin in her hand and tested it. There was no movement at all. It took a moment for Wanqing to come to her senses. This magical artifact actually requires a master recognition. Wanqing, who had never seen much of the world, was shocked. All her previous artifacts could be used right after picking them up, including the Yaguang Tianluo. This was the first time he had encountered a magical artifact that required refinement and recognition of its master. A magical artifact that required recognition of its master was undoubtedly of a higher grade. If other magical artifacts are lost, anyone who picks them up can use them. But once an artifact has acknowledged its master, it becomes useless to anyone else until the master dies. Wanqing extended her finger, gently pricked the tip, and squeezed out a drop of blood. Blood slid down the tips of her fingers, dripping onto the white magnolia hairpin. In an instant, light flickered as the hairpin rapidly absorbed the blood, emitting a faint glow. Wanqing could feel the hairpin before her establishing a connection with her spiritual consciousness. This sensation of claiming a master was as if she had gained an extra part of herself, responding to her will like an extension of her own arm. After claiming the hairpin as her own, Wanqing understood its function. It had no other flashy effects. It wasn't even a defensive artifact like common accessories. It was purely an amplifier for a magic cultivator, enhancing the user's spell-casting effects. Its effect was strongest when held in the hand, but diminished when worn in the hair. A magic wand for cultivation. Wanqing casually tested 1 or 2 spells, and their effects were all enhanced to a considerable extent. This was still under the condition that Wanqing had not exerted her full strength for fear of alarming others. Not bad at all. Wanqing tucked the white magnolia hairpin into her hair, quite pleased with its effect. Just then, a knock came at the previously closed wooden gate of the small courtyard, drawing the attention of both the light and the dark figures. Knock, knock, knock. Wanqing quickly picked up the mask and was about to put it on, asking casually, "Who is it?" "I am Pei Wuqi, master of the Discipline Hall, here on official investigation business. Please open the gate." Wanqing's hand, holding the mask, paused. Pei Wuqi knew what she looked like. If it were truly him, she could go without the mask. "Are there any others?" Pei Wuqi, standing outside the gate, felt somewhat puzzled, yet the voice from within the courtyard struck him as vaguely familiar. This time, Pei Wuqi did not bring many helpers to the demon beast forest, so it was only Pei Wuqi alone. "It is only me, please open the door." Wanqing set down the disguise mask in her hand and turned to open the door. Ji Lingwan, hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brow. Aren't you going to put on the mask? Pei Wuqi was someone Ji Lingwan knew. He was originally an inner disciple, exceptionally gifted and widely admired, but now serves as the head of the discipline hall. Do the two of them know each other? So familiar that they don't even need to wear a mask anymore? Looking at the disguise mask casually placed on the stone table, Ji Lingyuan's fingers twitched slightly. The already rare disguise mask instantly underwent some subtle, barely noticeable changes. Chapter 90. A sea of jealousy surging. Pei Wuqi, waiting outside the door, stared blankly at the person who opened it, unable to shake the look of astonishment in his eyes. A wooden door stood half open, and a beauty beyond the reach of words stood gracefully before him. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, her figure lithe and graceful, her steps light and airy. When he lifts his gaze and smiles, the wind and moon are boundless. When she turns her head and smiles, 100 charms are born. The powdered ladies of the 6 palaces lose their color. Dropping her polite smile, Wanqing sidestepped to clear the path. Hallmaster Pei, please come in. After confirming that there was indeed no one else around, Wanqing spoke up to invite him. Hearing the voice, Pei Wuqi finally snapped out of his daze. He stepped into the small courtyard and then clasped his hands in greeting toward Wanqing. You Shimi, I trust you've been well since we last met. I'm fine. Wanqing tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion appearing on her face. Pei Wuqi was now the head of the discipline hall, his status and position on an entirely different level from that of ordinary disciples. By all logic, he had no need to address Wanqing as junior sister anymore. He could simply call her by name. Of course, when facing those who are very close, to show intimacy, one might continue to use terms like junior apprentice brother or junior apprentice sister. But between her and Hallmaster Pei, they had only briefly met 3 times. Could such a relationship really be considered close? At the same time, Ji Lingwan, hidden within the courtyard, harbored the same doubt. As far as he knew, if there was a disparity in status between 2 parties yet they still addressed each other as junior brother or junior sister, then their relationship was either one of sworn life and death friendship or that of lovers. I wonder what brings Hallmaster Pei to seek me out today? Wanqing smiled as she invited Pei Wuqi to sit at the stone table in the courtyard, pouring tea for him as she did so. Her address for him remained, Hallmaster. It seems like unrequited love. Ji Lingyuan's originally surging thoughts suddenly calmed down. It's like this. The last few times I came looking for junior sister Yu, there was no one in the courtyard. I wanted to ask if you encountered anyone suspicious while hunting in the demon beast forest. Although the discipline hall publicly claimed to be in the demon beast forest to deal with the beast tide, even handling the border guard hall disciples was merely a cover. The beast tide came strangely, expanding to such a scale in a short time. The cultivation world suspected someone was pulling strings behind it, and the discipline hall was actually here to investigate the matter. A suspicious person, what aspect does Hallmaster Pei mean by suspicious? It had to be said that Wanqing had indeed encountered such a person, and not long ago at that. However, Wanqing felt that while Chenglan could be considered a suspicious person, there was a high probability he was not the one Pei Wuqi was looking for. Pei Wuqi's expression was stern. The demonic path, the demon race, those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Wanqing nodded. The original text had briefly mentioned Pei Wuqi's childhood experiences, though only in passing, but faced with Pei Wuqi's current attitude of condemning everyone indiscriminately, Wanqing could still understand. Ji Lingwan, still in his concealed state, remained unmoved by Pei Wuqi's words. Although Ji Lingwan was formed from an ice lotus, the 24-petal ice lotus was a primordial spiritual plant, far beyond what ordinary ice lotuses could compare to. One must understand that in the cultivation world, spiritual plants have no way to take human form, for they inherently lack intelligence. No matter how much spiritual energy they absorb, they can only become pills in the bottles of other beings. Only innate spiritual plants can develop intelligence, and thus have the potential to transform into human form. But the heavenly Tao does not permit this, for innate spiritual plants are already blessed by heaven and earth with extraordinary abilities. Seeking to take human form is to contend with fate itself. Thus, the heavenly Tao would obliterate the spiritual intelligence of innate spiritual plants. From the dawn of heaven and earth to the present day, only Ji Lingwan, who chose to grow in the realm of immortal cultivation, managed to escape this calamity. Given the rarity of Ji Lingyuan's original form, he could actually be considered a celestial being. I haven't seen this before, but I'll keep an eye out for it. For the head of the discipline hall to personally make a trip, this was already a matter of utmost urgency. She often frequents the beast forest, so she can keep an extra eye out. Then I must also thank junior sister Yu. Wanqing waved her hand repeatedly. It was just a small favor. Seeing that the two were merely exchanging ordinary questions and pleasantries, Jiling Yuan's initially somewhat irritable mood calmed down. Having finished their business, Pei Wuqi, who should have left, let his gaze fall upon the disguise mask placed on the stone table. He understood that Wanqing must have taken off the mask when she first returned, and when someone knocked, upon recognizing it was him, she hadn't bothered to put it back on. Even within the sect, junior sister Yu always kept her face concealed, yet now that she saw him coming, she did not put on her mask. Pei Wuqi felt a warm current surge in his heart, and at that moment, the air around him seemed filled with tenderness. Wanqing noticed that Pei Wuqi kept staring at the mask on the stone table. This mask is extremely useful. I haven't yet thanked Hall Master Pei for giving it to me. Pei Wuqi's ears flushed slightly. This is my apology gift to you, Shimi. How could it be considered a gift? Upon hearing this, Jiling Yuan's face darkened. The mask was actually a gift from another man, and he had even complained about its poor effect, going so far as to adjust it himself. In the end, he had been working for someone else's benefit all along. Jiling Yuan, completely unaware that his emotions were now entirely led by Wanqing, stood behind her. Looking at the disguise masks laid out on the table, Jiling Yuan's eyes darkened. Jiling Yuan, who had always been decisive and swift in his actions, felt regret for his haste for the first time. After seeing off Pei Wuqi, Wanqing put on her mask, packed her things, and prepared to head to the task submission area at the border guard hall, where she would exchange all the demon cores in her possession for task points and purchase some elixirs for regulating her breath and healing injuries. As soon as Wanqing stepped out of her small courtyard, a streak of light shot toward her from the horizon. A blue bird landed in front of Wanqing. A letter was tied to its foot. Wanqing recognized this blue bird as one raised by Mu Yunxi, who often used it to feed elixirs and test poisons. Wanqing had always thought this blue bird was Mu Yunxi's little white mouse, never expecting it also moonlighted as a mail carrier. Wanqing took the letter from beneath the blue bird's foot and unfolded it. Gazing toward the clouds, my heart races with longing. My yearning for you grows deeper with each passing day. Thinking of you from afar, my heart clings to you with constant tenderness. Looking up to you as a towering mountain, my admiration runs ever deeper. Although I knew that Mu Yunxi could sometimes be a bit literary and refined, this was just too cheesy. Jiling Yuan, following behind Wanqing, instead felt a sense of inevitability. The person before him was sharp-minded, resilient in nature, and blessed with a face of flower-like beauty. It was only natural that they would attract so many romantic interests. But since he already understood, why were his emotions still churning, no longer as calm as before? Wanqing continued reading further down, and the tone from there on was much more normal. Ask if she is currently in the demon beast forest, and whether she needs any pills. Although he is in seclusion, he can ask someone to deliver some to her. Also, tell her to be careful when running around alone. If she really gets hurt, he will come and drag her back even if it means foregoing the lightning tribulation. Knowing that Mu Yunxi was sharp-witted, yet had calculated her actions so precisely, Wanqing couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. Jiling Yuan also took note of the letter's contents. Though he hadn't met the person, in his mind, he had already elevated his wariness of Mu Yunxi to the highest level. At this moment, Jiling Yuan completely forgot that the reason he had been secretly following Wanqing was simply to find out what had happened between her and his previous incarnation. Chapter 91. The Iceberg Shatters. Mu Yunxi also mentioned in the letter that she would likely form her nascent soul in about 2 months, and told her to remember to come back. If she does not return for a single day, the Thunder Tribulation will not be faced for a single day. Not facing the Thunder Tribulation, is that something human power can prevent? It sounded like a joke, but Wanqing felt that Mu Yunxi could really do it. Adding 2 months, senior brother Mu has only been in seclusion for half a year, and now he's about to undergo the lightning tribulation. Wanqing replied to Mu Yunxi's letter, telling him to focus on his seclusion and that she would be careful in the beast forest, adding that she would definitely return within 2 months. Jiling Yuan watched Wanqing as she held the brush to write. The moment she picked up the pen, her entire demeanor softened, tempering her usual aloofness with a quiet elegance and grace. Jiling Yuan unconsciously drew closer, the rich fragrance of flowers assailing him, teasing his nerves, as dense as a spiderweb wrapping him layer by layer. The last shred of reason was like prey caught in a web, powerless to struggle. Wanqing, who was writing, suddenly felt a warm breath on her neck, the scorching sensation nearly burning her. Wanqing turned around and fell into a scorching embrace, with rapid, low gasps sounding in her ear. Her hands, which wanted to resist, were restrained by a familiar force, and Jiling Yuan's eyes were already filled with lust. Someone had actually managed to approach her without her knowing at all. Wanqing struggled with all her might. This development felt all too familiar. Ji Lingyuan held her tightly, raising a hand to gently stroke her neck, ignoring Yu Wanqing's struggles. Though it was only an avatar, given his level of cultivation, the force of her resistance could only be described as feeble. Various spells exploded around Ji Lingyuan, yet they had no effect whatsoever. Ji Lingyuan raised his hand, clasped the back of her head, and pressed his lips to hers. Their red lips met tightly, deepening from a gentle touch into a kiss that was domineering and fierce, as if trying to knead her into his body. No, please. The sudden kiss caught Yu Wanqing off guard like a storm, prying open her lips and teeth without room for rebuttal, delving deep to entangle her tongue. The fragrance that Ji Lingyuan could not restrain grew stronger, especially between her lips and teeth, driving Ji Lingyuan to want to plunder it recklessly. His urgent, heavy kisses were accompanied by the sound of rapid swallowing, as if he were a traveler in the desert, and the moisture between her lips and teeth was the only water source he could find. MMPH. Qinglan, you bastard. The familiar way of kissing quickly led Yu Wanqing to the culprit. Ji Lingyuan's consciousness was completely consumed by lust, yet he still knew that was the name of his sword. Is he? Has something already happened between them? After the kiss ended, Ji Lingyuan pressed his forehead against Yu Wanqing's, breathing heavily. His warm breath sprayed onto her cheeks, intertwining with her own breaths, making Yu Wanqing feel quite uncomfortable. Ji Lingyuan's large hand caressed Yu Wanqing's cheek, his fingers pressing against her red lips as he said in a hoarse voice, "Haven't I already done this kind of thing before?" Yu Wanqing had no desire to hear his question at all. "You lecherous scoundrel, and here I thought you'd been drugged. Let go of me." Having received his answer, Ji Lingyuan no longer held back and directly scooped Yu Wanqing up in his arms. Before Yu Wanqing could even see him take a step, the two of them appeared indoors in the blink of an eye. Yu Wanqing wanted to resist, but spiritual power and spells had no effect on him at all, and even her flying sword could not get within an inch of him when it approached. Ji Lingyuan placed Yu Wanqing on the bed and pressed her beneath him. Yu Wanqing looked into his eyes, which were stormy and turbulent, and wondered if this man was truly not ill. For instance, something like going into heat at any moment. His kiss came again. The more Yu Wanqing struggled, the more fiercely he kissed her, locking her in his arms, every move an undeniable assertion of dominance. The bed curtains fell, and, through a corner lifted by the wind, only their intertwined bodies could be seen, strands of hair cascading over the edge of the bed, both equally jet black, yet one gradually turned snow white in the throes of passion. The moon sets and the sun rises and the moon sets. Yu Wanqing could no longer remember how much time had passed. She had fainted and woken up several times over, long since losing all sense of time. On the carved bed lay a pair of embracing lovers. The man was already awake, his snow-white hair scattered carelessly across the pillow, slightly veiling his face that could only be described as demonically enchanting. Even so, it could not conceal his peerless elegance, especially his celestial features, which were unforgettable at a single glance. At this moment, Ji Lingyuan wore a loose garment, with most of his chest exposed. Paired with the faint, elusive smile at the corner of his mouth, he exuded an irresistible charm that captivated the heart. The woman was tightly held in the man's arms, revealing only her slender neck and pale calves. Her snow-like skin was covered with dense kiss marks, bearing witness to the wildness of the previous night. The woman held in the man's arms furrowed her brows tightly, as if caught in a nightmare, murmuring to herself, "Bastard, stop." Ji Lingyuan, who had been staring blankly at Yu Wanqing, suddenly heard this and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. He is still just an avatar. That's just despicable. How could she bear it after that? At this thought, Ji Lingyuan's gaze grew increasingly profound. The sleeping woman's eyelashes fluttered as she murmured in her dreams. Ji Lingyuan's originally gentle expression subtly tightened, and for reasons unknown, he redisguised his appearance, as if recalling something. Some things can only be taken step by step. Although they had not known each other for long, Ji Lingyuan felt that the identity of Lingyuan Immortal Lord, the supreme elder of Lingshu sect, was not one she would accept. Slowly regaining consciousness, Yu Wanqing felt aches all over her body and silently cursed the lecherous man for his wild antics. Even though he hadn't actually gone all the way, he had still tormented her to the brink of collapse. As Yu Wanqing opened her eyes, she saw a pair of pitch-black eyes brimming with laughter gazing at her. Yu Wanqing was a bit puzzled. "Why haven't you left?" Ji Lingyuan was even more puzzled. "Why would I leave? You used to disappear as soon as you woke up." Yu Wanqing moved her body slightly and realized she was still held in his arms. "Let go of me. I need to get dressed." Ji Lingyuan withdrew his hand, revealing a body that was completely bare beneath the wide sleeve, still marked with traces of passion. Yu Wanqing quickly used Ji Lingyuan's sleeve to cover herself as she searched everywhere for the blanket, only then realizing that the two of them hadn't even used a blanket earlier. That quilt was now being pressed under Ji Lingyuan's body, serving as a mattress. Wanqing looked at Ji Lingyuan and precisely caught the teasing glint in his eyes. You seem to have become more shameless. Wanqing was somewhat uncertain. She simply felt that her first impression of this person and the person now were completely mismatched. Perhaps she had been wrong from the very beginning. This man is nothing but a lecherous glutton. Ji Lingyuan burst into laughter, his jade-white chest rising and falling with each laugh, every movement carrying an indescribable charm and power. Long residing at Cold Frost Peak, the immortal Lord Lingyuan, who had devoted his heart to the Tao, one day fell into obsession and was trapped by lust. This was far more than simply becoming shameless. The emotions he had cast aside for years surged like a tidal wave, uncontrollable and fierce. No wonder that Avatar refused to return to the main body. Such feelings would drive the immortal lord, who sat in his hall with his mind set solely on ascension, into an unprecedented madness. Chapter 92, Moral Benchmark. Within the Frost Peak, the immortal Lord Lingyuan sat steadily in the hall cultivating, when suddenly he sensed a disturbance in his divine sense. Opening his eyes, he spread his consciousness, and the entire Frost Peak was completely enveloped by his divine perception. Then immortal Lord Lingyuan found himself in the storeroom, having taken quite a few items. Though he did not know why he had behaved this way, that person was himself, so why should he meddle further? Sensing the sweep of the main body's divine consciousness, Ji Lingyuan's lips curled slightly, then he took the items from the storeroom and turned to leave. The immortal Lord Lingyuan, seated in the hall. Wanqing had originally intended to argue with Ji Lingyuan, but unfortunately, news suddenly came from the border guard hall that the beast tide had begun attacking the border. Some demonic beasts even leaped over the encirclement of cultivators and directly attacked the villages. Wanqing, still in bed, received a notification through her mission token, summoning everyone to the border for support. The situation was urgent, and Wanqing had no time to dwell on matters of a lecherous scoundrel. She put on her clothes, took Bai Shui, and headed straight to the border of the demon beast forest. Leaving Ji Lingyuan alone, still disheveled in bed, watching Wanqing's retreating figure. Ji Lingyuan wished to detain her, yet dared not resort to force again. Clearly, he had been the one who couldn't control himself and forced himself upon her, so why did he now feel like he was the one who had been used and discarded? Ji Lingyuan felt a bit uncertain. He got up from the bed and went outside, only to see the streak of light from Wanqing's sword as she flew away into the distance. Wherever his gaze fell, Wanqing was no longer there. Only then did Ji Lingyuan's reason begin to slowly return. When Wanqing had been there before, his mind was filled with nothing but her figure, and the tip of his nose caught the sweet fragrance emanating from her. It made Ji Lingyuan want to wrap her entirely in his arms, unwilling to think about anything else. It wasn't until Wanqing left that he gradually emerged from that suspended, drowning atmosphere and began to think. Why did something like this happen? Why did he lose his head in a moment of heat? As for Ji Lingyuan's conclusion after much deliberation, as a clone, he had no right to make decisions for the original. Although the subject himself was still unaware of this matter, Ji Lingyuan had already made a decision. He would first deliver the betrothal gifts. When the main body later comes to its senses, it will not find itself in a situation where Wanqing already harbors deep hatred for him, making them irreconcilable as fire and water. As for whether the main body might dislike Wanqing, or even find her an obstacle to the great path and treat her poorly, that remains to be seen. Ji Lingyuan, also a fellow disciple of the immortal Lord Lingyuan, felt this way. Wanqing's charm was something he could not resist. He feared he might not even have any reason left to resist. Having made his decision, Ji Lingyuan returned to Frost Peak and selected items from the treasury as betrothal gifts. This time, he deliberately made no attempt to conceal his actions, intending to draw the main body's divine sense to investigate. He had already planned for the future as long as the original body met Wanqing. That would be the moment they flew together, a pair of lovebirds. The smile on Ji Lingyuan's face grew even gentler at this thought. Can't keep him waiting too long. As for the flock of admirers currently surrounding Wanqing, as the Lingyuan immortal lord, how could he possibly be inferior to them? Wanqing, who had gone to the beast spirit forest, was completely unaware of Ji Lingyuan's actions. Having been taken advantage of for nothing, Wanqing was already seething with anger, but unfortunately, she simply couldn't defeat that person. What made Wanqing even angrier was that she was now completely certain that the other person's face was fake, and their name was probably fake too. Could it be some ancient monster that's lived for tens of thousands of years? Wanqing was furious, venting her emotions on the beasts in the demon beast forest. The mere thought of this possibility left Wanqing feeling uneasy. Although everyone in the cultivation world appeared young, their actual ages could be separated by a vast gulf of tens of thousands of years. When she first entered the cultivation world, unaware of the power of her golden finger, Wanqing had once entertained such thoughts. Whether to take the harmony path and elevate one's realm through dual cultivation. She had once pondered this question deeply. The final conclusion was that she didn't actually mind, as long as it could improve her strength. If the farming space hadn't revealed its purpose in the Lingtian manner, Wanqing would have truly taken this path. She had also seriously considered what kind of person she would seek for dual cultivation, and what kind of person she absolutely could not accept. Because she was in the world of immortal cultivation, Wanqing did not place much importance on age differences at the time, but what truly bothered her was the disparity in seniority. She had never considered seeking someone from a different generation as her Dao companion, not even as a lover. At the top of the list was the teacher-student romance. In the original novel, the female protagonist Lin Sairu was utterly infatuated with her master, Lingyuan the Immortal Lord, and used every trick in the book to win him over. But Lingyuan the Immortal Lord had a heart of stone and remained unmoved. At the time, the comment section was filled with lamentations, even pinning a label of inadequacy on him. Otherwise, why would he remain unmoved by Lin Sairu, the universally adored female lead? Everyone was obsessed with master-disciple romance, but Wanqing wasn't having any of it. In her view, a master was a master, and a disciple was a disciple. Although their relationship was close, this bond also destined that the two could never be together. At the time, when reading the book, Wanqing was very satisfied that Lingyuan Immortal Lord had maintained the most basic morality expected of a master. Later, after transmigrating to the cultivation world, Wanqing discovered that master-disciple relationships were actually quite common there. No one cared about the age gap between master and disciple. Even if it spanned several thousand years, as long as they looked compatible, it was considered a match made in heaven. Moreover, everyone is devoted to cultivation, and masters and disciples who often live together are more likely to develop emotional bonds. Coupled with the master's extensive knowledge and experience, the disciple easily feels admiration for the master. If the master's mindset deviates just a little, it's perfectly normal for the two to end up together. Even within a sect like the Joyous Union sect, the relationships between masters, disciples, and senior uncles were more tangled than a ball of yarn. The chaotic web of relationships once made Wanqing wonder if this cultivation world was somewhat frivolous. But then, upon learning that she had merely transmigrated into a novel about a universally adored immortal cultivation story, she understood. From then on, the Lingyuan Immortal Lord, who in the original text still adhered to the rules even in such an environment, became the moral benchmark in Wanqing's heart. This senior sister seems a bit unhappy today. Her sword stance is sharp. This is clearly more than ordinary anger. Pei Wuqi, who had come to the border to resist alongside her, also noticed Wanqing's unusual behavior and, feeling uneasy, walked over to her. She completely failed to hear the voice of the person behind her trying to call her back. Senior brother Pei. Li Ziqing's hand, reaching out to grab Pei Wuqi, fell into empty air. She couldn't help biting her lip, a glint of tears flashing in her eyes. She had no time left. Although she is a disciple of the Spirit Void sect, she is also a member of a cultivation family. The Li family is a mid-tier clan in the cultivation world, seeking to expand its branches and maintain its status. Marriage alliances are an indispensable means. Noble families all need to maintain or enhance the talents of their descendants, and women from such families are undoubtedly the best choice. She had pursued Pei Wuqi for 1,000 years, during which she consistently ignored the marriage alliances her family had arranged for her. Her explanation to her family was that Pei Wuqi was a genius disciple of the sect with boundless potential, and that if she could win him over, the support her family would gain would be no less than that from an alliance with another clan. But she had pursued him for so many years, and Pei Wuqi had never shown any response. To appease her family, she could only lie, claiming that she had already formed a romantic bond with Pei Wuqi long ago, but that Pei Wuqi was so strict with himself that he refused to consummate their union until he reached the nascent soul stage. But now, Pei Wuqi had already advanced to the nascent soul stage for nearly half a year, and had become the head of the discipline hall of Lingshu sect. The Li family was very satisfied with this future son-in-law. However, not a single rumor had spread about Pei Wuqi and Li Ziqing engaging in dual cultivation or joining in the Dao. Her family grew anxious. They gave her a strict ultimatum. In the second half of the year, she must become Pei Wuqi's cultivation partner, or else obediently return home for an arranged marriage. Otherwise, from now on, the Li family will no longer have her as a daughter. Facing the ultimatum, Li Ziqing no longer had time to dwell on whether there was someone else in Pei Wuqi's heart. Now, all she knew was that she had to become Pei Wuqi's Dao companion. This matter has become an obsession. Chapter 93, A Timeless Inquiry of Love. Wanqing's fierce assault left all the surrounding beasts caught in the crossfire. What has made junior sister you so angry? Pei Wuqi came over to check on her, a barrier blocking the demonic beasts that were about to attack. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, fellow cultivator. Those around him thanked Pei Wuqi in unison. Wanqing withdrew the Yaguang heavenly net, most of the resentment on her body dissipating. It's nothing. Pei Wuqi, who had walked over, stared at the marks exposed on Wanqing's neck, his pupils trembling. His face darkened, his expression tense, and his voice carried barely suppressed fury. Who did this? Wanqing was somewhat slow to react to the sudden shift in Pei Wuqi's mood. Pei Wuqi's eyes were slightly red, carrying an emotion akin to madness, despair, and pain. His lips trembled, and his breath was unsteady. He felt as if something was lodged in his throat, causing discomfort and a stinging sensation. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. How did you get the injury here, junior sister? Pei Wuqi's gaze fell on Wanqing's neck. The sudden surge of anger was suppressed. Pei Wuqi also knew that he had no reason to question such a matter, but if this was not something junior sister you had willingly agreed to, he would never forgive this person. Wanqing quickly reached up to cover her neck. The beast tide had caught her off guard, and she had left in such a hurry after throwing on her clothes that she completely forgot to wrap up the marks on her body more carefully. Fortunately, she didn't encounter many people along the way, or else she would have found a crack in the ground to crawl into and end her miserable life. Pei Wuqi only felt a dull, throbbing pain in his chest. Junior sister you. I'll go back and change my clothes first. Wanqing inwardly chided herself for not being more careful and quickly left. Pei Wuqi felt the dull ache in his heart turn into a sharp knife, causing him such pain that he couldn't catch his breath. Li Ziqing took in the entire scene, feeling both heartbroken and sorrowful, yet also a surge of grim satisfaction. This man, who had shattered her heart, finally tasted what she was like. Senior brother Pei. Li Ziqing approached Pei Wuqi, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking softly, junior sister you seems to have someone she likes. Give up. Hearing these words, Pei Wuqi's heart sank, but he still maintained a calm expression on his face, frowning as he said, give up? But I haven't even tried yet. Li Ziqing looked at him, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. Why wasn't that expression meant for her? Li Ziqing urged him again, junior sister you doesn't seem to have any special feelings for you. Perhaps it's just that fate hasn't brought you together yet. Pei Wuqi brushed aside Li Ziqing's hand, his mind wholly absorbed in figuring out who could have done this. Mu Yunxi was in seclusion at the Spirit Ruins sect. That meant besides Mu Yunxi, there was someone else by junior sister Yu's side. He had once thought that Wanqing, being single-minded in her pursuit of the Tao and even concealing her appearance, would have few people around her. It turned out he had taken it for granted. A pearl covered in dust is still a pearl. There will always be those who can glimpse its radiance through the grime. He shouldn't have thought that a small mask could conceal junior sister Yu's elegance. He even preened himself, believing that a few brief encounters would earn him special regard from the beauty. Just now, junior sister Yu couldn't even be bothered to brush off his question and simply left. It was clearly because she felt he had no right to inquire about such matters. That's true, he had no right to ask in the first place. Li Ziqing clenched her fists tightly, her originally ferocious expression gradually softening. Senior brother Pei, she already has someone by her side. If you keep pestering her, you'll only end up getting hurt yourself. Pei Wuqi gently shook his head, a flicker of self-mockery passing through his eyes. I don't care if there's someone else by her side. What he truly feared was losing her. Li Ziqing stood frozen in place, staring at the man before her in disbelief. In her heart, Pei Wuqi had always been so lofty and untouchable, yet now he was willing to sink into the dust for the sake of a woman. But what if the person by her side is a demonic fiend? What if that man beside her is a demonic cultivator? The elders in the sect all say that demonic cultivators may have a hand behind this beast tide. It's entirely possible. Li Ziqing's tone was resolute. She firmly believed in everything she said, hoping to pull Pei Wuqi back from his obsession. Pei Wuqi's face instantly darkened, and he rebuked angrily, enough. Junior sister, you would never mix with demonic cultivators. How can you be so certain? Accusing a disciple of the sect, do you have any proof? Pei Wuqi's voice carried a hint of authority. He couldn't understand why Li Ziqing, who was usually so clever, always treated Wanqing so aggressively. After being scolded by Pei Wuqi, Li Ziqing fell silent, her eyes red as she looked up at the sky. Yet, unexpectedly, her attitude softened. She asked softly, Senior brother, you've only met Wanqing a few times. Is it really her or no one? Pei Wuqi answered without hesitation, yes. He was not the kind of person who couldn't see his own heart clearly. Hearing this answer, Li Ziqing's heart felt as if it had been pierced sharply, yet she still held back her tears and pressed on. What about me? Could it be that you've never felt even the slightest stir of emotion for me? Were they just acting out some cliched soap opera drama? As soon as Wanqing returned, she heard Li Ziqing questioning Pei Wuqi, her voice choked with tears, filled with a sense of fragility. Wanqing, who had left to change clothes, did not return to her own courtyard. Na Chenglan might still be there, and if he were to be overcome by lust and try again, she truly couldn't bear it. So she found a secluded spot and directly entered the farming space to change clothes. But as everyone knew, Wanqing only had a few outfits of her own. After trying several times, she finally realized that no matter which one she put on, it always left 1 or 2 traces exposed. The only thing that could completely cover the traces behind her was the clothes he had left her after the last time he came like a storm. Wanqing hated for the first time that she had so few clothes. In the end, with no other choice, he could only put on that moon-white robe. After getting dressed and returning, Wanqing saw Pei Wuqi and Li Ziqing putting on a melodramatic soap opera act there, the inexplicable atmosphere around them so intense that even the demon beasts dared not intrude. After a fierce onslaught, the demonic beasts were already running low on energy. Otherwise, Li Ziqing wouldn't have had the time to pour out her heart here. Watching Li Ziqing confront Pei Wuqi in a nearly frenzied manner, Wanqing decided not to approach, lest she get caught in the crossfire. Faced with Li Ziqing's sudden interrogation, Pei Wuqi looked bewildered. "You like me?" Li Ziqing was almost ready to burst out cursing. "No shit, if I didn't like you, would I have been trailing after you all these years? But I only considered it as us working together." The discipline hall was also often rife with rumors about him and Li Ziqing. In the early days, he had tried to stop them several times, but the gossip only grew more rampant. Since his repeated prohibitions failed to quell it, he eventually stopped bothering. Let them talk. Back then, he was still naive, thinking he would never fall for any woman, believing that given enough time, others would come to understand that he and Li Ziqing were merely colleagues. But he had no heart for love. The rumors in the discipline hall over the years, that was you. Pei Wuqi, having risen to the position of hallmaster, was naturally no fool. He simply hadn't thought in that direction before. "You're like a block of wood. I always thought you'd eventually catch on, but I never expected." Li Ziqing looked at Wanqing, who was standing to the side. "Spreading rumors is not permitted among the disciples of the sect." Pei Wuqi's words nearly made Wanqing burst out laughing. "Look at the person across from you. Is this really the time to talk about sect rules?" Chapter 94. The Demonic Beast Ambush. A 9th-ranked demonic beast is launching a surprise attack. A beast at the nascent soul stage. Help! As cries of terror rang out, countless cultivators scattered like startled birds, fleeing in all directions. Among them, a few figures were particularly striking, their bodies bearing horrifying wounds, still shrouded in lingering, spreading mist of fire. The cultivators screamed endlessly in agony as they were burned. At this moment, hundreds of miles away from them, a suffocating pressure was slowly drawing near, like a colossal beast opening its blood-drenched maw, ready to devour everyone in its path. "Not good, it really is a nascent soul stage beast. Run!" a monk exclaimed with a pale face. Hearing this, many monks who feared death fled in panic, some even directly summoning their magical artifacts in an attempt to escape this terrifying place. "Nonsense. What are you running for? If the demon beasts escape the forest, we'll all die." At the same time, Pei Wuqi and Li Ziqing's conversation was also forced to an abrupt halt. He furrowed his brow, sensing that powerful aura, and immediately rose to his feet, flying toward the battlefield hundreds of miles away. Traveling with him were several other nascent soul cultivators from the borderlands. "Pei Wuqi." Li Ziqing watched Pei Wuqi walk away, clenching her fists and grinding her teeth. "You forced me to do this." Wanqing also quickly rose on her flying sword, but she did not venture deep. A beast at the nascent soul stage was beyond her ability to handle. However, a beast at the nascent soul stage would inevitably be surrounded by a large number of other beasts. All the nascent soul cultivators had gone to deal with the beast at the core formation stage, leaving no time to handle these monsters. Thus, these beasts could only be dealt with by cultivators below the nascent soul stage. When they arrived at their destination, they found that Lu Henny, the head of the border defense hall, had already arrived ahead of them. She held a talisman in her hand, her expression solemn as she stared ahead. Standing beside her was a petite woman with a lovely face, yet the aura emanating from her was not to be underestimated. "And who might this be?" someone asked curiously. "She's that nascent soul cultivator from the border guard hall. Don't let her petite and adorable appearance fool you. When it comes to fighting demon beasts, she shows no mercy and is incredibly fierce," a cultivator replied. "That's right, she's the pillar of support in the hearts of the border guard hall disciples," someone chimed in. "She has a cultivation base at the late nascent soul stage. If it weren't for her, how would the disciples of the border guard hall dare to clamor for merging into the Spirit Void sect?" "How ridiculous," someone sneered coldly. The Spirit Void sect is the foremost sect in the cultivation world. These people are nothing but refugees taken in, another said disdainfully. Merging into the spirit void sect? A pipe dream. The crowd buzzed with discussion, clearly having heard something about the situation at the border guard hall. After all, they were all situated at the edge of the demon beast forest, so they had at least some understanding of what was happening here. As the oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage drew nearer, the crowd ceased discussing other matters, their expressions turning solemn as they focused all their efforts on defending against the enemy. The demonic beast gradually approached, and everyone could now see its full form. This demonic beast had a massive and sturdy body, its skin covered in thick fur that shimmered with iridescent colors under the sunlight. His crimson eyes burned like volcanic craters, flickering with a fierce, baleful red light. A powerful aura of brutality emanated from his body, as if from the deepest depths of hell. His teeth were like sharp divine blades, and his limbs were thick and powerful. Each step he took made the earth tremble and crack. The character King was clearly visible in the center of its forehead. The head of the magnificent, white-eyed fierce tiger was enormous, with wings sprouting from its ribs and the power of crimson flames flickering across them. Its tail was thick yet agile, swinging like a whip, capable of easily cleaving a mountain peak in two. When it opened its mouth, rows of sharp fangs and flames could be seen inside, as if it could spew endless torrents of fire. A faint black mist swirled around its body, giving it an ominous appearance. The tiger-shaped beast exuded a powerful and ferocious aura that struck fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. This demonic beast has gone berserk. Pei Wuqi's face darkened, a demonic cultivator's trick. Lu He and I looked at Pei Wuqi and asked, Chief Pei, you often deal with demonic cultivators. Do you have any way to undo this beast's frenzy? Pei Wuqi shook his head, gazing at the approaching beast. It's too late. At this moment, there is no choice but to fight to the death. Wanqing stood on the periphery in a battle-ready stance. Entering the battlefield of a nascent soul-stage demonic beast would be suicide for her, but since she had chosen to stay in the beast forest to resist the beast tide, her sense of duty would not allow her to flee. It was not because she was noble, but because the education from her past life had long been etched into her very bones. A thunderous sound of running came, accompanied by the roars of demonic beasts, growing from distant to near, shaking the earth itself. The noise was like 10,000 horses galloping, or like crashing waves, stirring fear in the hearts of all who heard it. Her snow-white robes fluttered in the wind, the Yaguang Tian Luo shimmering with dazzling luster. Wanqing stood amidst the crowd, poised and ready. As this group drew near, the demonic beast surged forward with unstoppable momentum, kicking up billowing dust like a tsunami, awe-inspiring and hair-raising. Among this group, a disciple of the border guard sect raised his long sword high and shouted to the heavens, "Kill!" In an instant, battle cries erupted from all sides, and the entire forest border was filled with the crisp clash of spells and blades, deafening to the ears. Wanqing was also infected by the intense atmosphere of battle, her heart surging with excitement and blood boiling as she joined the crowd in shouting battle cries. Her gaze was fixed tightly ahead, a fierce ruthlessness rising in her heart, accompanied by a murderous aura. The aura of slaughter is formed only after a cultivator has experienced enough killing. This aura can ignite a cultivator's battle intent, making their attacks more fierce and causing greater damage. It can also keep their minds clearer during battle and make them calmer when facing danger. Those who possess a killing aura, even when at a disadvantage in battle, often manage to turn the tables and secure a counterkill at the final moment. However, not every cultivator can master the killing aura. It requires certain opportunities, the most common being an epiphany on the battlefield, just like Wanqing. Then, Wanqing turned to look at the gathered disciples of the border guard hall and found no trace of fear in their eyes. Instead, a glimmer of excitement shone through. The aura of slaughter on each person was overwhelmingly dense, with some even having materialized into a tangible form. At this moment, Wanqing finally understood that every disciple of the border guard hall, raised in the beast-infested forest, was a born killer. A beast lunged at the group, its jaws wide open, fangs bared, carrying a fierce killing intent. Wanqing quickly activated the Yaguang celestial net to defend against it. Yet even so, the demon beasts charging over, influenced by the formidable aura of the nascent soul stage beast behind them, had greatly increased in strength, becoming even more ferocious and unstoppable. But turning to the cultivator's side, because of the appearance of the nascent soul stage demon beast, nearly half of the cultivators fled the demon beast forest, while those in nascent soul stage robes all went to intercept the nascent soul stage beast. The remaining people inevitably felt somewhat inadequate. Chapter 95, Undercurrents Stirring. As expected of a beast at the nascent soul stage, over a dozen of us at the core formation stage ganged up on it, yet we couldn't even wound it. Between the nascent soul and the divine transformation stages lies an insurmountable chasm. Now, we can only do our utmost. A nascent soul cultivator, locked in battle with a demon beast, can only manage to restrain it, let alone slay it. Having retrieved the items from Frostchill Peak and arranged the small courtyard, Ji Lingyuan arrived at the battlefield. He stood by Yuanqing's side, occasionally blocking a few sudden attacks aimed at her. He swept his gaze across the nascent soul cultivators ahead, who were besieging the multicolored tiger with the hanging eyes in the sky. In Ji Lingyuan's view, a dozen nascent soul cultivators dealing with a single deity transformation beast was no problem at all. Back in his own growth period, cross-dire kills were a daily routine for him. But how could Ji Lingyuan be compared to ordinary people? For the average cultivator, a cross-dire kill was nothing short of a pipe dream. Especially in the world of cultivation, the difference between different realms is as vast as that between a lake and an ocean. If, during his trials, he encounters a cultivator of a higher realm, and that cultivator harbors murderous intent, then he might as well just lie down and await death. Thus, these nascent soul cultivators united to resist the rampaging deity transformation beast, all facing the trial of death. The petite female cultivator who had been standing beside Lu Henny cast a glance at the beast that made it difficult for everyone to act, her delicate face frosty. The female cultivator was named Chu Xing. She was born on the border of the beast territories. After her village was attacked by beasts, she was rescued by disciples of the border guard hall who had just arrived to help. Later, it was discovered that she possessed a golden spiritual root, and she entered the border guard hall. Because of his extraordinary talent, he became the nominal disciple of the Border Defense Hall's master at the time. The reason he was only a nominal disciple was that the Lingshu sect, in order to prevent the practice of disciples inheriting the hall master position upon their master's death, forbade any Lingshu sect cultivator from taking on disciples while serving as a hall master. Taking on a disciple means stepping down from the position of hall master. Having gained a genius disciple, it's no loss to give up the hall master seat. The trouble, however, lay in the fact that the border guard hall had long been sheltering border refugees without properly handling their cases. At that time, Chu Xing was already a member of the border guard hall. If her master lost the position of hall master, then she would be the candidate for the next hall master. In short, her master could not take her away. Thus, the formal relationship between master and apprentice remained in an ambiguous state. Everyone knows that the hall master is Chu Xing's master, but there was no formal apprenticeship banquet or anything of the sort. The main thing is that a tacit understanding is enough. At the same time, the lack of a proper master-disciple title had become an unresolved knot in both her and her master's hearts. This remained her master's regret until death. Chu Xing, who was also a disciple of the border guard hall, shared the same longing as the other disciples, to one day truly become a disciple of the Lingshu sect. Only then would she and her master be genuine master and disciple. Chu Xing looked at Pei Wuqi. The man claimed to be here to handle the relationship between the border guard hall disciples and the Lingshu sect, but after all this time, Chu Xing had seen through it. That was nothing more than a smokescreen they had concocted to avoid alarming their prey. The Lingshu sect had never intended to take in these people from the border guard hall in the first place. Is there any way to make them, get what they want? Chu Xing had been pondering this matter all along. The situation is now critical and the Lingshu sect has yet to send any nascent soul elders. If she can turn the tide, might there be a glimmer of hope? Despite Chu Xing's small stature, she was already 14 when she entered the border guard hall. Due to malnutrition in her childhood, even later cultivation could not make up for it. However, Chu Xing's combat prowess had always been outstanding in the border guard hall. Coupled with the unique cultivation technique she practiced, it allowed her to unleash power beyond her current realm in a short burst. However, using this method for too long would put her life at risk. Everyone, I have a method to kill this beast. Chu Xing stepped forward, determined to do whatever it takes for the Border Defense Hall disciples to be merged into the Lingshu sect. But I will need all of you to protect me as I perform the ritual. You have a way. Good, then we'll follow your lead. Lu Henning's hands moved continuously, forming talismans. Everyone also stepped forward to protect Chu Xing. Just as Chu Xing was preparing to fight to the death for the disciples of the border guard hall, Wanqing, while in the midst of a chaotic battle with demonic beasts, was also stunned by the performance of the other border guard hall disciples. Wanqing suspected that every single one of these people must be cultivating the Azura path. She watched as they fought with increasing frenzy. Some even sliced off the demon beast's thighs, peeling back the skin and flesh to eat while battling. This scene of devouring raw meat and drinking blood was truly unbearable for Wanqing. But the increasingly dense aura of slaughter gathering around them left Wanqing utterly astounded. These people were practically killing machines when facing demonic beasts. Even beasts with higher cultivation than theirs, they would charge at without hesitation. There were too many demonic beasts for her to waste time sighing. She could only lower her head and kill them. Little did she know that in the eyes of others, Wanqing, this unremarkable-looking female cultivator, was even more monstrous. The barrage of spells never ceased, with all kinds of techniques emerging one after another. Her spiritual power seemed inexhaustible, as she never once paused to recover it. She appeared to be a magic cultivator, yet her swordsmanship was also extraordinary, surpassing many sword cultivators around her. What's even more absurd is that some attentive people counted the spells she used, and found that all 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were complete. In other words, this female cultivator has all 5 spiritual roots. A golden core stage cultivator with 5 spiritual roots. Everyone could hardly believe how she had managed to cultivate to her current realm. Wanqing moved swiftly through the dense forest, her sharp gaze locked tightly onto the frenzied beast attacking ahead. She detected a hint of abnormality in that beast, seemingly stemming from the same source as the violent agitation in the nascent soul stage beast. The demonic beast was enormous, exuding a suffocating aura, with sharp fangs and a terrifyingly ferocious appearance. Its eyes were bloodshot, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth, and its teeth were stained with flesh and blood. Wanqing took a deep breath, gripping the Yaoguang Tianluo tightly in one hand while pulling out the white orchid jade hairpin from her hair with the other, and slowly stepped closer to the beast. When she was just a few steps away from the beast, Wanqing suddenly burst into action, leaping into the air as the long sword in her hand sliced through the void like lightning, thrusting straight toward the beast's vital point. The demon beast let out a pained roar, swinging its massive claws in an attempt to defend itself. However, Wanqing moved even faster, her figure flickering as she dodged the beast's attack. With a white magnolia hairpin in hand, she swept out a blade of fire, leaving a deep gash across the demon beast's body. Blood gushed from the demon beast's wound, staining the ground around it red. The demon beast roared in agony, yet the violent instincts within it did not diminish its momentum in the slightest. Instead, it lunged at Wanqing with even greater ferocity. Wanqing showed no fear, nimbly sidestepping the beast's lunge as she formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of spells, each strike precise and lethal. Under her fierce assault, the beast gradually lost its ability to resist. Finally, Wanqing seized the moment and delivered a fatal blow. The Yaoguang heavenly net plunged deep into the beast's heart, and with one final cry of anguish, the creature crashed to the ground. Wanqing stood beside the demon beast's corpse, panting heavily as sweat trickled down her forehead. She dug out the beast's demon core, only to find it now encircled by strands of demonic qi. Wanqing did not pick it up with her hands. Instead, she used the Yaoguang celestial net to flick it onto the ground. The moment the demon core landed, the surrounding grass and trees instantly withered. Chapter 96. The Love Poison of the Drunken Immortal's Allure. It seems there really are demonic cultivators causing trouble in secret. Wanqing nudged the demonic core on the ground with her finger. The question is whether the beast tide was orchestrated by them as well. After a moment of thought, Wanqing shook her head again. A demon cultivator shouldn't have the power to command the beasts. Wanqing crushed the demon core and used the qi-gazing technique to examine the beast's corpse, only to see a thin layer of black qi spreading over its body. Wanqing then looked at the colorful tiger with hanging eyes that was being restrained. Its body was also shrouded in black qi like this demon beast, only the black qi was even denser. The woman in white was bustling about, and Jiling Yuan's gaze lingered on her silver-white robe, recognizing it as his own. It was just altered into a woman's style using some tricks. It seems he left it behind before. At the thought, Jiling Yuan's face flushed slightly, and he was annoyed at himself for having left only a piece of clothing behind earlier. It seemed there was also a small leopard. Let the later original handle the compensation. Through the art of observing qi, Wanqing discovered that on a mountain peak not far from the border, there was also a black mist emanating from the same source as the 2 demon beasts. Wanqing frowned in thought, deciding to first investigate what was actually going on. She had the 5 elements escape art, so even if discovered, she was confident she could escape and alert the others. With this thought, Wanqing transformed into a wood element body and, using the surrounding trees as a medium, vanished toward that mountain peak. Jiling Yuan had long sensed the anomaly on that mountain peak, but since it posed no significant threat, leaving it to the sect's disciples to handle would suffice. And as for himself, of course, he had to stay by Wanqing's side, ensuring she wouldn't fall into any danger. However, what Jiling Yuan never expected was that Wanqing turned out to be the first among all the disciples to notice the anomaly of that mountain peak. Moreover, she was even preparing to venture there alone to investigate. Reckless. Jiling Yuan scolded softly, his voice so low that it was almost inaudible to anyone but himself, as if he feared being overheard. Although that mountain posed no great danger, it was still difficult for someone at Wanqing's golden core stage of cultivation to handle. The two short words were naturally unheard by Wanqing. Using the wood element body, she darted through the mountain forest, searching for anything suspicious. After some effort, she finally found a cave in a hidden location, filled with an eerie atmosphere. Before even entering the cave, Wanqing noticed that the stone walls at the entrance were covered in all sorts of strange symbols and patterns, which looked very similar to the cryptic scribbles she had seen on the walls of the stone chamber in Lone Mountain City. Wanqing's heart jolted as she recalled the ordeal she had endured in that stone chamber. At that time, she had once encountered a demonic cultivator in the stone chamber, and a chill surged through her heart. It seems this beast tide is truly connected to the demonic cultivators. But where did they get the power to command the demonic beasts? To determine if there was any danger inside the cave, Wanqing captured a low-level rabbit-type demon beast in the mountains, used a spell to control it, and then commanded it to walk into the cave. When the rabbit was not far from the cave entrance, the ghostly talismans inside suddenly flickered, and a dazzling flash of light swept through, instantly reducing the rabbit to a pile of ashes. Wanqing's expression turned grave. The defenses are truly tight. I'm afraid this thing not only defends, but also has the ability to sound an alarm. I need to get inside before anyone comes. Having said that, Wanqing immediately executed the earthwalk technique, transforming into an earth element form and diving underground. She carefully avoided the cave's defensive mechanisms, taking a circuitous route to bypass the obstacles inside, and ultimately succeeded in sneaking into the deepest part of the cave. In a certain part of the beast forest, a demon cultivator who was monitoring the situation there suddenly heard someone reporting in. His face, dark and sunken like a skull, was exceptionally frightening. Coupled with the eerie, icy aura emanating from him, it only made people feel that this person seemed less than alive. Let him come over. The demon cultivator responsible for the report hurried forward and knelt on the ground, reporting to the elder, the restriction inside the cave has been triggered. Who triggered it? It's a low-level demon beast. I found it suspicious, so I came specially to report to the elder. The demonic cultivator elder narrowed his eyes. The affairs of the demon beast forest were personally entrusted to me by the young master. There must be no mistakes. The demonic elder turned to the person beside him. The woman, with her seductive figure and strikingly beautiful features, stood lazily to one side, every movement she made captivating the hearts of men. We'll trouble sect leader Zishu to go and take a look for us, to see if anyone is causing trouble. Zishu Yuran crossed her arms leisurely, her seductive eyes fixed on the demonic elder. I've already done what I promised you. By rights, there should be no further involvement from me. Zishu Yuran showed no fear of him. Though her own cultivation level was inferior to the demonic elders, she had suitors whose realms surpassed his. It was merely a matter of expediency and an emergency. The demonic elder, feeling his heart stir under Zishu Yuran's calm gaze, unconsciously softened his tone. I truly cannot leave at the moment. Would I trouble sect leader Zishu to make the trip? Zishu Yuan pondered for a moment. That's not impossible. But I have one request. I want the drunken immortal's allure. The drunken immortal's allure is a peculiar poison concocted by the old demon of carnal delight from the demon palace. This toxin is extremely insidious, appearing on the surface as nothing more than an ordinary bottle of fine wine. Yet its potency is enough to plunge even an immortal into an endless sea of lust, from which they cannot extricate themselves. This heroine old demon was originally an ordinary cultivator, but due to his plain appearance, he encountered great obstacles while practicing the way of heroine. Thus, he began to devote himself to researching methods of refining love poisons, attempting to use them to engage in dual cultivation with the poisoned, thereby enhancing his own cultivation. As time passed, the heroine old demon gradually became addicted to this practice, ultimately degenerating into a demon and joining the then-renowned demon palace. Later, the old demon of union successfully used his self-refined drunken immortal charm to seduce an ancient great power and engaged in dual cultivation with them. This fortuitous encounter allowed the old demon of union's cultivation to leap from the golden core stage directly to the nascent soul stage, making his name renowned throughout the world. However, this ancient great being harbored resentment toward the old demon of bliss for his deeds, and soon captured and executed him directly. With that, the secret recipe for brewing drunken immortal elixir was lost, leaving only a small amount of the elixir remaining in the demon palace. The demonic elder grinned widely. Hehehe, you want the drunken immortal's allure? His laughter was as sharp and piercing as a night owl's, sending chills down one's spine. You still haven't given up on that Jiling Yuan? His gaze toward Zishu's leisurely eyes flickered with mockery and sarcasm, as if ridiculing the other's wishful thinking. Zishu Yuran's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. The sudden decision of the aloof Lingyuan Immortal Lord to take on a disciple gave Zishu Yuran, who had long harbored designs on him, a glimmer of hope. Anyone who has lived a little longer knows that the first man Zishu Yuran, the sect leader of the Joyous Union sect, ever set her sights on was none other than Ji Lingyuan, who was at the height of his fame back then. At that time, Ji Lingyuan was young and handsome, gifted with extraordinary talent, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy in the cultivation world. However, Ji Lingyuan was wholly devoted to the way of Tao and had no interest in romantic attachments. Many women, including Zishu Yuran, were deeply infatuated with him, yet he did not even spare them a second glance. Chapter 97. Living Towards Death. Struck to the quick, Zishu Yuran flew into a rage out of humiliation. This matter is none of your concern. You only need to give me this item, and the conditions for which I previously worked for you will be wiped clean. I only want drunken immortal elixir. There was a woman by Ji Lingyuan's side now, even if she was just a disciple, which gave Zishu Yuran a glimmer of hope. At the same time, she felt a bit anxious. There were countless female cultivators in the Hehuan sect, and her eye for judging women was even sharper than her eye for judging men. Although she had been fooled at first, Zishu Yuran later realized that Ji Lingyuan's disciple was definitely not someone to be underestimated. She feared that Lin Sairu might seize the advantage of being close to the water and get the moon first. To trigger this beast tide, the Demon Palace collaborated with Zishu Yuran. Let Zishu quietly infiltrate the demon clan, using charm magic to seduce a dragon clan disciple, and got him to help retrieve the dragon pearl that Zhu Jiuyin had stored in the dragon clan. Those not of the dragon clan cannot wield the dragon clan. However, the dragon pearl contained the oppressive aura of the dragon clan, the king of all beasts. There was no need to activate it, simply placing the dragon pearl near a beast would cause it to instinctively flee. It was by this means that the demon cultivator had advanced the timing of the beast tide. Even this beast tide saw the unprecedented appearance of a nascent soul-stage demon beast. Haha, fine. It's just the drunken immortal's allure, take it. The demonic cultivator elder agreed without hesitation. Lord Lingyuan the Immortal is a thorn in the side of the demon palace. Now that someone has overreached in trying to topple him from his divine pedestal, the demon palace is naturally willing to lend a hand. If Zishu Yuran truly succeeds, the demon palace will be rid of one of its greatest threats. It's a deal. Zishu Yuran's face broke into a smile. She was confident that with her skills, she could use drunken immortal's allure to make Ji Lingyuan utterly addicted to her. The assured Zishu left leisurely and unhurriedly. Do you think she can succeed? The elder of the demonic cultivators questioned the demonic cultivator who had come to report. This lowly one has never met Lord Lingyuan Immortal, but since Master Zishu possesses profound cultivation, I imagine no man could refuse him. The demonic cultivator pondered for a moment before giving his answer. The demonic elder laughed heartily. I too hope she can succeed. But in the end, it's a fool's dream capture Ji Lingyuan? It's not that easy. The demonic elder snorted with a laugh. When the demon lord Song Moling led the demon palace in an attempt to conquer the cultivation world, the Lingshu sect was merely a mid-tier sect. Ji Lingyuan had only just entered the integration stage. Yet the arrogant demon lord was defeated, and defeated most miserably. Lingyuan Immortal Lord is not someone who can be judged by common sense. The demonic elder turned his attention back to the battlefield. At this moment, Chu Xing had already taken cover to the side and begun circulating his cultivation technique, while the others were doing their utmost to fend off the beast's assault. Chu Xing suddenly opened his eyes wide, a flash of golden light passing through them, as the aura around him surged steadily, rising from the nascent soul stage all the way to the spirit transformation stage. At the same time, her body began to crack, blood-red lines crawling across her skin. Chu Xing did not pause, charging straight toward the colorful tiger with a striped forehead, using his hands as claws, the murderous aura around him so thick it was suffocating. A disciple of the border guard hall suddenly realized, it seems to be Senior Sister Chu. Senior Sister Chu used that technique. Damn it, if this goes on for too long, she'll be devoured by the backlash of the cultivation method and die. Aren't those people from the Spirit Ruins sect supposed to be so high and mighty? Why are they making Senior Sister take the lead? The disciples of the border guard hall were indignant, all feeling that the others were sending Senior Sister Chu to her death. Enough. Whether the Senior Sister wants to use it or not, no one else can force her. The reason she used it in the first place was for our sake. For the sake of our rightful claim. The disciples of the border guard hall recalled the cold treatment they had endured over the years. Actually, the Spirit Ruins sect isn't really at fault. We received their kindness, yet still thought about taking over their nest. That's truly despicable. Why don't we just leave? Bullshit. The Spirit Void sect has shown you kindness for years, allowing you to cultivate peacefully to your current realm. That's far better than what rogue cultivators in the immortal world get, and you just turn your back and walk away. But they don't want us either. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. As long as the one who sticks out is gone, that's fine. At this moment, Chu Xing, who was launching a full-force attack on the demon beast in a desperate attempt to kill it, was that bird sticking its neck out. Chu Xing, resolved to die, engaged the demon beast in a life-or-death battle. Lu Henny watched Chu Xing display his divine might, fully understanding why the other was willing to risk death and destruction to fight this battle. The original prejudices of the Frontier Guard disciples were set aside at this moment. After all, they just wanted a home. And the Lingshu sect, which had taken them in from the very beginning, was the home they longed to be a part of. What are you standing around for? Give me a hand. Pei Wuqi snapped everyone back to their senses and raised his spear to meet the battle. Just moments ago, everyone had sustained considerable injuries while trying to hold back the demon beast, but now there was no time left to rest. The wind howled through the demon beast forest, rustling the leaves with a fierce roar. The thunderous crash of a massive creature collapsing echoed through the air. Chu Xing stood atop the giant beast, his clothes already stained crimson with blood, which dripped down drop by drop onto the mottled tiger hide. The disciples of the border guard hall rushed forward to support Chu Xing's body, but by then she had already stopped breathing. Lu Henny stood beside Pei Wuqi. Chu Xing of the border guard hall turned the tide and killed a nascent soul stage beast. I will report this truthfully to the sect. Lu Henning took down the wine gourd from her waist, took a sip, and nodded. It is my failure as the hall master. The border guard hall never had the responsibility to handle such matters. Whether it was the demon beasts at the nascent soul stage or the disciples of the border guard hall. Pei Wuqi's gaze swept across the battlefield, but he did not see the figure he had been hoping to find. Wanqing used Earth Escape to evade the demon cultivator's restrictions and stealthily infiltrated the deepest part of the cave. Inside the cave, a mysterious and ancient formation appeared before her eyes. 12 enormous dragon-entwined pillars encircled the circular formation, with dense chains coiled around the pillars. These chains interweave with one another as if forming an impenetrable line of defense. At the very center of the formation, there is a crystal-clear stone bead, tightly bound by 12 slender chains, unable to move. Yet, even more astonishingly, sealed within this stone bead was a luminous pearl emitting a dazzling white radiance. The oppressive aura emanating from that luminous pearl was truly terrifying. Wanqing could sense the vast, majestic energy contained within the bead, filling her with an involuntary sense of awe. Around this cave were scattered several dilapidated cages, with remnants of beast fur and bloodstains inside. Clearly, many demon beasts had once been imprisoned and tormented here. Even more astonishingly, some small cages actually held a few low-level demon beasts. They were all overawed by the oppressive force emanating from that stone orb, prostrating themselves on the ground as if paying homage to it. Wanqing finally understood. It turned out that this night pearl was the very culprit that had triggered the premature beast tide. Someone had used the power of this pearl to drive the demon beasts living elsewhere to this place, thus causing the current chaotic situation. Wanqing speculated inwardly. Yet, she could not determine what that bead actually was. However, for it to have such a significant effect on demon beasts, that bead must surely belong to either a demon beast or the demon race. Chapter 98. Whose clothes? Jiling Yuan never expected to see a dragon pearl in this small cave. The dragon pearl is one of the most precious treasures of the dragon clan, and ordinary people can almost never hope to lay eyes on it. Legend has it that a flood dragon must endure countless hardships to successfully transform into a true dragon, while fish must struggle to leap over the dragon gate in order to become dragons themselves. Once an ordinary, unremarkable demon race successfully evolves into the dragon race, a dragon pearl will be conceived and born within their bodies. The dragon race is known for its arrogance, extravagance, and love of pleasure, with a particular fondness for gold, silver, and precious treasures. The dragon balls were even more precious than anything else in their eyes, often carefully hidden away within their bodies. They were rarely taken out for others to see. Only when a dragon meets an unfortunate demise does its dragon pearl appear in the world. Yet even then, every dragon pearl that emerges ultimately falls into the hands of the dragon race. Why would that dragon ball appear here? Jiling Yuan stared at the stone orb before him, observing the condition of the dragon ball within. He discovered that this dragon orb had clearly been separated from its master for many years. From this, it could be inferred that the original owner of this dragon orb had likely passed away long ago. He shifted his thoughts from the dragon pearl back to Wanqing. Knowing that this pearl had caused the beast tide, Wanqing was attempting to sever the chains locking the pearl in place, intending to take the stone orb away from the beast forest. The figure holding the sword was as light as a swallow, with a waist so slender it seemed barely graspable. Jiling Yuan suddenly recalled that night when Wanqing's arched waist was firmly held in his hand, her neck lifted like a dying swan. He let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. The woman before him could always effortlessly stir his desires. But if it were to happen again, there would be no way forward between him and Wanqing. He, Ji Lingyuan, had devoted himself to the way, never having been stirred by emotion before meeting Wanqing. He didn't want to appear as a lecherous fiend in front of Wanqing. Wanqing severed the 12 chains wrapped around the stone orb, and the orb, which had been floating high above the magic array and was as large as a human head, instantly shrank to the size of a pearl. The stone bead fell into Wanqing's palm. At that moment, a woman's soft laughter echoed within the cave. "Clever little girl, you almost fooled me if I hadn't thought to come in and take a look." At the cave entrance stood a woman, clad in gauzy robes, her figure alluring and fiery, her features equally striking. It was none other than Zishu Yuran, who had come to investigate. From the Joyous Union sect? Cultivators from the Heroine sect all carried a bewitching scent of powder and perfume, making them instantly recognizable at a glance. Zishu Yuran approached leisurely, saying, "This pearl cannot be taken away by you. How about you return the pearl to me, and I'll let you leave?" Wanqing didn't believe a word of this woman's nonsense. "The Joyous Union sect is colluding with demon cultivators, and now that I know, do you think you can let me leave? Hee, what evidence do you have?" The prohibition inside the cave is clearly the work of a demon cultivator. With the truth exposed, Zishu Yuren flew into a rage out of humiliation, releasing the full pressure of his early nascent soul stage. "Give me back the orb." Before Wanqing could react, the prohibitions on his robe lit up one after another, shielding him from the oppressive force. A chill of frost instantly permeated the cave, and frost formed on the blades of grass beneath Wanqing's feet. Zishu Yuren's face instantly turned ashen. "Where did you get those clothes?" Having been focused solely on the dragon pearl in Wanqing's hand, Zishu Yuren hadn't even bothered to notice what the person holding it looked like. After all, they were as good as dead anyway. But now, a familiar restriction lit up on Wanqing's clothes, and the familiar frosty aura immediately made Zishu Yuren notice that the garments on the person before him were unmistakably the work of Lingyuan, Immortal Lord. Zishu Yuren had adored Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, for most of his life, to the point of obsession. How could he fail to recognize his clothes? Wanqing hadn't expected the fierce woman before her to have such a scattered attention span. One moment she was adamantly demanding the stone bead, and the next she had veered off to focus on her clothes. Zishu Yuren's eyes turned cold, her originally charming voice now barely containing her fury. "I asked you where you got that dress. You know who this clothing belongs to? Could this person have known Changlan in the past?" Wanqing's pretty face darkened. Could this be one of his romantic entanglements? Because the previous 2 times she had been powerless to resist, but Changlan had never taken things to the final step. Originally, Wanqing thought that although this man was eager for physical intimacy, he still had some boundaries. Now it seemed she had overestimated him. Wanqing suddenly felt a wave of nausea. She had been gnawed on by a dog twice. Wanqing felt nothing but restless agitation and quickly steadied her mind. Ji Lingyuan, who had been by Wanqing's side, sensed this as well and promptly cast a calming spell into her body. This emotional turmoil was probably because of himself. Ji Lingyuan's heart kept sinking, knowing that Wanqing was in this state entirely because of him. Wanqing also knew that she had nearly fallen into demonic cultivation. To avoid falling into obsession, he still comforted himself in his heart. In fact, she hadn't lost anything either. The supreme spiritual root and white snow are both excellent. Just consider it a transaction. Moreover, this woman clearly wasn't going to let the matter rest. If his Tao heart shattered at this moment, he might truly face death and the end of his path. The thought of death and the dissolution of his Tao path made Wanqing calm down. The path of immortality is long, and she has no intention of dying so soon. "I'm asking you a question." Zishu still spoke through gritted teeth. "I don't know him. With all that hiding and dodging, even his name is probably fake." Wanqing said indifferently, "I got bitten by a dog. I was too busy running away to care who he was." Ji Lingyuan, already feeling guilty, was struck dumb on the spot by Wanqing's words. Wanqing's words were like a sharp-edged sword with barbed hooks, piercing into his heart and twisting it until it bled profusely. He had his reasons. How he wished he could fly away with Wanqing right now and live together as a pair. But he was merely an avatar. Ji Lingyuan's eyes reddened slightly, and his gaze towards Zishu Yuren grew increasingly dangerous. Ji Lingyuan had already recognized the woman across from him as Zishu Yuren, the current leader of the Hehuan sect. Looking at Wanqing's behavior, how could he not know what she was thinking? Now, he feared that in Wanqing's heart, she had already cut ties with him completely. He wanted to show himself and swear an oath that she was the only one for him, to keep her from misunderstanding him. Yet he knew that his own stance didn't mean much, since the original body still knew nothing about Wanqing. He also wanted the original body to first make contact with Wanqing and then develop feelings. Then they naturally got together. Rather than passively accepting that their doppelganger had pledged lifelong commitment to another woman outside. Otherwise, the Tao-devoted Lord Lingyuan would surely slay Yu Wanqing for the sake of the Great Way. If he were to be summoned back by his original self after revealing himself now, leaving Yu Wanqing to walk abroad under the identity of Lord Lingyuan's Tao companion, it would surely invite a storm of trouble. He knew well in his heart that he had quite a few enemies from his youth in the cultivation world. By then, it was very likely that even the main body would not be able to accommodate her. Ji Lingyuan held Yu Wanqing protectively in his arms, unwilling to let her bear even a shred of risk brought about by him. But now his clothes had been recognized by someone. Yu Wanqing's misunderstanding of him would naturally be resolved once she and the original body were together in the future. But this person absolutely cannot be kept. Ji Lingyuan looked at Zishu Yuran. The murderous intent in his eyes grew even deeper. Chapter 99. External Incarnation. The immortal Lord Lingyuan, who had been diligently meditating in the Frost Peak, suddenly felt his mind thrown into chaos as the spiritual energy he was circulating began to run wild. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed onto the coffee table. Lingyuan, Immortal Lord's sword-like brows furrowed slightly, realizing that something had gone wrong with his avatar. What matter could possibly cause him to falter in his cultivation? Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, raised his hand, ready to recall his avatar. Zishu Yuran couldn't believe that the man she could only covet from afar was actually having an affair with another woman. Originally, she thought that Ji Lingyuan taking on a female disciple meant he had developed romantic desires and wanted to get a head start. But who would have thought another woman had already beaten her to it? Absolutely damnable. Zishu Yuran gracefully leaped forward to attack. Yu Wanqing clasped her hands together and chanted a spell, causing earth spikes to suddenly erupt from the ground and shoot towards Zishu Yuran. Zishu Yuran sidestepped, dodging the attack of the earth spikes. Pink petals swirled around Zishu Yuran as she waved her hand, sending an attack formed of petals hurtling toward Yu Wanqing. Yu Wanqing quickly opened the Yaoguang heavenly net, and the umbrella's surface absorbed all of Zishu Yuran's attack into its canopy. You've got quite a few treasures, but let's see how long your little golden core can hold out. Zishu Yuran, as a cultivator of the Joyful Union sect, was not skilled in offensive spells, and in terms of attack methods, Yu Wanqing had a slight edge. But Yu Wanqing was an entire cultivation realm below her. Even the weakest nascent soul cultivator was not someone Yu Wanqing, at the golden core stage, could handle. Yu Wanqing knew the gap between herself and the person before her, so she could only stall for time and look for a chance to escape. Just as Yu Wanqing was about to escape using earth, the petals around Zishu Yuran transformed into a chain, trapping Yu Wanqing on the spot. Zishu Yuran looked at Yu Wanqing's face and said, "How dare an ugly monster like you try to steal someone from me?" The petals transformed into sharp swords, hurtling toward Yu Wanqing. In the nick of time, Ji Lingyuan appeared behind her and blocked Zishu Yuran's attack. From the very beginning, his main body had been trying to summon him back. Ji Lingyuan struggled against the call of his main body while keeping a watchful eye on Yu Wanqing. It was only when Yu Wanqing encountered danger that he cast all else aside, revealing himself to shield her. Thinking back to how this person had secretly followed him before, even trailing him to a small courtyard at the border guard hall, it was no surprise that he appeared here now. Zishu Yuran had not expected his attack to be blocked. Though the person before him had changed appearance, Zishu Yuran still recognized who he was at once. A chilling frost spread through the cave, as if bringing a hint of mystery to the entire space. The man in the crescent-white robe stood silently before Yu Wanqing, like an indestructible mountain, exuding an indescribable charm. The crescent-white robe he wore, identical in style to Yu Wanqing's, fluttered gently in the cold wind, its hem lifting with the breeze like a blooming lotus. Every stitch and thread reveals the exquisite craftsmanship of the maker. When those petals used for attack fluttered down upon him, falling as lightly as snowflakes onto his white robe, they made him appear even more ethereal and transcendent. Even with a disguised, ordinary appearance, he seemed like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Zishu was greatly startled. Although she admired Ji Lingyuan, there was no emotional bond between them. They were complete strangers to each other. Zishu Yuran quickly withdrew her hand. In front of Ji Lingyuan, she dared not do anything to Yu Wanqing. If it had been anyone other than Ji Lingyuan's admirer just now, upon seeing the clothes Yu Wanqing was wearing, they would have treated her with nothing but respect. Even demon cultivators were no exception, because they simply could not afford to offend an immortal lord. Zishu spoke haltingly, stammering as she tried to figure out how to make the venerable immortal Lord Lingyuan spare her life. I didn't mean to, Immortal Lord. A flash of heavenly light streaked across the sky, and the world fell silent. Yu Wanqing only felt a chill covering her cheeks, not bitingly cold, like the cool breeze from an air conditioner on a summer day. Zishu Yuran looked down calmly, only to find a bloody hole torn open in his chest, blood nearly instantly staining half his body, with a hint of confusion still lingering in his eyes. Was there really a woman in this world who could inflict such severe injuries on Ji Lingyuan? At the moment of death, she let out a bitter laugh. Ha ha ha, why? I won't accept this. At its most piercing and lofty pitch, the voice abruptly ceased. Warm blood from her throat bubbled out of Zishu Yuren's mouth. She struggled weakly for a moment or two before finally collapsing limply to the ground. Zishu Yuren died cleanly. Wanqing was just about to say something when she saw the person before her turn around and cast a deep, lingering look at her. What's wrong? Wanqing could see the reluctance in Jiling Yuan's eyes. Then she saw Jiling Yuan, who had just displayed such formidable power, gradually become transparent, until his body shattered into fragments and vanished into the air. A 24-petal ice lotus appeared before Wanqing, who instinctively reached out to take it. A wisp of divine consciousness flew out from the budding flower's stamen, circled around her once, and then reluctantly flew away. Wanqing took out another ice lotus from her storage pouch. An external incarnation? To be able to wield such divine power, with a clone capable of killing a nascent soul stage cultivator, the main body must be at least at the unity stage. Wanqing put the 2 lotuses into her storage pouch and muttered, better to steer clear of them from now on. Even if Wanqing were as dense as a block of wood, she could still feel Mu Yunxi's affection. Mu Yunxi was the first friend she had made since stepping into the world of cultivation. She could not bring herself to remain indifferent. The 2 sides had even reached a point of tacit understanding. All that was left was to break through that final barrier. I only hope that senior can forget about me. Wanqing understood in her heart. If she truly had to find a Dao companion, she would hope to seek a partner whose cultivation level matched her own. In this way, they could support and grow together, jointly pursuing the path of immortality. Only in this way can the emotional bond between them become deeper and more stable. However, if the gap in cultivation between the 2 parties is too great, the weaker one may become a dependent of the other, losing their sense of self. Even reduced to a plaything. From the 2 previous offenses, Wanqing had already seen such signs. This was not what she had hoped for. What was even more frightening was that the other person might only be with her out of a momentary interest or need. Once the novelty wore off, she feared she would not gain freedom either. He already knew what he looked like. He had even seen the disguised appearance. Wanqing tore off the mask on her face, replacing the plain and ordinary disguised visage with a different appearance. It seems I need to find some more covert methods of disguise, ideally ones that can change my own appearance. So after learning that this cultivator, who went by the alias Chenglan, had a cultivation level far beyond his own, keeping his distance became the only choice in Wanqing's mind. Wanqing looked at Zishu Yuren lying on the ground. Beneath the corpse, bright red blood pooled, seeping into a dark crimson stain, while her once charming features had turned a pallid blue-white. Even an admirer he could kill at a whim was already a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. People like this are better off going their separate ways. Wanqing put the dragon pearl into her storage pouch and left the cave using Earth Escape. Chapter 100. Living off a woman. Without the suppression of the dragon pearl, the scale of the beast tide also shrank, and many high-level demon beasts left one after another. Damn it. The demon cultivator watched the shift in the battlefield. What's going on? Could it be that the dragon has been dead too long, and the dragon pearl has lost its effect? A demon cultivator scout came rushing over, reporting to the elder, something has happened at the cave. The dragon pearl is missing. Upon hearing that something had gone wrong in the cave and the dragon pearl was gone, the demonic cultivation elder flew into a rage. Isn't Zishu Yuren investigating this? What the hell is she doing? Reporting to the elder, Headmaster Zishu, she is already dead. He's dead. The demonic cultivator elder calmed down. I'll go take a look. The demonic cultivator elder's form dissolved into black mist and vanished from the spot, reappearing inside the cave. The lingering chill made the newly appeared demonic cultivation elder shiver instantly. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. The demonic cultivation elder closed his eyes tightly. It's over, he might be about to die. The Immortal Lord was staying peacefully on Cold Frost Peak. What is the Spirit Ruin sect doing, disregarding martial virtue by inviting him out? The reason the Demon Palace is determined to rescue the Demon Lord is that, in this world, aside from the Demon Lord, there is no one left who can contend with the Immortal Lord. Everyone in the Demon Palace trembled with fear before the Immortal Lord, and could only seek a way to rescue the Demon Sovereign to counter him. The Elder of the Demonic Cultivators closed his eyes, awaiting death. Demon Palace for 10,000 generations. The demonic elder was stunned for a long moment, and only when he realized there was no sound at all from within the cave did he cautiously open his eyes. Heaving a long sigh of relief, he said, "Good thing I sent Zishu Yuren earlier, or else I'd be the one lying on the ground now." Looking at Zishu Yuren's corpse, where frost had formed around the bloody holes on the body, he remarked, "It really was an Immortal Lord's doing." The demonic cultivation elder sneered at Zishu Yuren's corpse, "Quite old to still be harboring designs on the Immortal Lord. Now look, you've been killed outright." Everyone knows that Fellow's path is utterly devoid of sentiment. Since the Beast Tide's retreat is already a foregone conclusion, why not refine Zishu Yuren's corpse into a puppet and maneuver to bring the Joyous Union sect under our control? That way, we can have something to report to the young master. The demonic elder collected Zishu Yuren's corpse into his pouch, turned around, and left the cave. After all, the Beast Tide in the Demon Beast Forest was merely a diversion, meant to draw the attention of the cultivation world here so that the young master could set up his contingencies within the Lingshu sect. Wait until Immortal Lord Lingyuan is busy suppressing the Demon Lord, then attack the Lingshu sect. Even if they can't make the Lingshu sect bleed heavily, they must make the cultivation world remember their demon palace. What happened? The doppelganger recalled the look Wanqing had given him before he left. Nothing. The Beast Tide in the Demonic Beast Forest is connected to the demonic cultivators and the demon race, and the Joyous Union sect is also involved. You are hiding something from me. The Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord sat in the hall, gazing at another translucent version of himself before him. He was surprised to see himself smiling at this moment. It's not a big deal, you can handle it. You've taken away most of my warehouse. Those are just some small trinkets I placed there, you'll thank me later. He had treated them all as betrothal gifts, stashed away in Wanqing's small courtyard. Still, he felt he had done Wanqing a bit of an injustice. The truly fine things were kept in the small world of his true form. Lingyuan Immortal Lord frowned, inexplicably sensing a trap. He raised his hand to withdraw his divine sense, wanting to see what he had experienced during this time. How could a mere clone ever fulfill his wishes? If the Immortal Lord Lingyuan were to learn of Wanqing now, he being wholly devoted to the Tao, would very likely slay Wanqing with a single stroke of his sword. Lord Lingyuan stared at the additional lotus jade pendant before him, speechless and choked with emotion. He placed the two jade pendants together and tucked them into his sleeve. Who would have known that the two jade pendants, just acquired, would merge seamlessly into one, forming a single piece of jade? The frost-faced Lingyuan Immortal Lord felt his temples throbbing at this moment. Lord Lingyuan raised a hand to press his temple, then put the jade pendant away. These two avatars were conspiring together behind his back, likely harboring some scheme that involved him. However, if something truly critical occurred, they certainly wouldn't keep it from him. Then he would just wait and see. Let's see what this is all about. The Beast Tide in the monster forest gradually subsided, allowing everyone to find time to mourn the passing of their loved ones. Disciple Chu Xing of the Border Guard Hall was laid to rest in the Border Guard Hall's cemetery. This was also the first non-disciple of the Spirit Ruins sect to be buried in the cemetery. Chu Xing exchanged her death for the acceptance of the Border Guard disciples into Lingshu sect. Now there are no more Border Guard disciples. Everyone here is a disciple of Lingshu sect. When Chu Xing was buried, every disciple who came to pay their respects wore the waist token of a Lingshu sect disciple. Lu Henny took out a waist token of a Lingshu sect disciple and placed it on Chu Xing's corpse. Wanqing stood at the back of the line. She didn't know this Chu Xing, but after hearing about her deeds, Wanqing still decided to come. Even Wanqing couldn't have imagined that such a person existed in the world of immortal cultivation. The funeral ended and the crowd dispersed. Death extinguishes a person like a lamp, but some people will forever remain in sight. Wanqing had already decided to return to her sect, and she likely wouldn't be coming out anytime soon, unless she learned a spell that could alter her own appearance. That person riding the wind has a cultivation level of at least the Unity stage. But the Lingshu sect, aside from the Mahayana stage Lingyuan Immortal Lord, has no ancient monsters of that rank. Therefore, Zhengluan is most likely not a member of the Lingshu sect. She planned to lie low in the Lingshu sect until this person forgot about her. Wanqing pushed the door open, and a dazzling treasure light met her eyes. The treasure light was so intense that she couldn't open her eyes, forcing her to squint against its brilliance. After her eyes adjusted to the light, she could finally make out the scene before her. The once modest courtyard was now filled with all kinds of rare treasures. Wanqing was so astonished that her mouth hung open, her gaze sweeping over these treasures. The first things to catch her eye were piles of exquisite and ornate clothing, jewelry, headdresses, and draped silk sashes. They were neatly stacked together, each one radiating a captivating luster. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these items were of extremely high quality. The lowest grade was at least a superior Dharma robe, not to mention those advanced Dharma robes shimmering with spiritual light. There were also spirit plants set aside. These spirit plants were full of vitality, clearly having been carefully tended, as if they had just been harvested. Some of these spirit plants even emitted a rich aura of spiritual energy, indicating their great age and immense value. Furthermore, there were many rare heavenly treasures and earthly rarities, among which could be found the marrow washing liquid that was worth a fortune. With just a single glance, Wanqing spotted several bottles of such precious items. Finally, she turned her gaze to the magical artifacts and spirit tools casually placed to one side. These magical artifacts and spirit tools came in various shapes and forms, yet every single one of them exuded a powerful aura. On the other side, boxes of talismans were neatly stacked, their sheer number staggering. The entire courtyard seemed to have turned into a treasure trove, filled with a dazzling array of precious gems that left one spellbound. Chapter 101. A Marriage Contract. Looking at the courtyard full of treasures, Wanqing felt not joy but a pounding headache. He turned his hand and closed the courtyard gate. Does this guy have so much money he doesn't know where to spend it? Wanqing had no intention of accepting Chenglan's gift, but now, faced with this room full of things, she had no idea what to do. There were so many items that even her storage pouch couldn't hold them all. She had lost all interest in seeing what was actually here. She knew very well in her heart that the reason the other party had sent her so many gifts was to confirm the relationship between them. Regardless of whether this relationship was that of lovers or something else, the other party had never discussed the matter with her, not even asking if she was willing. And now, to make matters worse, they've simply placed these things in the courtyard. Does Chenglan really think she would accept them? It was also a case of a mighty cultivator at the Unity Realm taking a fancy to a female cultivator who was merely at the Golden Core stage. To anyone, it seemed like a sparrow perching on a branch and transforming into a phoenix, a stroke of good fortune. The more she thought about it, the angrier Wanqing became. Chenglan's high-handed and arbitrary behavior made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She believed she held a certain weight in Chenglan's heart. After all, he had sent her so many precious gifts. But from beginning to end, he never once asked for her opinion, which showed that her place in his heart was nothing more than that. Previously, when he was rescued by Chenglan in the cave, that nameless fire, which had been slowly dying out, once again blazed fiercely. A cultivator at the integration stage is at least 10,000 years old. Someone at that level might have countless beauties in their private quarters, a cloud of lovely women, with wives and concubines forming a crowd. Wanqing shuddered. I struggled desperately in the cultivation world, not to become some man's woman trapped in his inner chambers. Thinking of how she would one day be confined to a man's harem, never stepping beyond the main gate, competing with countless other women for the attention of a single man. Then I might as well just die. Wanqing grew more frightened the more she thought about it. She glanced at the treasure in the courtyard, then quickly turned her head, afraid that the glow of the treasure would corrode her. Calm down, calm down. Once I attain enlightenment, these things will all be worthless. Wanqing sat on the threshold, her usual ease and composure gone. She raised a hand and swept the items into the farming space. That was the only place she could store so many things. If we meet again later, just return all of these to him. Wanqing let out a long sigh. She suddenly felt a bit worried about Muyunshi. Chenglan is a person of profound cultivation. It is already a foregone conclusion that he is either wealthy or noble. If things truly fall apart later on, she could disregard life and death for the sake of freedom. But what if Muyunshi were implicated? Wanqing wondered whether she should keep some distance from Muyunshi before resolving the matter with Chenglan. Would it be bad to be a coward when it comes to matters of the heart? Wanqing felt that this wasn't quite right. After all, Muyunshi hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she cut ties with Muyunshi for a man whose real name she didn't even know? Wanqing clutched her head in frustration and groaned. I never meant to play both sides. If this keeps up, I'll definitely fail the heart-questioning tribulation during the infant-forming thunder tribulation. Wanqing felt that in the cultivation world, matters of the heart were truly best left untouched. Yet, she had clearly never touched them before. In the farming space, Bai Shui, who had been left to play by Wanqing, was scrambling to dodge the objects suddenly falling from above. Countless treasures made Bai Shui's eyes gleam with excitement. But Bai Shui knew that all of these belonged to Wanqing, and without the owner's permission, she would absolutely not touch them. A roll of bright red silk embroidered with auspicious clouds and peony patterns rolled down from the pile of treasures, spreading open before Bai Shui. There were also characters written on the silk, the strokes vigorous and forceful, clearly penned with care, each word weighed and every sentence crafted with caution. Two families unite in marriage, forming a pact under one roof. A good match is made, a union of equal standing. Behold this day, the peach blossoms blaze bright, bringing harmony to the home and joy to the family. May future years see your family flourish and multiply, may you prosper and thrive. Thus do I pledge our vow of lifelong union, inscribing it upon this letter borne by the swan. Thus shall the covenant of the red leaves be inscribed upon the register of mandarin ducks. This is a marriage certificate. The man's signature was a lifelike ice lotus, while the woman's signature space remained empty, awaiting someone to write upon it. It was a pity that the man hadn't even spared a glance for the courtyard full of spiritual treasures, so how could he possibly look at a small piece of silk? Let us not speak of how carefully and preciously the person who wrote this marriage contract treated it. For now, the only one who has seen it is Bai Shui, who cannot read a single word. Bai Shuai rolled up the silk scroll, glanced at this treasure trove, and placed the scroll together with a pile of paintings and calligraphy that looked much like it. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded behind Wanqing. She quickly stood up, turned around, and opened the door. The person outside the door was Pei Wuqi. Pei Wuqi looked at the woman before him, who now had a different face, and said uncertainly, "Junior sister you? Hall Master Pei? Why has Pei Wuqi come to see me?" "Junior sister, you may simply call me senior brother." Wanqing paused in the act of opening the door. What did this mean? The rarely touched string in Wanqing's mind was now frantically vibrating, asserting its presence. A forced smile appeared on Wanqing's face. "I am merely an insignificant outer sect disciple, unworthy of such treatment from Hall Master Pei." The dejection on Pei Wuqi's face was plain to see. "May I ask what brings Hall Master Pei here?" Wanqing was now somewhat uncertain. In the original story, Pei Wuqi was in love with the female lead. He was also being too suspicious and overthinking things. Speaking of which, Pei Wuqi felt somewhat at a loss. It was fine during battle, when he had no mind for other matters, but now that he was idle, the marks on Wanqing's neck kept lingering in his thoughts, impossible to shake off. It made him restless and uneasy. Before he knew it, he was already standing in front of Wanqing's door. But now, looking at Wanqing, he didn't even know how to ask. Junior sister you still addressed him as sect leader Pei, and the distance she unconsciously maintained left Pei Wuqi at a loss for what to do. Wanqing, who had only ever been moved by Mu Yunshi's long companionship, clearly saw the sorrow in Pei Wuqi's eyes. "I just wanted to ask about the previous." Pei Wuqi gave a bitter smile and shook his head. What right did he have to ask? "If I am willing to accompany the junior sister alongside them, would the junior sister give me a chance?" What? Wanqing's mind went blank. After a long while, Wanqing gradually came back to her senses and understood the deeper meaning behind Pei Wuqi's words. He was actually offering himself to share her bed. Having spoken the words, Pei Wuqi grew bolder and continued, "To have traveled this journey together through mountains and rivers is a blessing for 3 lifetimes. I only wish to be by your side, even if it means sharing you with others, whether it's Mu Yunshi or anyone else, I can accept it. Just let me, your senior brother, have one look at you, junior sister." Pei Wuqi's earlobes were slightly red, his gaze fixed intently on Wanqing. The usual sternness between his brows was gone, replaced by a tenderness as gentle as a pool of spring water. The unspoken affection in Pei Wuqi's eyes made Wanqing involuntarily take a step back, her heart shaken as she drew in a sharp breath. The male lead had actually confessed his feelings to her. Although Pei Wuqi was not the male lead, he was still a male supporting character with a significant amount of screen time. Standing before her at this moment, he absurdly expressed his willingness to serve her alongside other men. Wasn't this a privilege reserved only for the heroine? Wanqing instinctively stepped back, a movement that deeply stung Pei Wuqi's heart. "I have never harbored such feelings toward Hall Master Pei," Wanqing said softly, her tone firm and resolute. Chapter 102, Background Character? After being rejected by Wanqing, Pei Wuqi left. However, in Wanqing's view, the other party probably wouldn't give up so easily. Unlike Mu Yunshi's gentle, flowing tenderness like water, or Cheng Lan's overbearing, unquestioning love, Wanqing truly could not see what Pei Wuqi saw in her. Wanqing spread a sheet of paper on the table. This was the first time she seriously began to consider whether there really were that many people who liked her. She had never even considered this question before. Come on, she was just a background extra. Who would ever like someone like her? Names fell onto the paper, one after another. These were people she had only seen a few times. Surely she had no connection to them. Wanqing crossed out the names Xiaen, Qin Siyu, and Su Jingheng on the paper. Then, 4 names remained on the paper: Mu Yunshi, Cheng Lan, Hanqing, and Pei Wuqi. Should a background character like her deserve such treatment? Even the female lead, Lin Sairu, doesn't have this many romantic interests at this point. In the original novel, at this point, she seemed to still be interacting with Qin Siyu, while Xiaen, feeling neglected, was getting jealous on the sidelines. Looking at the 4 names on the paper, Wanqing frowned in thought. I'm done for. I'm going to get my comeuppance. If I don't handle these 4 people properly, I definitely won't be able to pass the heart-questioning tribulation when I form my nascent soul. Wanqing felt the urge to cry for the first time. After all these years of hard work, she had finally managed to improve her natural talent. It seemed that with diligent cultivation, she could simply wait for ascension. Now, several men had beaten her back to her original form. This is the downside of not having a master. If Wanqing had a master at the nascent soul stage or above, that master would surely have told her that the heart-questioning tribulation of the core formation stage is not as terrifying as she imagined. For those who have experienced it, as long as they can maintain inner purity and clarity during the heart-questioning tribulation, not be swayed by various twisted desires, and clearly distinguish between illusion and reality within the tribulation, They can pass through the heart-questioning tribulation. Moreover, the choice Wanqing faces is that others like her, rather than her liking others. Under these circumstances, her heart naturally wouldn't be greatly affected, nor would it experience excessive emotional fluctuations. However, Wanqing had no master. She cultivated immortality entirely through her own exploration. This made her mistakenly believe that passing the heart-questioning tribulation of the not-bearing was extremely difficult. She would simply not initiate, not refuse, and not take responsibility. Someone like Mu Yunxi, it's simply too outrageous that she shirks her responsibilities. As for Cheng Lan, how could she possibly not reject someone like that? After sitting and thinking for a long time without making any sense of it, Wanqing decided not to push herself anymore. The facts proved she wasn't suited for handling this kind of matter. She cast these matters to the back of her mind. Wanqing took the bitter bamboo out from his storage pouch. Because of its immense power, he had never taken it out since acquiring it, keeping it stored in the pouch all along. The bitter bamboo has the effect of dispelling inner demons and purifying the six senses. Now that her mind is troubled by distractions, the bitter bamboo can aid her in cultivation. By then, the sorrow of the bitter bamboo will be unable to affect her, and the heart-questioning tribulation of forming the infant will be even less of a concern. Wanqing wept as she worked, cutting off a piece of bitter bamboo and polishing it into a bracelet of bamboo beads. Wanqing had no skill whatsoever in refining magical artifacts. This string of bitter bamboo beads was merely shaped by hand, so it looked extremely plain. Moreover, the bitter bamboo looked exactly like ordinary green bamboo, and when worn on Wanqing's hand, it seemed as playful as a toy made by children playing house. Although the beast tide in the demon beast forest had gradually subsided, everyone still had to remain vigilant to prevent the beast tide from reappearing. Thus another 2 months passed, and Mu Yunxi sent her a letter, saying that he would undergo his tribulation in 3 days. Wanqing also packed up her things, preparing to return to Lingshu sect. After nearly half a year of training in the demon beast forest, aside from exchanging all the demon cores for mission points, Wanqing had also gathered quite a few good items. Just the collection of beautiful demon beast pelts alone had piled up into a sizable stack. These couldn't be sold around the demonic beast forest, but they had high demand at the market at the foot of Lingshu sect. Wanqing stepped on the Yaoguang Tianluo and flew away from the demonic beast forest on her sword. In the border defense hall, Pei Wuqi, who had not yet found any trace of the demon cultivator, remained in the beast forest. Originally handling affairs, he precisely caught sight of Wanqing's departing figure. Li Ziqing, standing behind him, saw Pei Wuqi suddenly look up, yet when she glanced over, the sky was empty. But seeing Pei Wuqi's forlorn expression, how could she not know what he had seen? For the past 2 months, Pei Wuqi had been constantly distracted. Li Ziqing roughly understood. Pei Wuqi, the renowned hall master of the disciplinary hall, had been rejected by his beloved. Just like herself. She silently stayed by Pei Wuqi's side for years, never daring to utter the word like. That junior sister you probably hasn't even remembered his face clearly, yet he dares to confess his feelings to her. As expected of the favored son of heaven, Pei Wuqi, truly skilled and bold. Li Ziqing sneered inwardly, a white jade porcelain bottle appearing in her hand. Pei Wuqi, once so unattainably lofty in her heart, had now fallen from his pedestal. Some methods she had previously dared not use were now worth attempting. Li Ziqing, dressed in a plain disciple's robe, wore a translucent gauze garment beneath it as she knocked on the door of Pei Wuqi's courtyard. "Senior brother Pei, it's me, Li Ziqing." The courtyard gate swung open without any wind, opening for Li Ziqing. As Li Ziqing stepped into the courtyard, she was stunned speechless by the sight before her. On the stone table in the center of the yard were several jars of wine, their rich aroma wafting through the air, intoxicating all who breathed it in. A low voice came through, carrying a hint of laziness and confusion. Li Ziqing looked up and saw Pei Wuqi sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, a strong smell of alcohol emanating from him. His hair was casually disheveled, and the clothes that were always neatly arranged in the past now appeared somewhat rumpled. A bottle of wine sat on the stone table, with a cup filled to the brim with liquor. Li Ziqing stood frozen in place, watching as Pei Wuqi tilted his head back and drained the cup of wine in one gulp. The liquid trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping down onto his neck, where his prominent Adam's apple was clearly visible. His gaze had already begun to grow hazy, clearly showing that he was drunk. Li Ziqing glanced down at the incense burner in her hand, then looked at Pei Wuqi, who was so different from his usual self. She thought to herself, if she had known this person was here drowning his sorrows in wine, she would have just put the medicine directly into the wine and brought it in, without needing to use an incense burner as a disguise. "Elder brother, why are you drinking?" Li Ziqing placed the censer with added medicine beside Pei Wuqi. "You've been working hard on affairs these days, so I thought I'd prepare some calming incense to help you relax." Who would have thought the senior brother would be here drowning his sorrows in drink? Hearing the words, drowning his sorrows in drink, Pei Wuqi's laughter carried a hint of desolation. He picked up the wine flask, poured a cup for Li Ziqing, then raised the flask to his own lips and drained it in one go. Just sometimes, I want to drink myself into oblivion, that's all. Today, Mu Yunxi had just sent him a message, saying that she would soon undergo the nascent soul tribulation. Not long after, he caught sight of Wanqing's hurriedly departing figure. How could he not be sad? Chapter 103, Boundless Desire. Seeing Pei Wuqi hazy with drunkenness, Li Ziqing grew bolder, placing a hand on Pei Wuqi's shoulder. That Wanqing looks like a woman who can't stay put, always running around alone all day, who knows what she's busy with. She's hardly the ideal choice for a wife who supports her husband and raises children. If you're truly serious about finding a cultivation partner, you should choose someone who is suitable for managing a household. Li Ziqing's hands kneaded Pei Wuqi's shoulders, her gaze drifting faintly toward the collar of his shirt, where the slightly disheveled opening revealed far more skin than usual. Though Pei Wuqi was slightly tipsy, he still remembered that Li Ziqing had feelings for him. Now that he was drowning his sorrows over another woman, having Li Ziqing by his side was truly inappropriate. He raised his hand to refill his own wine glass. If you have nothing else to do, junior sister, you should head back early. The sooner we finish investigating the matter of the beast forest, the sooner we can return to the sect. Tonight, she would not allow Pei Wuqi to stay alone. Li Ziqing withdrew her hand and sat down nearby. I still can't rest easy about my senior brother. I'll just sit here. Senior brother, there's no need to worry. I'm not going to do anything. Not going to do anything? Pei Wuqi still wasn't used to showing his disheveled side to others. He picked up a jar of wine from the table and stood up. Then, junior sister, you can stay seated here. I'll take my leave first. Wanqing had already left, and her small courtyard stood empty. Pei Wuqi, now tipsy, felt a sudden urge to visit that deserted courtyard. Senior brother. Li Ziqing hastily grabbed Pei Wuqi's sleeve. If you don't wish to see me, I'll leave right now. It's late at night, senior brother, where are you going? The beast forest is not like the sect, it's dangerous. Li Ziqing tugged Pei Wuqi to sit down, making a show of leaving but dawdling, standing at the doorway without pushing the door open to go. Li Ziqing was about to leave, so Pei Wuqi stopped bothering with her and drank alone, thinking he would wait until she was gone before heading to Wanqing's small courtyard. The wine in his cup grew increasingly scalding, and Pei Wuqi drank until his whole body was unbearably hot. He felt as if his entire body was starting to burn, as though a fire was raging inside him. Pei Wuqi waved his hand, and a jar of wine was knocked to the ground, the liquor splashing and soaking his robes and the floor. His broad hand clenched tightly into a fist, his nails digging deep into his palm, using this to suppress the uncontrollable urge. Pei Wuqi tried to calm himself down, but the feeling only grew stronger, spreading from his lower abdomen throughout his entire body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His throat was dry, and he could only swallow with difficulty, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down incessantly as his breathing grew rapid and heavy. Li Ziqing was startled by the sudden sound of a wine jar shattering, a flicker of caution rising in her heart as she quickly turned around. When her gaze fell upon Pei Wuqi, she couldn't help but freeze in place. His face was flushed, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, and his eyes were hazy yet blazing, as if burning with a flame. In Li Ziqing's eyes at that moment, he seemed like a soul-stirring enchantress. Her gaze unconsciously drifted downward, sliding along his body, a blush spreading across her cheeks as she felt both excited and shy. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Li Ziqing's voice carried a hint of feigned concern, but it was laced more with excitement and anticipation. She knew her plan was already half successful, and a secret joy welled up in her heart. Sensing the changes in his body and recalling that Li Ziqing had brought an incense burner when she entered, how could Pei Wuqi not realize what was happening? His expression instantly turned dark, anger flashing in his eyes. Feeling the shift in his body and connecting it to the incense burner Li Ziqing had carried in with her, Pei Wuqi could no longer be unaware of what was going on. His face immediately darkened, fury flickering in his gaze. He suddenly stood up, knocked the incense burner to the ground with a sweep of his hand, and pointed fiercely at Li Ziqing, saying, "Get out of here." His voice was low and stern, carrying an unquestionable authority. Li Ziqing was startled. She hadn't expected Pei Wuqi to reject her so firmly. Yet she didn't give up. Instead, her resolve to win his heart only grew stronger. There was only one chance. If she pushed too hard this time, there would be no future for her and senior brother Pei. Li Ziqing wrapped her arms around Pei Wuqi's waist, its firm and taut strength making her want to tear every piece of clothing off his body. Ziqing truly admires you, senior brother. Haven't you felt even a hint of it all these years? As the warm body pressed against him, Pei Wuqi felt every inch of his skin screaming with longing, urging him to pull the woman before him into his embrace. Pei Wuqi struggled to suppress the restless desire burning within him, his voice hoarse as he spoke. For the sake of our past camaraderie, I won't hold you accountable. Now, get out of here immediately. Li Ziqing, however, paid no heed to his words. Although Pei Wuqi's words were stubborn, Li Ziqing felt not a hint of resistance from his body, which gave her a bit more confidence in winning him over. I'm not leaving. All those years of companionship can't compare to that woman you've only met a few times. I worked hard to cultivate for you, joined the discipline hall, and endured wind and rain every day. Is this what a woman like me should be doing? If there were a place for me in your eyes, I would have no regrets. But there is no me in your eyes at all. She has already abandoned you. Why not find someone who truly loves you? Li Ziqing grew more grieved as she spoke, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Li Ziqing's tearful confession caught Pei Wuqi off guard. He raised a hand to cover his eyes, the desire growing deeper and deeper. He wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. I've been completely oblivious to your feelings, utterly indifferent. Why don't you go find someone who loves you? No, Li Ziqing shook her head and reached out to undo Pei Wuqi's belt. You won't be indifferent. As long as the two of us get through tonight, you won't be indifferent to me anymore. Already pushed to his limit, Pei Wuqi raised his hand and shoved Li Ziqing to the ground. The desire in his eyes lingered as he looked at her, yet it reminded her of the bitter cold of deep winter. Just give up on that hope. There is absolutely no possibility between you and me. After saying this, Pei Wuqi stumbled out of the small courtyard. Li Ziqing collapsed onto the ground, weeping silently. Pei Wuqi leaned against the wall, staring at the road beneath his feet, unsure where to go. The only woman who had ever stirred his heart had already left during the daylight hours. Pei Wuqi thought of the small courtyard where Wanqing had once lived, took a deep breath, and walked in its direction. The modest courtyard was now empty and deserted, with not even a trace of the faint floral scent Pei Wuqi had vaguely detected during his previous visits. Pei Wuqi slammed the courtyard door shut with force, then, as if all his strength had left him, leaned against the door and slowly slid down to sit on the ground. At this moment, Pei Wuqi was drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration streaming down his forehead and dripping onto the ground. He raised his hand and tore open his collar, revealing his solid chest, where beads of sweat slid down the contours of his skin to his lower abdomen. Pei Wuqi's arms bulged with veins, his fingers trembling slightly. With hands of distinct knuckles, he unfastened his belt, and his upper garment slipped off, exposing his broad, sturdy shoulders and well-defined abdominal muscles, with not an ounce of excess flesh at his waist. Chaotic thoughts uncontrollably drifted to the day he first met Wanqing. The clear, transparent spring water shimmered with specks of light. Her fair and delicate skin was as smooth as mutton-fat white jade. Her waist, so slender it could be encircled by a single hand, resembled a willow branch swaying in the wind. Her straight, slender legs were faintly visible beneath the spring water. Wanqing. Pei Wuqi's voice was deep and magnetic, as if carrying endless tenderness and affection. His gaze was profound and fervent, like a flame burning bright. Chapter 104, The Heart Method of Withered Wood Encountering Spring. Before Wanqing had even landed at Lingshu sect, she saw that near Mu Yunxi's cave dwelling, the tribulation clouds gathered without forming and dispersed without departing. Wanqing quickly flew over on her sword and saw Mu Yunxi lying in a rocking chair in front of the bamboo building, pushing the chair back and forth with his feet, a fan in his hand. His hair was casually tied back, with a few strands loosened by the wind, brushing across his face. His eyes slightly narrowed, with a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corners of his mouth. A cyan robe fluttered in the wind. Behind him stood a clean and tidy bamboo house, and the bamboo sea swayed with the breeze, making him appear detached and solitary. Leisurely and carefree, utterly at ease, as if the one about to undergo the tribulation wasn't him at all. You're not planning to undergo the tribulation in your cave dwelling, are you? This bamboo building might not survive it. Wanqing put away the Yaoguang Tianluo and fastened it at her waist. Mu Yunxi's eyes lit up at the sound of Wanqing's voice, and he turned onto his side to look at her. That would be wonderful. If it really breaks, I'll just move in with you, Wanqing. No, that won't do. My place has a mix of 5 elemental spiritual energies, which isn't suitable for someone with a single spiritual root. Wanqing shook her head and took a step closer. Mu Yunxi quickly stopped her. I'm about to undergo a tribulation. You'd better not come near, stay as far away as possible. Misled by Mu Yunxi's relaxed demeanor, Wanqing forgot that he was currently in danger. Then I won't come close. Be careful. Mu Yunxi nodded, but caught the lingering melancholy in Wanqing's eyes. Sitting up, he asked, was your trip smooth, Wanqing? Did anything happen? Wanqing didn't know how to put it. Was she supposed to tell Mu Yunxi that she was troubled by some unexpected romantic interest that had come out of nowhere? It's nothing serious. Yunxi should focus on the tribulation. We can talk about my matters later. Wanqing changed the subject, looking at the heavenly tribulation with some concern, wondering if it might be unwise for Yunxi to keep the lightning tribulation waiting on her account. Previously, Wanqing had always addressed him as senior brother Mu. Yunxi felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he could also sense that Wanqing must have encountered something significant during her recent outing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called out Yunxi just to divert his attention. With joy leaping in her heart, Yunxi stood up to face the tribulation. I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Wanqing, remember to keep your distance. Having said that, Yunxi got up and went to an uninhabited mountaintop to undergo his tribulation. Although he didn't mind undergoing the tribulation in his cave dwelling and then crashing at Wanqing's place. But given Wanqing's temperament, she would probably force me to rebuild right on the same spot. Dark clouds gathered thickly, like an overturned ink bottle, its dense ink pouring down from the sky as if to dye the entire world black. Lightning gathered continuously within the clouds, crackling and popping like a carnival on the verge of eruption. With a deafening roar, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket tore across the sky, like a ferocious beast baring its fangs, striking toward Yunxi with overwhelming force. In the instant the lightning struck, the surrounding air was torn apart, forming a twisted ribbon of light. Wanqing shouted anxiously from the side, her eyes wide with terror. She suddenly realized that Yunxi wasn't using any protective artifacts to shield himself. What was he trying to do? Lightning mercilessly struck Yunxi's body, his clothes instantly turning to ashes, revealing charred skin and bloody, mangled wounds. Yet, just as Wanqing thought Yunxi was gravely injured, a miracle occurred. As a surge of powerful wood element spiritual energy coursed through Yunxi's body, his wounds healed rapidly, muscle tissue regenerated, and his skin became smooth and new. In the blink of an eye, he had fully recovered as if he had never been injured at all. He even had time to calmly change into a fresh set of clothes. I never expected that this kid's dead would meet spring technique had actually been cultivated to such a level, allowing him to withstand the thunder tribulation head-on. Wanqing was deep in thought when suddenly several explosive sounds rang out beside her. Turning her head, she saw several figures appear nearby, all of whom were dressed and adorned unmistakably as high-ranking elders. Startled, Wanqing quickly bowed and said, "Greetings to all the elders." She knew that Yunxi had spent 3 years as an outer disciple, a hidden gem within the Lingshu sect, but she never expected his tribulation crossing to attract the attention of so many elders. No need for formalities. Just watch closely, it will benefit your future cultivation. One of the elders, with hair and beard both white, waved his hand, signaling Wanqing to rise, then turned his gaze to where Yunxi was undergoing his tribulation. Wanqing stood up after hearing this, curiously sizing up that elder. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he should be a medical cultivator, but he also wore a sword at his waist, suggesting that medicine was not his primary focus, but a supplementary discipline. Yunxi was not only a genius with an exceptional with spiritual root, but also a prodigy who cultivated both medicine and alchemy. Even within the Lingshu sect, he was a unique existence, so the sect naturally placed great importance on him. It's just that his temperament is a bit odd, holed up in the outer sect all day with no ambition to improve. What a waste. Speaking of being proactive and striving upward, one cannot help but mention Pei Wuqi. During his cultivation at the inner gate, as soon as he broke through to the golden core stage, he voluntarily went to the discipline hall, never neglecting either his cultivation or his administrative duties. Now, Pei Wuqi has become the master of the discipline hall, truly achieving success in his career. In stark contrast to this was Yunxi. Even as a youth, he had shown little interest in the entrance trials for the sect, and despite possessing the talent of a top-grade wood spirit root, he was assigned to the outer sect. After entering the golden core stage, he did not choose to join the inner sect, but remained in the outer sect. Now, on the verge of forming his nascent soul, he still hides in the outer sect. If it weren't for the vast number of task points he had accumulated over the years by healing the sick and completing sect missions, he probably wouldn't even have qualified to participate in the outer sect competition. Thinking like that isn't right. If he could cultivate the deadwood spring heart technique to such a level, how could he possibly lack ambition? Each person has their own aspirations. He enjoys a life of freedom and unrestraint, so why must we force him? Do we truly wish to see such an outstanding medical cultivator handed over to others? The elders who had previously raised objections to Yunxi's temperament fell silent. When this young man was at the golden core stage, they worried that such a promising talent would be poached by other sections. Unexpectedly, he was content to remain in the outer sect until now, which also allowed the sect's elders to breathe a sigh of relief. Knowing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yunxi should not be leaving the Lingshu sect. An elder nudged the person beside him with his elbow, pointing at Wanqing, who stood to the side, staring intently at Mu Yunxi undergoing the tribulation. One bolt of lightning after another struck down in succession, and Wanqing did not even blink. Though still worried in her heart, most of her anxiety had already eased. After several lightning tribulations struck, Mu Yunxi was able to promptly circulate his cultivation technique to recover himself. Now, Wanqing was only somewhat worried about what would happen if, in the later stages, Mu Yunxi's spiritual power proved insufficient and his technique couldn't be activated in time. The elder, who had been directed to look at Wanqing, silently made a gesture, asking if they were a couple. The elders exchanged glances and nodded, feeling that it should be more or less correct. Chapter 105, Mu Yunxi crosses the tribulation. Watching someone undergo a lightning tribulation for the first time left Wanqing deeply moved. She remembered the last time Pei Wuqi underwent his tribulation. The spectacle was grand and awe-inspiring, leaving people utterly amazed. But at that time, she herself was also in the midst of her own tribulation, completely unable to spare any attention to observe someone else's situation. And now, witnessing Mu Yunxi's tribulation once again, Wanqing gained a deeper understanding and perception of the thunder tribulation. Watching the streaks of lightning tear across the sky, writhing like silver serpents, Wanqing couldn't help but silently pray for Mu Yunxi in her heart. Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, her palms slightly sweaty, as she inwardly cheered for Mu Yunxi. By the later stages of the thunder tribulation, Mu Yunxi's spiritual power circulation could no longer keep pace with the speed at which the tribulation lightning descended. The thunder tribulation seemed to have discerned Mu Yunxi's tactics, as the lightning descended with increasing speed, leaving no time for preparation in the later stages. Before the previous thunder tribulation had even fully descended, the wounds on Mu Yunxi's body had yet to heal, yet the next bolt of lightning was already following close behind. Wanqing took a deep breath, feeling even more nervous than when she herself had undergone the tribulation. This kid has overreached himself. Seeing this, the elder also grew somewhat anxious. The unique quality of the dead would meet spring heart method lies not only in self-healing, but in the spirit of wildfire cannot burn it out, the spring wind blows it back to life. As long as a single breath remains, deadwood can meet spring. This lad is using the power of the thunder tribulation to comprehend the heart method. You all say he's lazy, but I see he's quite ambitious. Ha ha ha. Although it was only a minor in the medical path, he still understood the thoughts of medical cultivators better by comparison. Hearing this explanation, the elders all nodded in agreement. Wanqing also relaxed a bit. Countless people were willing to take a gamble for the sake of advancing their cultivation realm. She simply hadn't expected Mu Yunxi to attempt something so uncertain before, but now it seemed that even the usually calm and carefree Mu Yunxi was, after all, a cultivator defying the heavens. I never expected he could come up with such an ingenious method to improve himself. It seems we underestimated him before. Indeed, to find such a way to comprehend the Tao in such a perilous environment, it appears his insight and courage are both excellent. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the heavenly tribulation in the sky suddenly turned exceptionally violent. Bolts of lightning as thick as giant dragons descended from the heavens, striking toward Mu Yunxi with an earth-shattering momentum. He didn't even give the crowd time to react. Is this lightning tribulation planning to strike all at once? I wonder if this kid can hold up. At this moment, Mu Yunxi, who was at the center of the thunder tribulation, also felt an unprecedented pressure. His body was struck by the thunder tribulation, blood gushing out wildly, and his body was covered with wounds. He had been stuck at the 6th turn of the heart method of withered tree in spring for many years, and using the power of the thunder tribulation to comprehend the heart method was the best solution he could think of. In the early stages, the withered tree and spring thunder tribulation was a breeze for him, but as it progressed, it became increasingly strenuous, yet this was precisely the effect he wanted. As the saying goes, no destruction, no construction. For this reason, fearing that his usual idle habits might not hold firm, he invited Wanqing to come, with the intention of having her supervise him as well. If he couldn't hold his ground in front of Wanqing, then he might as well just bash his head against a wall and die. He continued to operate the withered tree meets spring heart method, but had no remaining strength to heal the external wounds on his body. Mu Yunxi could only exert every effort to keep his internal organs, meridians, and spiritual sea from being affected. One bolt of lightning after another fell in succession. Mu Yunxi gave a helpless, bitter smile. It seems even this lightning tribulation can get angry. That said, with spiritual power gathered within his body, sustaining Mu Yunxi's vitality and preventing it from dispersing. Even the faintest glimmer of life could bring the dead back to life for Mu Yunxi, who cultivated the art of reviving withered wood. Lightning struck Mu Yunxi, yet beneath his feet, life flourished, grass blades sprouted, Flowers bloomed, and even the air carried a fresh scent of greenery. Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he survived the lightning tribulation, even if he failed the heart-asking tribulation, there would be no danger to his life. Good, good, good. The spark of life hasn't faded. This kid has pulled through, and he's likely gained a great deal from it. It seems the dead with spring heart method will flourish in this young man. This lazy fellow has been idle for years. Let's see how he dodges the sex arrangements now. The elders of the sect were not at all worried about whether Mu Yunxi could pass the heart-questioning tribulation. The lad was sharp-minded and naturally carefree by nature. What could possibly stump him? Even if there were, it would definitely have been arranged in advance. Several elders all turned to look at Wanqing, who stood to the side with a joyful expression. See, it's all arranged now. His true love is right by his side. What does he have to fear? As expected by the elders of the sect, Mu Yunxi's heart-questioning tribulation passed with ease. Mu Yunxi draped an outer robe over his tattered garments, a gentle smile on his face as he walked toward Wanqing. You weren't too worried, were you? Hearing this, Wanqing crossed her arms over her chest. No, it's not my tribulation, so why should I worry? Knowing that the person before her was angry, Mu Yunxi pitifully tugged at the corner of Wanqing's clothes without saying a word. Stray strands of hair drifted across her cheeks, with a few streaks of black soot from lightning strikes on her face, paired with her glistening eyes, making her look pitifully endearing. Just seeking the Tao. What good would my worrying do? Wanqing patted Mu Yunxi's head like a dog. Every time you leave, I worry too, but what can I do about it? Mu Yunxi's words left Wanqing stunned on the spot. She inexplicably recalled the day she boarded the cloud vessel to the sun and moon's secret realm, when Mu Yunxi stood beneath the tree watching her. Earlier, I asked if you had encountered something. Can you tell me now? Mu Yunxi still remembered the melancholy he had seen in Wanqing's eyes before, something that had never been there in the past. This. Wanqing didn't know how to explain it to Mu Yunxi. Where did this strange feeling of discussing a mistress with a lawful wife come from? Alright, if you don't want to talk, then don't. Mu Yunxi was not one to be tactless and pushy, especially since the person before him was Wanqing. Wanqing slowly nodded, secretly relieved. She had originally been prepared to speak. But Mu Yunxi tugged at Wanqing's sleeve, signaling her to look at him. Every time I see you off, I know you'll come back. Don't let me one day watch you leave, only for you to never return. Wanqing looked up. Mu Yunxi's gaze toward her was as gentle as water, staring straight at her without a hint of concealment, the affection in his eyes surging like ocean waves. Wanqing nodded slowly, a beat behind, then broke into a gentle smile. I understand. I won't. Having received Wanqing's assurance, Mu Yunxi was thoroughly satisfied. Now, no matter what happened when Wanqing went out, he was confident that she would not leave his side. Cough, cough, cough. The elders of the sect, who had been inexplicably fed dog food while standing nearby, awkwardly interrupted the two. Isn't it a bit too much to just leave us elders hanging after advancing to the nascent soul stage? Oh, the affection is so obvious. It's clearly us who are being tactless and getting in the way. Chapter 106, Zhangling meets the original female lead for the first time. Yunxi greets the elders. Mu Yunxi bowed. May I ask what business the elders have with Yunxi? It's fine, just go quickly. The several elders were all shrewd individuals, who couldn't read between the lines of what he said. A few of the hot-tempered ones immediately bristled with anger, but upon considering that they might still need his treatment in the future, they held back. Yunxi, now that you've reached the nascent soul stage, when do you plan to come to the inner sect? Thatched cottage has been waiting for you for quite some time. With Elder Lu around, the thatched cottage has no need for Yunxi. Mu Yunxi played dumb. He was not one who enjoyed working. The Elder Lu that Mu Yunxi mentioned was the one Wanqing had just seen, who practiced medicine as a secondary discipline. His primary discipline was the way of the sword, yet he was now stationed at the inner sect's thatched cottage, responsible for treating illnesses and saving lives. From this, it was clear just how much Elder Lu wanted to leave the thatched cottage and fly far away. Elder Lu was already the most skilled in medicine within the Lingxu sect, second only to Mu Yunxi. If Mu Yunxi had obediently become an inner disciple back then, his master would have been Elder Lu, barring any unforeseen circumstances. But Mu Yunxi insisted on being unconventional and simply refused to enter the inner sect. Elder Lu was also forced to work in the inner sect's thatched cottage for many years. It had truly stifled a sword cultivator. Now that Mu Yunxi's cultivation has reached the required level, he can't wait to hand over the thatched cottage to Mu Yunxi. Listen to yourself, are you trying to freeload off the Lingxu sect? Elder Lu said with displeasure, for he had been waiting a long time for Mu Yunxi to take over his position. Mu Yunxi glanced at Wanqing, recalling that she was about to participate in the outer sect competition to enter the inner sect. He also thought about how, in the past, he had been a bit carefree on his own, which hadn't mattered much, but now things were different. Then let's wait a little longer. Give me some time to prepare. Mu Yunxi agreed to take over the affairs of the intersex thatched cottage. Elder Lu clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Then it's settled. I'll go find the sect leader to finalize this matter. Elder Lu was overjoyed. Then I'll take my leave now. Wishing you 100 years of harmony. Haha. Mu Yunxi's face darkened. This old man really doesn't know how to talk. For a cultivator, 100 years is far too short. Wanqing covered her mouth with a chuckle. She hadn't caught on at first, only realizing after hearing Mu Yunxi's complaint. Haha, that's just how he is. The other elders came to speak up for Elder Lu. He's a sword cultivator. You can't expect him to be much of a talker. Mu Yunxi nodded to show his understanding. Alright, since Yunxi has successfully passed the tribulation, we'll be heading back now. I won't disturb you two anymore, haha. The several elders left together, arm in arm. The outer sect competition was not far off now, when Wanqing suddenly recalled the plot from the original novel. In the original story at this time, while the entire outer sect was waiting for the competition, the demonic path suddenly attacked Lingshu sect, catching them off guard and causing chaos. They abducted most of the outer sect disciples and, in the process, took away the female lead, Lin Sairu. But the original text doesn't seem to mention any trouble caused by demonic cultivators in the Sun and Moon's secret realm, nor does it detail the beast tied in the demonic beast forest. Because demonic cultivators appeared in the Sun and Moon's secret realm, the sect strengthened its surveillance of demonic cultivators and eliminated many of their moles. Without enough manpower, the demon cultivators were unable to attack the Lingshu sect. So, in the original novel, the scene of the demon cultivators storming the mountain gate has likely already been butterflied away. If the next few days pass without incident, the mountain assault scene should be off. Within the inner sect, there is a peach blossom paradise, with peach forests stretching for 100 miles. Whenever the peach blossoms bloom in fragrant splendor, it becomes the favorite place for inner sect disciples to visit. It is said that every peach tree in the orchard was planted one by an elder of the sect, in memory of his deceased Dao companion. Each tree here bears witness to the elder's deep reverence for his Dao companion. Beneath the peach tree whose blossoms had all but faded, Lin Sairu danced gracefully, flitting through the thicket like a light butterfly. Petals drifted down in a flurry, like a splendid rain of flowers. Her long sleeves danced in the air, graceful and elegant like willow branches swaying in a gentle breeze. The wide, flowing sleeves opened and closed with ease, at times concealing her delicate features, at others revealing half of her stunningly beautiful face. Her feet lightly rose onto the tips of her toes, as if treading upon clouds. Her spinning movements were as ethereal as a water nymph, intoxicating the heart. Her skirt flared up magnificently, like a blooming flower, breathtakingly beautiful. As the music came to an end, Lin Sairu slowly stopped moving, breathing lightly, a faint blush spreading across her face like a delicate peach blossom in full bloom. At that moment, a man stepped out from behind the tree, his gaze fixed on Lin Sairu, filled with astonishment and admiration. He said softly, "A beauty dances like a lotus twirling, a sight the worldly eyes have never seen. Only I am blessed to witness it, forgetting all that is mundane." His voice was deep and magnetic. Lin Sairu seemed completely unprepared for the possibility that there might be someone else behind the tree. Startled, she twisted her ankle. Lin Sairu's brows furrowed slightly, her expression pained. The man hurried over. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have startled you, miss." "Shall I take a look for you, miss?" Lin Sairu was somewhat angry. "Who are you?" "You're also an inner disciple, so why haven't I seen you before?" Lin Sairu, whose expression had been unfriendly, softened considerably the moment she saw the man's face. The man before her had sharply defined features, thick brows, a high nose bridge, and a handsomeness carved like a blade. His dark, deep-set eyes held a wild, untamed allure, both seductive and dangerous. The man let out a soft laugh. "I am Song Ling, indeed an inner disciple, but I've been in seclusion lately, away from worldly affairs. You look unfamiliar to me as well. Could you be a newly promoted disciple of the sect?" After a fleeting glimpse of that woman in Lone Mountain City, Song Ling, the young master of the demonic sect, could not stop thinking about her. Only then did he recall that the highly anticipated Lord Ling Yuan of the Immortal realm had recently taken on a stunningly beautiful new disciple, rumored to possess a face that could topple kingdoms. After returning to Lingshu sect, Sing Ling deliberately made inquiries. Sure enough, although that woman had only recently joined the sect, she had already gained quite a reputation for her beauty. Some even spread the word that in the vast cultivation world, Lin Sairu should be considered the foremost beauty. This piqued the deep interest of Song Ling, who had a fondness for beauties. Moreover, since Lin Sairu was also a disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, it became all the more necessary to get close to her. Upon meeting Lin Sairu today, she truly lived up to her reputation, a dance that could topple a city, with a graceful and enchanting figure. Yet for some reason, Songling couldn't help but feel a distinct lack of interest. He felt that the person before him still fell far short of the figure who had struck him down with a single blow that day. Recalling that poised and graceful figure, with a countenance as cool and ethereal as a moon goddess, and then looking at Lin Sairu, who was dressed in gaudy finery and blushing before even speaking, the latter suddenly seemed somewhat vulgar. Even the way she pouted in anger seemed somewhat affected and artificial. What new disciple? I've been a formal disciple for years now. Just how long have you been in seclusion? You can't possibly be unaware that Immortal Lord Lingyuan has taken an apprentice. Lin Sairu lifted her chin slightly. Being the disciple of Immortal Lord Lingyuan was the most unique label she bore. The man before her was quite handsome, and she had her mind set on taking him in, so she needed to appear even more unattainable. This made her approachable nature all the more captivating. Sang Ling feigned astonishment. Could it be that you are the disciple of that esteemed Immortal Lord Lingyuan? It is all due to the master's favor. In truth, Sairi is no different from the other disciples of the sect. Chapter 107. Demon cultivators attack the mountain. Chatting made them lose track of time. It was quite a while before Lin Sairu remembered she still had an appointment with someone else, so she hurriedly bid farewell to Tsang Ling and left. When she left, Lin Sairu's cheeks were flushed. Ever since she began cultivating the joyful union heart technique, she had developed a special sensitivity toward men, able to sense which ones would perform better in dual cultivation and how much yang energy they possessed. And what Tong Ling made her feel was that he was the kind who would perform very well, with an abundance of yang energy in his body. What a pity that Yuanong is no longer here. Lin Sairu sighed regretfully to herself. Then again, it's only natural. With Tsang Ling's looks, plenty of women would set their sights on him. Some little vixen was bound to succeed eventually. But after meeting me, no matter how many women surround him, they'll all pale in comparison, like yesterday's withered blooms. Lin Sairu was completely confident in her own appearance. Someone called out to Lin Sairu. He was precisely Lin Sairu's cultivation partner during this period, but Lin Sairu had grown somewhat impatient with him. This person watched her even more closely than her master did. She didn't want others to know about her dual cultivation with anyone, yet this man couldn't wait to tell everyone that he had become her intimate guest. Several times, she was stopped by Lin Sairu. If others were to find out about this, how could she ever go find a better man? She couldn't even imagine what would happen if her pure and flawless master found out, how she would appear in his eyes. Lin Sairu pretended not to hear and quickened her pace forward. Moreover, during this time, he had been indulging in pleasure with Lin Sairu, and the benefits he could bring her had long since dwindled. Now, he was even feeling somewhat inadequate. How could Lin Sairu not be angry? The man she finally managed to pick out turned out to be one who doesn't earn money. It hasn't even been that long since it was used. Having long delved into the way of union, Lin Sairu was no longer the shy, bashful girl she once was when it came to matters of the heart. Now she knew well that in the cultivation world, some men were exceptionally gifted or practiced special techniques, allowing them to persist in the path of dual cultivation through the changing seasons without any issue. For instance, Zhang Ling, whom she had just encountered, Lin Sairu speculated that he should be able to hold out for such a long time. The more Lin Sairu thought about it, the more emotionally stirred she became, and she resolved to invest more effort into Zhang Ling during this period, striving to win him over as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Sairu felt somewhat disheartened again. Qin Siyu, whom she had set her sights on early on, remained indifferent to her, and she had exhausted every trick without any effect. Xia En, who had originally fallen for her at first sight, gradually grew distant, spending all day shut in his room painting. She had secretly glanced at the figure in the painting, a woman in red robes, with an aloof demeanor and an otherworldly beauty. Under Xia En's brushstrokes, the woman was flawless in every aspect. Lin Sairu refused to believe that there could be a woman in this world more outstanding than herself. It must be that Xia En, blinded by love, sees his sweetheart as a beauty. But that's fine too. When that woman finally shows her face and she stands beside her, the contrast will be clear. Lin Sairu doesn't believe that Xia En, who only loves good looks, would still choose that woman. Watching Xia En remain distracted and listless all day, Lin Sairu felt that woman must be someone he had met outside the sect. Otherwise, by now he would surely be hovering around her just as he used to do with herself. She had better hide forever, or else Lin Sairu would make sure that woman tasted the consequences of seducing her man. In the peach blossom forest, after Lin Sairu left, a man of ordinary appearance suddenly appeared behind Song Ling. Young master, we are ready. The protective mountain array of the Lingshu sect can be opened at any time. Xing Ling twisted the ring on his finger. And what about the defensive array of the inner sect? The inner gate. The formation at the inner gate is somewhat tricky. With our limited strength, we could only sneak in. Opening it to let the others in is truly beyond our ability. The man lowered his head in shame. Forget it, you've done your best. Being able to open the outer gate right under the nose of the spiritual abyss Immortal Lord is already quite an achievement. Zhang Ling opened his palm, then clenched it into a fist. Go inform the one in the back mountain that we are about to begin our operation. Have him lend us a hand and hold off Lord Lingwan. Zhang Ling clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the outer sect just a wall away from the inner sect. The man cupped his fists in a salute, acknowledged the order, and departed. Inner disciples are merely a place where the spirit void sect nurtures geniuses, used to solidify their reputation as the foremost sect. Only the outer disciples are the swords in their hands. I want to see, when all these swords of the spirit void sect are broken, what will they use to suppress the four corners of the world? After Mu Yunxi successfully crossed the tribulation, he needed to stabilize his cultivation. Wanqing took this opportunity to make a trip down the mountain and sold all the beast materials she had obtained from the demon beast forest. She earned quite a few spirit stones. Wanqing weighed the spirit stone pouch in her hand, which wasn't particularly heavy. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, the demand for spiritual energy from her top-grade 5-element spiritual root had multiplied. Given her current rate of earning spirit stones, she could barely afford to sustain the needs of such a rare spiritual root. Her cultivation speed would also slow down considerably. Arriving at the main gate of Lingshu sect, Wanqing took out her disciple token, showed it to the gatekeeper disciple, and then reattached it to her waist. Within Lingshu sect, without a disciple token, one cannot pass through the sect's protective mountain array. However, if it is lost, one can smear their own blood on the array. The mountain protecting formation will also let you in. Passing through the mountain protecting formation felt like passing through a thin layer of flowing water. Boom. Rumble. A sound like mountains crumbling and earth splitting came from the rear mountain. What's going on? It's nothing. It's the demon lord sealed in the back mountain, guarded by Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, so he can't get out. Wanqing gazed into the distance at the back mountain, recalling that the first time she had felt such turmoil was back in the Shirong realm. How much time had passed between these two upheavals? A sudden sense of foreboding surged in Wanqing's heart, as if something was about to happen. Just then, she heard exclamations all around. The mountain protecting formation. Quick, look at the mountain protecting formation. Why is the mountain protecting formation gone? Who turned it off? The grand protective formation that had shrouded the spirit ruins sect for years had now vanished without a trace. This made Wanqing's heart tighten, as she realized the situation might be dire. Sure enough, the next moment someone shouted, "Someone's attacking the mountain. The demon cultivators are coming up." The demon cultivators had finally arrived, and the plot officially began to unfold. Wanqing frowned deeply, cursing inwardly. She had originally thought this part of the plot had been butterflied away by the events in the Sun and Moon's secret realm. But as it stands now, the corrective force of the plot is clearly stronger. A burst of wild laughter and shouts came from the foot of the mountain. Wanqing looked toward the sound and saw a group of demonic cultivators charging up the mountain path. "Haha, Spirit Ruins Sect. The Demon Palace has come to pay you a visit. The Eastern Sea is so cold, come keep us company. Ha 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 ha. Your big bro here is really something, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." They kept spewing filthy language from their mouths, making anyone who heard it feel disgusted. Quick, press the attack now or it'll be too late once they come to their senses. The young master has already arranged everything. Activating this mountain protecting formation won't be so easy. We have all the time in the world to have some fun with them, ha ha ha. Chapter 108, Recognized. At that very moment, demonic cultivators surged forth like a tide, attacking the mountain from all directions, completely catching everyone off guard. The disciples at the main gate all raised their weapons, launching attacks without regard for their own safety, trying to stop the demon cultivators from entering the sect. Wanqing knew that this time the demon cultivators had come with the purpose of dealing a heavy blow to the Lingshu sect. If he truly fell into the hands of the demon cultivators, he would surely suffer a fate worse than death. Wanqing swiftly unleashed her spiritual power, and countless vines and branches writhed like spirit serpents, striking fiercely at the demon cultivators. Some lower-level demon cultivators were instantly blocked by Wanqing's vines. However, these demon cultivators had clearly come prepared. Those who could be easily eliminated by Wanqing with a single strike were obviously nothing more than cannon fodder. Wanqing's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, she soared into the air. The Yaguang Tian Luo in her hand suddenly appeared, transforming into a sharp longsword that, with a fierce sword aura, slashed fiercely toward the demon cultivators. Meanwhile, the other disciples also engaged in a breathtaking life-and-death struggle with the demon cultivators. They unleashed their respective signature skills, fiercely battling the demon cultivators. The elders within the sect realized something was wrong the moment they saw the mountain protecting formation suddenly vanish. Disaster! The demon cultivators are attacking. Hurry and protect the sect disciples. I'll go check on the mountain protecting formation. There must be a demon cultivator spy among us. Wanqing was locked in fierce combat with the demonic cultivator when suddenly a powerful aura surged from afar. Wanqing looked up and saw an old man in a black robe sitting cross-legged in a sedan chair suspended in midair, while black cheese spread from the figures pulling the carriage ahead. The man watched the battle below with cold eyes, flanked by a row of people whose cultivation levels were at least at the nascent soul stage. The old man in black robes beckoned to those behind him, pointing at the people below. The young master has ordered that no one from the Spirit Void sect be left alive. Those people plunged into the crowd, killing anyone they saw with brutal methods. Elder of the Demon Palace. A shock ran through Wanqing's heart. In the original text, because Lord Lingyuan could not leave the mountain, the outer sect of Lingshu's sect had suffered heavy losses. It was likely that the demon cultivators had intended from the very start to annihilate the entire outer sect, but for various reasons they failed to do so, and instead abducted a large number of people, imprisoning them in the demon palace to be tortured. The old man in black robes sat above, observing coldly, when he suddenly raised his hand and waved, sending a surge of black demonic energy sweeping toward the disciples of the Spirit Void sect below. Wanqing and the others quickly channeled their spiritual power, exerting all their strength to resist. Overreaching yourself. The old man in the black robe snorted coldly and increased his strength. Wanqing immediately felt the pressure multiply, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Soon after, a disciple who couldn't hold on was sent flying. With one balance broken, the disciples who had been joining forces to resist were sent flying one after another. As a 5-spirit root cultivator, Wanqing possessed far more spiritual energy than the others, yet despite her determination to hold on, the gap in their cultivation levels proved insurmountable, and she fell to the ground after taking a blow. Just then, the elder of Lingshu's sect arrived in time and defused the attack of the black-robed old man with a single move. Devour heart, old fiend. What audacity, daring to attack the Spirit Ruin sect. The black-robed elder snorted coldly. Whenever I think of my master still trapped in the Spirit Ruin sect, I find myself utterly fixated on you, dreaming even of the gates of your Spirit Ruin sect. The elder of the Spirit Ruin sect glared with wide eyes, his aura erupting from his entire body. That matter from years ago has long been settled. Now that your demon palace dares to come knocking on our door, are you not afraid of reigniting the war between righteous and demonic sects? The heart-devouring old demon burst into laughter. A war between righteous and demonic sects? As long as we rescue the demon lord, our demon palace will unify the cultivation world in no time. Why should we fear any war between the two realms? As they spoke, the two sides had already clashed in battle. For a time, the entire outer sect was filled with the unceasing sounds of battle cries and magical explosions. Song Ling, where are you taking me? Lin Sairu followed behind Song Ling, utterly puzzled. With such a major incident happening in the outer sect, I should be with the sect elders to defend the Lingshu sect. Seeing that Sang Ling did not reply, only pulling her hand and walking out with single-minded determination, Lin Sairu was uncertain about what he truly intended to do. Nature is a wonderful place. As long as they capture the woman before them, even if Elder Hearteater's operation fails, their demon palace's mission this time will still be a great victory. The two were meeting for the first time today, and despite Lin Sairu's favorable impression of him, she couldn't bring herself to feel at ease. She stopped in her tracks and said, "You'd better let go of me. I'm not going any further. Whether you go or not isn't up to you." Since he had already lured the person out, Sang Ling stopped pretending. His pitch-black hair stirred without wind, and the simple robes of the Spirit Ruin sect transformed into a black gown with a long trailing hem, shimmering with a deep vermilion luster. An ornate crown and belt were adorned with all kinds of dazzling, radiant gems. Demonic energy radiated from his body, his dark red eyes flickering with a dangerous light. You're a demon cultivator." Lin Sairu exclaimed in shock, struggling even more violently. She had no desire to fall into the hands of a demon cultivator. It's too late to realize that now. Sang Ling pinned Lin Sairu's hands, pulling her into his embrace. "You can't escape anymore. Just come back to the demon palace with me. Wait for your master to come and save you." Sang Ling transformed into a black mist and took Lin Sairu away. "You liar, how dare you deceive me? You're just too naive, actually believing a stranger you've only met once. Help!" Already surrounded on all sides by demonic cultivators with no way out, Wanqing suddenly heard someone cry for help. She quickly transformed into a water elemental form and escaped through the encirclement of demonic cultivators. A demonic cultivator cursed loudly, "That little wench sure can run. I've been watching her for a long time, and her escape arts are so masterful she's like a slippery loach. Better not waste any more time on her. Let's hurry up and finish the mission." I heard these people we capture will all become our cauldrons, who knows, we might even get a taste or two. Ha ha ha. Wanqing emerged from a concealed spot, her waterwalk form granting immunity to physical damage. Having been overwhelmed by the demonic cultivator's pressure, she finally managed to catch a brief moment to breathe. When the demonic cultivator launched its assault, she was right at the main entrance, essentially on the front line of battle, an extremely dangerous position. Moreover, Wanqing was naturally more adept at spellcasting, her attack speed slower than that of a sword cultivator, forcing her to cast spells without a single pause. You bastard, let me go. A coquettish exclamation diverted Wanqing's attention. If not for the ongoing battle before her, she might have thought she had stumbled into a lover's quarrel scene. Wanqing turned and saw a demon cultivator holding a female cultivator from Lingshu's sect around the waist, their posture intimate. Wanqing, knowing full well that the demon palace planned to capture people from Lingshu's sect to use as cauldrons, immediately shouted sternly in reprimand, "How dare you, demon cultivator! Release my sect's disciple!" Withdrawing the Yaoguang Tianluo from her hand, Wanqing took down the white magnolia hairpin from her bun, intending to rescue the person. A woman trying to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Zhangling looked up and saw a female cultivator standing nearby, pointing a magical hairpin at him. The female cultivator's features were indistinct, but her slender, graceful figure and the cool, aloof demeanor in her every movement felt very familiar to Zhangling. Zhangling's gaze suddenly turned sinister and fanatical, his expression manic, like a greedy mad dog that had locked onto the bone it craved. "It's you, isn't it? Haha, have you been to Gushan City?" Chapter 109, Severely Wounded. Wanqing frowned. The state of the person before her perfectly matched the common understanding of how mad cultivators of demonic arts could be, but wasn't this a bit too insane? "You've seen me before?" Wanqing frowned. In her memory, the only demon cultivators she knew were Yifeng from Gushan City and the one she had struck with a lightning tribulation. But judging by this man's frenzied demeanor, he was nothing like the demon cultivator who had cornered her that day. Zhangling had already confirmed that Wanqing was the woman he had seen at the residence that day. As for why her appearance had changed, it was likely because she had used some method to conceal her features. For a female cultivator who is aloof and devoted to the path of cultivation, an overly striking appearance can instead become a burden. And indeed, she had encountered someone like me, who harbors ill intentions. Zhangling tossed Lin Sairu aside, using demonic energy to bind her, rendering her unable to move. Only then did Wanqing see clearly that the person in the demon cultivator's arms was none other than the female lead, Lin Sairu. A sinking feeling in her heart, Wanqing realized she had somehow become entangled in the plot. "I am Zhangling, the young master of the demon palace." Zhangling revealed a sinister smile. "I wonder if the young lady would be willing to return to the demon palace with me. I will certainly prepare a warm welcome." Having been suddenly snubbed, Lin Sairu was already displeased. Although she had been tied up earlier, Lin Sairu was not anxious. She knew that no matter what situation she fell into, her master would surely come to rescue her. But being ignored was something Lin Sairu could not tolerate. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention, surrounded by admirers like stars around the moon. Yet now, Zhangling had set her aside for a woman who was inferior to her in every way. Lin Sairu glared indignantly at Wanqing. Though Lin Sairu looked down on other women, she analyzed her enemies thoroughly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. She knew that only in this way could she thoroughly trample underfoot those women who posed a threat to her. An obscure outer disciple with unexpectedly decent cultivation, it seems he trains diligently in his spare time. But compared to her supreme-grade water spirit root talent, what is diligent training worth? His appearance was beyond words, absolutely the kind that would blend into a crowd and be invisible in the cultivation world. Compared to her, it would be an insult to one's own face. Her figure was the only thing that was decent, though unfortunately she was still young, her body slender, and still developing. But Lin Sairu was certain that her figure would be nothing short of impressive in the future. A woman like that, yet Zhangling treated her better than he treated himself. Truly a demon cultivator, practicing the demonic path has rotted his brain. Lin Sairu was fuming over there, while Wanqing felt a bit flustered. Getting involved in the plot was absolutely something she had never anticipated. Wanqing, who had originally wanted to save someone, instantly set aside that thought. No way. The female lead, Lin Sairu, was a charmer beloved by all, and with the backing of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, entering the Demon Palace was nothing short of a pleasure trip. But once she falls into the hands of a demon cultivator, she will surely suffer a fate worse than death. Why hesitate, miss? Once you enter the Demon Palace, Zhangling will never treat you unfairly. Zhangling approached step by step. Wanqing turned and fled, though she had no idea why Zhangling, the male lead, would recognize her and want to take her to the demon palace. Judging by his demeanor, he seems to quite like himself. So what? She wouldn't get close to a demon cultivator. Moreover, with the female lead present, any affection would ultimately shift onto the protagonist Lin Sairu. Wanqing only dared to invest more of her personal feelings in someone like Mu Yunxi, who had never appeared in the storyline. Miss, don't run. I'm serious. Ling chased after Wanqing with a cheerful laugh, as leisurely as a cat toying with a mouse. Wanqing hadn't fled far before she felt her strength waning, waves of pain surging from her heart. She leaned against a tree and collapsed to her knees. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The heart-eating elder's heart-eating art drives demonic energy into a person's heart meridian. The more the injured person uses their spiritual power, the faster the demonic energy spreads through their body, accompanied by a piercing pain in the heart. Ling landed behind Wanqing, watching the demonic energy gradually spreading across her body. If left for too long, the injured person will have their entire body overtaken by demonic energy, which will clash with the spiritual energy in their sea of consciousness, causing them to explode and die. Curing this is no easy task. How about you come back with me, and I, Elder Devour Heart, will save you. Ling placed his hand on Wanqing's shoulder. Take your dirty hand off me. The man's voice came through, thick with anger. The wind howled past, and Ling's expression shifted slightly as he hastily retreated. A black long spear and a silver needle as thin as an ox hair simultaneously struck the spot where Ling had been standing. Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi appeared one after the other beside Wanqing. Mu Yunxi helped Wanqing up, his eyes filled with pain and self-reproach. Are you alright? It's all my fault for coming too late. At this moment, Wanqing's lips had already turned blue and purple. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in her throat, and a stabbing pain spread from her heart. She instinctively clutched her chest. Mu Yunxi quickly channeled his spiritual power into Wanqing's body, trying to ease her pain. Wanqing leaned weakly in Mu Yunxi's arms and whispered, I'm fine. With injuries this severe, how could you possibly be fine? Mu Yunxi sealed several major acupoints on Wanqing's body to prevent the demonic energy from penetrating deeper. Mu Yunxi had originally been in seclusion within his cave dwelling, consolidating his cultivation, when he suddenly heard the sounds of a fight outside. Stepping out to investigate, he realized that demonic cultivators were attacking the mountain. He searched the entire outer sect for Wanqing, but could not find her anywhere. Just as he was burning with anxiety, he finally saw Wanqing being pursued and attacked by a demonic cultivator. How could this possibly calm him down? What Mu Yunxi hadn't expected was that Pei Wuqi had also arrived just in time. Mu Yunxi looked at Pei Wuqi. Pei Wuqi stood with his back to them, holding a long spear, his gaze fixed intently on Ling, without so much as a glance at Wanqing. Yet he could sense the faint, elusive sorrow on Pei Wuqi and the forced strength he was putting on. Mu Yunxi looked at Pei Wuqi, then at Wanqing in his arms, and understood that something must have happened between the two in the beast forest. However, judging by the outcome, Pei Wuqi's feelings for Wanqing had likely come to nothing. I'm taking Wanqing back for treatment. I'll leave this to you. Mu Yunxi lifted Wanqing in his arms and said to Pei Wuqi. Pei Wuqi's gaze remained fixed on Wanqing, his eyes revealing deep concern and worry, but with Mu Yunxi present, he could not show his true feelings. After hearing Mu Yunxi's words, he could only nod silently in agreement. But at that moment, Wanqing suddenly called out to Pei Wuqi in a faint voice, Hall Master Pei. Pei Wuqi's body instantly stiffened, a wave of indescribable bitterness surging in his heart. He forced down his emotions and replied as calmly as he could, Junior Sister Yu, is there anything else? Wanqing spoke weakly yet firmly, this person has kidnapped the disciple of Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. She must not fall into the hands of the demonic path. And if they can kidnap one, they can kidnap others. Saving Lin Sairu was merely a pretext. In the original story, Lin Sairu would face no danger after entering the demon palace. She simply wanted to minimize the number of outer disciples captured by the demon cultivators. Chapter 110, Treatment Method. Wanqing, lying on the bed, had already fallen into a coma. Mu Yunxi performed acupuncture on her to prevent the demonic energy from spreading. He had considerable experience in treating healing monks, but now that the patient lying on the bed was Wanqing, he found himself at a loss. When all the acupuncture needles had been inserted, Mu Yunxi let out a long sigh of relief, his palms sweating. Earlier, Wanqing overestimated herself and, together with the other disciples, attempted to block a strike from Elder Devour Heart. But how could the renowned Elder Devour Heart be compared to these ordinary disciples? Moreover, as the disciples were being sent flying one after another, Wanqing was the last one to hold out. This effectively meant that the brunt of that strike fell upon Wanqing. It was already remarkable that she had managed to hold out this long. If she had fallen ill earlier while surrounded by the demonic cultivators, she would surely have been killed by them. Elder Lu walked over with a scroll of documents in his arms. Found it, found it. Back when the demon lord led his troops to attack the cultivation world, that old demon heart-eater was also present, and some people fell victim to his evil hands. These are the records of the treatments that Grass Hut provided for them back then. Take a look. Elder Lu handed the documents to Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi flipped through the documents and indeed found a detailed record of the heart-devouring old demon. It does mention a method of treatment here, but the subsequent recovery period is quite long, requiring at least 2 to 3 years. However, Wanqing still needed to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. If she took a few years to recuperate, she would inevitably miss this competition. Mu Yunxi couldn't help but feel deeply worried. He knew that Yuan was someone who liked to plan everything for himself, and the time spent recuperating would undoubtedly disrupt Wanqing's plans. Mu Yunxi turned to look at Elder Lu and asked, "Elder Lu, is there a better method here at the thatched cottage?" Elder Lu stood to the side, teasing Mu Yunxi. "Hey, this just shows how limited your young perspective is." He explained earnestly, "What we call cultivation is not limited to a single method. Cultivating one's character and relying on one's own recovery ability is one form of cultivation. Consuming more tonics and precious medicinal herbs is also a form of cultivation. Besides, taking weekends off is also a form of cultivation," he said, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. Then Elder Lu added, "Moreover, the mental technique you cultivate is Deadwood meets Spring, which is even more effective. You'll achieve twice the results with half the effort." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi's ears flushed crimson with embarrassment, and he stammered, unable to find a response. This. Seeing this, Elder Lu urged, "Oh, what are you hesitating for? This is the only method to treat the heart-eating demon's technique. There is no other way." Elder Lu clasped his hands behind his back, putting on a proud and coy air. "I've searched the thatched cottage thoroughly. If you don't believe me, you can look for yourself once you take over the cottage." With that, Elder Lu left. Standing there while the young couple had their matters to attend to would always make him feel a bit embarrassed. This Cloudstream kid suddenly formed his nascent soul after years at the Golden Core stage. Clearly he's got his eye on that young lady. Only after Elder Lu left did the warmth gradually fade from Mu Yunxi's face. He had indeed advanced to the nascent soul stage early with that very intention in mind. Mu Yunxi was a perfectly ordinary man. Wanqing was stunningly beautiful, maintaining a certain distance from others while showing a bit more closeness to him. Although Mu Yunxi understood that this closeness was more of a friendly intimacy, with little hint of ambiguity. But this frequent closeness always left him unsettled, his mind wandering and restless. The top priority is still the treatment. How to recuperate afterwards should be left to Wanqing to decide for herself. Proposing dual cultivation at this moment would seem like taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Mu Yunxi would not allow himself to do such a thing to Wanqing. That said, the blush on Mu Yunxi's face lingered without fading, suggesting her mind was wandering with thoughts unknown. At the control point of the Lingshu sect's mountain protecting formation, demonic cultivators had placed an illusion artifact, trapping anyone who tried to enter and activate the formation within the illusion. Finally, Qin Siu burst out of the illusion and reopened the mountain protecting formation. As the mountain protecting formation rose again, the demon cultivators could no longer pour in endlessly, and those who had charged into Lingshu sect were trapped inside and beaten like dogs, routed and scattered. Seeing this, the demonic cultivators began to retreat. Before leaving, some of them still tried to take as many Lingshu sect disciples as possible. In the end, Pei Wuqi led the disciplinary hall members to appear, and those people were all rescued by Pei Wuqi. Also rescued was Lin Sairu, the disciple of Immortal Lord Lingyuan. However, judging by Lin Sairu's expression, she was clearly very pleased with Pei Wuqi's heroic rescue, and she couldn't stop casting flirtatious glances his way. It was a pity that all her efforts were wasted on someone who didn't notice. However, Lin Sairu was not discouraged. Pei Wuqi had risked danger to save her, and in her eyes, this meant he had feelings for her. She just didn't know what reason kept him from voicing his affection, forcing him to silently guard her from the shadows. This demonic assault on the Mountain Spirit Void sect resulted in heavy losses, with over half of the outer disciples dead or injured. The outer sect, which had originally been somewhat overcrowded, suddenly saw its numbers dwindle. Just the task of gathering and laying out the bodies took a long time. All the sect members said they should attack the Eastern Sea and make the Demon Palace taste this same suffering. Damn it, no, if I don't avenge this, my mind won't be at ease. Over time, it will breed inner demons. I must go to the Eastern Sea Demon Palace. The elders of the Spirit Ruin sect were seated in the main hall, discussing matters in a circle. The urgent priority is to recuperate and stabilize the disciples within the sect. Even if you storm the Demon Palace to vent your anger, can it bring back the disciples who have died? If you ask me about the Demon Palace, we could just ask Lord Lingyuan to go there once. It's better for us to stay in the sect and manage the disciples. Everyone turned to look at the elder who had spoken. Good heavens, if they went over themselves, at most they'd make the demon palace suffer a bit. This fellow actually wants to invite the spirit abyss Immortal Lord over. That demon palace is likely to face annihilation. Excellent, this plan is most ingenious. Once Immortal Lord Ling Yuan finishes suppressing the demon lord, we shall request that he pay a visit to the demon palace. Because the demonic cultivators were attacking the mountain, the thatched cottages of the Lingshu sect, which were usually sparsely populated, were now overcrowded, and everyone inside was frantically busy. I say, Yunshi, lad, look at me running around like this, and you don't even offer a hand, Elder Lu shouted at Mu Yunshi, gesturing at the room full of wounded. Mu Yunshi sat by Yuanqing's bedside, attending to every detail personally. By now, the demonic energy on Yuanqing's body had been fully purged, and all that remained was to wait for her to wake. I've already checked on the injured, and those with serious wounds have been treated. The rest you can handle on your own. Mu Yunshi watched over Yuanqing without blinking. The ever-resilient Yuanqing had never looked so weak, confined to her bed as she was now. Mu Yunshi simply could not stop worrying. Although Mu Yunshi had already helped him deal with several difficult patients, Elder Lu was still not entirely satisfied. Since Mu Yunshi had come to his thatched cottage anyway, there was no need to let the opportunity go to waste. Why don't you take this chance to come and help me out while you still have time? Otherwise, once that young lady wakes up and the two of you go back together to recuperate, this big thatched cottage will be left with just me toiling away. I'd feel terribly unbalanced. Elder Lu's words were tactful, but Mu Yunshi still understood. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense, it's clearly someone who's letting their imagination run wild. Chapter 111, The Penglai Immortal Realm. Yuanqing groggily opened her eyes. After entering the cultivation world, her tolerance for pain had greatly increased, but the discomfort from the demon cultivator's strike, a sensation opposite to spiritual energy, still made her feel quite unwell. Wanqing, you're awake. Mu Yunshi hurried over. The thatched cottage was crowded with people, all of them injured disciples. Yuanqing looked at the wounded disciples and asked, how's the sect? The demonic cultivators have been driven back. Fortunately, Wanqing was quick-witted and had Pei Wuqi keep a close watch on them for any abductions. Unexpectedly, when they realized they couldn't win, they actually tried to take people away, but they didn't succeed. Hearing that no one had been taken, Yuanqing nodded, satisfied with this small change she had made to the course of events. This way, no innocent outer sect disciples would die in the demon palace. What's wrong with me right now? Yuanqing's voice was somewhat hoarse. The demonic energy in your heart meridian has been completely removed, but your body still needs some time to recover fully. Mu Yunshi poured a glass of water for Yuanqing and helped her sit up to feed her the drink. Yuanqing took the cup herself. I'm not so fragile as to need that. Even the most severely injured cultivator still has the strength to drink water on their own. Although Yuanqing chose to drink water by herself, she obediently leaned into Mu Yunshi's embrace. While it was a pity he didn't get to feed her the water, Yuanqing's closeness brought him even greater satisfaction. Yuanqing finished the water in her cup. By the way, how long will I need to recuperate? She could now sense that her spiritual power felt somewhat sluggish, presumably due to her injury, though she had no idea how long this would last. It will take about 2 years. Mu Yunshi had known this while treating Yuanqing. 2 years was already the result of Yuanqing's 5 spiritual roots and deep spiritual power. For anyone else, it would take at least 4 or 5 years. It was evident that the heart-eating old demon's cultivation technique had also grown much stronger than before. 2 years. Yuanqing closed her eyes. Then my grand examination. Mu Yunshi shook his head. You won't be able to attend this grand examination, Wanqing. You'll have to wait for the next one. Yuanqing looked disappointed. In truth, for someone like Yuanqing, who possessed a golden finger farming space, entering the inner sect or not didn't matter at all. Staying in the outer sect actually offered more freedom. Whether or not she had a master was completely irrelevant to Yuanqing. The reason Yuanqing wanted to enter the inner sect was because of a secret realm. Once every 100 years, the various major sects of the cultivation world would gather together to hold a grand cultivation ceremony. At that time, all inner disciples of the cultivation sects would follow their respective sect elders to attend this grand ceremony. During the cultivation grand ceremony, disciples from various sects would have the opportunity to showcase and exchange their spells and martial arts. For the cultivation grand ceremony to proceed smoothly, there was another important prerequisite, the Penglai Immortal Realm. There exists a celestial realm in the world, situated atop Mount Penglai. This place is perpetually enveloped by spiritual energy, which has made Mount Penglai widely renowned and a familiar name among cultivators. It is said that the islands within the Penglai Immortal Realm are countless, each one harboring a unique legacy, with celestial herbs and spiritual medicines scattered everywhere. Once every 100 years, the Penglai Immortal realm automatically opens, allowing cultivators, demon clans, and monster clans alike to enter freely without any restrictions. For those of weaker strength, they can venture through the seas of the Penglai Immortal realm, seeking to obtain a destiny of their own. Meanwhile, those with formidable power or great fortune have the opportunity to search for a suitable inheritance island within and receive the legacy of the Penglai Immortal realm. However, the Penglai Immortal mountain is difficult to find. Currently, the methods to locate it exist only in the hands of the major cultivation sects, the demonic palaces of the Dark Path, and the demon kings of the monster race. The grand cultivation ceremony is to be held at Penglai Immortal Mountain, and the time of its occurrence is just before the opening of the Penglai Immortal realm. This allowed some smaller sects to hitch a ride on the boats of sects that knew the location of the Penglai Immortal realm, using the excuse of attending the grand cultivation ceremony to reach Penglai Immortal Mountain. The route to Penglai Immortal Mountain was originally established through negotiations among several parties. However, this approach in the cultivation world bestowed the blessings of the Penglai Immortal realm, which should have been tightly held by the upper echelons of various realms, upon the majority of the cultivation world. Although other realms harbored considerable grievances, they could not achieve the same unity of purpose as the major sects of the cultivation world, and even with their complaints, there was nothing they could do. But now a problem stood before Wanqing. If the Penglai Fairyland could maintain a stable state and open once every 100 years, then she could simply wait for the next outer sect competition. Waiting 100 years before making another attempt would actually give her a greater chance of success. But reality is not so simple. In the original storyline, due to the female protagonist Lin Sairu, this Penglai Wonderland, which holds a special place in the hearts of the cultivation world, will be permanently closed after its next opening. In the Penglai Wonderland, Lin Sairu obtained a calming sea pearl. The moment she saw this pearl, she was overjoyed and took it away. However, she did not know that this calming sea pearl actually served to stabilize the waters surrounding Penglai Immortal Mountain. When the calming sea pearl left the Penglai Fairyland, Penglai Immortal Mountain was immediately swallowed by the surging seas around it, and the Penglai Fairyland was completely sealed off as it sank to the ocean floor. In other words, if Wanqing doesn't go this time, there won't be another chance. Is there really no other way for my injury? Wanqing still didn't want to give up. The Penglai Immortal realm was top tier in every respect, whether in its legacies, magical artifacts, or spiritual plants. Her farming space urgently needed a batch of top-tier spiritual plants to be planted. Yunxi hadn't expected Wanqing to be so eager for the outer sect competition. Taking some restorative medicine might speed things up a bit. But that can't compare to the outer sect grand tournament, can it? Wanqing could tell from Yunxi's tone that taking tonic medicine was useless. Yet Wanqing, observing Yunxi's demeanor, felt that the other party wasn't entirely without a solution. She just hadn't shared it with her. Do you have any other ideas? Wanqing asked bluntly. Yunxi hung his head, both ears turning red. There is, but... Yunxi nodded slightly, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. He gently sat down on the edge of the bed, his gaze tenderly fixed on Wanqing, then carefully took out a jade slip from his sleeve and slowly handed it to her. Wanqing had not yet looked at the contents of the jade slip, but through Yunxi's expression and demeanor, she had already roughly guessed what was recorded within it. The originally calm and composed Wanqing now had a flush spreading across her face, instantly becoming somewhat at a loss. She secretly chided herself, realizing she should have expected this all along. After all, in the world of cultivation, dual cultivation was a potent remedy. Yunxi gently caressed Wanqing's flushed cheeks and asked softly, "How about we wait until you're feeling better?" Wanqing nodded blankly, as if she had lost the ability to think. Her mind was already in complete chaos. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Yunxi's lips, barely perceptible. Although it was still unknown when dual cultivation would begin, if he received Wanqing's response. This means that for this dual cultivation session, aside from herself, Wanqing would not seek anyone else. Is this not, in its own way, a form of retreating in order to advance? Chapter 112. Bamboo Grove Snow. Once her injuries had healed, Wanqing moved into the bamboo building by Yunxi's side. Although Wanqing's own cave dwelling was more suited to her, it was visibly unsuitable for a patient to live in and recover from injuries. Wanqing sat outside the bamboo pavilion, basking in the sun. Her face was pale, much like the ailing beauties in storybooks. And her medicine was right inside the pavilion at that moment. Boom, bang. Suddenly, Wanqing heard the sound of Yunxi's furnace exploding from within the bamboo building. Bai Shui, who had been playing happily nearby, burrowed into Wanqing's arms, too scared to come out. Yunxi emerged from the alchemy chamber, covered in dust. It exploded again? These days she had grown accustomed to it, though she didn't know why Yunxi, who cultivated both medicine and alchemy, had been blowing up furnaces so often lately. Mu Yunxi brushed the dust off his clothes and muttered, "Before, it never exploded." Apart from blowing up a furnace when he first started alchemy, Mu Yunxi had never destroyed another one since. But recently, the frequency of his furnace explosions had skyrocketed. Because his heart was not at peace. Ever since Wanqing moved into the bamboo lodge, he had been constantly distracted, his gaze involuntarily drawn to her at every moment. Falling upon her slender waist, fingers like green shoots and lips of crimson. He wanted to calm his mind through alchemy. The alchemy that used to always immerse him now held no appeal at all. The silhouette of Wanqing passing by unintentionally, the sounds coming from outside, easily stole all his attention. Even the floral scent that he used to only smell on Wanqing had now, because she had moved in, permeated the entire house. "Are you hurt?" Wanqing leaned in to check if he had any injuries. Because they were standing so close, Mu Yunxi's chin was right above the top of her head, and as she examined him, it looked as if Wanqing was being completely enveloped in his embrace. Mu Yunxi said nothing, his eyes fixed straight on her, his gaze as aggressive as fire, with desire he couldn't conceal in his pupils. In the end, he couldn't hold back, opening his arms to pull Wanqing into his embrace, letting out a satisfied sigh. Suddenly embraced, Wanqing looked up at him, her gaze straight into a pair of eyes as deep as a black hole. The dangerous desire lurking within made her unconsciously feel a bit afraid. Mu Yunxi's gaze drifted from Wanqing's eyes down to her lips. His breathing grew heavy, the corners of his eyes reddening as he gently cupped her chin and slowly kissed her, his lips brushing against hers again and again in a lingering touch, as if holding back, yet yearning, unsatisfied with stopping there. Two hot bodies embraced, and Wanqing could hear the frantic pounding of his heart, each beat rapid and forceful. Wanqing closed her eyes, parted her lips slightly, and rose onto her tiptoes. Their lips pressed together even more tightly. Their breaths intertwined, the wet sound of lips meeting echoed in their ears. Mu Yunxi's arms tightened around Wanqing, as if afraid the person before him might vanish, holding her firmly locked in his embrace. It would be best to become one with him. As the kiss ended, Wanqing's hand clutched his collar, her face flushed, lips slightly parted, breathing in short gasps, with traces of moisture still lingering on her red lips. Mu Yunxi swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he buried his face in Wanqing's fair neck, his lips and teeth lingering over her snowy skin, his breath coming out in rapid, scorching puffs. His arms locked tightly around Wanqing's waist, their lower bodies pressed together, Mu Yunxi's voice hoarse. "May I?" Feeling the warmth between Mu Yunxi's legs, Wanqing nodded slowly after a delayed reaction. Having obtained Wanqing's permission, Mu Yunxi was overjoyed. She lifted Wanqing by the waist, kicked open the door, and executed a series of fluid movements. After entering the room, Mu Yunxi pressed Wanqing against the door, leaving one kiss mark after another on her slender neck. He wrapped her legs around his waist, his large hands roaming over her body, igniting waves of desire. Stimulated, Wanqing's waist trembled lightly, like willow branches brushed by a spring breeze. She wrapped her arms around Mu Yunxi's neck, her thoughts rising and falling with his movements. The water blue belt fell to the ground, and the garment slipped from her shoulders, revealing fair, flushed shoulders and jade-like arms as white as snow lotus roots. Mu Yunxi's eyes were wide with fury as he gazed at the snowy peaks of her chest, which stood tall and proud, half hidden beneath the red belly band like a pipa held behind a veil, and he could not wait to bite open the ties of her belly band. Mu Yunxi's fingers trembled slightly as they touched Wanqing's chin. The mask, utterly useless to him, was lifted away, yet he felt an exhilaration as if the person before him had finally bared their soul to him. The face of the beauty, long concealed by mask and makeup, now flushed with a rosy hue. Her feathery lashes fluttered gently, exuding an irresistible allure that made it hard to maintain composure. Yunxi. Wanqing's consciousness was hazy, and as she felt the mask being lifted, she instinctively called out Mu Yunxi's name. "I'm here." Mu Yunxi kissed Wanqing's lips. With his response came the tearing sound of fabric ripping. Her devilish figure was fully revealed before Mu Yunxi. "Wanqing, you are so beautiful." Knowing that she was now completely stripped bare, Wanqing felt a bit defiant. With her fingers too weak to grip, she hooked them onto Mu Yunxi's belt and commanded, "Take it off." Hearing her words, Mu Yunxi let out a soft laugh and shed his own clothes, revealing an inverted triangle physique with a firm, powerful waist. Wanqing's delicate hand traced over Mu Yunxi's abs. Mu Yunxi licked Wanqing's earlobe and whispered in her ear, "Wanqing, I practice the art of withered trees blooming again." "What?" Wanqing didn't understand what Mu Yunxi meant. Mu Yunxi turned around and pressed her against the table. "So it's going to take a long time. You'll have to endure it." Wanqing, drawn into the throes of passion by Mu Yunxi, had lost all sense of time. At first, she could still distract herself by counting the rounds, then it became counting the sunsets, until finally, she had no energy left for any calculation at all. For once Mu Yunxi noticed her distraction, he would only intensify his efforts, until she begged for mercy. Enough, stop. Yunxi, I can't take it anymore. No, please spare me. A thick layer of snow had settled over the verdant bamboo sea. The Lingxiu sect had moved past the earlier demonic cultivator assault on the mountain, and everyone was now awaiting the upcoming outer sect competition. The outer sect square was more crowded than before, with the arena and seating already set up. It was said that to soothe the wounded outer sect, the never-before-seen Lingyuan Immortal Lord would also come to watch this outer sect competition. In other words, disciples who performed exceptionally well in the outer sect competition might even be taken as disciples by Lingyuan Immortal Lord. All the outer sect disciples were itching for a chance, striving to catch the eye of Immortal Lord Lingyuan and rise to prominence in a single bound. Outside the bamboo building, white snow shook the snow off its head, casting a resentful gaze at the tightly shut door of the bamboo structure. Its spirit beast pills were down to just a few. If the people inside didn't come out soon, the noble white snow would starve to death here. White snow twitched its ears, hoping to hear the sounds it longed for from within, but the bamboo grove had long been sealed with a barrier, and it could hear nothing. Unable to bear it any longer, Wanqing kicked Mu Yunxi off the bed. I said that's enough. Chapter 113, Outer Sect Grand Competition. Wanqing sat on the disheveled bed, her body covered in kiss marks, not even the spaces between her fingers had been spared. She glared at Mu Yunxi, gnashing her teeth. She had thought that a technique like dead would meet spring could only be used on wounds, never imagining it could be applied in this area as well. The main point is endless vitality. That's going too far. She almost thought that Mu Yunxi would fuck her to death on the bed. I was too forward. Mu Yunxi took out a garment and draped it over Wanqing, thinking to himself that he was usually a calm and detached person, not one to be so impatient in such matters. But seeing the delicate beauty Wanqing displayed beneath him, he truly could not control himself. Moreover, Wanqing herself possessed a rare treasure that made him unable to extricate himself. In the end, it developed into the current situation. After enduring a bout of torment, Wanqing, in a fit of rage, kicked Mu Yunxi before finding herself too weak to even lift her arms to dress. It was Mu Yunxi who helped her put on her clothes piece by piece, and during this process, he naturally couldn't resist taking some liberties. However, Mu Yunxi also knew that continuing further would be going too far. He had no choice but to obediently dress Wanqing in her clothes. Wanqing sat before the mirror, her waist and limbs aching with fatigue. Fully dressed, Mu Yunxi stood behind her, gathering her hair into a coil. Her disheveled black hair was combed neatly with a wooden comb, coiled into a bun and fastened with a hairpin. A strand of hair was drawn from the back to her chest, while the loose tresses behind fell to her waist. The hairpin was paired only with a single ribbon and a white magnolia hairpin. Though the adornment was simple and elegant, it could not conceal the allure in Wanqing's brows and eyes. The occasional hint of charm she exuded stirred the heart and mind. I didn't expect you had the skill. Wanqing examined herself in the mirror. If Wanqing needs, I can also apply makeup for Wanqing. Mu Yunxi only felt a bit regretful that she hadn't prepared some women's accessories in advance, otherwise she wouldn't have only hair ribbons and hairpins to use. Wanqing's gaze fell on the white jade magnolia hairpin in the mirror, and she shook her head, saying no need. If I wear a mask, it'll be inconvenient to apply makeup. It had to be said that the effect of dual cultivation was quite remarkable. Wanqing's injuries had mostly healed, and the remaining few no longer had any significant impact on her. Wanqing absolutely refused to admit that there might be any credit due to the withered tree's revival. Let me refine some medicine for you, so the marks on your body will heal faster. Mu Yunxi was showering her with attention, afraid that Wanqing might actually be angry. It won't explode this time, right? Seeing him looking so refreshed and spirited, she felt a surge of anger rising within her. She simply closed her eyes and regulated her breathing, choosing to ignore him. Mu Yunxi touched the tip of his nose and silently went to refine pills for Wanqing. By the time Wanqing had rested enough for the marks on her body to fade and emerged from the bamboo lodge, she learned that the outer sect competition was only 3 days away. Wanqing hurriedly signed herself up. Because of the heavy casualties among the outer disciples during the demon cultivator's attack on the mountain, the number of participants in this outer sect competition was much smaller than in previous years. Yet it was still a gathering of many experts, and cultivators like Wanqing, who had only recently entered the golden core stage, were completely unremarkable among them. Mu Yunxi had originally planned to wait until Wanqing entered the inner sect before taking over the affairs of Elder Lu's thatched cottage. After all, the thatched cottage was located within the inner sect, and entering the thatched cottage meant entering the inner sect as well. But Mu Yunxi had already entered the thatched cottage once to save Wanqing, and Elder Lu seized the opportunity to insist that he stay there now. To that end, Elder Lu even revealed a piece of information to Mu Yunxi. The sect leader's Dao companion, Elder Shin, had long set his sights on Wanqing. Knowing that she mastered the art of mystic physiognomy, he intended to take her as his disciple. Thus, as long as Wanqing participated in the outer sect competition, regardless of the final outcome, she was always destined to enter the inner sect. With Elder Lu's assurance, Mu Yunxi settled down in the thatched cottage. But on the very first day Mu Yunxi officially hung up his shingle at the cottage, Elder Lu vanished without a trace, claiming that his Taoist arts were blocked and he needed to go wandering the world. But he knew very well that Elder Lu was skilled in both swordsmanship and medicine. How could it be said that he was not well-versed in Taoist arts? It was clearly because he had found a successor and was ready to wash his hands of the matter. On the day the outer sect competition began, the sect was unusually lively, and inner sect disciples, rarely seen in the outer sect on ordinary days, also came to watch the excitement. Wanqing even spotted Lin Sairu's figure among the crowd. She also learned that because of her reminder, Lin Sairu had not been taken to the Demon Palace, and the plot during the Demon Palace period was the phase where Lin Sairu and Zhang Ling's feelings heated up. It seemed that the romantic path between the semi-coercive demon lord Song Ling and the female lead Lin Sairu in the original novel had already come to an abrupt end. But recalling that the plot of the demonic cultivators attacking the mountain had still occurred, Wanqing felt that the power of the plot's correction could not be underestimated. The other disciples also caught sight of Lin Sairu's figure. I think I saw Senior Sister Lin, a disciple of Immortal Lord Lingyuan. If Senior Sister Lin has come out, then Immortal Lord Lingyuan must have arrived as well, one disciple said excitedly. That's right, I never expected that we outer disciples would have the fortune to catch a glimpse of Immortal Lord Lingyuan, another disciple chimed in with great excitement. In the hearts of the many disciples of Lingshu sect, the Immortal Lord Lingyuan was undoubtedly an unattainable, lofty existence. They dared not even speak of him lightly, as if merely thinking of him in the depths of their hearts would be a desecration. However, ever since a few years ago when Immortal Lord Lingyuan took Lin Sairu as his disciple, people's discussions about him gradually increased. This change was as if the originally aloof Immortal Lord had suddenly stepped down from his pedestal, making people feel both excited and intrigued. Of course, the stepping down from the pedestal mentioned here does not mean that the Immortal Lord has lost his dignity or sanctity, but rather that he no longer gives off the otherworldly, ethereal aura he once did, as if untouched by mortal affairs. The disciples still hold deep reverence and awe for Lingyuan Immortal Lord, with not the slightest hint of disrespect. They were filled more with curiosity and anticipation toward this mysterious and powerful Immortal Lord. Wanqing was equally curious about this matter. In the original novel, what kind of character is Lingyuan Immortal Lord, the foremost cultivator in the realm, who can withstand the irresistible charm of the female lead Lin Sairu? Have you heard? Ever since Hall Master Pei of the Discipline Hall saved Senior Sister Lin during the demon cultivator's attack on the mountain, she's secretly fallen for him. These days, she's been constantly running over to the Discipline Hall, a female disciple gossiped. But I distinctly remember that Hall Master Pei had a Senior Sister Li Ziqing by his side, didn't he? That's ancient history. After the beast tide in the demon beast forest ended, Senior Sister Li was called back by her family for an arranged marriage. I heard that even his status as a disciple of the Lingshu sect has been revoked, and he probably won't show up again in the future. Li Ziqing is gone? Wanqing listened to the disciples' conversation, feeling somewhat surprised. She had originally thought that with Li Ziqing's possessiveness toward Pei Wuqi, she would stay by his side forever, never expecting her to leave. No wonder there was no mention of Li Ziqing in the original story's plot for Pei Wuqi. It turns out that cultivators also have the concept of marriage alliances. Wanqing couldn't help but sigh. In this world, even cultivators could not completely break free from the constraints and rules of the mundane. Indeed, being alone and unattached in the world of cultivation was not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, one's own choices won't be interfered with by others. Chapter 114. The Immortal Lord appears. Thinking to herself, Wanqing suddenly realized belatedly that she might not count as a person anymore. He raised a hand to scratch his cheek, and Wanqing turned his attention back to the Outer Sect Grand Competition. All participants in the Outer Sect Grand Competition had to undergo a spiritual root test at the very beginning, though this step was not particularly important, as everyone knew full well that the quality of Outer Sect disciples' spiritual roots was certainly inferior to that of Inner Sect disciples. However, by testing spiritual roots, the elders who intend to take on disciples can gain an early understanding of these outer disciples' situations, allowing them to make better choices. Of course, nothing in the world is absolute. Sometimes outer disciples may unexpectedly encounter certain opportunities that change their spiritual root attributes. Therefore, conducting the spirit root test first is also a precautionary measure. Such an incident once occurred. An outer disciple was tested as having 4 spirit roots upon entering the sect, but later, during his training outside, he obtained a stroke of fortune that transformed his 4 spirit roots into dual spirit roots, and he was eventually taken as an apprentice by an inner sect elder. After the spiritual root assessment, participants must enter a trial secret realm specially set up by the sect to undergo their test. Based on the experience from previous outer sect competitions, this trial secret realm will evaluate participants across various aspects, including formations, talismans, alchemy, artifact refinement, spell techniques, sword techniques, and physical arts. The purpose of this is to gain a comprehensive understanding of the focus areas in the past cultivation of outer sect disciples participating in the competition, so that the elders can determine which contestants align more closely with their own cultivation style, thereby finding disciples more suited to themselves. The final procedure is for the contestants to spar and compete against each other, using their strength to determine first, second, third, and fourth place. However, in reality, the elders had already decided on their preferred disciples during the first 2 procedures. The final competition was merely a formality. After all, since this was a tournament, there had to be some ranking order. Moreover, it also provided an opportunity to observe these individuals' combat abilities and potential. Of course, this martial contest also had another purpose, to benefit the outer sect disciples. It gave them a chance to obtain treasures that were normally beyond the reach of the outer sect. This way, it can also motivate the outer sect disciples to cultivate diligently. The sect leader is here. With a shout, the previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent. A group of men and women in Taoist robes, cultivators both young and old, came flying in from the distance. An imposing aura emanated from them, making it impossible to look them in the eye. The sect leader, surrounded in the middle, was already middle-aged with quite a bit of gray hair, but his overall dignified bearing made him not to be underestimated. The arrival of the inner sect elders and the sect leader signified that the outer sect grand competition was about to begin. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The inner sect elders and the sect leader have arrived. The grand competition is about to start. People surged toward the square, eager to secure a good spot to watch the competition. Someone exclaimed excitedly, "Hurry, hurry. I wonder how many people will take part in the big contest this year." An outer sect disciple sighed and said, "The lowest requirement for the grand competition is the golden core stage. I'm afraid I'll never reach it in this lifetime." His tone was filled with helplessness and disappointment. The person standing beside him comforted him, saying, "Even if you can't reach it, it's still good to watch the excitement." The rewards for the outer sect grand competition have always been generous. Although it's said to be a friendly sparring match, injuries and even deaths are inevitable for the sake of those rewards. It's truly thrilling. However, some expressed dissatisfaction with this brutal competition. What kind of order is this, with all this fighting and killing? But someone immediately retorted, "Isn't cultivation itself all about fighting and killing?" After being rebuked, that person fell silent, though his expression showed he was still unconvinced. The inner sect had a total of 23 elders, aside from the uniquely positioned Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. Because the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord was to attend this outer sect competition, all the inner sect elders came as well. But not all sect leaders will take on disciples during this outer sect competition. Only 6 of the elders are interested in selecting disciples from it. Some want 1, others want 2. After all the calculations, there were only 8 spots available for advancing from the outer sect competition to the inner sect. Wanqing raised her hand to cover her face. If it weren't for the Pinglai Immortal Realm, she truly wouldn't want to participate in such a single-plank bridge-like competition. As an outer sect disciple, she lacked the resources to fully develop her farming space. She had already tracked down most of the common spirit plants whose seedlings circulated in the cultivation world. If she didn't quickly change her environment and enter some high-level secret realms inaccessible to ordinary people, her farming space would soon go to waste. Among the elders seeking disciples, there are 2 sword cultivators. Elder Li, who specializes in the way of the sword, his swordsmanship fierce and unmatched, grand and imposing. Elder Zhang, also a sword cultivator, her swordsmanship is graceful and agile, more suited for women. Elder Fa Xiao also had 2 elders, namely Elders Lu and Situ. The remaining elder was renowned for his formations and artifact refining. He was the master of senior sister Xiaoping, who had previously forged the purple bamboo sword for Wanqing. The last one had an even more special identity, Elder Shin, the Tao companion of the Spirit Ruins sect's leader, with a cultivation level at the nascent soul stage. It was said that Elder Shin was renowned for physiognomy, able to divine and calculate. Her physiognomy was remarkably miraculous. Through observation, she could determine a person's fortune and the karmic ties upon them. I never expected Elder Shin to take on disciples during the outer sect competition. Surely Elder Shin doesn't lack for disciples, does he? Elder Shin and the sect leader are cultivation partners. Becoming Elder Shin's disciple means you're practically half a disciple of the sect leader. I heard that Elder Shin has been wanting to pass down his physiognomy arts for years, but hasn't found a suitable candidate. That's why he plans to look among the outer disciples to see if there's anyone fitting. I see. Isn't her Ma Yishin Xiang exactly that? Wanqing thought to herself that becoming Elder Shin's disciple would indeed be a good choice. Elder Shin's status was far higher than that of the other elders, so his resources should be better as well. However, she remembered that Xia was the child of the sect leader and Elder Shin. With Xia having been raised with such a temperament, is it really okay for him to become Elder Shin's disciple? Moreover, Xia was one of the original male leads. With Pei Wuqi's precedent as a cautionary tale, Wanqing truly did not want to get entangled with any more original characters. It would be more appropriate for her to focus her target on the two Dharma cultivators. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord Lingyuan has arrived. All eyes instantly focused on him, and even Wanqing could not avoid doing the same. The cold wind howled past, countless crystalline snowflakes dancing gracefully in the air. They leaped and fluttered through the space like spirits. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the horizon. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture tall and imposing. His robe was of plain white silk, pure and flawless as snow, untouched by a single speck of dust. His silver-white hair was tied up with a crown, exuding nobility and solemnity, his robe swaying with the wind as if merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The figure suspended in midair descended like a deity, evoking an involuntary sense of awe. The appearance of Lord Lingyuan seemed to bring a divine power, evoking a sense of boundless majesty and solemnity, and the once noisy square fell into an instant silence. Those clear, piercing eyes cast a casual glance, revealing a deep and cold demeanor, and the commanding presence that looked down upon the world made everyone present hold their breath in anticipation. Chapter 115, The Ultimate 5 Spiritual Roots. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord walked out slowly, and everyone rose to pay their respects. Greetings, Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. In the Lingshu sect, the only one who could be treated with such reverence by the sect leader, elders, and disciples alike was the Venerable Lingyuan. The Venerable Lingyuan took his seat, exuding an aura of solemn inviolability. Lin Sairu, following behind Immortal Lord Lingyuan, held her breath as she took in the scene before her. This air of unassailable dominance, this feeling of holding the entire world in one's grasp. Lin Sairu had never experienced it before. Now, standing behind her master, she had already vaguely tasted this flavor. If one day she could walk side by side with her master, what kind of scene would that be? Lin Sairu stood behind the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, her thoughts known only to herself. The Outer Sect Grand Competition of the Spirit Void sect officially begins. Participating disciples, please prepare yourselves. The grand competition had begun, but the disciples' attention was entirely not on the competition itself. They were all fixated on the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord seated on the high platform. Lord Lingyuan the Immortal has such an extraordinary appearance. Just a few days ago, Lord Lingyuan the Immortal even stormed the Demon Palace, giving us outer disciples a good vent for our pent-up anger. If not for the need to suppress the Demon Lord, who would dare to cause trouble at our Lingshu sect just for the sake of Lingyuan Immortal Lord? If one day the Immortal Lord should take a liking to. Oh, don't talk nonsense. The young, hot-blooded cultivator dared to think all sorts of wild and reckless thoughts. Lingyuan Immortal Lord is not someone ordinary people can even dream of. Even the female lead ended up with a face full of dust. Wanqing watched as a table was brought onto the arena, with a spirit testing stone placed on it, specifically used for testing spiritual roots. The first round of the grand examination tests spiritual roots. Participating disciples, please come forward one by one. First contestant, Tao Hongfu. The spiritual roots of the outer sect disciples were indeed far inferior to those of the inner sect. One after another, several tested were found to have 3 spirit root aptitudes. Next, Li Shi. Wanqing recognized this name. A woman with delicate features slowly walked onto the stage. She remembered that he was a fellow disciple who had been on the same team during the Lone Mountain City mission. At the time, he and his friends were unsure about crossing the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation and often came to ask her for advice. She had even offered him a few words of encouragement. Later, when the mission ended, she told herself to take a gamble and give it a try. To her surprise, she actually won the bet, not only breaking through to the Golden Core stage, but also joining the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Li Shi placed her hand on the spirit testing stone, which emitted 2 colors of light, gold and red, their brilliance evenly matched, appearing to have little difference between them. The elder on the high platform, skilled in formations and artifact refining, nodded slightly. With dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, she was excellent material for formations and artifact refining. It was unclear how the Lingshu sect ranked its participating disciples, but in any case, Wanqing was assigned to be the last to take the stage. Alas, the outer sect is truly going downhill day by day. Even menial labor disciples dare to participate in the outer sect competition now. The two disciples in charge of the competition process communicated via sound transmission. Why do you say that? Take a look at this last one. When the disciple signed up and we conducted a background check, we discovered that this person actually ascended from the Shirong realm to establish their foundation. Coming to participate in the outer sect grand competition now, truly laughable. The two disciples chatted among themselves as they presided over the proceedings. The last one, Wanqing. Wanqing stepped onto the arena. The two disciples, already curious about those who had risen from the ranks of menial laborers, glanced at Wanqing with interest. Then, finding her exactly as expected, they lost interest and looked away. Li Shi looked at Wanqing. Senior sister, you had also come. She had witnessed Wanqing's prowess back in Gushan City. As an outer disciple, she had been able to fight alongside the inner sect prodigy Qin Xiu in Gushan City without falling behind. Even the sect leader's son, Xia could not compare. Li Shi felt that this outer sect competition's first place would surely belong to senior sister Yu. Xia, standing behind Elder Shin, had originally been uninterested in the outer sect competition, but suddenly perked up upon hearing the name Wanqing. To this day, he still longs to know who the woman was that Wanqing transformed into in Lone Mountain City, for he has now fallen into an obsession over her. Every day, his thoughts are consumed by her figure. If Wanqing could tell him who that woman was, he would be willing to recommend her to his father as a disciple. You must understand, Xia had never done anything like pulling strings behind the scenes before. But breaking the rule just once for that woman wouldn't be impossible. Xia watched Wanqing on the stage and began to ponder how he could get her to reveal the identity of the woman she had once transformed into. Just an ordinary disciple. At first, Immortal Lord Lingyuan did not pay much attention. A casual glance, yet his gaze was drawn to a hairpin adorning Wanqing's head. The hairpin was carved into a white magnolia flower, appearing as if naturally formed. Both the technique of carving and artifact refinement, as well as the prohibitions inscribed upon it, looked very familiar to Lingyuan Immortal Lord. That hairpin looked like his handiwork, but Immortal Lord Lingyuan remembered very clearly that he had never refined this kind of feminine artifact, let alone given away one of his own creations. Originally, Immortal Lord Lingyuan had only come along because he couldn't withstand the sect leader's persistent pestering, but now he found himself paying a bit more attention to Wanqing. After handling the affairs of the thatched cottage, Mu Yunxi hurriedly rushed to the outer sect square. Just as he arrived, he saw Wanqing stepping onto the arena stage. Good thing I didn't miss it. Wanqing stood still before the spirit testing stone table. Please place your hand on it. Wanqing looked up at the two inner disciples in charge of the procedure before her, clearly sensing the disdain in their tone. The disciples before had never encountered such a problem. Knowing that Wanqing was a menial disciple, the two disciples in charge couldn't help but be somewhat negligent. To be accepted as a menial disciple by the Lingshu sect meant one was undoubtedly the worst of the worst in the cultivation world. They could already anticipate the mottled, chaotic five-colored light that would flicker from the testing stone once Wanqing placed her hand on it. A textbook case of the useless five-element spiritual root. Wanqing placed her hand on the testing stone, and the five-colored lights of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth shimmered within it. The two disciples exchanged a glance, revealing a knowing smile. 5 spiritual roots. The onlookers below the stage were also in an uproar, the square that had been quiet ever since Immortal Lord Lingyuan appeared once again bustling like a vegetable market. Isn't a 5-element spiritual root a waste? As far as I know, even drawing chi into the body with a 5-element spiritual root is as difficult as reaching the heavens. How did she manage to reach the golden core stage? Even by following the path of union, it couldn't be this fast. No. Look quickly, all of you. That's not a fake 5-element spiritual root, it's a supreme grade 5-element spiritual root. On the arena platform, the spirit testing stone blazed with 5-colored light far surpassing its usual brilliance, bursting forth in radiance before the incredulous eyes of the two inner disciples. The 5 colors were evenly matched in the spirit testing stone, each vying for dominance without one surpassing the others, and every spiritual root shimmered with a radiance unique to supreme grade roots. Now, however, they gathered together within the spirit testing stone, subtly embodying the principle of mutual generation and restraint among the 5 elements. This is not what a false 5-element spiritual root should look like. A false 5-element spiritual root should have dim light, and the light should vary in brightness due to the uneven quality of the 5 spiritual roots. But what does this light, even more dazzling than a supreme spiritual root, mean now? Chapter 116. The Elders Compete for the Disciple. It's actually a top-grade 5-element spiritual root. The elders on the high platform all showed expressions of shock. The appearance of a supreme 5-element spiritual root filled them with awe. Cultivating a supreme 5-element spiritual root is arduous, requiring vast amounts of time and effort, but once it matures, its power is astonishing. In contrast, other supreme spiritual roots advance more quickly, holding promise for the path to ascension. However, a supreme 5-element spiritual root can be considered mature upon reaching the nascent soul stage, at which point, by virtue of its formidable power, it can easily contend with cultivators at the deity transformation stage, and may even achieve an upset by killing an opponent of a higher cultivation level. If one can seize the opportunity to break through the bottleneck and enter the nascent soul realm, even a cultivator at the Mahayana stage would not dare to provoke them lightly. A top-grade 5-element spiritual root, by virtue of its spiritual power reserves alone, can suppress cultivators of the same rank, leaving them unable to turn the tide. Chief Xia stroked his beard and sighed with emotion. The spiritual power required for an ultimate 5-element spiritual root to advance is 5 times that of other ultimate spiritual roots. For her to cultivate an ultimate 5-element spiritual root to the golden core stage while in the outer sect, this girl's future potential is boundless. Even he, as the sect leader, could not help but feel deeply intrigued at this moment, developing a strong interest in this disciple named Wanqing. Elder Shin, seated below, shot a warning glance at sect leader Xia. She had previously mentioned to sect leader Xia her desire to take Wanqing as a disciple, stating that Wanqing had already mastered the Ma-E divine physiognomy and was fully capable of becoming her successor. Now that sect leader Xia has said such a thing, it's clear he's got designs on Wanqing. Sect leader Xia quickly tried to placate him. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Times are different now. Back then, I didn't know she had top-grade 5-element spiritual roots, did I? As Dharma cultivators, Elder Lu and Elder Situ quickly chimed in, indeed. Times have changed. Back then, we had no idea she possessed the supreme 5-element spiritual root. For cultivators, having more spiritual roots means they can control more spells. Now, the appearance of a top-grade 5 spirit root is like placing a future encyclopedia of spells right before their eyes. How could they possibly not want it? Immortal Lord Lingyuan did not join their discussion, sitting quietly in his own seat, pondering whose handiwork the hairpin in Yuanqing's hair might be. Immortal Lord Lingyuan also considered whether it might have been the work of his own avatar. But a clone is still oneself. He didn't believe he would refine magical artifacts for others. Elder Lin of the Artifact Refining Hall, on the other hand, had no interest in the supreme 5-element spiritual root, but he was very interested in Wanqing, who had managed to cultivate a supreme 5-element spiritual root all the way to the golden core stage while in the outer sect. For someone to have cultivated the rare and gluttonous 5 spirit roots to such a level all alone, they must be the type to split a single spirit stone into 2 halves just to make it last. Elder Lin opened Wanqing's file. Each time the outer sect grand competition is held, the elders receive general information about the participating disciples, such as when they joined the sect, when they established their foundation and formed their golden core, and which missions they have undertaken. There will be some general records. As he turned to the first page, Elder Lin couldn't help but let out a sound. The gazes of the other elders were drawn to Elder Lin. Elder Lin, what's with all the fuss? Elder Lin looked at the documents in his hand. This disciple named Wanqing was actually accepted into the sect as a menial disciple. From a menial disciple all the way to the golden core stage, even we might not be able to match his mental fortitude. Hearing this, the other elders also looked over in surprise. Moreover, based on the time she entered the sect, she should be just over 20 years old. At this speed, she would be an outstanding figure even among the inner disciples. Elder Lin continued speaking. How is this possible? The elders exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of disbelief. They were all old fellows who had lived for thousands of years, deeply aware of the hardships and difficulties of cultivation. For a menial disciple with no spiritual root to reach the golden core stage, how much effort and sweat would that require? Not to mention that he also possesses the rare and supreme 5 spiritual roots. This child's temperament and perseverance are beyond compare to ordinary people. If properly nurtured, his future achievements will be limitless. Elder Lin sighed. The 2 sword cultivator elders also became interested and opened Wanqing's file. Sword cultivators value mental fortitude above all, and someone who had climbed all the way from a menial disciple through sheer refusal to give up was indeed suited for the path of the sword. I noticed the sword at her waist. She must have studied the way of the sword. As one of the few female sword cultivators, Elder Zhang had always felt a twinge of regret that all her disciples were male. If she could take on a female disciple, that would truly be the best outcome. Each and every one of you, I've said this before. Elder Shin was somewhat angry, not expecting these fellows to change their faces so quickly. Elder Shin, don't be angry. There are still 2 rounds ahead. Perhaps later you'll find she's not suitable to be your disciple after all, Elder Lu consoled Elder Shin. Why didn't you say she wasn't suitable for you? Well, with her top-tier 5-element spiritual roots, what else would she cultivate if not the path of spellcasting? The uniquely gifted conditions are right here, aren't they, Elder Situ? Elder Lu turned to Elder Situ. Elder Situ also nodded. All right, stop arguing. Chief Xia stepped forward to play the peacemaker. What kind of decorum is this, bickering in front of an immortal lord? Take a look further back. If you truly take a liking to a few disciples, just hand over the tokens and let her choose for herself. Don't harm the harmony among the elders. The disciples in the arena were unaware of the conversation among the elders on the high platform. A gold core stage with top grade 5 spiritual roots. How did they manage to accumulate so much spiritual energy? During a fight, their spiritual energy must be inexhaustible and never-ending. Impressive, I never noticed this before. Where did she come from? The 2 disciples on the arena put away their contemptuous expressions and announced Wanqing's test results. Outer sect disciple Wanqing, top grade 5-element spiritual root. Wanqing stepped down from the arena. Truly a supreme 5-element spiritual root. Surely the outer sect competition won't end up with a whole group of people not being a match for her alone. Wanqing listened to the discussions among the disciples and could only feel cold sweat trickling down her forehead. What do you mean she can't handle it alone? How could she possibly be that powerful? Wanqing herself felt that her cultivation was entirely inflated. Before reaching foundation establishment, she didn't even know how to hold a sword and could barely cast a few spells. What's there to compare with others? The only advantage is having a bit more spiritual power. However, she had indeed never fought anyone with a cultivation level similar to her own. She was either bullying novices weaker than her in cultivation, or challenging those above her rank. But when she fought above her rank, she never won. How are you feeling? Mu Yunxi walked over to Wanqing. Wanqing let out a long sigh. I feel like I've become a target for everyone. A single spiritual root test has put me on a pedestal, as if I'd be letting down my spiritual root if I didn't dominate the battlefield. Wanqing felt wronged. She clearly didn't like fighting. Her favorite thing was to go into seclusion and cultivate. Mu Yunxi gave a wry smile, feeling that Wanqing's perception of her own strength was somewhat off. Being able to reach the golden core stage with 5 spiritual roots, her spiritual power alone allowed her to sweep through everyone at that level. Perhaps the crowd at the outer sect competition would need to use a war of attrition to take her down. This is also why Mu Yunxi had never worried about Wanqing failing to pass the outer sect competition. Mu Yunxi knew that Wanqing had 5 spiritual roots, but he never expected her to possess the rare and superior quality of 5 spiritual roots. No wonder, after cultivating together with her for such a long time, Wanqing's cultivation level showed no signs of improvement whatsoever. It seems I need to put in more effort myself. Chapter 117, The Failed Female Lead Halo. Because of her supreme 5-element spiritual root, Wanqing had become quite renowned, drawing the attention of everyone wherever she went. The feeling of being the center of attention made Wanqing extremely uncomfortable. The second trial of the Outer Sect Grand Competition would be held in a secret realm, which for Wanqing felt like a game of leveling up, requiring participants to demonstrate a wide range of abilities and qualities. Interestingly, the trials in this secret realm seemed to be specially designed based on the type of disciples the elders wished to recruit. Trials in swordsmanship, magical cultivation, and formation techniques were the most common, and there was even a physiognomy assessment at the very end. In the end, only Wanqing, who had mastered the mystic physiognomy of hemp robes, was able to pass through smoothly. The other participating disciples were well aware that this was undoubtedly a trial set up by Elder Shin specifically to find a disciple, but they knew nothing of physiognomy and could only watch helplessly as Wanqing passed through alone, filled with envy. Meanwhile, the several elders observing the secret realm's developments were discussing animatedly on the high platform, debating the performances of the disciples. Wanqing naturally became the focal point of their attention. Who would have thought this little girl is not only skilled in magic, but also shows some talent in swordsmanship? Could her talent in swordsmanship possibly compare to her effortless mastery of the 5 elements escape technique? To showcase her skills, Wanqing used all 5 elemental escape techniques during the fight in the secret realm. Elder Lu and Elder Sita watched with eager delight, firmly resolved to take Wanqing as their disciple. This was something even they could not accomplish. Ling Yuan, Immortal Lord, sat to the side, sipping tea as he watched the elders argue. He was also pondering whether to take Wanqing as a disciple, in order to find out what was really going on. Why did this female cultivator have something that belonged to him? Sister Yu is truly formidable. Even back in Lone Mountain City, I knew that Sister Yu's skills are no less than those of inner disciples. As Wanqing emerged from the secret realm, she saw Li Shi walking toward her. Sisterly, I haven't yet congratulated you on successfully overcoming the Golden Core tribulation. Although she hadn't known Li Shi for long, she had gained a new level of respect for her, having witnessed her gamble everything to brave the lightning tribulation. He remembered that all of Li Shi's friends were already in the late stage of Foundation establishment, yet she alone had overcome the fear of her friends being struck dead by lightning tribulation and successfully crossed it. I must also thank you, senior sister. If it weren't for your guidance, your junior sister, would never have been able to move past it. Li Shi recalled the time she faced her lightning tribulation, and even now, her heart still trembled with lingering fear. But friends still advised him not to take the risk himself. The Foundation establishment stage is enough. In the remaining days, wouldn't it be wonderful for a few friends to play music in harmony and travel through mountains and rivers? But Li Shi also knew that they, like herself, were unwilling to accept this, yet none of them had the courage to step forward and take that leap. For the sake of her friend and herself, she would try even if it meant death. You pulled yourself together. I only said a few words, no need for your thanks. Wanqing looked at Li Shi. Cultivation is a solitary endeavor, even a Tao companion is merely a diversion. If a person stubbornly pursues a dead end on their path of cultivation, no amount of advice from others will be of any use. Li Shi smiled and nodded. Junior sister has just entered the Golden Core stage. If we meet in the upcoming grand competition, I ask that senior sister show mercy. Li Shi didn't think that she, having just entered the Golden Core stage, could compete with the other participating disciples. She came to the outer sect grand competition only to exchange and spar with her peers. She didn't even have the thought of winning any rewards. The other participating disciples, seeing Wanqing conversing with someone, also walked over. They had also realized that Wanqing was exceptionally skilled and that she was sure to secure a spot among the inner sect disciples, so they could take this opportunity to interact more with her. Perhaps there will be another chance to sit and discuss philosophy together in the future. Wanqing was surrounded by people chatting and unable to free herself, while Mu Yunxi sat among the crowd watching without any sign of concern. He knew that Wanqing didn't have many friends. There used to be himself, but now that he had ascended from the status of a friend, he could no longer count as one. Making more friends in the cultivation world was also a good thing. I hope I don't attract any bad romantic entanglements. Mu Yunxian's gaze swept over each person beside Wanqing one by one, finally nodding in satisfaction. All of them are a bunch of rotten apples. They can't compare to oneself at all. But in reality, everyone here is a cultivator. No matter how bad their looks might be, they can't be that bad. Though not outstanding, they all have clear and handsome features. However, compared to Mu Yunxi, they indeed fall short and fail to draw attention. Unlike Mu Yunxi, who stands out like a crane among chickens even in a crowd. Lin Sairu, who had obediently followed behind Ling Yuan Immortal Lord and stood there, after enjoying the crowd's attention, found staying by her master's side rather dull and boring. As her mind wandered, she caught sight of Mu Yunxi among the crowd. Master, I saw a friend and want to go find him. Lin Sairu sought an excuse to slip away and look for Mu Yunxi. Ling Yuan Immortal Lord raised his hand to let her go. Lin Sairu left cheerfully. She had taken notice of Mu Yunxi a long time ago. In the past, she only thought he had a gentle personality and an elegant appearance. He must be a man who dotes on her in every way and holds her in high regard. But unexpectedly, this person was impervious to all approaches. He wouldn't reveal his cave dwelling's address when asked, and even sending a message by flying crane couldn't locate him. She still only knows that the person is at the outer sect. Finding Mu Yunxi can only rely on luck. Yet this man seemed to be avoiding her. Even if she sought him out 10 times, she might not encounter him once. Facing repeated setbacks at Mu Yunxi's end, Lin Sairu had long since made up her mind to make Mu Yunxi fall at her feet, captivated by her charms. By then, she would surely give him the cold shoulder, making him fret and regret it deeply. Brother Shepherd? Leaving the high platform, Lin Sairu immediately went to find Mu Yunxi, pretending to run into him by chance as she passed by his side. What a long time no see, I never expected to run into you here. Lin Sairu smiled brightly and charmingly, standing gracefully like a slender, elegant lily. Lin Sairu's scheming was clear to Mu Yunxi. Before, he had no interest in dealing with her, and now that he had Wanqing, he wanted even less to bother with her. I recall that junior sister Lin used to follow behind Lord Lingyuan. The implication is that you were supposed to be following your own master, yet here you are now. This can hardly be a coincidence. Junior sister Lin's smile froze on her face. It seemed that after not seeing each other for a while, Mu Yunxi's attitude toward her had grown increasingly cold. No one could resist the charm of her face. Even Pei Wuqi, who had previously been equally stern with her, rushed to save her the moment he heard she was in danger during the demon cultivator's assault on the mountain. Lin Sairu put on a look of grievance, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Mu Yunxi. Why would you say that, senior brother? It sounds as if I came looking for you on purpose. Have I done something wrong? Why are you always so harsh with me, senior brother Mu? Lin Sairu's voice choked with emotion, her pitiful appearance making one long to hold her in their arms and comfort her. Mu Yunxi let out a long sigh, never expecting that after meeting Lin Sairu just once, she would cling to him like an unshakable plaster. Junior sister, you should put away those thoughts of yours. There is already someone in my heart. Having said that, Mu Yunxi turned and left without waiting for Lin Sairu to react. Lin Sairu, startled by the thunder that had been cast aside by Mu Yunxi, covered her face with her sleeve, her expression twisted. How could there be someone in her heart? How is it that every single one of them already has someone in their heart? With their own sect members around, who else could they possibly take a liking to? Shouldn't she be held high like the stars around the moon? Why has it come to this? A moment of anxious regret. Senior brother Mu. Chapter 118. Everyone's hidden agendas. Lin Sairu watched Mu Yunxi's retreating figure, then turned and stormed off in a huff. As she walked, she gritted her teeth in thought. He will regret this. He will definitely regret this. However, before she had taken more than a few steps, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Pei Wuqi was standing quietly under a large tree, arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the person in the center of the field. A joyful smile immediately spread across Lin Sairu's face. In her view, Pei Wuqi clearly had feelings for her. This was an undeniable fact. They were only one step away from becoming true cultivation partners. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel her heart race, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She gently bit her lip, then quickened her pace toward Pei Wuqi. Pei Wuqi watched Wanqing, surrounded by admirers in the center of the venue, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. He was delighted to see Wanqing so popular and valued, for in his eyes, she was merely receiving the recognition she deserved. Wanqing finally began to enjoy some of the treatment she had always deserved. In Pei Wuqi's eyes, Wanqing deserved the best, and she was fully worthy of such treatment. It was only because she always wore a mask and refused to show her true face that the entire Lingxiu sect didn't yet know her name. In Pei Wuqi's eyes, Wanqing was the most precious, a pearl-like existence. If she were willing, with her unparalleled beauty, she could likely captivate the entire Lingxiu sect, yet Wanqing cared nothing for such empty fame and glory. She valued her own cultivation more than the admiration of others. Senior brother Pei, what are you looking at? Lin Sairu peeked out from behind the tree, her curious and adorable demeanor resembling that of a naive fawn in the forest. Her gaze fell upon Pei Wuqi, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and excitement. Pei Wuqi heard Lin Sairu's words and couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness rise in his heart. Since the last time he rescued Lin Sairu, she had become much more attentive toward him, as if she had developed some special feelings for him. Pei Wuqi, who had originally been insensitive in matters of the heart, gradually became more perceptive after the incident with Li Ziqing. Pei Wuqi noticed the shift in Lin Sairu's attitude toward him and grew inwardly cautious. He suspected that she might be developing some inappropriate feelings for him. However, he had little interest in such emotions. That time when the poison was neutralized in Wanqing's courtyard, in Pei Wuqi's view, although Wanqing had not yet accepted him, he had already decided that he belonged to Wanqing. Therefore, he resolved to avoid excessive entanglements with other women, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Senior brother Pei, why are you ignoring me? Lin Sairu felt a sense of foreboding in her heart. Pei Wuqi shifted the gaze that belonged to Wanqing to glance at Lin Sairu. You should address me as Hall Master. Next time you show such disrespect, go to the discipline hall to receive your punishment. Lin Sairu's red lips parted slightly. How could this be? The first time she saw Pei Wuqi was when the inner disciples were collectively going to receive their punishment. At that time, Pei Wuqi was cold and ruthless, watching the others receive their punishment with an indifferent expression, his gaze so icy it made people tremble. That was the first time Lin Sairu felt fear toward a man, feeling that he was like an emotionless killing machine. Later, when I saw Pei Wuqi a few times, I no longer felt the same way as the first time. But now, as she looked at Pei Wuqi, that sense of fear surged back into her heart, as if she had returned to that cold hall of discipline, where he coldly judged them and watched as everyone was punished. The Pei Wuqi before him exuded a murderous aura, like an Azura from hell, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, Lin Sairu was trembling all over with fear, her face as pale as paper. As a pampered disciple of the esteemed spirit abyss Immortal Lord, Lin Sairu was accustomed to a life of indulgence, even her cultivation taking the form of blissful dual cultivation. Faced with Pei Wuqi's murderous intent, she was utterly unable to withstand it. Seeing this, Pei Wuqi couldn't help but furrow his brow, a trace of dissatisfaction and disappointment welling up in his heart. For Pei Wuqi, killing had long become a routine, as natural as drinking water or eating a meal. Yet Lin Sairu's performance left him utterly astonished. The disciple of Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord performed even worse than Li Ziqing. A delicate hothouse flower that has never weathered wind and rain is utterly unworthy of being called a cultivator. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord spent all his days in secluded cultivation, having no time at all to look after his own disciples. Now he remains unaware that his apprentice has been ruined by neglect. Lord Lingyuan the Immortal was wholly devoted to the Great Way and also occupied with suppressing the Demon Lord, already stretched thin. To put it bluntly, it was still because the person before him couldn't stand on their own. Facing killing intent, your performance is even worse than an ordinary mortal's. You are unworthy of the name Cultivator. Pei Wuqi felt that after saying this, Lin Sairu would be greatly insulted and would never come to find him again. He then left with an air of nonchalance. Unworthy of the name of a cultivator. But she is a woman, shouldn't a woman be like this? Lin Sairu put on an expression of extreme fear and grievance, and every passing cultivator, whether male or female, came to comfort her. Junior sister Lin, don't be sad. Hall Master Pei is just that cold and unfeeling. Yes, yes. Lin Sairu, surrounded by the crowd, retorted to Pei Wuqi in her heart. Everyone likes women like this, even regardless of gender. Lin Sairu, convinced she was not at fault, dismissed Pei Wuqi's words from her mind. However, she also sensed that Pei Wuqi's fondness for her might not be as high as she had imagined. Pei Wuqi took a seat in the first row outside the arena. Mu Yunxi, who had already been seated, glanced at Pei Wuqi as he sat down beside her. Senior brother Pei? It's been such a long time. Mu Yunxi smiled, his face beaming like a spring breeze. Pei Wuqi nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Yunxi looked in the direction Pei Wuqi was coming from and, as expected, saw Lin Sairu being lavished with attention by someone. I heard senior brother Pei has been basking in success lately, with romantic interests blooming everywhere. First Li Ziqing, then Lin Sairu. With such a restless nature, what does he have to compete with him for Wanqing? Pei Wuqi looked at Mu Yunxi, not understanding his meaning. Mu Yunxi fanned the fan in his hand, merely smiling without speaking. When Pei Wuqi turned to look at the opening match on the arena, he heard Mu Yunxi suddenly say, "By the way, I heard from Wanqing that the mask she's wearing now is a gift from you." Pei Wuqi snapped awake instantly. Having been secretly observing, now that he was called out, even Pei Wuqi couldn't face it with composure. What does junior brother mean by that? Pei Wuqi's expression turned cold. I just think that senior brother is always deceiving himself, so I'm giving you a little nudge. Mu Yunxi looked at Pei Wuqi. A man who has lost his primal yang is fundamentally different from one who has not. Someone at Pei Wuqi's level should be able to sense this. He clearly knew that things between him and Wanqing were already settled, yet he still had the audacity to sit down in front of me. Wasn't he just trying to use me to show up more often in front of Wanqing? Pei Wuqi pressed his lips together and remained silent. Chapter 119, Neglecting One's Proper Duties. Mu Yunxi saw that Pei Wuqi still wasn't leaving, and the smile on her face grew even wider. I heard that Lin Sairu has been fawning over you lately. I wonder if good news is on the horizon. Pei Wuqi said stiffly, it won't be long, but it's not Lin Sairu. If it's not Lin Sairu, then naturally it must be Wanqing. Mu Yunxi understood Pei Wuqi's meaning. The smile on his face vanished instantly. He put away the folding fan in his hand, looked toward the arena, and said no more. It had taken him and Wanqing years of patient effort, like grinding tofu with water, to reach where they were today. For Pei Wuqi to claim, with nothing but empty words, that it wouldn't take long, he was far too confident in himself. The atmosphere between the two remained tense. The competition on the arena had already reached Wanqing's turn. As she stepped onto the platform, she saw Mu Yunxi sitting in the front row and naturally noticed Pei Wuqi beside him. These two seemed to be friends. She remembered that Pei Wuqi's wedding banquet had previously invited Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi did not hold a banquet for his core formation. In his view, such occasions were filled with clinking glasses and hidden agendas, where every attendee harbored their own ulterior motives. He disliked it, so he simply did not hold one. Wanqing's opponent was a male cultivator with dual spiritual roots, of ordinary appearance in the cultivation world, wielding a longsword with a thick layer of calluses worn into his tiger's mouth. I am Li Qing. Please enlighten me, junior sister. Li Qing drew his longsword. At the sound of Li Qing announcing his name, the audience below immediately buzzed with discussion. So it's Li Qing. You know him? He's a well-known sword cultivator. Though not as good as the inner disciples, he has few rivals among the outer disciples. If this great competition goes smoothly, I should be taken in by an inner sect sword cultivator elder. Encountering a 5 spirit root golden core stage cultivator in the first match, does that count as smooth? In the first match, Wanqing did not intend to go all out, The reason she had revealed her trump card of the 5 elements escape technique during the secret realm trial was that the escape technique was unbeatable. That was because the escape technique was an unsolvable move. Even if the opponent knew that Wanqing could use the art of evasion, they would have no way to counter it. The only method was to suppress her with firepower, using opposing spiritual or demonic energy to blast her out. Anyone with a brain knew about this method, but whether they could actually pull it off was another matter entirely. So even if others found out, Wanqing remained fearless. But caution was still paramount in the competition. It was better to keep as many cards hidden as possible. Wanqing took out Yaguang Tianluo from her storage pouch, gave the umbrella a shake, and it transformed into a long sword. Since you, senior brother, are a sword cultivator, and I, your junior sister, happen to have some insights into swordsmanship, why don't we have a sparring match? Wanqing said in a light-hearted tone. Regarding this proposal, Wanqing still had some thoughts in her heart. Because she had devoted so much effort to magic, she could feel that her progress in swordsmanship had stagnated. Thus, after obtaining the Yaguang Tianluo, Wanqing intensified her cultivation of the sword path. When she sensed the killing intent in the beast forest, her sword path and killing intent complemented each other, leading to even greater progress. And now, being able to spar and compete with others is simply a perfect opportunity for her to verify the fruits of her efforts over this period. Upon hearing Wanqing's words, Li Qing raised an eyebrow. He was well aware that Wanqing possessed top-tier 5-element spiritual roots, making her an excellent candidate for a cultivation method practitioner. Now, instead of using spells to fight him, she wanted to spar in swordsmanship. Junior sister, are you so confident? Do you think you can beat me in the way of the sword? Wanqing saw Li Qing's confusion and smiled slightly. Whether it works or not, we'll know once we try. If it doesn't, junior sister won't hold back to win. The implication was that if the situation turned unfavorable, she would resort to using spells at any moment. On the high platform, Elder Situ was very displeased with Wanqing's supplementary study of swordsmanship. Cultivating with 5 spiritual roots already demands enough focus. Why not properly cultivate spells instead of dabbling in those unorthodox paths? What do you mean by that? Looking down on sword cultivators? How about we have a match? Elder Li, a sword cultivator, said angrily. Ling Yuan, Immortal Lord, watched the two who were about to come to blows and felt that Elder Situ was right. Simply in terms of Wanqing's top-grade 5-element spiritual root aptitude, aside from being a legal cultivator, all other paths were indeed heterodox methods for her. Why are there so many paths of Taoist practice in the cultivation world? Sword cultivation, medical cultivation, alchemy cultivation, sound cultivation, all kinds of them, blooming like 100 flowers. Put simply, it's because those single spirit root prodigies who advance quickly in cultivation have limited means of combat, so they must supplement their methods to broaden their offensive capabilities. Even the esteemed Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, with his supreme ice spiritual root, could not escape this convention. As for Wanqing, who possessed a supreme 5-element spiritual root with all 5 elements complete, her decision to expend energy on other pursuits indeed showed signs of straying from the proper path in the eyes of spell cultivators who wished they could master every technique under heaven. All right, since you say so, junior sister, I won't hold back anymore. A smile curled at the corner of Li Qing's lips, and a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. He gently lifted the long sword in his hand, the blade trembling slightly, emitting a crisp ringing sound. Then his figure flickered as he dashed swiftly toward Wanqing. Wanqing's expression tightened slightly at the sight, but she did not panic. She sidestepped nimbly to dodge, her movements fluid and natural, like a fairy dancing gracefully. Wanqing's swordsmanship was ethereal, like drifting clouds and flowing water, light and elegant. Even when the demonized Yifeng had been staring at her and attacking, he couldn't harm her in the slightest, let alone Li Qing's grand yet unsharp offensive. As the sword light flickered, every swing of the sword in Wanqing's hand carried a sharp sword aura, clashing with Li Qing's blade and producing crisp, ringing impacts. In the midst of this fierce clash, Wanqing suddenly felt as if the sword in her hand had come alive, moving with the fluid grace of a serpent striking its tongue. As the battle progressed, Wanqing's swordsmanship grew increasingly adept, each strike imbued with her understanding and insight into the way of the sword. Her swordsmanship was no longer merely a skill, it had become more like an art, a law of heaven and earth, blending the deepest emotions of her heart into its flow. Each strike of her sword grew faster than the last. Wanqing fought with increasing exhilaration, gradually immersing herself in the swordplay, forgetting everything around her. Her gaze was focused and resolute, with only the enemy before her and the sword in her hand. In that moment, she seemed to merge with the blade, becoming one with the sword itself. The disciples below the stage burst into cheers, never expecting that Wanqing's exquisite swordsmanship would also be so outstanding. Li Qing was secretly astonished. He had originally thought Wanqing was just speaking casually, never imagining her sword skills would be so formidable, actually forcing him to exert his full strength. At that moment, Wanqing suddenly shifted her sword's trajectory, thrusting straight for Li Qing's vital point as he was distracted. Caught off guard, Li Qing could only barely dodge, but his chest was still wounded by the sword's energy, and blood stained the front of his robe. After slashing Li Qing, Wanqing sheathed her sword and stood still, watching him. Li Qing covered his wound, gave a wry smile, and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "Thank you for the lesson, junior sister. I can see defeat in this match." Wanqing shook her head slightly and said, "Senior brother's swordsmanship is also superb. If I hadn't recently gained some insights, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to win." Li Qing's bitter smile deepened. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that Wanqing, with her top-grade 5-element spiritual roots, could not have devoted herself to the path of the sword. It must have been merely a supplementary practice. But he can't even beat someone who only minored in swordsmanship. How can he have the nerve to call himself a sword cultivator? Chapter 120. First meeting with the Immortal Lord. The Outer Sect Grand Competition was in full swing. After the rounds of 16-8 and 8-4, the top 4 contestants had already been selected. Wanqing was naturally among them. After continuous battles, the immense advantage of the top-grade 5-element spiritual root over other spiritual roots at the same level had become apparent. The other 3 finalists had already exhausted their spiritual power and were sitting in meditation to recover. Meanwhile, Wanqing's spiritual power remained abundant. This advantage was also evident in the subsequent battles. Wanqing no longer arrogantly relied on swordsmanship to face her opponents. Instead, a continuous barrage of spells kept the enemy on the defensive. By the end of the competition, even without actively gathering information, one could learn enough about the participating disciples. Wanqing specifically used elemental spiritual power that countered their abilities in battle. With the help of the 5 elements chaos origin technique, the spiritual power stored in the 5-element spiritual roots was all converted into spiritual power that countered the opponent. Under the suppression of firepower, the opponent was left helpless. That's more like it. A Dharma cultivator should look like one. Elder Liu and Elder Situ were very pleased, feeling that Wanqing had displayed the true style of a Dharma cultivator, and they happily believed that this time's outer sect competition would surely yield them an excellent disciple. Elder Shen's face darkened on the side. She had originally thought that Wanqing's talent in physiognomy was impressive, making her a surefire disciple, but she never expected the girl to be even more talented in other areas. The disciple she thought she had secured was about to slip away. However, Elder Shen felt that the outcome was still uncertain. The other elders present all had many disciples under them, while she had none at all, and it was very likely she would not find any in the future either. Thus, whenever Wanqing came, it would be for her personally taught disciple. Comparing registered disciples with personally taught disciples, she didn't believe Wanqing would remain unmoved. One after another, her sparring opponents fell, and Wanqing unquestionably secured first place. Even Wanqing herself had not expected that, with her 5 spiritual roots, her advantage in same-realm combat would be so pronounced. First place in the Spirit Ruins Sect Outer Sect Grand Competition, Wanqing. Second place. Third place. Sect leader Xia descended from the high platform. Our sect is brimming with talented individuals, and my heart is greatly comforted. Next came the distribution of rewards to the disciples. Sect leader Xia glanced at the Celestial Lord Lingyuan, who was seated upright on the high platform. This time, having the Celestial Lord Lingyuan make an appearance was meant to boost the morale of the outer disciples, which had been dampened by the demonic cultivator's assault on the mountain. But ever since the grand competition began, the Celestial Lord Lingyuan had remained on the high platform. The boost in morale was limited. Sect leader Xia had a sudden idea, thinking that Immortal Lord Lingyuan could be the one to distribute the rewards for this outer sect competition. A smile appeared on sect leader Xia's face as he found his idea quite brilliant. The rewards for the outer sect ranking competition were originally to be personally distributed by sect leader Xia. But now that Immortal Lord Lingyuan has arrived, it would be most fitting to entrust this to him. Sect leader Xia then sent a voice transmission to Immortal Lord Lingyuan, inviting him to come down and present the awards. Lingyuan Immortal Lord listened to the transmission from sect leader Xia, his gaze falling upon the white magnolia hairpin adorning Wanqing's head. Her black hair was coiled into a bun, adorned with only a single white magnolia hairpin, simple, yet exuding an air of refined elegance. Does the Immortal Lord think it's feasible? Lingyuan Immortal Lord actually agreed, and the sect leader was overjoyed. Lingyuan Immortal Lord descended from the high platform onto the arena, like a banished immortal stepping into the mortal world, his entire demeanor one of cold detachment, as bleak as wind and snow. Everyone present was startled by Ling Yuan Immortal Lord's sudden appearance, never imagining they would have the chance to see him up close even for a single day. Today, my disciples are fortunate to have Immortal Lord Ling Yuan present the rewards to the victorious disciples. Sect leader Xia stood to the side, speaking with a cheerful smile. The assembled disciples could be heard drawing in sharp breaths of awe, a reward personally handed out by Immortal Lord Ling Yuan. They would surely have to take it back to their cave dwellings and enshrine it. Wanqing sighed inwardly, realizing this was the first time she had laid eyes on this exalted Immortal Lord, whose status in the original text was so transcendent. The moment Ling Yuan Immortal Lord set foot on the ground, he caught a whiff of rich floral fragrance, a soul-stirring scent, lingering and sweet. To his surprise, despite his usual preference for light and subtle aromas, he found this cloying sweetness not at all unpleasant. On the contrary, he quite liked it. Ling Yuan Immortal Lord followed the procedure, picked up the first-place prize, and handed it to Wanqing. Inside the jade box was a small light boat, which, when activated by spirit stones to enlarge, was expected to carry 5 or 6 people. It turned out to be a flying artifact. Wanqing hadn't expected the Lingshu sect to be so wealthy and generous as to offer a flying artifact as a reward. This is far more comfortable than flying on a sword. Thank you, Immortal Lord Xia Lingyuan, Sect Leader Xia. Wanqing accepted the light boat. Sect Leader Xia knew that Immortal Lord Ling Yuan was a man of few words, so he stood behind him and encouraged Wanqing to have cultivated the 5 spiritual roots to such a degree while in the outer sect is truly astonishing. This first place is well-deserved. Immortal Lord Ling Yuan, however, was looking at the hairpin in Wanqing's bun. He could even discern how the hairpin had been carved and how the prohibitions had been inscribed upon it. With just a single glance up close, he saw clearly and distinctly how the hairpin had come into being. That was the hairpin he had made with his own hands. At the same time, Immortal Lord Ling Yuan also realized that the rich floral fragrance he liked came from Wanqing herself. Ling Yuan Immortal Lord's gaze shifted from the white jade orchid hairpin to Wanqing's fair ears and neck. He pondered whether to take Wanqing as a disciple. Although the venerable Immortal Ling Yuan had only one disciple, the others in the sect said his standards for taking on disciples were harsh, but that was not the case. He chose disciples purely based on a sense of affinity at first sight. Lin Sairu possessed an exceptional water spirit root. The Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, who himself had an ice spirit root, a superior variant of the water spirit root, felt that she and he shared a certain affinity. Even though her temperament was lacking, and she was unlikely to achieve great things, the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord still took her in. The floral scent now lingering on Wanqing's body, which he found pleasing, could also serve as his reason for taking her as a disciple. Not to mention that she had once come into contact with his doppelganger, and still carried something of his on her person. He never casually gave away his belongings, but if it were his disciple, Ling Yuan Immortal Lord, that was still acceptable. Ling Yuan Immortal Lord, who had handed over the reward and was about to leave, suddenly spotted a concealed restriction on Wanqing's jaw and neck. It was also his own handiwork. It was just that this restriction was set up covertly, and being an exceptionally well-hidden restriction itself, he had not noticed it before his gaze fell upon that spot. Lord Ling Yuan was almost amused into laughter. What exactly had his avatar been doing out there? Lord Ling Yuan paused in front of Wanqing for an unusually long time, and everyone noticed. Sect leader Xia suddenly realized that on the high platform, everyone had been praising Wanqing as a promising talent, wanting to take her as a disciple. Could it be that Immortal Lord Ling Yuan had the same idea, planning to take on another disciple? Mu Yunxi, seated below, had a different thought. He had noticed the way Immortal Lord Ling Yuan's gaze lingered unconsciously on Wanqing's neck just now. That was unmistakably the look a man gives a woman. It was the look of a hunter eyeing its prey. It was the look of wanting to possess. The desire and possessiveness in her eyes, which even Immortal Lord Ling Yuan himself was unaware of, he noticed. Mu Yunxi frowned deeply. He had never doubted Wanqing's charm. Once someone noticed her, they would be irresistibly drawn to her. But now, Immortal Lord Ling Yuan has already taken notice of her. Chapter 121, Taking Ling Yuan as a Master. The rewards were distributed to the disciples one by one. After the rewards were distributed, several elders who were interested in taking on disciples appeared one after another. Elder Liu and Elder C2 flashed over to Wanqing's side. Your 5 spiritual roots make you perfectly suited for the path of a mage. Learning anything else would be superfluous. Elder Liu and Elder C2 exchanged a glance, never expecting that Elder Shin would go so far as to offer a direct disciple slot just to take on an apprentice. A direct disciple and a nominal disciple, though separated by only 2 words, the difference between them is as vast as heaven and earth. A personally accepted disciple is recognized by the heavenly Tao, and the quota is limited. No matter how deep the entanglement between master and disciple, it does not count as karma. Such deep bonds lead people to prefer taking in children who have just entered the world of immortal cultivation when considering accepting a personal disciple. Registered disciples were different. Between a registered disciple and their master, the bond was more one of mutual benefit. I teach you the Taoist arts, and you work for me. Each of them already had 1 or 2 personally taught disciples under their wing, so they certainly couldn't rashly take on another one. Now that Elder Shin has produced a personal disciple token, Elder Lu and Elder Situ have also fallen silent, both frowning as they ponder whether it is worth wasting a personal disciple slot on a 5-element spiritual root cultivator whose future advancement will be difficult. Wanqing never expected to receive a personal disciple slot herself. Her goal in entering the inner sect was merely to access its public resources, and she cared little about whose disciple she became. This personally accepted disciple was truly an unexpected delight. Just as Wanqing was about to accept it, a personally accepted disciple token of the same jade quality drifted before her. Wanqing looked in the direction from which the jade pendant drifted. Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, stood aloof and transcendent, his deep, cold eyes fixed on Wanqing. I wish to take you as my personal disciple. Are you willing? Lord Lingyuan, Immortal, unleashed a thunderous blast that shook heaven and earth, leaving the entire scene in stunned silence. Master. Lin Sairu stared at the token that Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, had given away, murmuring to herself, how could he? Wanqing almost thought that this Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, had been possessed by someone else, because in the original novel, Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, had only ever had Lin Sairu as his sole disciple from beginning to end. The honor of being Lingyuan, Immortal Lord's disciple would forever remain Lin Sairu's title, a label on her that shone even brighter than being the #1 beauty. Wanqing's shocked expression delighted Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, and he did not even reprimand her when she secretly used physiognomy to examine him afterward. Unable to resist her curiosity, Wanqing stole a glance at Immortal Lord Lingyuan using physiognomy when no one was watching. His entire body was bathed in fortune and merit, a golden radiance that made him appear like a celestial descending to the mortal realm. A thread of karmic connection coiled around his wrist, stretching all the way to Lin Sairu, a mark of the bond between master and disciple. Yet something even more astonishing appeared to Wanqing. The threads of karma that should have been clean and devoid of anything except the master-disciple bond between him and Lin Sairu were now tangled and complex, tied around the ring finger of his left hand, with the other end connected to none other than herself. Wanqing had never encountered such a situation before. She had only just met Immortal Lord Lingyuan today, so how could they have formed so many karmic ties? Moreover, upon closer inspection, Wanqing was astonished to discover that she and Immortal Lord Lingyuan shared mutual karmic bonds. In other words, according to the precise calculations of the Heavenly Tao's karmic mechanism, Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord owed her quite a bit, and likewise, she owed Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord just as much. Completely stunned by the karmic threads, Wanqing failed to notice that on Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord's finger, a faint, almost invisible red thread was also entwined. The red thread extended toward Wanqing along with the thread of fate, but it was abruptly severed when it had only reached 1/3 of the way. Wanqing didn't notice, but that didn't mean others didn't. The purple mist in Elder Shin's eyes dissipated, and a look of understanding appeared in his gaze. She thought to herself, no wonder the Immortal Lord Lingyuan was so unlike his usual self today, eagerly seeking to take on a disciple. So it turns out his love tribulation has arrived. Recalling the red thread she had just seen, it was only attached to Lord Lingyuan at one end, while the other end hung empty, not yet connected to Wanqing. It turned out that Lord Lingyuan was the only one pining after all. It was a pity that the existence of a love tribulation for someone like Immortal Lord Lingyuan could not be casually revealed. In any case, she would surely be unable to bear it. Otherwise, she would definitely tell old Xie about this matter. But this apprentice of hers was certainly lost. Elder Shin glanced at Lin Sairu beside him and frowned. If she had known that a love tribulation awaited the Immortal Lord, why would she have sent a disciple to Lingyuan? The chances of him getting through it alone would have been much greater. Elder Shin had stumbled upon a shocking piece of gossip and began to mentally deduce all the possible outcomes of Lingyuan Immortal Lord's love tribulation. Yet no matter how he reasoned it, Lin Sairu remained the stumbling block on this path of tribulation. Inwardly worried that her act of sending a disciple to Lord Lingyuan the Immortal might have been a sin. By the time Wanqing saw the threads of karma, she had no other choice left. Among those threads, what Lord Lingyuan the Immortal owed her might be repaid with just a few good things slipping through his fingers. But what ability did she have to still owe the karmic debt to Lord Lingyuan? The only way was to use the guise of a master-disciple relationship to erase the karmic ties between them. No matter how much karma exists between master and disciple, it is only right. The Heavenly Tao will not interfere. Wanqing raised her hand to accept the token of being Lingyuan Immortal Lord's personally taught disciple. Thank you for your great favor, Immortal Lord Lingyuan. Wanqing is willing to become your disciple. Wanqing knelt down and kowtowed with crisp decisiveness. With that single kowtow, they became master and disciple. Rise. Lingyuan Immortal Lord's cool voice sounded above Wanqing's head. Thank you, master. Standing up from the ground, Wanqing hadn't expected that becoming a disciple of Lingyuan Immortal Lord would be so easy, and that Lin Sairu would actually allow her beloved master to take on another disciple. Lin Sairu let out a piercing scream. All eyes in the room turned to Lin Sairu. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, she instantly calmed down, her expression shifting into a smile. I didn't expect to have a junior sister so soon. This is wonderful. From now on, we can play together. Chapter 122, Face Revealed. Focus on your cultivation. Don't be lazy. Lord Lingyuan scolded Lin Sairu once, knowing full well that she had a playful nature, but since she never neglected her cultivation, he let it be. But Wanqing was different. Cultivating with a 5-element spiritual root is no easy task, and this is especially true for a supreme grade 5-element root. Any slight slack could lead to problems. Therefore, when it came to Wanqing's cultivation, Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord felt he needed to keep a closer watch. There was no way they could take Wanqing out to play as Lin Sairu had suggested. Yes, master. This disciple knows his mistake. In the past, when she finished speaking, the master had never scolded her. Lin Sairu glared at Wanqing with resentment. It was all because of her that the master had become like this. In the public eye, Lin Sairu's glare was subtle enough that no one noticed it except Wanqing, who had been closely watching the female lead's every move, all because Lingyuan Immortal Lord taking her as a disciple had disrupted the plot. Of course, none of this could escape Mu Yunxi's eyes either. Mu Yunxi frowned. He still remembered the look in Lingyuan Immortal Lord's eyes when he gazed at Wanqing, not as cold and distant as he was with others. Now, Lin Sairu clearly wasn't going to let the matter rest easily. These master and disciple each harbored ill intentions, and Wanqing's life within the inner sect would likely be far from peaceful. Mu Yunxi turned his head to look at Pei Wuqi. Ever since Wanqing appeared on the stage, he had been staring without blinking, as if after seeing this face, they would never meet again in this lifetime. With his own martial skills lacking, and with Pei Wuqi's help, he should be able to protect Wanqing within the inner sect. Of course, that doesn't mean he would be foolish enough to play matchmaker for Wanqing and Pei Wuqi. At most, all he could do was simply not cause trouble. Mu Yunxi then looked at the radiant and refined Lingyuan Immortal Lord on the arena stage. All of this was built on the foundation that Lingyuan Immortal Lord had always been merely Wanqing's master. If not, aside from Lingyuan Immortal Lord, everyone else by Wanqing's side would likely be eliminated. He and Wanqing had only just achieved their rightful union. He would not allow anyone to separate him from Wanqing. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, I hope you truly are an unattainable flower on a lofty peak. Just stay obediently on your divine altar and don't come down. The apprenticeship ceremony continued as several elders selected suitable disciples from among the outer sect disciples. Wanqing and Lin Sairu stood respectively beside Lingyuan Immortal Lord, waiting for the apprenticeship ceremony to conclude. Yet the lingering, intoxicating fragrance was so alluring that Immortal Lord Lingyuan could not calm his mind. His gaze kept falling on Wanqing, who stood at his right side, her fair, slender jade-like neck distracting him. The next moment, Wanqing felt a cool fingertip land on her neck, tracing ambiguous lines across its surface. But the direction from which that hand reached out was clearly. Master. Wanqing was bewildered. Lingyuan Immortal Lord instantly regained clarity, never expecting that he would have touched his disciple's neck in full view of everyone. In his panic, his fingers, not knowing what to do, brushed against the edge of Wanqing's mask. The moment Lingyuan Immortal Lord touched her mask, Wanqing thought she understood, so it turned out that her master had noticed she was wearing a mask and not showing her true face. Even though Wanqing did not want to show her face in such a crowded place, now that Lingyuan Immortal Lord had already noticed and had his fingers hooked onto her mask, what else could she do? Master, do you wish to remove it? Wanqing slightly lifted her chin, making it easier for Immortal Lord Lingyuan to remove the mask, a gesture that, in his eyes, seemed like an invitation. Immortal Lord Lingyuan suddenly recalled the wedding nights of mortal couples, where the husband would lift the bridal veil from his new wife. Before him, Wanqing was asking if he wanted to take off the mask. In the eyes of Lingyuan Immortal Lord at this moment, it was exactly like a newlywed wife asking her husband if he wanted to lift her veil. Lingyuan Immortal Lord's Adam's apple moved slightly. His fingers hooked the edge of the mask, thin as a cicada's wing, and slowly peeled it off. Without the mask's concealment, a face of breathtaking beauty, both alluring and coolly clear, was fully revealed before the crowd. Her complexion was like peach blossoms, her skin like snow, her red lips delicate and dewy, as if she were a fairy stepping out of a painting. A woman like a goddess or celestial maiden suddenly appeared before them, stunning everyone present, who could hardly believe such a beauty existed in the world. Yuanqing's eyes held the tenderness of spring water, her brows carrying a hint of melancholy as she gazed at the immortal Lord Lingyuan, knowing that after his action, she would likely find no peace in the days to come. The charm that flickered between her brows and eyes was alluring without her even knowing it. When Yuanqing looked at him, the immortal Lord Lingyuan felt his own heartbeat quicken. Feeling slightly uneasy, the immortal Lord Lingyuan averted his gaze, not understanding what was wrong with him. Why does this situation, which I cannot understand, keep recurring time and time again? It was a long moment before the crowd, captivated by Yuanqing's appearance, finally came to their senses. How beautiful! Is this really a face that a human can possess? I always thought Lin Sairu was the most beautiful one behind these doors, but now that I compare them, how can a mere pearl compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Xia and stared blankly at the transformed Yuanqing, feeling that the version of himself who had been fooled by a single word from her in Gushan City was nothing short of a fool. What illusionary transformation, what accidental encounter. That woman was clearly Yuanqing herself. It was just that the other party did not wish to be hindered by appearances, so she made up an excuse to brush him off. And he himself, as if having lost his mind, actually believed it. Lin Sairu looked at Yuanqing, her eyes turning red. No matter how hard she tried to think, she never imagined that in Lingshu's sect, where she thought she was the only standout, there was actually another beauty hidden away. Seeing everyone present captivated by Yuanqing's beauty, Lin Sairu bristled like a hedgehog, determined to quickly overshadow her. To trample this woman, whose looks surpassed her own, underfoot. Why does the junior sister cover her face? Why not show your true countenance? Lin Sairu asked softly, the malice in her voice barely concealed. Could it be that you have some ulterior motive? Lin Sairu knew that on such an important day as the outer sect competition, the discipline hall would surely be present, and even Pei Wuqi might be seated below. Yuanqing, her face hidden behind a mask, was caught red-handed in such a suspicious manner by her master. The discipline hall will certainly intervene. A place like the discipline hall will be more than enough to give her a hard time. But to crush Yuanqing, one must proceed slowly and methodically. The female lead's attack has arrived. Yuanqing's heart, on the contrary, settled down. Yuanqing knew all too well what the farming space had transformed her into. Every feature of her face was flawless, every movement and gesture was graceful. If she saw her own appearance and remained silent, Yuanqing would instead worry that Lin Sairu was plotting something behind her back. I just thought it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yuanqing wasn't afraid of being investigated, because that was truly what she thought. Sect leader Xia nodded. Although he had not known Yuanqing for long, it was clear to anyone with eyes that she was wholly devoted to cultivation. The reason of covering her overly striking appearance for the sake of cultivation seemed reasonable enough. That said, we still need to investigate. What do you think, Immortal Lord Lingyuan? But bearing the weight of all the affairs of a major sect, sect leader Xia certainly could not afford to let his guard down. Lingyuan Immortal Lord ignored the flicker of displeasure that suddenly arose within him. As long as matters were handled according to the rules, Lingyuan Immortal Lord would not interfere. Just as Lin Sairu was punished for the Sun and Moon's secret realm, so too would Yuanqing face the same. Chapter 123. The original female leads hostility. Just as Lingyuan Immortal Lord was about to nod in agreement, Pei Wuqi stepped forward, reporting to the sect leader, the discipline hall has already investigated junior sister Yu, and the mask was also a gift I gave to her. When saying the last sentence, Pei Wuqi felt a bit embarrassed, his ears turning red. Oh. Sect leader Xia's gaze at Pei Wuqi was teasing. If he had no feelings for Yuanqing, why would he give away such a precious magical artifact? Since you've already investigated, then there's nothing more to it. Lin Sairu hadn't expected Pei Wuqi to actually step forward and speak up for Yuanqing. Pei Wuqi had even given Yuanqing a gift before. So they'd already been involved all along. Why did you save her back then? Lin Sairu's gaze at Pei Wuqi was filled with resentment, and when she looked at Yuanqing, her eyes could have rained knives. Yuanqing didn't mind Lin Sairu's attitude toward her. From the moment she was transformed by the farming space into her current appearance, she had already prepared herself to become a thorn in the side of the female lead, Lin Sairu, once her true identity was revealed. After removing her mask, Yuanqing dazzled everyone at every moment. She stood alone in her beauty, so much so that even the subsequent disciple recruiting ceremony felt utterly dull. After the outer sect competition concluded, Yuanqing followed Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord into the inner sect and arrived at Cold Frost Peak. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord sat in the hall and said, "From now on, the two of you will be master and apprentice sisters. You should encourage each other. It is the master. It is the master." Lingyuan Immortal Lord took a storage pouch from his sleeve and handed it to Yuanqing. "This is your master's gift for you. Wanqing accepted the storage pouch. Thank you, master. Alas. Master, don't you have one for me? Lin Sairu looked at Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, with eager eyes. Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, looked at Lin Sairu, puzzled, and said, when did I ever shortchange you on a meeting gift? Lin Sairu stepped forward, tugging at the sleeve of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord and acting spoiled. I want more. The coquettish voice made Wanqing's hair stand on end. She knew that Lin Sairu was showing off her closeness with their master, a bond that Wanqing, as a later arrival, could never match. But such closeness was something Wanqing felt she could do without. Don't be ridiculous. Immortal Lord Lingyuan pulled his sleeve free and scolded Lin Sairu. Lin Sairu stepped back and stood properly, looking wronged. When Wanqing glanced over, she winked and made faces to show that she hadn't been punished, whispering, actually, master is just harsh with words, but soft at heart with me. Wanqing was speechless. From the original text, Wanqing knew that the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord was not a strict master. As long as his disciples made no principled mistakes, he would not interfere. His approach to raising disciples was a free-range model, paying no heed to minor squabbles or trivial matters. However, this did not mean he had a close bond with his disciples. He simply didn't care enough to punish his disciple over such a trivial matter. In the original novel, Immortal Lord Lingyuan didn't have particularly deep feelings for Lin Sairu, but simply because she was his disciple, he was willing to protect her. If Wanqing were truly a newly promoted inner disciple who knew nothing, the scene before her would certainly make her believe that the master and disciple pair shared a deep bond, and that as a newcomer, she could never compare. But Wanqing felt that if she were to swallow her pride and now imitate Lin Sairu by tugging at Immortal Lord Lingyuan's sleeve and acting coy, she would only receive a scolding from him in return. There is no need to provoke the female lead with the aura of a heartthrob. Well, although master didn't prepare anything for me, I've prepared something for my junior sister. Lin Sairu grinned as she pulled 2 love knots out of her storage pouch. These are called love knots. They come in a pair, allowing 2 people to exchange messages. Junior sister can give them to your future cultivation partner. When the time comes and you send the junior sister off, remember to bring her back for me to see, alright? I'll give her a proper look over. Since it was something from her senior sister, Wanqing couldn't possibly refuse. Thank you, senior sister. Don't forget, junior sister. Lin Sairu emphasized to Wanqing, if you find a cultivation partner, you must bring them to meet me. Lin Sairu's words made Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, very uncomfortable. Cultivators should focus on the great way, indulging in romantic love and finding a cultivation partner. What's the point? Junior sister is currently focused solely on cultivation and has no interest in finding a Dao companion. Even if she were to seek one, she would never give one of these paired love knots to Mu Yunqi, let alone bring him before Lin Sairu. Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, was dissatisfied with Lin Sairu's single-minded devotion to her Dao companion, yet when he heard that Wanqing had no intention of seeking a Dao companion, he felt somewhat unsettled. Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, took a sip of spirit tea, the cool liquid sliding down his throat. Nowadays, even he himself doesn't understand what he's thinking. The gifts had all been given, yet Lin Sairu was still staring at Wanqing with eager eyes. Wanqing belatedly realized with disbelief that Lin Sairu wasn't planning to have her, as the junior sister, deliver something for her. Well, I also have something to give you, senior sister. Wanqing probed cautiously. Lin Sairu laughed and said, great, great. I never expected to receive a gift from my junior sister. Lin Sairu looked pleasantly surprised, her smile innocent and adorable. But that expression was directed at Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, and Wanqing only caught a glimpse of half her profile. Wanqing took out a red string from her storage pouch, with only a single green bamboo bead tied to it. It was unremarkable in appearance, even shabby. Lin Sairu's smile froze at the corners of her mouth. She hadn't expected that her pair of love knots would be exchanged for a red string bracelet. But this was fine too, it would let the master see and feel more pity for her. Wow! Lin Sairu put the red string on her hand and extended it in front of Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, seemingly showing off, but actually displaying the shabbiness of the red string from every angle. Master, look, this is the bracelet that junior sister gave me. Lord Lingyuan, being widely knowledgeable, naturally recognized that the beads on the bracelet were made of bitter bamboo. He looked at Lin Sairu and said, from now on, wear it every day and never take it off. Her master actually wanted her to wear this hideous bracelet every day. Lin Sairu was somewhat displeased. Wearing something like that would surely diminish her beauty. Bitter bamboo is just right for the restless Lin Sairu. That bead was left over from when Wanqing made a bitter bamboo bracelet earlier. She gave it away in the hope that the bitter bamboo might temper Lin Sairu's disposition. It would be best to become free of desires and demands. That way, she would be safe. After bidding farewell to Lord Lingyuan, Wanqing and Lin Sairu walked out of the main hall of Frost Peak. Lin Sairu still looked resentfully at the bracelet on her wrist. Junior sister, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll head back to my cave dwelling first. Lin Sairu had no heart left to pretend to be affectionate with Wanqing. Senior sister, take care. Lin Sairu huffed and walked away. What senior sister? Calling me that for no reason just makes me sound old. She should be older than me, and she has the nerve to call me senior sister. Shameless. Wanqing stood at the entrance of the main hall, troubled. She should now find a cave dwelling on Wang Peak to settle in, but judging by the environment of Wang Peak, there was certainly no suitable place for her to cultivate as a cave dwelling. Standing at the entrance, Wanqing's silhouette was tall and graceful, her curves soft and delicate, her waist so slender it seemed barely a handful. Ling Yuan, Immortal Lord, sat quietly in the hall, watching her. With this blizzard all around, am I supposed to go down the mountain and find a cave dwelling to live in? Chapter 124, Taking Up Residence on Frost Peak. With this blizzard raging all around, am I supposed to go down the mountain and find a cave dwelling to live in? Wanqing looked at the icy, snow-covered environment of Frost Peak with some concern. She had 5 spiritual roots, and a place like Frost Peak, where the concentration of a single element spiritual energy was at its extreme, was not suitable for her. Maybe I should just... Before Wanqing could finish speaking, Ling Yuan, Immortal Lord, who was in the main hall, noticed her predicament. He took a small palace the size of a palm from his sleeve, and tossed it out through the main hall's entrance. Wanqing saw a shooting star fly out from the main hall, trailing a long tail across the sky, and it didn't stop until it reached a ridge on cold Frost Peak. The shooting star gradually grew larger in the air, eventually transforming into a celestial mansion with carved beams, painted rafters, and winding corridors. This mansion was as dreamlike and beautiful as a vision, slowly descending onto the mountain, its high stilted pillars connecting the estate to the mountainside. Before she could even gasp in awe, she saw a formation disc fly out from the main hall once more, landing steadily directly above the mansion. 5 spirit-gathering arrays were neatly arranged in a circle, beginning to absorb the 5-element spiritual energy and channel it continuously into the estate. As the 5 elemental spiritual energies converged, the wind and snow around the mansion gradually dissipated, replaced by a scene brimming with vitality. Green grass carpeted the ground like a lush tapestry, and colorful little flowers bloomed across the meadow. Wanqing's lips parted slightly. What a grand gesture. So this is the power of the Mahayana sage? Go on. Immortal Lord Ling Yuan's voice came from within the main hall. Wanqing turned and bowed. Thank you, master. Then she cheerfully went to see her new cave dwelling. The sudden appearance of an immortal's residence naturally drew the attention of others, foremost among them being Lin Sairu, who had just left not long ago. Watching a formation take shape right before her eyes, complete with a 5-element spirit-gathering array, Lin Sairu didn't need to think twice about who it was prepared for. Wanqing. She had never received such treatment. Although the master was kind to her, it was never to this extent. Her cave dwelling was merely a random small palace on Cold Frost Peak, not even equipped with a spirit-gathering array. Changing the layout of Cold Frost Peak for this woman and personally arranging a residence for her, could it be that the master has taken a liking to her? Lin Sairu quickly shook her head, casting aside her terrifying thoughts. It was impossible. What kind of person was her master? Having spent so long with him, how could she not know? The lofty and exalted Immortal Lord Ling Yuan simply had no room in his heart for the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Lin Sairu gritted her teeth, but she knew this wasn't the right time to deal with Wanqing. She had to throw some mud at this woman, win over everyone around her, and leave her isolated before making a move. Ideally, she would strike a fatal blow and have the master expel her from the sect. Those below the mountain also noticed the change on Frost Peak. The perpetually snow-white peak now had a sudden patch of green, standing out conspicuously. Quite a commotion. Is the Immortal Lord preparing this for his newly accepted disciple? It must be. I watched the outer sect competition. The new disciple taken by Immortal Lord Ling Yuan is named Wanqing. She truly is a celestial being. It wouldn't be an overstatement to call her the #1 beauty of Lingshu sect. What #1 beauty of Lingshu sect? If junior sister Yu just takes that face of hers for a spin through the cultivation world, she'd absolutely be the #1 beauty of the entire cultivation world. Truly unparalleled in the world? Naturally. But when you made these rankings, did you include Lord Lingyuan? If Lord Lingyuan were included, the so-called #1 beauty of Lingshu sect and #1 beauty in the cultivation world would both have to change hands. But I think junior sister Yu is no less beautiful than the Immortal Lord. She simply lacks the noble bearing compared to him. What about Lin Sairu then? To be honest, compared to the first two, junior sister Lin isn't bad looking, but she inevitably comes across as a bit too worldly. Mu Yunxi, sitting in his thatched cottage, gazed at the single patch of green amidst the 1,000 miles of snow on Hanshuang Peak, recalling the special treatment that Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord had shown to Wanqing during the last outer sect competition. He simply couldn't believe that the man felt only a master-disciple bond toward her. Wanqing walked up the steps and pushed open the gate of her new mansion. Beyond the entrance lay a covered corridor, with a path of small pebbles beneath the steps. On either side were meticulously trimmed flower beds, showing no sign at all that they were actually crafted from magical artifacts. At the end of the path stood a vast courtyard, with a pavilion rising in its center. Beneath the pavilion was a clear pond, where a few small fish swam about. The scenery in the courtyard is pleasing whether in motion or stillness, and even the interior of the house is arranged with great delicacy. I never expected that the master would be able to refine such a magical artifact. Such meticulous attention could be said to have considered every aspect, yet this cave dwelling came from the hands of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, who devoted himself solely to cultivation and rarely set foot outside the gates of Cold Frost Peak year after year. It truly made Wanqing somewhat hard to believe. Looking at the fully equipped cave dwelling, Wanqing suddenly felt that all the things she had brought from the outer sect could be thrown away. Just as Wanqing was cultivating in the residence, testing the effects of the 5 elements spirit gathering array, a knock sounded at the door. Wanqing opened the door to find Xia standing outside with 2 young Taoist acolytes. Xia looked at Wanqing's now fully revealed beautiful face, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Senior Sister Yu, it has truly been a long time." "Junior Disciple Xia? I wonder what business Junior Disciple Xia has with me. It's just a small matter. Won't Senior Sister Yu let me come in and sit for a while? The cave dwelling personally arranged by Immortal Lord Lingyuan. I'd love to get a glimpse of it too." Wanqing stepped aside to let Xia in, but Xia kept staring at Wanqing as he walked. Wanqing touched his own face, puzzled, and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Xia finally withdrew his gaze. "No, nothing." Watching Xia's clearly uncomfortable movements, Wanqing suddenly remembered that the person before her seemed to be a looks-obsessed character in the original novel. Moreover, she was extremely particular about appearances. Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Pei Wuqi confessing to her made sense. After all, the current storyline hadn't yet reached the point where Pei Wuqi was supposed to appear, and Lin Sairu's "Everyone Loves Me" aura hadn't taken effect yet. Additionally, Pei Wuqi is a male supporting character who never ends up with Lin Sairu in the end. The plot has little impact on him, so it's not surprising that he would do things that deviate from the storyline. But Xia is different. He is the legitimate male lead of the original novel, not only utterly devoted to Lin Sairu, but also her close confidant in the original story, having liked her from the very beginning of the plot. Junior Disciple Xia hasn't stated his business yet. "Can't I come if there's no business?" "Of course you can come even if there's nothing to discuss, but it depends on who it is, and this person is clearly not Xia." "Junior Disciple Xia, let's just get down to business." Xia, observing Wanqing's indifferent expression, realized that his arrival as the sect leader's son did not seem to bring her any honor. Instead, she appeared eager for him to leave quickly. Xia's heart, which had been stirred by seeing the person he had longed for day and night, calmed down as he recognized that Wanqing did not seem to welcome him. Pointing at the 2 young acolytes at the door, he said, "These are the acolytes assigned to you by the sect. From now on, you can entrust all your trivial chores to them." Chapter 125, The 2 Quarrel. 2 young temple acolytes, 1 boy and 1 girl, were as fair and clever as jade and snow, as adorable as little white dumplings. Disciple Qifeng of the Miscellaneous Duties pays respects to Senior Yu. Disciple Mingwei of the Miscellaneous Duties pays respects to Senior Yu. Miscellaneous chores disciple? The term, long absent from Wanqing's ears, stirred her memories. Back when she had entered the Spirit Void sect as a miscellaneous chores disciple, she had secretly envied those who were chosen by the stewards to serve the sect's formal disciples. The treatment of those menial disciples was far better than that of the Spirit Field farmhands. She never expected that now she had reached a level where she could have menial disciples serving her. "Rise." Wanqing called for them to stand and rewarded each with a pouch of spirit stones. "I usually have nothing to do besides cultivating. Find a room to stay in and I'll call you if there's anything." "Thank you, Immortal." Qifeng and Minghua happily accepted the spirit stones. Being able to serve the Immortal Master on Frost Peak was already an immense blessing. Now, not only were they receiving spirit stones, but the Immortal Master they served also had few demands. How could anyone not be delighted? Xia watched as Wanqing gazed after the 2 acolytes, who cheerfully went off to find their rooms, and felt that Wanqing was reminded of his own days as a menial disciple. Looking at Wanqing's face, Xia suddenly felt relieved that Wanqing had always been concealing her appearance. If her true looks had been exposed while she was still a menial disciple, Xia dared not imagine what kind of torment she would have suffered. Even though the sect's disciples were screened, with such a large number, it was inevitable that some were of mixed quality. Every year, there were menial disciples of considerable beauty who were used as objects of lust by the sect's disciples and ended up dead in their beds. Fortunately, Wanqing knew how to protect herself. Xian's resentment over Wanqing's deception suddenly dissipated, replaced by a rising sense of pity in his heart. Coming all the way from being a miscellaneous disciple, Wanqing must have faced many hardships, perhaps even living in constant fear over her own appearance. Terrified of being discovered, then taken away and possessed. The image of Wanqing that had originally been cold and aloof in Xian's mind instantly transformed into that of a pitiful little thing who lived in constant fear every day. Feeling that he had no need for acolytes, he pondered whether to send them back, but feared the two acolytes would face discrimination after being returned. In the end, Wanqing chose not to send them back. Withdrawing her gaze from the young Taoist boy, Wanqing turned and saw Xian staring straight at her, the pity in his eyes unmistakable, as if he were looking at a pitiful little beggar by the roadside. "What kind of look is that?" Wanqing asked directly. By now, she was no longer constrained by the title of a sect leader's son. Xian quickly averted his gaze. "Actually, the main reason I came this time was to find you." Knock, knock, knock. Wanqing went to open the door. Mu Yunxi stood outside, holding an oil paper umbrella dusted with snowflakes, with snow also clinging to his hair and shoulders. "Wanqing, today marks your housewarming celebration, so I've come to invite you for a drink." Wanqing looked at the trail of footprints behind Mu Yunxi that extended beyond the mansion's grounds. "Why did you walk all the way here yourself?" As she spoke, Wanqing naturally reached out and brushed the snowflakes off Mu Yunxi's shoulder. From this gesture, Xian could tell that the man before him was absolutely not just a simple friend to Wanqing, and he became secretly wary. Mu Yunxi smiled ambiguously. Just getting familiar with the surroundings. Only after finishing her words did Mu Yunxi greet Xian, as if she had just noticed him. In reality, there was a man in Wanqing's courtyard, and he had noticed him the moment Wanqing opened the door. "Junior disciple Xia, I've long heard of the sect leader's son." However, Mu Yunxi did not take Xian to heart. Both he and Pei Wuqi were not lacking in appearance or cultivation, and the newly appeared Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord was even more rare to find in the mortal world. Although he was a few years younger than them, his cultivation couldn't even compare to Wanqing's. If Wanqing were to take an interest in him, he could only say that Wanqing's taste had truly deteriorated. So when facing Xian, Mu Yunxi felt no sense of crisis, and even found it somewhat amusing, like watching a child overestimating himself, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. He had pursued Wanqing through countless hardships, yet Pei Wuqi had still not gained Wanqing's approval to this day. So what right did this good-for-nothing second-generation rich kid have? Mu Yunxi had just moved from the outer sect to the thatched cottage in the inner courtyard, so Xian naturally had never seen him before. Wanqing's intimate gesture toward Mu Yunxi just now made him very uncomfortable. He lifted his chin slightly and asked arrogantly, "And who are you?" Mu Yunxi was almost amused by Xian. A fool like this, how could Wanqing ever fancy him? "I am Mu Yunxi, recently promoted from the outer sect to the inner sect, and currently living in a thatched cottage." "What is your relationship with Wanqing?" Xian interrogated bluntly. Wanqing felt somewhat uncomfortable at Xian's attitude. "What is Yunxi to me, and what is she to you? If you're bored with nothing to do, this isn't the place for you to amuse yourself." Wanqing still had no idea what this young master was actually here for. He certainly didn't think delivering a young acolyte was a task that required Xian's personal involvement. Perhaps he and the Taoist boy just happened to meet on the road. Xian was also somewhat displeased. He had originally come to confront Wanqing, but now an unexpected interloper had appeared halfway, and he had even ended up being scolded. Having grown up with everything going smoothly and born with a silver spoon in his mouth, how could Xian tolerate this? "Fine, I only said 2 sentences and you react this strongly. Are you two having an affair or what?" First Pei Wuqi, then him. "How can you be so fickle? As a disciple of Immortal Lord Lingyuan, how can your taste be so poor, falling for someone from the outer sect? Have you said enough?" Wanqing snapped at Xian. "If you came here just to pick a fight, then don't bother coming again." Xian also realized he had spoken recklessly and said the wrong thing. "Wana, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just angry." Wanqing, equally furious, had no desire to hear his excuses, not even noticing that Xian had changed his form of address. "You are not welcome here." Wanqing flicked her sleeve and tossed Xian out of the main entrance. Wanqing's chest heaved unevenly. She had previously thought, based on Xian's attitude, that he was just acting on his obsession with good looks again, coming over to ingratiate himself. But he forgot that the other was the male lead. It was understandable for a supporting male character to be swept aside by his own butterfly effect, but how could the male lead make the same mistake? Moreover, Xian was utterly devoted to Lin Sairu. It now seems that this Xian probably thinks she stole his master and has come to cause trouble for her. Alright, everyone in the sect knows Xia and has a spoiled temper. If you're really still angry, just give him a beating one day. Now that you're Lingyuan Immortal Lord's disciple, even the sect leader wouldn't dare say anything. Mu Yunxi patted Yu Wanqing on the back. Look, a man like that is nothing to fear. He'll mess everything up on his own. He's not just bad-tempered. Moreover, he was ruthless and malicious. In the original story, for the sake of Lin Sairu, he went after countless people. He was nothing more than a pawn in Lin Sairu's hands. Chapter 126, The Alluring Physique. She had previously thought that during their trip to Lone Mountain City, she and Xia had built some rapport, but now it seemed she had been overthinking it. But it's good to have the falling out now. Having stolen Lin Sairu's master, she will definitely not let me off, and I will inevitably have to confront Lin Sairu and her protective suitors. Sooner or later, it was bound to happen. Yu Wanqing waved his sleeve again, closing the door. Xia watched helplessly as the gates of Yu Wanqing's cave dwelling shut tight. In the final moment before the doors closed, he clearly saw that fellow named Mu Yunxi wrap his arm around Yu Wanqing's waist. Wanner. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just a little angry. Xia murmured to himself, staring at the tightly shut door. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and confusion, like a child who had lost his way. Xia stood quietly outside the door, his gaze fixed tightly on the tightly shut door, his heart filled with regret and self-blame. Wanner, give me one more chance, okay? Xia knew that his actions just now might have made Yu Wanqing feel averse to him. But he hadn't meant to do it. It was simply a loss of emotional control. The arrogant young master, who had never experienced such a situation before, had no idea how to handle it. That tightly shut door never opened again. Xia stood there quietly, her body trembling slightly, her eyes fixed intently on the closed door, as if trying to see through it to the person inside the room. As time passed, he remained standing in place, utterly motionless, like a silent statue. How does the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord treat you? Mu Yunxi pulled Yu Wanqing into his arms, lowering his head to ask softly by her ear. Of course it's wonderful, Yu Wanqing replied without hesitation. What about Lin Sairu? Mu Yunxi knew all too well that Lin Sairu had a complicated mind, always throwing herself at men. Someone like that wouldn't treat a woman more attractive than her with any kindness. She's alright, I suppose you could say we're barely on polite terms. Thinking of Lin Sairu pretending to be sisterly and affectionate in front of Lord Lingyuan, she probably wouldn't show her true colors for a while. Wanqing, remember to stay away from that woman in the future. Wanqing was devoted to cultivation and likely had no experience dealing with such a woman. Getting too close might lead to trouble at any moment. Mu Yunxi stared at Yu Wanqing's small, delicate ears. Yu Wanqing let out a soft moan, then said coquettishly, I thought you came to celebrate my housewarming. Mu Yunxi released the soft flesh from his mouth. Yu Wanqing's snow-white earlobe had been sucked bright red by him. He nuzzled and licked beside Yu Wanqing's ear. It keeps swaying in front of my eyes. Falsely accused by a lecherous man, Yu Wanqing wanted to push Mu Yunxi away, but the hand around her waist tightened, lifting her up. Where is Wanqing's room? Yu Wanqing wrapped her arms around Mu Yunxi's neck and pointed toward the main courtyard. Carrying Yu Wanqing into the house, Mu Yunxi glanced at the furnishings and said with an unreadable expression, he certainly put in the effort. Yu Wanqing leaned close to Mu Yunxi, looking into his eyes. I see it now, someone isn't here to celebrate a housewarming at all. Clearly, they've come out of jealousy to stake a claim. Yu Wanqing flicked her finger against Mu Yunxi's head. What are you thinking? That's Lingyuan Immortal Lord. Mu Yunxi buried his head in Yu Wanqing's chest. He's still a man. That is my master. Yu Wanqing emphasized the word master. What if he doesn't act like a proper master? Mu Yunxi bit Yu Wanqing on the chest, satisfied as she looked at the red mark she had left. I have no interest in men who look down on me. Getting too deeply involved with someone like that only ends up with me being the one wronged in the end. Having received Yu Wanqing's assurance, Mu Yunxi didn't dwell on the issue any further. Her fingers restlessly untied Yu Wanqing's sash. She hadn't expected that Mu Yunxi would have moments of insecurity. Although Yu Wanqing didn't understand why Yunxi thought Lingyuan Immortal Lord could take a liking to her, she didn't restrain her movements in order to soothe Mu Yunxi. But as she let Mu Yunxi act freely, Yu Wanqing couldn't help but find it a bit overwhelming. The bed in the mansion creaked and groaned for several days. Yu Wanqing's entire body felt weak and sore. She only managed to stay upright by wrapping her arms around Mu Yunxi's neck, her slender fingers threading through his hair as she gently tugged, trying to slow him down. Fragmented sounds came intermittently from Yu Wanqing's lips, her pearly teeth biting down hard on her lower lip, her vision swaying and consciousness growing hazy. Mu Yunxi found her hand, interlaced their fingers, and brought it to her lips, pressing tender kisses along it inch by inch. Mu Yunxi's deep voice was laced with a husky, sensual rasp. Restraining her hand, Yu Wanqing let out a dissatisfied grunt. Mu Yunxi hooked his arm around Yu Wanqing and kissed him, swallowing Yu Wanqing's impatient gasps and petulant murmurs along with the sweet saliva from his mouth. Suddenly, Mu Yunxi released Yuanqing's lips, which had already been kissed red and swollen, and abruptly tightened his arms around Yuanqing, letting out a low, heavy breath. Their bodies pressed together, faces so close that Mu Yunxi could even make out her smooth, flawless skin without a trace of fuzz. Catching the faint floral scent on her, their lips met, and Yuanqing's cheeks flushed crimson, tiny beads of sweat forming at the tip of her nose, a blend of innocence and allure. Her body trembled lightly as she received his affection, her lashes already damp without her realizing it. Yuanqing's cheeks were flushed, her eyes hazy and her hair disheveled, with her red lips slightly parted. Her dazed and alluring appearance made her look like a soul-stealing enchantress. Her fair, delicate hand weakly pushed against the man's chest. The woman's soft voice still carried the tremor of emotion enough. In his excitement, the man couldn't control himself, completely ignoring Yuanqing's protests. Mu Yunxi's entire weight pressed down on Yuanqing, who had to grip the bedpost to keep from being toppled over. The man's reckless movements made Yuanqing regret ever indulging him in the first place. "Don't make me kick you off the bed again." Yuanqing endured Mu Yunxi's demands while issuing threats. Only when he heard the sound of being kicked off the bed did Mu Yunxi barely regain a shred of reason. With a beauty in his arms, he had no desire to stop at all, and he coaxed Yuanqing. "Wanqing, my dear Wanqing, just hold on a little longer." Mu Yunxi's tone was pitiful and pleading, yet he showed no sign of stopping. The gentle and refined Mu Yunxi transformed into a completely different person in bed, nothing short of an autocratic tyrant. Can't you, show some restraint?" Mu Yunxi picked up Yuanqing, guiding her hand downward to touch, and answered her confusion. "Don't you know, Wanqing? Wanqing's body is naturally seductive." The shaking bed displayed the reason with vivid clarity. If he, Mu Youngsiruo, were truly a man of urgent lust, how could he have waited for Wanqing? It's just that Wanqing's body was truly exquisite, and he couldn't control himself. Isn't that supposed to be the female lead's exclusive setup? Yuanqing groggily recalled that in the farming space, she had once planted a spiritual plant, and the reward for it was something she still didn't know to this day. That is the 9-turn spirit ginseng, revered as a supreme spiritual plant by the Harmony sect. The reward for that item is this. Yuanqing wailed inwardly, "Farming space, you've tricked me." Chapter 127, Preaching and Teaching Lessons. Yuanqing, who had been tossed about by Mu Yunxi, resignedly accepted the fact that she had been tricked by the 9-bend spirit ginseng, and then kicked the person off the bed again. Yuanqing looked at Mu Yunxi, suspecting that in the future, if she wanted to end things, she might only be able to do so by kicking someone. After a brief indulgence in pleasure, Yuanqing's cultivation rose from the early golden core stage to the middle golden core stage. It happened faster than Yuanqing had anticipated. Seeing the proud expression on Mu Yunxi's face, Yuanqing felt like giving him another kick. However, her rapid advancement was indeed greatly due to Mu Yunxi's contributions. No wonder so many cultivators, even those who do not follow the path of union, seek out cauldrons and partners. Mu Yunxi wished to remain with Yuanqing indefinitely, but he was now the presiding elder of the thatched cottage, as Elder Lu had entrusted him with full authority over its affairs. He couldn't just wash his hands of the matter, and besides, this was Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord's territory. If Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord noticed that there was an extra man around Wanqing, it would provoke that old fellow who refuses to act his age. The day Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord finally understood his feelings for Wanqing, he would be the one crying. Mu Yunxi could only leave, turning back every few steps. Xia and emerged from behind a cedar tree. He had not left since the day Yuanqing turned him away at the door, thinking that if Yuanqing came out and saw him first thing, she might change her mind. But the longer Xia waited, the colder his heart grew. The cave dwelling's gate remained tightly shut for several days, and inside was a man whose intentions toward Yuanqing were clearly impure. They were both adults, and after such a long time without coming out, Xia understood everything perfectly. Xia's eyes dimmed, bitterness spreading at their depths, his usually straight back bent slightly, a stark contrast to his usual arrogant demeanor. Since she had advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, Yuanqing planned to go into seclusion for a while to consolidate her cultivation, and also take out the apprenticeship gift that she hadn't had time to open since Lingyuan Immortal Lord gave it to her. In the storage pouch containing the apprenticeship gift, there were countless top-grade spirit stones. Lingyuan Immortal Lord knew that cultivating with 5 spiritual roots required an immense amount of spiritual energy, so naturally, he wouldn't shortchange his own disciple in this regard. Yuanqing looked at the mountain of spirit stones piled up in her storage pouch and bowed toward the direction of Lingyuan Immortal Lord's main hall. "Long live, Master." Straightening up, Yuanqing tilted her head and realized, Master seems to have already lived for 10,000 years. "I'll take care of you in your old age, Master. But it seems Master has successfully ascended, so there's no need for me to provide for your old age." Yuanqing's eyes sparkled. So this is what it feels like to have a master to cling to? In addition to this, there were also 5 jade slips of high-level spells of different attributes. The above records the high-level 5 elements spells created by people from ancient times to the present, which are completely incomparable to the spells Wanqing is currently using in battle. Wanqing roughly practiced according to the records on the jade slip. In the past, when she used her spells, with her current spiritual energy reserves, she could cycle through the 5 elements techniques she knew 3 or 4 times, and still have some spiritual energy left in her body. But practicing the spells recorded on these 5 jade slips, she had just finished trying 1 jade slip when the spiritual energy in her body was nearly depleted. Wanqing vaguely understood that her master intended these 5 jade slips to serve as her ultimate moves, complementing the spells she usually used to achieve an unexpected effect. Wanqing was so enamored with the 5 high-level spell jade slips that she didn't even bother to examine the subsequent magical artifacts, formation plates, talismans, and other items in detail. Feeling quite pleased, he took the 5 jade slips and went into seclusion. Lingyuan Immortal Lord sat in the main hall, but his heart, usually immersed in cultivation, could not calm down no matter what. His disciple Lin Sairu came to find him every few days, sometimes several times a day, and only after being scolded by him would she behave for a while. After Wanqing became his disciple, she went into seclusion not long after. Her independent demeanor actually made Lingyuan Immortal Lord feel somewhat uneasy. He had originally thought that Wanqing would treat him the same way Lin Sairu did, but unexpectedly, her attitude was so lukewarm. In the past few days, the figure of Wanqing kept appearing in Lingyuan Immortal Lord's mind, even disturbing his cultivation. Following his true heart, Lingyuan Immortal Lord decided to summon Wanqing for a visit. Thus, Wanqing, who was still in seclusion, received a message from Lingyuan Immortal Lord, summoning her to come over. "Master, why would you call me over for no reason?" Wanqing was puzzled. Having read the original novel, she remembered that the Immortal Lord Lingyuan's approach to teaching his disciple was a hands-off, free-range style, and she had already prepared herself for the possibility of not seeing her master for centuries. Unexpectedly, her master was now actively summoning her to come over. Could it be to check on my cultivation progress? Wanqing looked at the 5 jade slips resting on her knees. Though not yet proficient, she had already studied all the spells contained in the 5 jade slips once, which should be enough to handle her master's inspection. Wanqing did not know what requirements the Immortal Lord Lingyuan had for his disciples, but since entering seclusion, she had not slackened for a single moment. Even if the Immortal Lord Lingyuan was dissatisfied with her results, given her diligence, he should not punish her. Disciple Wanqing pays respects to master. Wanqing stood before Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord and performed a vow. Upon seeing Wanqing, the restless heart of Immortal Lord Lingyuan inexplicably calmed. The cold wind of Hanfrost Peak diluted the floral scent on Wanqing, making it much fainter than it had been at the foot of the mountain. "Rise." "Thank you, master." The two, equally taciturn, faced each other in silence, with only the howling of the cold wind outside the main hall to be heard. In the end, it was Wanqing who spoke first. "May I ask what business master has with me?" Lingyuan Immortal Lord naturally had no business with Wanqing. His disciple was so focused on cultivation that she had cast him, her master, to the back of her mind, and now he, as the master, had to send word to summon her. How could he bring himself to say it? It made it seem as if he, the master, couldn't do without his disciple. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord didn't know how to broach the subject, yet he was unwilling to let the other leave, so he said, "In the past, when you were an outer disciple with no one to guide you, it was easy to stray from the path of cultivation. As your master, I wish to impart some of my cultivation insights to you." "Thank you, master." Lingyuan Immortal Lord's cultivation insights are truly rare and precious treasures. "Sit down, and I will tell you." Wanqing found a seat and sat down. She had assumed that the insights passed down by Immortal Lord Lingyuan would be recorded on jade slips or in books, but to her surprise, he was imparting them orally. She immediately became more focused. Immortal Lord Lingyuan was not pleased to see Wanqing sitting 4 or 5 seats away from him. "Come closer," he said. Lingyuan Immortal Lord pointed to the seat beside himself and looked at Wanqing. Wanqing obediently sat down in the spot Lingyuan Immortal Lord had indicated, and only then did the Immortal Lord nod in satisfaction. Lord Lingyuan taught for 7 consecutive days. During this time, Lin Sairu also came, clamoring to listen as well, so Lord Lingyuan kept her there. However, later on, Lin Sairu was often interrupting Lingyuan Immortal Lord while he was speaking, and he found her too noisy and drove her away. When she was expelled, Lin Sairu looked indignant and accused her master of favoritism. Lingyuan Immortal Lord's lectures greatly benefited Wanqing, and the relationship between master and disciple grew much closer. After that, Immortal Lord Lingyuan frequently summoned Wanqing for lessons. The master who had once been insignificant in Yuanqing's heart grew important because of Immortal Lord Lingyuan, and became even more so due to his teachings and guidance. Chapter 128. First Visit to the Boudoir. Master, this is an exceptional spiritual tea I happen to acquire. Please try it and see if it suits your taste. Yuanqing placed a jar of spiritual tea on the table. The spiritual tea she planted in the farming space had matured, and the space rewarded her with the effect of a purified body. From then on, when she took elixirs, she no longer had to worry about residual pill toxins or impurities in her body, hindering her cultivation. From now on, Yuanqing could completely rely on taking elixirs to cultivate. Previously, Yuanqing believed that tea was the king of beverages, and this spiritual tea had been personally cultivated by a great Buddhist cultivator. How could a reward for herself possibly be inferior to the linglong bone? However, the effect of the pure body truly left Yuanqing astounded, not because the effect was bad, but because it fell far short of what she had anticipated. Only later did Yuanqing realize that tea was not a naturally occurring spiritual plant, but rather an artificially cultivated acquired spiritual plant, much like spiritual rice. However, tea was highly sought after in the cultivation world, cultivated to be thousands of times better than spiritual rice, and was ubiquitous throughout the cultivation realm, which made Yuanqing forget that tea was originally a mundane plant. Realizing that tea is a postnatal spiritual plant, and then looking at the rewards it gives, it instantly lives up to its title as the king of beverages. Because Yuanqing had propagated quite a few spiritual tea plants through cuttings, she harvested a full 2 large jars of tea leaves. Yuanqing herself has no particular preference for tea, whether it's the finest or the poorest quality, it all tastes about the same to her. To avoid wasting such a fine gift, Yuanqing decided to give 1 jar to Mu Yunxi, and the other, of course, to his master, Immortal Lord Lingyuan, whose status in Yuanqing's heart had recently been rising rapidly. Immortal Lord Lingyuan extended his slender fingers, gently lifting the lid of the tea jar, his gaze falling upon the still tender green tea leaves inside. His brow lifted slightly, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint, ambiguous smile. How thoughtful of you, sending me a pile of leaves. Leaves? Yuanqing was taken aback at the words, instinctively looking down at the tea leaves in the jar. Only then did it occur to her that these leaves needed to be processed to become real tea leaves, yet she had picked them directly and given them to him without any treatment. I don't know how to do that. Yuanqing felt a bit embarrassed and reached out to take the jar. How about I find someone to help process them first and then bring them over later? However, Immortal Lord Lingyuan gently pressed down on her hand, stopping her movement. There's no need. With that, he waved his hand over the tea leaves, and in an instant, the leaves in the jar transformed. The once fresh green leaves instantly took on the appearance of being brewed, emitting a faint aroma of tea. Lingyuan Immortal Lord nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, this is fine tea. Yuanqing let out a sigh of relief, a joyful smile spreading across her face as she withdrew her hand. I'm glad you like it, master. Lingyuan Immortal Lord suddenly felt his palm become empty, and an unusual sensation welled up in his heart. He unconsciously rubbed his thumb and index finger together a few times, as if trying to hold on to the touch from moments ago. Yuanqing had grown accustomed to Lingyuan Immortal Lord's sudden lapses in concentration. Even when lecturing her, he would often pause mid-sentence and gaze at her. Since master likes it, this disciple will take my leave. She still had 1 jar left to deliver to Mu Yunxi. As for the processing and such, he would have to trouble himself to do it himself. It was good to give him something to do, so he wouldn't focus all his attention on her, making her suffer for so long every time. Just as Yuanqing was about to leave, he was pulled by the sleeve by Immortal Lord Lingyuan, who asked softly, "What happened here?" "Where?" Yuanqing looked somewhat puzzled, following Immortal Lord Lingyuan's gaze, and then was surprised to find that a section of his sleeve had been singed by fire at some point, with a patch already scorched black. Yuanqing quickly explained, "It seems I accidentally singed myself while refining a fire-type spell." Lingyuan Immortal Lord furrowed his brow and said sternly, "Fire is merciless. You must be especially careful when using it, so as not to harm yourself." Yuanqing nodded obediently and replied, "This disciple understands." Yet in her heart, she looked with some chagrin at the clothes that had been singed and torn. This garment was one she quite cherished, and now that a corner was damaged, it meant the overall prohibition on the garment had been broken, making it unwearable. Lingyuan Immortal Lord looked at the scorched corner of Yuanqing's robe, fell silent for a moment, then said, "There's a newly refined robe I made in the lowest drawer of the inner wardrobe. Change into it before you leave. The inner chamber." Upon hearing this term, Yuanqing's heart stirred slightly, and her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the area behind the main hall's screen. That was where Lingyuan Immortal Lord conducted his daily life. Ordinarily, they interacted only in the main hall, and the inner chamber had always been a place of mystery to her, one she had never set foot in. "Go on." The voice of Immortal Lord Lingyuan came again, carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. Yes, master. Wanqing replied softly, then stepped forward into the inner chamber. Meanwhile, the Immortal Lord Lingyuan, who was in the main hall, appeared extremely nervous. His upright body bent slightly, and his frequently fluttering eyelashes betrayed his inner agitation and unease. He actually allowed a woman into the inner sanctum of his daily life. For someone who had always been so disciplined and self-restrained, this was nothing short of an unprecedented event. That place was his private territory, where no one else had ever set foot. Even Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord himself hadn't noticed that his perception of the two disciples was different. When he saw Lin Sairu, he knew this person was his disciple. And when facing Wanqing, he could always clearly recognize that Wanqing was a woman. Inside the inner room, the Rui cloud-patterned window was half open. Outside, wind and snow raged without cease, yet not a single snowflake drifted inside. Beneath the window sat a chessboard, its black and white stones interwoven in an unfinished game. The walls and floor tiles were pure white, clear, and spotless. Several calligraphy and painting scrolls hung on the walls, which Wanqing observed must be the master's own handiwork. Heavy curtains hung from the roof beams, and within them lay a bed of cold jade. Wanqing only glanced at it once before looking away, feeling it was somewhat overstepping. The inner chamber exuded a clear sense of daily life. The Lingyuan Immortal Lord, whom Wanqing had always remembered as lofty and godlike, suddenly seemed to come alive. She could even imagine the scene of Immortal Lord Lingyuan living here, which would surely be quite different from his rigid and formal demeanor in the main hall. Better find some clothes and leave quickly. The longer she stayed here, the heavier the sense of taboo grew for Wanqing as she explored the boudoir. Locating the wardrobe, Wanqing opened the bottommost drawer. Inside, a set of women's ritual robes was neatly arranged, the snow-white brocade fabric as light as clouds in the hand. Wanqing took out the clothes, thinking to leave first. Master, should I change my clothes first? Wanqing looked around. Change here. Unfortunately, no one was there to answer Wanqing's questions. Wanqing hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow her master's advice and change into it first. Piece by piece, she shed her outer robe and skirt, and Wanqing, clad only in a white undergarment, changed into the new clothes. Chapter 129. Intimate Interaction. When Wanqing walked out from the inner room, her clothes were already neatly arranged. A floor-length snow-white gown, its fabric smooth and soft, accentuated Wanqing's figure to perfection. Ice blue lotuses were embroidered on the cuffs, with silver threads outlining a few auspicious clouds. The hem featured a dense row of blue cyan cloud patterns. The bodice was a pure white silver thread strapless top, over which she wore a snow-colored brocade robe, and an ice blue sash draped over her arm trailed more than 3 feet on the ground. When she walked, her long skirt billowed out, and every movement was as graceful as a willow swaying in the breeze. Lingyuan Immortal Lord watched the figure in brocade emerge from the inner chamber, recalling that this garment was one he had sewn with his own hands, and felt his heart pound in his chest faster than ever before. Wanqing examined the sleeve length and felt the fit around the waist. To her surprise, the garment was exactly her size, requiring no adjustments at all. Master, this disciple has finished changing. Lingyuan Immortal Lord nodded approvingly and said, "It suits you well." Wanqing actually quite liked this outfit, but if she were to buy it herself, she would prefer something simple and versatile, the kind of clothes that wouldn't look out of place even if she just tied her hair up in a high ponytail and went out. But with the clothes she was currently wearing, if she didn't fix her hair and put on makeup, pinning a few hairpins and wearing 2 dangle earrings, with a pendant at her waist, she would truly be too embarrassed to step out the door. Considering that her usual hairstyle was done with just a single hairpin, which really didn't match this set of fine clothes, Wanqing undid her hairstyle and came out with her hair loose. Her 3,000 strands of jet black hair cascaded behind her, flowing like water as the breeze stirred the strands gently, fresh and ethereal like a lotus emerging from the water. This Dharma robe pleases your disciple greatly. Thank you, master. Wanqing bowed, and her hair instantly fell forward like willow branches swaying in the spring breeze of March. A faint shadow passed through Immortal Lord Lingyuan's eyes. He beckoned to Wanqing, his voice low and magnetic. Come here. Wanqing walked up to Immortal Lord Lingyuan. What's wrong? Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord reached out and gathered Wanqing's hair from her neck, the jet-black strands instantly coiling into an exquisite bun. He then carefully placed a silver-white floral crown inlaid with blue jadeite upon Wanqing's head. 3 strands of pearls extended from the back of the crown, cascading down alongside her hair. Wanqing felt the weight of the crown and couldn't help but look up, only to catch sight of Lingyuan Immortal Lord's delicate jawline and his focused gaze. Wanqing quickly lowered her eyes. Even from such a fatal angle, one could still discern his striking beauty, truly worthy of being the original work's untouchable flower, the white moonlight. Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, looked down at her and said, "Hand it over." Wanqing was taken aback for a moment, then looked at his hand, with its distinct knuckles, fair and slender, and suddenly, as if struck by a flash of insight, understood his intention. She quickly retrieved the white jade hairpin she had put away from her Qianquan pouch and placed it in his palm. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord lowered his eyes to glance at it, used the white jade hairpin to secure the crown, and then released her hair. "All right," Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord said in a flat tone. Wanqing was slightly startled, instinctively touching her hair, and found that the white jade hairpin was now securely fastened in her bun, and the crown her master had placed on her head was also sitting properly in place. A strange feeling welled up in her heart, but she still dawdled as she bowed to Lord Lingyuan to thank him. "Thank you, Master, for your help." No, it had been strange ever since Master told her to go to the inner room to change into the ritual robe. Lord Lingyuan Immortal nodded expressionlessly, saying nothing more. Wanqing, on the other hand, secretly lifted her eyes to observe him, trying to find any trace of emotional change on his face, but in the end, she found nothing at all. "Master, this disciple will take his leave." Just as Wanqing was about to say goodbye, she saw Lin Sairu standing at the entrance of the main hall with a grim expression. Lin Sairu's arrival was, of course, known to Lingyuan Immortal Lord. Just now, when he was placing the crown on Wanqing's head, Lin Sairu had already arrived. It was just that the Lingyuan Immortal Lord had no mind to pay her any attention at that moment. "What is it?" The Lingyuan Immortal Lord stood with his hands behind his back at Wanqing's side, asking Lin Sairu. Lin Sairu looked at the scene before her, her heart tightening. She glanced again at Lingyuan Immortal Lord, whose expression remained calm, without a trace of disturbance. It was as if his interaction with Wanqing just now had been only natural and proper. "Master, what are you doing?" Her voice carried a hint of trembling, as if she was struggling to suppress some emotion. She had been currying favor with Lord Lingyuan for so long, yet it turned out she was no match for Wanqing, who had just arrived. Lord Lingyuan frowned. Lin Sairu's question made him feel offended. In truth, even he himself did not know why he had acted that way just now. He simply did as he wished. He turned his head to look at Lin Sairu, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "Do you find something improper in your master's conduct?" Lin Sairu's face grew even paler. She bit her lip tightly, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she still held back. As her master, Lord Lingyuan the Immortal was not someone she could question. At the end of the day, it was all Wanqing's fault. Wanqing also felt that the scene of coiling her hair just now was somewhat ambiguous, but the other party was the venerable Lingyuan Immortal Lord after all. He surely had no such intentions. But Lin Sairu was likely too upset to listen to her explanation, so she simply fell silent and stood to the side without speaking. Wanqing stood there in silence, and Lin Sairu thought she was feeling guilty. She pointed a finger at her nose and demanded, "Junior sister, as a disciple, how could you seduce the master? This is utterly shameless." "Senior sister, I am devoted to cultivation and not the kind of person you think I am." Heaven knows she truly respected Immortal Lord Lingyuan as her master. "Huh, do you think I don't know the little schemes in your heart?" Lin Sairu accused Wanqing aggressively, while Immortal Lord Lingyuan stepped in front of Wanqing to shield her. "Master, how can you still protect her? You are an Immortal Lord who cultivates with single-minded devotion. How could you fall into the trap she set?" Lin Sairu pressed on. Lingyuan Immortal Lord said impatiently, "As her senior sister, how can you speculate about your own junior sister like this?" His voice carried a hint of irritation. "There is nothing improper between me and your junior sister, yet you speak of it so disgracefully." As a generation of Immortal Lords, Lingyuan had never explained anything to anyone before, but when he uttered the phrase pure and innocent at this moment, it instead made it seem like he was trying to cover up something. In the end, Lingyuan the Immortal Lord commanded, "Go back and reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors." Lin Sairu looked at Immortal Lord Lingyuan in disbelief. Just moments ago, the two of them had been so tender and affectionate no one who saw them would believe there was nothing between them. She never expected her junior sister to be so formidable in her methods. Now even the master is on her side. Lin Sairu concealed her disgust deep in her eyes. Hearing Lingyuan Immortal Lord's anger, she realized she had lost her composure just now. Wanqing had already gained an advantage in front of the master, and if she continued like this, she would only lose even more. Thus Lin Sairu bowed her head and said, "Master, I was wrong. Just now I misread the situation and spoke recklessly. I beg you to punish me, but please do not confine me to my room for reflection." Wanqing's methods were so formidable, she absolutely could not afford to be confined to her room for reflection right now. Otherwise, by the time she emerges from her cave dwelling, the entire inner sect might already be under Wanqing's sole control. By then, she truly would have no way to turn things around. Chapter 130. The Most Beautiful Woman. Knowing when to yield, Lin Sairu understood that going head-to-head with Wanqing now would bring no benefit. Her master, having been bewitched by her, would surely take her side. So with a fawning expression, she sidled up to Wanqing. Just now, the junior sister and the master really gave the wrong impression. I know I was wrong now. The junior sister is magnanimous, so please forgive your senior sister. She thought to herself, as long as Wanqing was willing to put in a few good words for her, perhaps she could avoid punishment. But Wanqing wasn't buying it and simply ignored her. Lin Sairu couldn't accept being locked up, so she had no choice but to keep pestering Wanqing. Sister Qing, please help me. Put in a good word for me, and Immortal Lord Lingyuan will surely listen. Wanqing let out a cold laugh. And why should I? Lin Sairu was stunned, never expecting Wanqing to be so dismissive. Wanqing, junior sister, we're fellow disciples. You can't just leave me to die. If I really get confined, I'll be bored to death. You're beautiful and kind-hearted, so you wouldn't ignore your senior sister, right? Wanqing truly couldn't be bothered to listen to her any longer and said, senior sister has offended the master, so naturally it's entirely up to the master to decide. Lin Sairu, seeing Wanqing so resolute, felt a deep resentment in her heart but dared not show it. At that moment, Immortal Lord Lingyuan spoke, enough. I'll let you off this time. If you offend again in the future, you will be severely punished without mercy. Lin Sairu, as if granted a pardon, quickly expressed her gratitude. In the future, without my express command, do not come to the main hall. Lingyuan Immortal Lord's following words left Lin Sairu stunned on the spot. If she could no longer come, how would she ever pull her master back from Wanqing's side? Yes, disciple understands. Endure for a moment, and the sky will be vast, Wanqing. We have plenty of time ahead. Lin Sairu looked at Wanqing with tears of gratitude as she left, as if it was because of her that she had received forgiveness. Master, this disciple still has matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Wanqing, knowing that her master's decision was no small punishment for Lin Sairu, turned and left. Lin Sairu watched Wanqing's retreating figure, a flicker of venom flashing in her eyes. She silently resolved to herself that she would find an opportunity to exact revenge. After leaving, Wanqing grew angrier the more she thought about it. What did this matter have to do with her? And her master too, why did he have to braid her hair for no reason? Now they've been misunderstood. Watching Wanqing's retreating figure, Immortal Lord Lingyuan twitched his fingers as if to call her back, but in the end, he restrained his impulse. Because just moments ago, the words Lin Sairu had spoken were still echoing in his mind, making it impossible for him to ignore them. He admitted that when he was with Wanqing, he felt extremely comfortable and at ease. However, this did not mean that he wished to develop a relationship with her beyond that of master and disciple. He has always devoted himself to cultivating the way of ruthlessness, showing no interest whatsoever in romantic love between men and women. If the way they interact as master and disciple leads to misunderstandings by others, that would be far from good for Wanqing. What happened today was indeed an impulsive act on his part, and his behavior was somewhat excessive. In order to prevent causing her unnecessary trouble, Lingyuan Immortal Lord suppressed the desire that had been spreading in his heart ever since Wanqing left, deciding instead to maintain a certain distance from her. Lin Sairu's words still lingered in his ears. Lingyuan Immortal Lord furrowed his brow. When he had been questioned so sharply just now, he truly felt a bit flustered, and had even let Lin Sairu's rude behavior slide too easily. What if she goes around talking about it? With this thought, Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord sent a message to Lin Sairu, who had already left, warning her not to speak carelessly. Lin Sairu, who was already angry, had initially felt quite pleased upon seeing her master's message to her, but upon hearing the transmission, a surge of fury ignited in her heart. Why don't you just acknowledge her outright? Lin Sairu roared, beside herself with rage. I wish you both 100 years of happiness, she said through gritted teeth, as if she could grind them to dust. Two. Coming to her senses, she spat 3 times in a row, as if trying to expel the words she had just spoken. There's no way that woman will succeed. If she really ends up with master, there'll be no room for me to rise. Lin Sairu thought to herself, her eyes revealing a firm determination. Master can only be mine, she murmured to herself, her tone filled with possessiveness. I had always thought my master was heartless, but now it seems my mother was right, any man can be moved by a woman. It was just that she hadn't found the right approach before. I just wonder what methods that woman used to bewitch the master. Oh, who has angered the #1 beauty of Lingshu sect? In the thatched cottage, having just finished treating a disciple, Mu Yunxi immediately spotted Wanqing approaching with a huff. What #1 beauty? Where did that title come from? Wanqing lay on the bamboo chair in the cottage, a chair that Mu Yunxi had brought over from his bamboo sea retreat himself. These titles were naturally bestowed by the sect disciples. They all say senior sister Yu is a startling silhouette in the mortal world, like an immortal from a painting. Mu Yunxi poured a pot of spirit tea and placed it beside Yuanqing. Yuanqing lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip. You sure know how to flatter people. In truth, the title of foremost beauty should have belonged to Lin Xiru, but ever since the conflict with her that morning, Yuanqing had grown resentful. Now that the two were at daggers drawn, Yuanqing no longer cared whether she stole Lin Xiru's thunder. After all, in Lin Xiru's eyes, she had likely long become a thorn in her side, a splinter in her flesh, someone she wished nothing more than to eliminate as quickly as possible. So for such a trivial matter, Yuanqing paid it no mind. Yuanqing propped her chin on her left hand, idly toying with the teacup on the table with her right. She tilted her head slightly, a few stray strands of hair slipping from her ear, revealing a fair, delicate ear and an exquisite profile, stunning everyone around her for a moment. Her wrist was as fair as jade, soft and snowy white, and that hand seemed to possess a magnetic charm that drew the gaze of everyone around. Even the ordinary bamboo bracelet on her wrist shimmered with a gentle, warm radiance. This scene left the disciples who had come for treatment staring wide-eyed, their faces flushed and hearts racing. Some were so flustered that they even accidentally knocked over their medicine bowls. Mu Yunxi slammed the teacup in his hand heavily onto the table with a sharp crack, startling the disciples into quickly averting their gazes and lowering their heads, not daring to look again. Have you lot seen enough? Mu Yunxi spoke coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife, frightening those disciples into shaking their heads repeatedly. They inwardly groaned in dismay, knowing full well that this medical cultivator was not someone to be trifled with. Just now, they were so absorbed in gazing at the beauty that they forgot their own lives were currently in Mu Yunxi's hands. If they angered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing them so sensible, Mu Yunxi said no more, only casting a warning glare at them before picking up his teacup again and taking a gentle sip. Mu Yunxi looked Yuanqing up and down. Where did you get these clothes? Chapter 131, White Snow and the Spirit Beast Garden. This? It was a gift from my master, Yuanqing said casually. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord? Mu Yunxi looked at the clothes on Yuanqing. They were indeed in the style of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. Mu Yunxi, unlike Lin Xiru, did not react so strongly. One reason was that it had long been anticipated, and the other was that it was perfectly normal for a master to gift a treasured artifact to a direct disciple. A Dharma robe naturally counted as such. However, if he had witnessed with his own eyes the scene of Immortal Lord Ling Yuan combing Yuanqing's hair and placing a crown upon her head, just as Lin Xiru had, his reaction would likely have been vastly different. By the way, this is for you. Yuanqing pulled out the can of tea leaves that belonged to Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi opened it and took a look, these are indeed fine leaves. The spiritual medicines I'm preparing in this thatched hut now have a worthy companion. Yuanqing spread her hands and collapsed into the bamboo chair. There's nothing to be done about it. I've never studied this stuff anyway. But once you've got it ready, I want to try some. The spiritual tea he had cultivated himself, it would be somewhat improper if its master hadn't tasted much of it. All right, Mu Yunxi naturally had no objections. I'll send you a pack when the time comes. By the way, how has Bai Shui been doing at your place? Yuanqing looked around but didn't see Bai Shui anywhere. Bai Shui really enjoyed playing with the little animals that Mu Yunxi kept, and Yuanqing didn't stop her. Thus, Bai Shui spent all day running to the thatched cottage. Even when she grew hungry from playing, she wouldn't go home. She would simply go to Mu Yunxi for spirit beast pills, which were plentiful and filling. Right next to my thatched cottage is the spirit beast garden, where the inner disciples board their spirit beasts. That little one runs over there every day to play with them and often causes trouble. Now the steward of the spirit beast garden knows me all too well. Mu Yunxi put on a very troubled expression, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yuanqing, harboring the thought that when a spiritual pet causes trouble, its owner must pay compensation. Your mind is full of improper thoughts. Yuanqing turned Mu Yunxi's face away. Is the spirit beast garden nearby? I'll go look for it. Having failed to win favor, Mu Yunxi felt a bit upset, hooking his fingers through Yuanqing's sleeve in an attempt to hold her back. Be good now, your patient is still waiting for you. Yuanqing firmly pried the fingers off her sleeve, signaling Mu Yunxi to look at his patient. The patients who had been eating melons on the sidelines quickly averted their eyes when the topic turned to them. The weather's nice today. Yes. When we get back later, I can take my robe out to air it in the sun. Yes. The patient's hairs stood on end under Mu Yunxi's gaze. They won't die anytime soon. Hearing Mu Yunxi's words, Yuanqing smiled as she recalled the white-clad angels from her past life. Those angels certainly couldn't speak with such unbridled confidence. But Mu Yunxi wasn't wrong either. In the cultivation world, anyone who could make it back to the sex-thatched cottage alive after being injured couldn't be too badly hurt. Cultivators who were truly severely injured usually died on the spot, never lasting long enough for a healer to arrive. I'll go find Bai Shui first. Wanqing left without any lingering attachment. Then it's my turn to start working. Yunxi picked up the silver needles placed nearby and looked at the patients inside the thatched hut. Who among you will go first? The patients trembled, pointing at each other. Him. Both inner and outer sects of the Spirit Ruins sect have spirit beast gardens, which are places specifically used for raising and managing spirit beasts. Since disciples often choose to subdue some spirit beasts as their pets or battle companions for various reasons. Therefore, to prevent those spirit beasts that had not been properly raised from running amok within the sect, the Spirit Beast Garden came into being. The inner sect's Spirit Beast Garden housed a vast number of rare and peculiar exotic beasts, whether birds soaring through the sky, beasts galloping on land, or fish swimming in water. Everything imaginable could be found here. These spirit beasts all belong to the inner sect disciples. They will board their spirit beasts here, where they are carefully tended to by the menial disciples of the Spirit Beast Garden. These menial disciples need to have a thorough understanding of every spirit beast, knowing how to meet their needs and provide the best care. In the inner sect Spirit Beast Garden, each spirit beast can enjoy a spacious and comfortable living space with an ample supply of spirit beast pills. Miscellaneous duty disciples regularly check the spiritual beast's health conditions to ensure they are not sick or injured. If any issues are discovered, they promptly take measures to treat them, ensuring the healthy growth of the spiritual beasts. Additionally, the Spirit Beast Garden features dedicated training grounds where disciples can come to train their spirit beasts, enhancing their abilities and strength. Here, the spirit beasts receive ample care and nurturing, living a life of utmost comfort and abundance. Of course, their once comfortable and nourishing life came to an abrupt halt when a little white bird monster suddenly started appearing from time to time in the Spirit Beast Garden. That little creature came and went without a trace, daring to provoke any spirit beast it encountered, today tugging at a tiger's whiskers, tomorrow stroking a peacock's tail feathers. The demon beast, furious, teamed up with its master to lie in wait for it for several days. After finally catching it, they fought but still couldn't win, and it had become the unruly tyrant of the Spirit Beast Garden. After fighting so many times, the little creature seemed to get a taste for it, picking fights with the spirit beasts in the garden every few days. The Beast Master wanted the Spirit Beast Garden to take control, but how many menial disciples did the Spirit Beast Garden have? They were barely adequate for feeding the spirit beasts. Managing them was nothing short of a fool's dream. Moreover, that little creature acted with considerable restraint. It stirred up trouble by teasing cats and provoking dogs, yet never went too far. Even its fights with other spirit beasts were always kept within bounds. Attacks harming spirit beasts or cultivators were completely absent. As time went on, both people and beasts in the Spirit Beast Garden realized that the little creature was merely playful. Moreover, after its arrival, cultivators noticed that their spirit beasts had become much more diligent in their cultivation. My impression of it changed instantly. Relying on her unique movement technique and speed, Bai Shui charged recklessly through the Spirit Beast Garden, flaunting her power with the Spirit Beast pill she had just snatched from another spirit beast held triumphantly in her mouth. This spirit beast pill exuded an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water, but Bai Shui was not interested in it at all, as it already possessed more than enough spirit beast pills. In fact, it had snatched this spirit beast pill not for its own consumption, but for another purpose. It turned out that recently, Bai Shui had befriended many spirit beasts in the inner gate that had been abandoned by their masters. Some of these spirit beasts were cast aside due to dull talent and low cultivation. Others had lost their combat ability because of injuries or disabilities, and for various reasons. Their masters had released them from their spirit beast seals and set them free in the back mountains. The abandoned spirit beasts lived an extremely difficult life in the back mountain, lacking the nourishment of food and elixirs, and some even died of hunger after losing fights against the wild spirit beasts there. Witnessing the tragic plight of these spirit beasts, Bai Shui felt a surge of compassion in her heart. Thus, it decided to take these spirit beasts under its wing as little brothers and offer them assistance. To this end, Bai Shui did not hesitate to share her own spirit beast pills with them, enabling them to continue surviving. Eventually, even Snow White's spirit beast pills weren't enough to sustain them. After all, it was the big brother of the group, so it felt too embarrassed to ask for more from Wanqing and Yunxi. Snow White's gaze naturally fell upon the Spirit Beast Garden. Chapter 132. The Dragon Clan's Candle Dragon. Bai Shui ran happily toward the back mountain, carrying a spirit beast pill in her mouth. Have I been shortchanging you on pills and elixirs on a daily basis? Is that why you had to come all the way to the Spirit Beast Garden to steal? Wanqing appeared behind Bai Shui, pinching the scruff of its neck and lifting it up. Woof. Bai Shui's round black eyes widened, its limbs hung limply, and its semicircular ears drooped in dejection. turning Bai Shui around to face him. Stop pretending to be pitiful in front of me. Mu Yunxi, you've caused quite a few troubles in the Spirit Beast Garden lately. Give me a reason, or else you won't be allowed to go out and play, you'll stay in the cave dwelling. Wanqing threatened with a sinister tone. Ow. No. Although Snow White really liked the snowy environment of Frostpeak Peak, the oppressive presence of the person at the summit felt both familiar and frightening to her. She truly did not enjoy staying at Frostpeak Peak. Two small, weak paws clawed at Wanqing's hands, pleading with her not to be so heartless, then pointed toward the back mountain, signaling that it wanted to lead her there. Wanqing set Bai Shui down on the ground, and Bai Shui led the way toward the back mountain. A not-so-spacious cave was crowded with many low-level spirit beasts. Surrounded by a group of spirit beasts, Bai Shui stood in the middle, looking spiritedly at Wanqing and showing off to her. Look, these are all my underlings. Wanqing looked at the dozen or so low-level or disabled spirit beasts and covered her face with her hands. How had she not realized that Bai Shui had the potential to be such a sucker? Oh dear. Wanqing also realized that these spirit beasts were likely abandoned by disciples of the sect, but the disabled ones didn't count. The very fact that these beasts could be discarded by disciples spoke volumes. Cultivators raised spirit beasts not as pets, but to gain an extra combat force, to cultivate a fighter for themselves. Then being untalented is the original sin. It's fine if you just play around with those ordinary beasts that you and Yunxi keep, but now you've gone and brought a heap of trouble upon yourself. You didn't go snatch things from the Spirit Beast Garden because you planned to raise them, did you? Oh wow. That's right. Watching Bai Shui's earnest demeanor, even the Wanqing couldn't understand its words. She grasped its meaning. Bai Shui beckoned toward the group of low-level spirit beasts and a small, pitch-black snake slowly slithered out from among them. This little black snake appeared slender and beautiful, crawling slowly to Bai Shui's side. It then raised half its body, fixing its golden pupils on Wanqing. Snow extended a fluffy paw and gently patted the black serpent on the head, letting out a series of cheerful howls. A woo-woo-woo-woo. This is my strategist, you know. Back when we went to the Spirit Beast Garden to search for treasures, it was the one who came up with that brilliant idea. Isn't it clever? However, at this moment, the black serpent appeared somewhat displeased. Its head bobbed up and down from Bai Shui's pats, and its gaze turned dangerous and sharp. As it turned out, this black serpent was no ordinary snake, but a dragon king of the dragon clan among the demon race, Candle Dragon, whose name was Zhu Jiuyin. At this moment, he silently cursed that wretched little brat Bai Shui in his heart, thinking that once he retrieved the dragon pearl, he would definitely tear Bai Shui limb from limb. As the dragon king of the dragon clan, back when he sought a way to reach the fusion stage, Zhu Jiuyin wandered far from the demon race, traveling extensively. To avoid perishing midway and leaving his dragon pearl lost in the outside world, Zhu Jiuyin left his dragon pearl in the dragon clan's habitat before departing. Now, Candle Jiuyin had already reached the half-step fusion stage in cultivation. As long as it retrieved its dragon pearl, it could smoothly advance to the fusion stage. But when Candle Jiuyin returned to the dragon clan's habitat to find its dragon pearl, it heard devastating news. Because he had been wandering for years without returning, the dragon clan all assumed he was dead. His dragon pearl had even been lent out by a junior member of the dragon clan. Saying it was lent to his future Dao partner, Candle 9 felt at that moment that this junior's mind was completely addled. When the agreed time for return arrived and the junior's so-called Dao partner still hadn't appeared, Candle 9 blasted the junior's divine sense half-crippled with a burst of fire. What infuriated him was that when he interrogated the junior about his Dao companion's whereabouts, the junior knew nothing at all. Candle 9 was practically furious to death, and with another breath of dark fire, he burned the junior's elder half-crippled as well. Candle Jiuyin entered the cultivation world with the only information extracted from the younger generation, attempting to retrieve his dragon pearl. Fortunately, a dragon can sense its own dragon pearl. Although the journey was not smooth, Zhu Jiuyin still managed to find his own dragon pearl. Zhu Jiuyin transformed into a low-level black snake spirit beast and sneaked into the Lingshu sect, cursing profanities as he looked at the bitterly cold Frost Peak. Damn the spirit abyss! How dare he covet my dragon pearl? Pretending to be righteous and dignified. He knew that, being a demon as well, this fellow was no good bird either. After countless efforts, he finally found the dragon pearl, but it was now on the mountain peak of Lingyuan Immortal Lord, the foremost cultivator in the immortal realm. With his cultivation at the half-step unity stage, he was among the top in the demon race. But going up against Lingyuan, isn't that just walking to one's death? Just as Candle 9 felt he would be parted from his dragon pearl forever, a young spirit beast ran down from the Frost Peak, its body also stained with the aura of his dragon pearl. Zhu Jiuyin recalled that it seemed a long time ago, while wandering, he had accidentally overheard a piece of news. Ling Yuan, who was wholly devoted to cultivation, had taken on a young disciple when the iron tree blossomed. In other words, his dragon pearl was not with Ling Yuan himself, but with Ling Yuan's disciple. Things immediately became much easier. He could first approach Bai Shui in the form of the black serpent, then naturally use Bai Shui to get close to its master, and then, without alerting Ling Yuan, make the other party hand over their dragon pearl. Yet what Zhu Jiuyin hadn't anticipated was that Bai Shui disliked going home so much, preferring instead to wander around the foot of the mountain. After he approached Bai Shui, he watched as she provoked spirit beasts in the back hills, and from time to time even went to stir up ordinary beasts. She simply never went home, let alone brought him back with her. What came after was even more absurd. It had actually taken in a whole bunch of low-level spirit beasts. Among them, Candle 9 felt as if he had become a nanny responsible for raising cubs in the spirit beast sanctuary. The weak are prey to the strong among spirit beasts. This is the law of heaven. What use is there in taking in these low-level spirit beasts? Forced to babysit, Candle Jiuyin was speechless and choked with tears. Speaking of which, all of this was still its fault. Who would have thought that back then, in order to get close to Bai Shui, it had bewitched two spirit beasts into attacking itself, making itself appear weak and pitiful, waiting for Bai Shui to come to its rescue. What it hadn't expected was that Bai Shui actually grew fond of the feeling of saving the weak, and the number of low-level spirit beasts she rescued kept increasing. These past few days, Candle Jiuyin had been holding in a bellyful of anger. Watching this kid scrimp and save to raise these low-level spirit beasts, he felt that the degree to which his brain was addled was on par with that junior of his who lent out the dragon pearl. Unable to stop Bai Shui from spreading her kindness everywhere, Candle Jiuyin gave up caring. All I could think was that once its owner found out and gave it a good beating, it would finally behave. Chapter 133, Candle Dragon, Candle Jiuyin. These spirit beasts don't even have the ability to sustain themselves. Wanqing raised a hand to press her temple, trying to make Bai Shui understand that in the world of spirit beasts, the law of the jungle was the rule of survival, and weakness was the original sin. Yet, when she saw Bai Shui's big, watery eyes, her heart couldn't help but soften. Snow White let out a plaintive cry, as if voicing its own longing. Wanqing sighed and thought to herself, this little one is just too bored. What's wrong with wanting to keep a few pets for oneself? After all, it's just an innocent snow leopard spirit beast cub. Usually, I was so immersed in my cultivation that I rarely had time to consider its feelings. After a moment of thought, Wanqing finally made her decision. She said to Bai Shui with a serious expression, fine, I won't make you drive them all away. But on one condition, you must agree to a request of mine. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of surprise and delight flashed in Bai Shui's eyes, and she immediately nodded in agreement. Wanqing continued, I won't interfere or stop you from helping them, but if you use your own spirit beast core to aid them and end up falling behind in your cultivation, then I will punish you and drive them away. Wanqing laid out the pros and cons in detail for Bai Shui, and the low-level spirit beasts around them seemed to understand what was happening, trembling in fear, not daring to make a sound, like a flock of startled quails. Wanqing looked at these pitiful low-level spirit beasts, feeling deeply disappointed in Bai Shui's judgment in choosing underlings. With Bai Shui's strength and abilities, how could she have selected such subordinates? Among the many spirit beasts, only the black serpent had a somewhat tolerable temperament, but judging by its cultivation level, it was clear that this serpent's innate talent was not particularly impressive. Snow White puffed out his little chest and let out a proud howl, indicating he was confident he could support these little brothers. Wanqing shook her head helplessly, shattering Snow White's fantasy as she told him seriously, from now on, you can't go to the spirit beast garden anymore. The Spirit Beast Garden is a place within the sect specifically used to nurture spirit beasts. The beasts there are all sent in by sect disciples at great expense of spirit stones. If you continue to cause trouble in the Spirit Beast Garden, you will likely be arrested on charges of endangering the sect and sent to the Discipline Hall for punishment. The Discipline Hall is not only responsible for dealing with human cultivators, it also handles the training and regulation of spirit beasts. All the spirit beasts causing trouble in the Spirit Ruin sect were taken away by the Discipline Hall, and it is no easy task for disciples to redeem them. There is a high chance that they will be sent to the Discipline Hall together to receive punishment. If you truly want to keep them. Wanqing's eyes twinkled as a smile crept across her face. You can only raise them in the back mountain of the sect, and you'll have to find their food there as well. This way, in order to feed the spirit beasts under her care, Bai Shui would have no choice but to challenge the territorial spirit beasts in the back mountain. The spirit beasts that held territory in the back mountain of Lingshu sect were all formidable, which would also serve as good training for Bai Shui's combat skills. Oh whoa. The black serpent transformed from candle. Join widened its eyes, watching a person and a leopard crouching together in discussion. No way, you're not actually planning to adopt these useless things, are you? Candle 9 Yin's golden pupils fixed on Wanqing. This girl was quite pretty, but how could her head be as dim as her spirit beasts? Candle Join anxiously straightened up, resting its head on Wanqing's wrist. It wasn't going to have to keep playing babysitter, was it? Huh. Wanqing looked at the small black snake that had suddenly approached her. Is that what a snake's cry sounds like? Hiss. Wanqing used her finger to gently stroke the little black snake's chin, her smile blooming like a flower. This little snake is quite amusing. Her smile was intoxicating, like the first thaw of spring ice and snow. As it fell into Zhu Juin's eyes, he who had grown accustomed to beauties among the demon race, found himself slowly mesmerized. Everything around him faded away, leaving only him and Wanqing. The little black snake's body unconsciously stretched forward, wanting to get closer to Wanqing, hooking around her wrist. Although I don't dislike them, I'm not particularly fond of snakes either. Wanqing removed Candle 9 Yin from her wrist. Candle 9 Yin snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse in composure. He quickly lowered his head, silently cursing himself for being so spineless. How could he let himself be utterly captivated by the smile of a human woman? But Lingyuan really does have good taste. The disciples he finds are all this good-looking. Having been so absorbed in cultivation all these years without seeking a Dao companion, I am the first dragon since the dawn of time to be so pure and self-disciplined. If I were to ask Lingyuan for his disciple's hand in marriage, he would have no reason to refuse, would he? Zhu Juin gazed at Wanqing with infatuation. The more he looked, the more beautiful he found her, and he couldn't help but start scheming. If only he could marry this young lady and bring her home as his wife, that would be absolutely wonderful. He had even begun to fantasize about their life after marriage, such as cultivating together, such as cultivating together, such as cultivating together. The images flashing through his mind could no longer be explained by the mere phrase, dragons are inherently lustful. As he thought about it, a silly grin involuntarily spread across Zhu Juin's face. When the time comes, their Taoist partner ceremony will first be held at the Lingshu sect, to let them know that I, Zhu Juin, have taken such a beauty as my wife. Then hold another ceremony in the demon clan, telling them that I, Zhu Juin, have married a beauty as stunning as this. Drooling. Wanqing looked at the glistening trail at the corner of the black serpent's mouth. Then she looked at Bai Shui. She had been mistaken. Bai Shui's judgment of spirit beasts was so poor it couldn't get any worse. As for the little black snake, which she had originally thought was slightly better, it turned out to be foolish instead. Candle 9 Yin quickly wiped the traces from the corner of his mouth with his tail. He was a great cultivator at the half-step fusion stage and couldn't afford to leave such a dark mark on his history in front of his future Dao companion. Candle 9 Yin, who had originally come to find the dragon pearl, completely forgot about it after seeing Wanqing. Dragon pearls? It's perfectly normal to entrust them to one's cultivation partner for safekeeping. After dealing with the matter of white snow, Wanqing watched with satisfaction as it led a group of underlings charging toward the back mountain. A gratified smile couldn't help but appear at the corners of her mouth. At this moment, the black snake lingered restlessly around Wanqing's feet. What's wrong? Why are you leaving with Bai Shui and the others? Are you a bit scared? Her tone was filled with care and understanding. After all, it's a low-level spirit beast. Being timid is only natural. However, upon hearing these words, Candle Join immediately lifted its head, a flicker of determination and defiance flashing in its eyes. It muttered inwardly to itself. He, Zhu Juin, had never known fear since the day he was born. That freak on the Frost Peak summit is an exception. When Candle 9 Yin heard Wanqing's challenge to him, his inner pride was stirred. He immediately straightened up, darting out like an arrow from a bowstring, closely following behind Bai Shui, leaving Wanqing with a silhouette full of courage and determination. Chapter 134. Lin Sairu makes trouble. Afterward, Wanqing made another trip to the Spirit Beast Garden. Although Mu Yunxi had already resolved the issue of Bai Shui causing trouble there, she felt it was necessary to personally go and offer her regards as Bai Shui's owner. Thus, Wanqing arrived at the Spirit Beast Garden and expressed his apologies and compensation to the garden steward. Afterward, Wanqing returned home. However, what she failed to notice was that her entry into the Spirit Beast Garden had been observed by an inner disciple. After she left, that disciple promptly entered the Spirit Beast Hall. The steward of the Spirit Beast Garden tucked the compensation gift from Wanqing into his sleeve, then looked up to see a handsome young cultivator in a purple robe standing at the entrance. Elder He, what brings you here? Although the steward was the manager of the intersex Spirit Beast Garden, he had risen from the ranks of menial disciples. Even though his cultivation was now respectable, he had grown accustomed to addressing every sect disciple as elder without a second thought. This He Qifeng, this immortal he, is now the disciple with the highest inner sect cultivation, and also the child of an elder in the sect. Moreover, he has recently heard that Immortal he is secretly involved with Lin Sairu, the senior disciple of Immortal Lingyuan. It's hard to say when he might win the beauty's hand. By that time, his status would be even more transcendent. It's always right to err on the side of respect. He Qifeng took in the scene of the steward slipping the storage pouch into his sleeve, and when he thought of Wanqing, who had just left, he felt certain she must be involved. Thinking of how Sairu had recently been crying to him every day, complaining that her master's treatment of her had grown worse day by day ever since taking on a new disciple. The beautiful woman lying on the bed, crying and pouring out her sorrow, stirred a deep sense of pity in him. As Lin Sairu's man, it was only natural for him to help her resolve her troubles and difficulties. Even though Wanqing's appearance was far more striking, He Qifeng was not someone who judged solely by looks. Lin Sairu's pure constitution made her an excellent cauldron. With her by his side, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, he and Sairu were destined to become cultivation partners, so the more important Lin Sairu was to her master, the better. This would naturally elevate his own standing as well. It thus became quite necessary to give this new disciple of Immortal Lord Lingyuan a proper lesson. I've come to see the spirit beast I raised. He Qifeng remained composed. The spirit beast you entrusted to us has been well cared for, without the slightest neglect. The steward led He Qifeng into the spirit beast garden. By the way, I just saw junior sister you. Was she also here to board a spirit beast? He Qifeng asked with a puzzled expression, though inwardly he was speculating. However, to his surprise, the steward unhesitatingly told him the whole story from beginning to end. It turned out that recently a small beast had been frequently causing trouble within the spirit beast garden, and this beast's cultivation was quite high, leaving the disciples in the garden at a loss. Later, someone discovered that this little beast had come running out of the thatched cottage, so the steward sent someone to inquire with the current elder of the cottage, Mu Yunxi, who admitted that it was his spirit beast. I originally thought this little beast was just occasionally coming over to play, and since it's very close to the cottage, it shouldn't cause too much trouble. But today, Immortal Master you suddenly visited, saying that little beast is actually her spirit beast, and it just likes to play in the thatched cottage. She felt it had caused us trouble, so she came specially to apologize and offer compensation, promising to keep the beast in check from now on and not let it cause any more mischief. The steward reported truthfully. After speaking, the steward even sighed with admiration, as expected of a disciple of Immortal Lord Lingyuan, beautiful in appearance and kind in heart. In the past, such incidents occurred from time to time at the Spirit Beast Garden, but they always fizzled out without resolution. There was nothing to be done, after all. The Spirit Beast Garden was decent at raising spirit beasts, but their combat cultivation was only mediocre. They had thought they would catch Wanqing in a fault, but it turned out to be nothing more than a trivial matter. He Qifeng felt somewhat disappointed. Why couldn't it be something like betraying one's master and destroying one's lineage, or colluding with demonic cultivators? If he caught her, Wanqing would be completely at his mercy. He Qifeng left the Spirit Beast Garden with little interest, leaving the steward behind utterly baffled, unable to understand why He Qifeng had come and gone without even glancing at his own spirit beasts. A few days ago, that little beast bullied the spirit beast he had entrusted to our care quite badly, leaving it listless and dispirited these past few days. I originally thought of mentioning this to Immortal He, so he would know it wasn't due to any lack of effort on our part in the Spirit Beast Garden. But if Immortal He doesn't want to hear it, then so be it. Since Immortal You is guaranteed that his own spirit beast won't come again, they'll recover after a period of being down. Thatched hut? So it seems she does have a close relationship with Mu Yunxi. Upon hearing the news He Qifeng had told her, Lin Sairu keenly picked up on the information she wanted to know. Lin Sairu recalled the first time she had seen Mu Yunxi. It was when she was by senior sister Xiaoping's side, and Mu Yunxi had brought an unremarkable junior sister to commission a magical artifact from Xiaoping. At that time, she was instantly captivated by Mu Yunxi's refined and elegant demeanor, like a clear breeze under a bright moon. Later, she tried many times to get closer to him but never succeeded. Now that she thinks back, the unremarkable female disciple by his side at the time must have been Wanqing in disguise. By then, Mu Yunxi had likely already been won over by Wanqing. Otherwise, he could have her commission a custom magical artifact from Xiaoping. She says she doesn't want her appearance to hinder her cultivation, but I suspect she's just using her face to bargain, only revealing it in front of outstanding men to flaunt her uniqueness. By that time, her face had probably long been seen by Mu Yunxi, and perhaps even her body had been glimpsed otherwise. How could Mu Yunxi remain indifferent to her advances? Thinking of this, Lin Sairu couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy and resentment. She had always thought highly of herself, believing her beauty to be unmatched, yet years ago she had already lost to a hidden identity Wanqing. This filled her with immense frustration and resentment. Now even her master had been taken away by that woman. Lin Sairu gritted her teeth inwardly. I won't give up just like that. She resolved to reclaim everything that belonged to her, whether it was Mu Yunxi or other men. She would make them all fall at her feet. It was already a settled matter that Mu Yunxi had a relationship with her. In Xia En's room, there is still a portrait of Wanqing to this day. During the outer sect competition, Pei Wuqi admitted to Wanqing's face that the mask she was wearing was a gift from him. Even the master's attitude toward Wanqing was very strange. Why is it that every man she sets her eyes on ends up falling head over heels for Wanqing, as if under some kind of spell? Lin Sairu suddenly felt a chill of fear, as if something that had once belonged to her was slipping away, and she had no power to bring it back. However, there was one thing that Lin Sairu found quite reassuring. Qin Siyu, who had been taken into the sect at the same time as her, had so far shown no particular interest in Wanqing. Although she herself had made no progress either, she believed that as long as Wanqing didn't cause trouble, she would have no problem with Qin Siyu. No, she had to find a way to stop Wanqing from coming out and seducing others. Chapter 135. Words that don't match the heart. Xia Ping, once such a prestigious figure in Lingshu sect, hadn't she been brought down by her now? Since getting to know Xia Ping, she had been referring business to her. This caused Xia Ping, who originally had some free time apart from artifact refining, to become completely overwhelmed with work. The male cultivators who had been interested in her could no longer see her all day, and they all turned their attention to herself instead. Not only had the number of people surrounding her dwindled, but Xia Ping also had to be grateful to her because she had brought more business to Xia Ping. Yet she failed to notice that her reputation within the inner sect had quietly shifted from being a refined and talented senior sister who loved artifact crafting to a merchant solely focused on spirit stones. No man would be interested in a woman like that. Xia Ping's deep-rooted foundation within the inner sect had been completely severed by her, but Wanqing had only just entered the inner sect. Dealing with her would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Lin Sairu rested her delicate chin on her fair hand. She truly detested Wanqing, who brought her an unprecedented sense of crisis. But if she struck too ruthlessly from the start, given her current standing in those men's hearts, they would surely search relentlessly for the cause until they dug her out. Her finger traced her rosy lips as He Qifeng sat beside her, unable to tear his eyes away from those tempting, luscious red lips. She still needed to make Wanqing disappear for a while, using this time to deal with all the men around her so that she could then finish Wanqing off completely. Lin Sairu's eyes darted around as a plan formed in her mind. But this matter couldn't be known to anyone else. She had to handle it herself, to maintain the image of purity and innocence in the eyes of men. Lin Sairu put on a sorrowful expression, her eyes filled with helplessness and concern as she slowly began to speak. I already know about what happened with Junior Sister. After careful thought, I don't believe she is a bad person. Perhaps Junior Sister is just new to the inner sect and hasn't fully adapted to the new environment yet, which is why she wants to compete with me. After all, this place is very different from the outer sect, so I should give her more understanding and tolerance. Upon hearing Lin Sairu's words, He Qifeng immediately grew anxious. He would not allow Lin Sairu to give way to her junior sister out of a lack of ambition. He Qifeng retorted passionately, what do you mean by not adapting? She bullies you like this. As your junior sister, not only does she fail to support you, but she deliberately undermines your standing in the Immortal Lord's heart. This is nothing short of malicious intent. Lin Sairu furrowed her brow slightly, let out a soft sigh, and her eyes dimmed with a lackluster light. Perhaps so, but I still firmly believe that my junior sister did not act intentionally. She might just need some time to adjust herself and better integrate into this new environment. He Qifeng remained tight-browed after hearing this, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face as he retorted, I don't think so at all. She's caused so much trouble since arriving at the inner sect. Clearly, she's someone who can't stay put. Don't be so naive. People's hearts are hidden behind their ribs. How can we easily guess what she's truly thinking? Lin Sairu gently shook her head and said firmly, I still choose to believe her. After all, we are fellow disciples from the same sect. Besides, I think she has great potential and is very dedicated to her cultivation. If properly guided, she will surely become a pillar of the sect in the future. He Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. If Wanqing were to become a pillar of the sect, what would become of Lin Sairu? He Qifeng muttered to himself inwardly, Wanqing's appearance has already threatened Lin Sairu's position. If Lin Sairu is truly surpassed by Wanqing, wouldn't that also affect him as Lin Sairu's future Dao companion? No, he had to find a way to ensure that Lin Sairu always remained firmly above Wanqing. Lin Sairu could see at a glance what the man before her was thinking. Already feeling somewhat bored with Feng, she now found him even more repulsive. When would she ever find a man with good looks, character, and cultivation all at once? Come on, brother Feng, don't be angry anymore. In a few days, I'll go find junior sister Yu and have a proper talk with her, so she understands that as fellow disciples, we should support each other. Lin Sairu nestled in Feng's arms, speaking in a coquettish tone, but what she was thinking was entirely different. Qin Xiu was indeed good-looking, but unfortunately, he was about the same age as her and had a similar level of cultivation. Subduing him would not be of much help to her practice of the joyful union heart technique. As for that Sangling who had dared to kidnap her, word had it that he was actually the young master of a demon sect. His cultivation and appearance were both passable, but he was a demon cultivator, and after their brief parting last time, she had never had the chance to see him again. After much deliberation, the men who best suited her tastes were still Pei Wuqi and Mu Yunxi. With this thought, Wanqing became even more of an eyesore to her. Back at Shuang Peak, Wanqing received a message from her master, Lingyuan Immortal Lord, in her cave dwelling. It meant that the gaps in her cultivation had been mostly filled, and she no longer needed to attend his lectures on a regular basis. However, Lord Lingyuan the Immortal added that if she encountered any difficulties during cultivation, she could come to the main hall of Frost Peak to ask him at any time. After that, there were no more lessons from her master to attend. Since Lord Lingyuan the Immortal began teaching, Wanqing's cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds. Many of her previous doubts about cultivation were resolved thanks to his lectures. Now there's no need to go, and Wanqing feels a bit regretful. Since there's no need to go, and she has gained quite a lot from attending lectures recently. In that case, I might as well go into seclusion. Having made up her mind, Wanqing closed the mansion gates, raised the barrier, filled the spirit-gathering array with spirit stones, and cranked the power to maximum. Wanqing entered seclusion to cultivate. However, during her seclusion, Wanqing deliberately left a small opening in the barrier for Bai Shui, allowing it to come and go freely. At the main hall of Shuang Peak, the usually reclusive Lingyuan Immortal Lord was now standing at the entrance, his hands clasped behind his back, his hair mingling with the wind and snow as he gazed toward a distant residence on the peak. A barrier had already risen outside the mansion, suggesting that those inside would not be emerging anytime soon. After sending the voice transmission, he immediately regretted it. Over this period, he had grown accustomed to Wanqing's constant presence by his side, and the thought that she would no longer come left Lingyuan Immortal Lord somewhat unable to accept it. He was also afraid that Wanqing might misunderstand, thinking that he was angered by Lin Sairu's offense and thus forbade her from coming. That was why he sent the second voice transmission, telling Wanqing that she could come find him anytime if she had any questions. Lingyuan Immortal Lord also hoped from the bottom of his heart that Wanqing would come to him again. But when he saw the barrier of the mansion he had personally forged rise, Lingyuan Immortal Lord knew that she would not appear before him again for a long time to come. In seclusion, time loses its meaning. A blink of an eye could span 100 years. At his level, even ordinary cultivation took as much time as other cultivators spent in seclusion. If he truly entered seclusion, it would start at 1,000 years. Having long grown accustomed to the passage of time, the Immortal Lord Lingyuan had always taken it in stride. Yet now, watching Wanqing enter seclusion, he found the days stretching unbearably long. Chapter 136, The 7 Orifices of Exquisite Intelligence. Candle 9 looked at the small door deliberately left open on the barrier for white snow. Since the last time he saw Wanqing, it had been a long while since he had laid eyes on her again. He spent his days following Bai Shui into the back mountain, watching her carve out territory bit by bit for those low-level spirit beasts, so thoroughly enjoying himself that he had no thought of returning home. This time, Bai Shui took a moment to come back, and he secretly followed along. He thought that even just a distant glance would be enough, but to his surprise, the moment he arrived at Wanqing's cave dwelling, he received a shocking piece of news. Wanqing had gone into seclusion. Zhu Juin sighed inwardly. His freshly minted future Dao partner, whom he had yet to have a chance to intimately connect with, was he now going to be unable to see her for a long time? Zhu Juin's tail gently tapped the small door on the barrier, a door that only Bai Shui could enter. Of course, as the candle dragon, he found barriers like this to be as fragile as a sheet of thin paper, and entering them was effortless. Yet, even if he succeeded in entering, what then? Wanqing had already gone into seclusion. Was he supposed to just go in and watch her cultivate? Just then, Zhu Juin's eyes suddenly lit up, its little tail excitedly tapping the ground, as if that might not be such a bad idea after all. He could also serve as her protector, preventing any problems from arising during her cultivation. With this thought, Candle Jiuyin joyfully knocked on the small door in the barrier and slipped inside on tiptoe. Wanqing stood silently in the courtyard as moonlight spilled down. She held a long sword, its blade glinting as it danced like a nimble, soaring dragon. Transformed into the longsword, Yaguang Tianluoxia blazed brilliantly, seeming to steal the moon's radiance in the darkness, instantly brightening the originally dim and desolate courtyard as if it were day. Candle 19, who had just slipped into the courtyard, took in the entire scene before him. He saw a beauty in white robes lightly leap into the air, spinning her body as she swung her long sword, carving out a series of fierce sword marks. Then, the long sword moved with effortless grace, its dazzling sword light shooting straight into the sky, like a magnificent silver dragon soaring upward. The hem of her dress spun lightly, each flourish of the sword imbued with an ethereal strength, firm yet supple, flowing without end. Her waist-length black hair drifted in the wind, swirling into ethereal, breathtaking forms, vivid and graceful. She was dressed in brocade and plain white silk, exuding a unique elegance, as free and unrestrained as a dragon swimming or a phoenix soaring. The white figure darted through the courtyard, appearing and disappearing in turns. This beautiful scene felt like stepping into a painting, leaving Zhu Jiuyin utterly captivated. He felt his heart beat with every movement of Wanqing, unable to extricate himself. Truly worthy of being his future Dao companion, so stunning. Wanqing sheathed her sword and paused her movements, placing the purple bamboo sword and Yaguang Tianluo side by side on the courtyard table. She gazed at the two swords, lost in thought. Although Wanqing had entered seclusion, she was not merely sitting in meditation and cultivation. Rather, she was consolidating what she had learned during this period. She had already fully mastered the 5 jade slips of spells. Through the enhancement of the 5 elements spirit gathering array, she has fully mastered the 5 elements escape technique. With her master's guidance, she also realized that her previous distraction with practicing swordsmanship was not the right choice. Her 5 spiritual roots are considered all-round in terms of magical cultivation. Whether in combat or defensive capabilities, she will not fall short. There was no need for her to supplement her combat abilities with swordsmanship. On the contrary, practicing swordsmanship would slow down her progress in magical cultivation. After hearing what Lord Lingyuan said, Wanqing also pondered for a moment and realized that she had indeed become somewhat reliant on swordsmanship, even though she herself was well aware that as a 5 spirit root cultivator, magical cultivation was the most suitable path for her. But now she has also invested considerable effort into the path of the sword. The purple bamboo sword, though of no low quality, can no longer keep pace with her progress. As for the Yaguang Tianluo, which possesses 2 forms, she has barely used its umbrella form, instead wielding it consistently as a sword. If her talent in swordsmanship were exceptional, like Qin Siyu's, then it would be acceptable. Even now, she only barely attained a sword heart during the outer sect competition. For a sword genius like Qin Siyu, mastering the sword heart is innate. It's inevitable for people to stray from the path during cultivation. Wanqing took out the jade slip containing the startling swan sword technique, gently placed it beside the 2 swords, and then prepared to seal all 3 items in a jade box. She looked at these things and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. It seems I'll have to cut back on sword practice from now on. I'll just treat it as a hobby. Wanqing suddenly thought of something and murmured to herself, if I'm not going to cultivate the sword path anymore, then I'll have to make a trip to the library pavilion to find some cultivation techniques suitable for me. It would be best if I could find techniques similar to the 5 elements escape art, so that they can better align with my 5 spiritual roots and the 5 elements chaotic origin heart method. At this moment, Candlestick 19, who had been lurking in the shadows all along, suddenly perked up. His wife needed a cultivation technique? Candle Jiuyan's eyes widened, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. He thought to himself, this is a great opportunity. He has plenty of cultivation techniques. The dragon race has always enjoyed collecting all kinds of rare treasures, and he himself was no exception. And while collecting treasures, he also gathered quite a few human cultivation techniques along the way. These techniques might be able to help you, Wanqing. I wonder if there's anything here that my wife would like. My wife said she has 5 spiritual roots. He remembered that he had a cultivation technique called 7 Orifices of Exquisite Clarity. It was a technique specifically designed for training a cultivator's divine sense. 7 Orifices of Exquisite Clarity allowed a cultivator to multitask, simultaneously controlling multiple magical artifacts or casting multiple spells. Perfect for a wife. The 7 Orifices Exquisite technique is a mental cultivation method that exists only in legends. Although this technique possesses no combat power, its enhancement to cultivators far surpasses that of other techniques. This cultivation technique is priceless and unavailable on the market in the Immortal cultivation world, rumored to have been lost long ago. In the past, cultivators even launched a war involving hundreds of sects over a suspected copy of the 7 Orifices Exquisite art, which only ended when the technique suddenly vanished. Who would have thought that this incredibly precious 7 orifices exquisite art would now be in the hands of Zhu Jiuyin, a member of the demon race? If other cultivators were to learn of this, it would likely spark a war between the cultivation world and the demon race. But even if a war truly broke out, Candle Jiuyin would not care. First, the demon race was not as united as the cultivation world. Different species fought for themselves, and even within the same species, different breeds had their own separate tribes. If a real fight broke out, the demon tribes would only look after their own clans, rarely even intervening in battles of the same race. As for Zhu Jiuyin, he was the only candle dragon of the dragon clan, meaning that even if the demons truly went to war with the cultivation world, he would only concern himself with his own affairs. Zhu Jiuyin now only wants to know how to give the 7 orifices of exquisite intelligence to his wife. Chapter 137. A blessing falls from the sky. Cultivation knows no passage of time. Years slip away in the blink of an eye. Wanqing sat cross-legged on the highest rooftop of the mansion, a wisp of purple mist swirling in her eyes. After reallocating the time she had spent on sword cultivation to other areas, she had seen improvements across the board. Among these, the divine physiognomy of the hemp robe brought her a pleasant surprise. She had actually advanced her physiognomy by a level. After entering the inner sect, although she did not become Elder Shin's disciple, the two of them had exchanged insights on physiognomy. According to Elder Shin, she had always thought that once one learned physiognomy, it was simply a matter of continuous practice, never expecting that there was also a concept of advancement. It seems that Elder Shin lacked sufficient talent in the art of physiognomy and could not find the threshold for improvement. Originally, she could only recognize people and assess places through her own eyes, but now she could faintly sense the pulse of the world's grand trends. Just by sitting on the rooftop, she could see the demonic energy of the world converging on the eastern sea, the demon race growing ever more prosperous, the human race gradually flourishing, and the mortal realm, after centuries of division and unification, showing signs of being unified. Though the cultivation world possessed extraordinary fortune, its immortal destiny was meager, which foretold that ultimately, among the cultivators of the cultivation world, only a few would truly ascend to become immortals. Among these, the Lingshu sect she belonged to had gathered nearly half of the fortune of the cultivation world, an outcome that was foreseeable. After all, the last successful ascendant, Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, now resided permanently in the Lingshu sect, while the chosen one, Lin Sairu, was also biding her time, poised to make a stunning breakthrough at any moment. Countless clouds of aura from heaven's favored sons gathered above the Lingshu sect, forming a unique celestial phenomenon in Wanqing's eyes. These favored children of heaven were as dazzling as the sun, as pure as the bright moon, or as brilliant as the stars. Their clouds of energy intertwined and collided, forming a splendid and colorful tableau. Wanqing could even identify their owners by matching the shapes and positions of the clouds. Wanqing gazed at the scene, and a surge of lofty, stirring emotions welled up in his heart. The cultivation world truly produces talents in abundance. However, she knew that most of these favored children of heaven would fall along the path of cultivation. How many could ascend to immortality like the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord? Few are blessed with such immense fortune as Lin Sairu, coasting through their rise with effortless ease. Wanqing looked toward the location of Lin Sairu's cave dwelling, expecting to see soaring auspicious energy and a continuous flow of blessed clouds above it, yet none appeared. Instead, a mass of eerie pink cloud gathered, striking one as both uncanny and alluring. Is this Peach Blossom Calamity? Wanqing, who had always believed that Lin Sairu was surely the chosen one, never expected to see the Peach Blossom Calamity above Lin Sairu's cave dwelling. Peach blossoms can be divided into those that bring good fortune and those that bring misfortune. Good peach blossoms represent the attainment of a perfect romantic fate. Bad peach blossoms are called Peach Blossom Calamity or Peach Blossom Disaster, often referring to emotional catastrophes. Wanqing did not think that Lin Sairu, being a heartthrob, would encounter disaster in love, which meant that Lin Sairu herself was the Peach Blossom Disaster. Lin Sairu's constant pursuit of men was, in fact, an instinctive behavior she adopted to amplify her image as a femme fatale. As more and more admirers gathered around Lin Sairu, the fortunes of these individuals would be channeled to her, which is precisely why Lin Sairu, who was solely focused on seeking men, was ultimately able to ascend. Yet so many prodigies of the cultivation world had met their downfall in the process of ascending. I thought he was a chosen one, but it turns out he's just a speculator. Wanqing withdrew her gaze, and the wariness she had felt toward Lin Sairu out of fear of the heavenly Tao vanished along with it. However, she would not let down her guard against Lin Sairu. The fact that Lin Sairu could gather fortune by winning over men and successfully ascend only made her seem even more formidable. As if thinking of something, Wanqing looked up at the space above her head, but there was still nothing there. Those who possess the art of physiognomy cannot see their own circumstances. However, Wanqing felt that the fortune she now carried was no longer that of an ordinary background character from before. Her false 5-element spiritual root had transformed into a supreme 5-element spiritual root. She possessed a delicate immortal bone, and she had leaped from being a menial disciple of Lingshu's sect to an inner sect disciple. His fortune should at least be on par with that of the inner disciples. A sense of satisfaction welled up in Wanqing's heart. Ultimately, all of this can be credited to the farming space. She wondered when she would be able to obtain a seedling of a primordial spiritual plant to plant in the farming space. Once it matured, the reward would surely be substantial. It would be best to reward her with some fortune and blessings, so she could live a life where she picks up spiritual treasures while walking and has opportunities fall from the sky. Wanqing drifted down gracefully from the rooftop. Just then, a cyan light point trailing a long tail streaked across the sky toward the location of Wanqing's residence. The cyan light drew the attention of many, and some even flew up in an attempt to intercept it and see what it was. Unexpectedly, this thing could turn on its own, and everyone who tried to intercept it failed without exception. Has it chosen its master? It should be a spirit treasure seeking its master. Seeking its master all the way to the Spirit Void sect. Truly, the fortune of our great Spirit Void sect is indeed abundant. Come, let's go see who can be recognized by a spiritual treasure as its master. It seems to me that it flew toward the inner sect. Gone to the Frost Peak. Could it be that he's gone to seek out the immortal Lord Lingyuan? It's not impossible. As far as I know, immortal Lord Lingyuan once had a peerless spiritual treasure recognize him as its master on its own. In the courtyard, Wanqing had originally planned to end her seclusion and go out, when she saw a mass of cyan-green light flying straight toward her. It effortlessly pierced through the barrier she had set up outside her cave dwelling and landed right in front of her. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an ownerless jade slip. Wanqing was stunned. Just moments ago, she had wished to find a spirit treasure while walking and have fortune fall from the sky, never expecting that the very next moment, fortune would truly descend from above. Wanqing picked up the jade slip, examined it to confirm it was an ordinary cultivation technique jade slip, and only then looked at the technique recorded within. After a few breaths, Wanqing lifted her head with sparkling eyes. The jade slip contained a technique called 7 Orifices of Exquisite Wisdom. It allows the cultivator to multitask, casting different spells simultaneously. This means that Wanqing, who originally could only fire single shots with extremely long endurance, instantly became a turret with full fire coverage. Such a precious jade slip of cultivation techniques. Wanqing turned it over in her hands, noticing scale-like patterns on the back of the jade slip, and it actually fell from the sky. After setting the jade slip's destination to Wanqing's residence, Zhu Jiuyin also used his innate ability on it to ensure that the jade slip could pierce through the barrier outside Wanqing's cave dwelling. The man secretly arranging everything stood over 2 meters tall, with black dragon horns covered in golden patterns on his head, draped in a black fur cloak, and adorned with dazzling golden accessories that left onlookers bewildered. A solid, powerful chest and sharply defined abdominal muscles were boldly exposed, his brown-black skin radiating untamed wildness from head to toe. A confident, unrestrained smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his golden pupils blazing like the sun. Candle Jiuyin looked into the distance, confirming that the jade slip had been accepted by Wanqing. He clapped his hands, turned around, and transformed into a small black snake. Chapter 138. Wanqing emerges from seclusion. Wanqing, who had originally planned to end her seclusion, felt that after obtaining the 7 Orifices exquisite art, she could certainly remain in seclusion for a while longer. Just as Wanqing was immersed in her secluded cultivation, Lin Sairu stormed out of the thatched cottage with a face full of fury. This is too much. Is there anyone in this world more cold-blooded and heartless than Mu Yunxi? She said through gritted teeth. They all say medical cultivators care for the world and healers have a benevolent heart. How could she treat me like this? Just now, that Mu Yunxi had used a silver needle to forcibly immobilize her in the thatched cottage for several hours. She had become a complete laughingstock. No wonder Wanqing dared to shut herself away so recklessly. It turns out that Mu Yunxi is already utterly devoted to her. Lin Sairu stared resentfully at the tightly shut door of the thatched cottage, then turned to head for the disciplinary hall. I refuse to believe that all these men are truly so hopelessly infatuated with Wanqing. During the time Wanqing was in seclusion, Lin Sairu did not remain idle. She had originally thought she could use some means to make Wanqing temporarily disappear, but she never expected Wanqing to choose to enter seclusion of her own accord. This undoubtedly gave her a perfect opportunity. At that time, Lin Sairu was secretly rejoicing in her heart. With Wanqing in seclusion, she could take the opportunity to draw all her men to her side and completely eliminate this threat. By the time Wanqing emerges from seclusion and sees that all the men who once belonged to her are now gathered around Lin Sairu, who knows how terrified she'll be. She first went to see Qin Siyu, only to find that he was completely focused on cultivation. Ever since returning from his last mission, he had been in seclusion and still hadn't come out. All these years of hanging around him have been utterly useless. He's still that same stubborn block of wood. Then she went to find Xian, whom she was relatively more familiar with, and she discovered that Xian seemed to have become somewhat obsessed. Although he would still see her, he often stared blankly at the portrait of Wanqing that he had hung up. His expression was exactly like that of a newly widowed husband. Even Lin Sairu, who had originally tried to poach him, found it somewhat dull. It was truly difficult to steal away a man whose eyes and heart were already occupied by another woman. The most infuriating one was Mu Yunxi. He used to chat and talk with her, but now he simply ignores her, changing his face faster than the weather. In the past, Mu Yunxi would exchange pleasantries with Lin Sairu only because she was the sole disciple of Ling Wan, Immortal Lord. With that status alone, he couldn't afford to mistreat Lin Sairu within the sect. Even if he disliked it, he could only endure it. But now, Immortal Lord Ling Yuan no longer had only Lin Sairu as his disciple. Lin Sairu's uniqueness was gone. In truth, after Lord Lingyuan accepted Wanqing as his disciple, the other disciples in the sect still treated Lin Sairu with the same closeness as before on the surface, but in private, they had grown much colder. Gone was the genuine sincerity of the past. Lin Sairu landed at the entrance of the discipline hall. Because of the last demon cultivator attack on the mountain, when Pei Wuqi heroically saved Lin Sairu, rumors and gossip had circulated within the sect for quite some time. Now, the people of the discipline hall all treated Lin Sairu with a favorable attitude. Just as Lin Sairu was smiling and greeting the disciples of the discipline hall, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Who allowed you to come here?" Lin Sairu was startled and turned to look, only to see a man in a black robe staring coldly at her. His eyes were filled with indifference and detachment, sending a chill down one's spine. "Pei Wuqi." Lin Sairu's face instantly turned pale. She subconsciously took a few steps back, a surge of fear rising in her heart. Ordinarily, Pei Wuqi would deliberately restrain his imposing aura within the sect, but ever since he saw Lin Sairu at the last outer sect competition, he had not held back in her presence. He attempted to make Lin Sairu abandon her little schemes toward him. "What are you doing at the disciplinary hall?" I just wanted to come see you." Lin Sairu's trembling voice carried a sweetness like honey. Lin Sairu's words seemed to strike a nerve in Pei Wuqi, and his already unpleasant expression turned icy cold. "Get out!" Pei Wuqi shouted again, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Lin Sairu dared not linger any longer and hastily left the discipline hall. The others in the discipline hall exchanged glances upon seeing this. "Don't you think Hall Master Pei has been much more irritable lately?" "A bit, yes. Don't tell me something went wrong with his cultivation." "It can't be that bad. This is Pei Wuqi, Hall Master Pei. Maybe it's just a bad mood." Pei Wuqi was also aware that his state of mind had been off lately. He knew how to change the situation, but he had no reason to seek out the person who could make that change. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Wanqing was wholeheartedly in seclusion, cultivating with a calm as still as water, completely immersed in her practice. She was utterly unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Lin Sairu returned to her cave dwelling in a huff, and as she passed Wanqing's residence, she even packed a snowball and hurled it at the barrier outside. Gazing at the ornately carved and painted mansion within the barrier, Lin Sairu made no effort to hide the jealousy in her eyes. In the entire Lingshu sect, this was the most beautiful residence she had ever seen. "Sooner or later, I'll make you roll off Frost Peak Mountain. This mansion will surely be mine, Lin Sairu's, one day." Clearly, she, Lin Sairu, was the most beautiful woman in Lingshu sect, yet now the title of #1 beauty had fallen upon her, Wanqing. Who knew what charm this Wanqing possessed, allowing her to repeatedly face setbacks with Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi. It seems this Wanqing must be eliminated. The most outstanding men within the sect had all been won over by her. If Wanqing didn't die, those men would have eyes only for her. Thinking back on everything that had happened around her since Wanqing entered the inner sect, Lin Sairu grew angrier the more she thought about it. Lin Sairu had a premonition that if she didn't get rid of Wanqing, her situation would only become more and more difficult in the days ahead. Cultivation techniques require daily accumulation and cannot be rushed. Ever since she cultivated the 7 orifices exquisite art to the first level, Wanqing broke through and emerged from seclusion. As soon as she stepped out of her room, she spotted an invitation lying on the doorstep. Wanqing stepped forward and picked up the envelope. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an auction invitation from Su Jingheng, the master of the Golden Jade Pavilion. The letter mentioned that in 3 days, the Golden Jade Pavilion would hold a grand auction at the Riverside Tower in the market at the foot of the mountain, where countless rare treasures would be unveiled. It specifically invited Wanqing to attend this grand event. Moreover, this invitation was handwritten, with Su Jingheng's name signed at the bottom. This meant that the invitation was personally written by Su Jingheng. Wanqing couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect sect leader Su to still remember me. Truly a masterful socializer and a businessman with high emotional intelligence. She felt that there wasn't much interaction between herself and Su Jingheng, yet the other party had thought to send her an invitation. The reason for this, I'm afraid, is that I have now become a disciple of the immortal Lord Lingyuan. Speaking of Su Jingheng, Wanqing was reminded of Ihanqing, who was related to Su Jingheng by blood. He once said he was going to the deep sea to find his fellow merfolk. I'm afraid he's already set off by now. Chapter 139, The Golden Jade Pavilion Auction. The sun was bright, and the weather was clear. This day was an important one for the Golden Jade Pavilion, as the newly established Chamber of Commerce personally founded by Su Jingheng. As time passed, the Golden Jade Pavilion gradually grew and flourished, and now it has gained considerable renown in the cultivation world. But all of this is but duckweed floating on water. In the cultivation world, only your trading company can successfully host an auction, and only then will cultivators truly take notice of the Golden Jade Pavilion. The Golden Jade Pavilion began to venture into the business domains of established trading companies, showcasing formidable strength and competitiveness. And today, Su Jingheng will host a grand auction, which is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for them to further expand their influence. Su Jingheng stood quietly in the luxurious private room on the top floor of Wanqing Tower, overlooking the bustling scene of the entire city through the window. His androgynous features were like a beautiful painting, with brows and eyes as if drawn from a masterpiece, exuding a unique charm. His pale golden hair shimmered with a soft luster under the sunlight, forming a stark contrast with his fair skin. At this moment, he was clad in only a thin garment, giving off a chilly aura. Shihuan respectfully approached Su Jingheng and reported in a low voice, "My lord, all preparations for the auction are in order, foolproof, and we are only waiting for it to begin." Su Jingheng nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. Not bad, but keep an eye on suspicious individuals. Other merchant guilds are likely to send people to cause trouble. He was well aware of how crucial this auction was to the Golden Jade Pavilion, and every detail had to be flawless. Shihuan looked at Su Jingheng, who was acting unlike his usual self. "There's just one thing I don't understand. I wonder if the pavilion master could enlighten me." Shihuan cast a glance at Su Jingheng. Every merchant guild knows that while the disciples of Lingshu sect are wealthy and generous, they are also well-traveled and have seen all kinds of fine things. That's why holding an auction at the foot of Lingshu sect is the most difficult. I wonder why the building owner chose this place for the first auction. Shihuan's question caught Su Jingheng off guard. Su Jingheng looked at Shihuan. "What? Do you think the items we've prepared for the auction can't win over the disciples of the Lingshu sect?" "I didn't mean it that way, Your Excellency. I just think there are clearly better options. There is no better choice than this." Su Jingheng gazed through the window at the distant mountain gate of Lingshu sect, the image of Wanqing surfacing before his eyes. "I heard she has been accepted as a disciple by immortal Lord Lingyuan, and is no longer just an ordinary disciple of the Lingshu sect. I also heard that she has been concealing her appearance for the sake of cultivation, and now she even holds the title of the most beautiful woman in the Lingshu sect. When he first saw Wanqing on the boat, he praised her for being unable to hide her beauty even in plain clothes and simple hairpins. Although there was a hint of perfunctory flattery toward Yifeng in it, at that moment, when he looked out at the world, it was indeed Wanqing's silhouette that moved him more. Holding the auction at the foot of Lingshu sect wasn't the best choice, but he couldn't suppress his restless heart and ultimately came anyway. Moreover, he came alone after Ihanqing had left for the deep sea. Su Jingheng had always taken pride in his appearance, knowing that his looks were rare in the world. But compared to the merfolk, he was nothing at all. Everyone in the world knows that the merfolk are one of the most beautiful races in this world, which is precisely why Ihanqing, after confirming his own feelings, dared to openly tell Wanqing the reason. No one would ever reject the courtship of a merfolk. Ihanqing's declaration of love came first, which made Su Jingheng's earlier actions seem somewhat presumptuous. As time passed, the auction finally got underway. Cultivators from all walks of life poured into the venue, the atmosphere exceptionally lively. Su Jingheng sat in the top-floor private box, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire scene. This time, the auction held at the market at the foot of Lingshu sect was something he couldn't control himself over, but precisely because of this, Su Jingheng was even less willing to allow any missteps on this trip. Having navigated the business world for many years, he knew every notable figure in the cultivation world. Before Wanqing appeared, Lin Xiru, once renowned for her beauty at Lingshu sect, entered surrounded by Lingshu sect disciples. Lin Xiru, who had dressed up meticulously for the auction, had a rosy complexion and looked full of energy. It's been just a few days, and junior sister Lin's charm has grown even more radiant. I wonder if junior sister Lin has time tomorrow. I would like to invite you to go boating on the lake. Amid the flattery of others, Lin Xiru covered her mouth with a delicate, shy laugh. Let me inform you, fellow senior brothers, that my master keeps a very strict watch over me, requiring me to cultivate diligently on Cold Frost Peak. Even coming out today was only possible after I begged and pleaded for a long time before my wish was granted. A bunch of ugly losers, and they have the nerve to invite me. Lin Xiru realized that the men surrounding her now were clearly inferior to those before. A bunch of stinking men, not content with what's in their bowls, they eye what's in the pot, and now they even covet what hasn't been served yet. Lin Xiru also chalked this up as another score to settle with Wanqing. Upon hearing the name of Immortal Lord Lingyuan, the men who had grown agitated at the sight of Lin Xiru also calmed down. Immortal Lord Lingyuan was very protective of Lin Xiru, and through her deliberate efforts to spread the word, this fact had become deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Whenever Lin Xiru encountered a man she did not wish to associate with, she would invoke the name of Immortal Lord Lingyuan. Fearing him, those men would naturally stop pestering her. Lin Xiru turned up her nose at these subpar options, for she now had a much better new target. A few days ago, Lin Xiru suddenly received an invitation. She still had some memory of Su Jingheng back then, at the market at the foot of the mountain. She had tried to outshine everyone, only to be publicly humiliated by Su Jingheng. At that time, she had only recently arrived in the cultivation world and was unaware that merchants there held a different status from their mortal counterparts. She was quite indignant, feeling that a mere merchant dared to defy her so openly. Only later did she learn that merchants in the cultivation world possessed millions of spirit stones and even controlled spirit veins, making them highly sought-after catches for female cultivators. At the time, Lin Xiru secretly regretted not having more interaction with Su Jingheng. Unexpectedly, Su Jingheng had now sent her an invitation. It seemed that although she hadn't talked much with him back then, she had still left a deep impression on him. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why, after so many years, Su Jingheng would send her an auction invitation. Afraid of making a mistake, he deliberately took note of the invitations received by others. All of them were issued in the name of the Golden Jade Pavilion, while only his bore the signature of Su Jingheng. Su Jingheng had no idea that his single invitation had stirred up so many subtle thoughts in Lin Xiru's mind. Lin Xiru's invitation was indeed sent by him. He thought that she and Wanqing were both disciples under Lord Lingyuan, and she was even Wanqing's senior sister. Therefore, even though he had never met Lin Xiru and had only heard of her through others, he still made a point of sending an invitation in his own name. Unlike Wanqing, although the invitation bore his name, it was not written by his own hand. Chapter 140, Meeting Su Jingheng Again. As Wanqing and Mu Yunxi walked into Wangjong Tower together, her gaze was instantly drawn to Lin Xiru standing among the crowd. She was like a blooming flower, standing out brilliantly among the crowd. In stark contrast to the highly noticeable Lin Xiru, the arrival of Wanqing and Mu Yunxi was as calm as a fish entering the sea, causing not a single ripple. The rules of an auction differ from those of ordinary transactions. Once a buyer successfully wins an item, they are likely to face interception and pursuit from others who also covet it. To protect the buyer's identities, the Gold Jade Pavilion Merchant Guild, which organized this auction, specially provided each participant with an identical mask to conceal their true faces. Of course, whether to wear this mask is entirely a matter of personal choice. Lin Xiru's main reason for attending this auction was to see Su Jingheng. Therefore, she absolutely would not allow any mask to cover her proud and beautiful face. Not only that, but to cater to Lin Xiru's preferences, many people around her also followed suit, choosing not to wear masks. As a result, this group stood out conspicuously among the many auction-goers wearing identical masks, like a crane among chickens drawing all eyes. Although she had never attended an auction before, tales of murder and treasure-grabbing at such events were all too common. Wanqing, accustomed to keeping a low profile, adhered to the principle that it's better to avoid trouble than to invite it. He put masks on both her and Mu Yunxi. This way, please, honored guest. The young attendant from Wangjong Tower, responsible for guiding the way, led Wanqing forward. Along with the invitation, Su Jingheng also arranged a private box for Wanqing at the auction. Standing at a high vantage point, Su Jingheng leaned against the railing, watching as someone guided the guest toward the box he had specially prepared. The slender woman wore a mask, concealing the striking features that had once caused a stir in the Spirit Ruin sect, yet her alluring figure and curvaceous silhouette were impossible to hide. Su Jingheng tapped his fingers on the railing and let out a regretful sigh. She's wearing a mask. He glanced at Lin Sairu, who was flitting through the crowd like a butterfly, radiating charm. Su Jingheng frowned in thought. Was he being suppressed? It is said that Immortal Lord Lingyuan dotes greatly on his senior disciple, so is it to avoid provoking him that Wanqing chose to wear a mask? As for the possibility that he wore the mask out of caution to prevent trouble, Su Jingheng never considered this reason, precisely because they were at the foot of Lingshu sect. Even if someone truly wanted to kill for treasure, they wouldn't dare scheme against the disciple of Immortal Lord Lingyuan. Su Jingheng believed that Lin Sairu was intolerant of others, which was why Wanqing had to wear a mask to avoid her sharp edge. Thinking back to when he first met Wanqing, she was still a menial disciple. She must have endured many hardships on her way up, and had likely developed a cautious, trouble-avoiding nature. But this won't do. Constant forbearance only makes others more arrogant. Su Jingheng's overactive imagination filled him with pity for Wanqing, and he felt it necessary to give her a hand, helping her understand that endless tolerance was not the way. Wanqing, still ascending the stairs, made her way to her private room under Xiaoxi's guidance, with Mu Yunxi following behind her. A person approached from the opposite direction, wearing a mask of the same style and dressed in splendid attire, their light golden hair appearing somewhat dull in the building. Wanqing kept her eyes lowered as she climbed the stairs, not paying attention, but she sensed someone coming down from above. She had thought it would be an unremarkable brush past, but unexpectedly, as the other person passed her, they suddenly turned sideways and raised a hand. The paper fan in their hand brushed past Wanqing's ear, snapping the ribbon that held her mask in place. Two crisp sounds of something falling echoed through the air. As cultivators, everyone naturally couldn't miss such an unexpected noise, startling the crowd downstairs. On the staircase ascending step by step stood three people, a man and a woman, one below and one above, gazing at each other. Both possessed features that could be called peerless, a glance that spanned 1,000 years. The man was clad in splendid brocade robes, which accentuated his upright posture and handsome features. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, carrying an expression that was half smile, half serious, while his deep, bright eyes seemed to see through everything. He held a folding fan in his hand, gently waving it, appearing utterly at ease and carefree. "I was rash and knocked off your mask, miss. My apologies." The woman wore a flowing white dress, its hem fluttering in the wind like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Her features were exquisitely refined and otherworldly, her skin fair as snow, her eyes lively and limpid as water, and in the shifting glances of her gaze, she exuded a captivating charm. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, lightly brushing against her delicate skin, evoking a sense of cool elegance and gentle grace. The two stood facing each other. Su Jingheng tilted his head slightly and looked up, his gaze fixed intently on Wanqing, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and a barely perceptible infatuation. Wanqing looked at Su Jingheng with some surprise, not understanding why he had suddenly done this, as he had clearly been intentional just a moment ago. Their gazes met, as if time had stood still at this moment. This scene made everyone present unable to help but be captivated by it. Wow, this man and woman really are a perfect match. Hehe, could this be the first spark of love for a future couple? Everyone sighed in admiration, saying that this man and woman were truly a match made in heaven, perfect in both appearance and temperament, flawless in every way. But have you really not noticed that there is a third person present? Mu Yunxi withdrew her hand with a less than pleasant expression. Hearing the others' conversation, she took off her own mask as well, and only then was she satisfied to hear them stop talking about what a perfect match and heavenly couple they were. He had noticed this strange man the moment he appeared. Seeing him make a move on Wanqing, Mu Yunxi decisively shot a needle, only for the man to dodge it and even knock off his opponent's mask. This led to the current situation. Wanqing gently guided Mu Yunxi behind her, her brows slightly curved as she offered a polite smile and said softly, "Sect leader Su, may I ask what deeper meaning lies behind your actions?" Su Jingheng's gaze fell upon the clasped hands of Wanqing and Mu Yunxi, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He inwardly fumed with chagrin. Originally, he had thought Wanqing was under someone else's control, so he planned to make Wanqing's mask fall off, but unexpectedly, his own mask also slipped off by accident. Su Jingheng forced a calm smile and asked, "You actually know my identity? Could it be that we've met before? I don't recall ever meeting such a beautiful young lady." Wanqing replied with a smile, "I am Wanqing. We crossed paths a few times in Gushan City, sect leader Su." Su Jingheng pretended to nod in sudden realization, smiling as he said, "I see, now I remember. It was I who personally delivered your invitation. At the time, Miss Yu's appearance was slightly different from now, so I failed to recognize you at first. Please do not take offense, Miss Yu." I hold no blame against Pavilion Master Su. Back then, I deliberately concealed my features. As soon as the name Wanqing was spoken, a stir erupted in the audience. Everyone began discussing among themselves. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "That name sounds familiar. Isn't she the new disciple taken in by Immortal Lord Lingyuan?" That's right, I heard she's also earned the reputation of being the most beautiful woman in the Spirit Ruin sect. Seeing her today, it's truly well-deserved. This is more than just the most beautiful woman in the Spirit Ruin sect. I'm afraid no one in the entire cultivation world could surpass her. Chapter 141, The Clash of Mu and Su. Listening to the discussion below, Wanqing suddenly had a thought. Could Su Jingheng be using her to attract attention, just like the couplet contest he held when Wangjung Tower first opened? Although she didn't know what Su Jingheng was thinking when he removed her mask, since it had already fallen off, there was no need to put it back on. Wanqing's appearance stunned the crowd, and the gazes that had originally fallen on Lin Sairu instantly shifted to Wanqing. Lin Sairu, who had been unintentionally neglected, watched with a dark expression as Wanqing conversed with Su Jingheng. What a clever tactic indeed. Originally, Su Jingheng had personally delivered an invitation to her, but now, with just one glance, he was completely drawn away by Wanqing. Lin Sairu muttered under her breath, "Damn that vixen." Standing still, fleeting dark thoughts flickered in Lin Sairu's eyes. Soon, a smile reappeared on her face. Before turning around to take her seat, she cast a covert glance at Wanqing. Her eyes exuded a chilling malice. "And this is?" Su Jingheng looked at Mu Yunxi, who was standing behind Wanqing. Before Wanqing could speak, Mu Yunxi assertively wrapped an arm around her waist, yet his expression remained perfectly gentle. "I am Mu Yunxi. The famed leader of the First Dawn Pavilion truly lives up to your reputation. It's an honor to finally meet you in person. Brother Mu is also quite the handsome man." The two foxes smiled and chatted face to face, their hidden verbal sparring leaving Wanqing, who suddenly had nothing to do, completely baffled. Su Jingheng could also see that Mu Yunxi and Wanqing shared an unusual bond, yet this unusual bond did not discourage him. Instead, it sparked a glimmer of hope. Wanqing genuinely wished to be with Wanqing, but she was already taken. Given how deeply Wanqing cared for Wanqing, he would never give up, yet if he pursued her now, he would be intruding on someone else's relationship. Since they've already meddled in one, they probably won't mind meddling in another. The smile on Su Jingheng's face grew even more captivating, and Wanqing felt a dangerous sensation creeping up her back, as if she were being secretly watched. Upon careful sensing, he realized it was merely his own illusion. "Miss you." Su Jingheng looked at Wanqing, his gaze briefly passing over the hands clasped between Wanqing and Mu Yunxi. He sighed inwardly. If these two were merely ordinary friends, it would be manageable. But if their bond was truly as strong as gold, it would be a difficult situation. "What is it?" Wanqing looked at Su Jingheng with confusion. "My younger brother mentioned you many times when he went to the deep sea a few days ago." Su Jingheng leaned close to Wanqing and lowered his voice, whispering softly in her ear, "He wants you to be sure to wait for him." Hearing Su Jingheng mention Wanqing felt a bit uneasy. Wanqing had once clearly expressed his liking for her, and although she hadn't agreed, she was swayed by his good looks and, in a moment of weakness, didn't refuse him. "Who?" Mu Yunxi looked at Wanqing at the same time, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Although Su Jingheng had lowered his voice, for cultivators, such behavior was completely like burying one's head in the sand. "I'll tell you in a moment," Wanqing said softly to Mu Yunxi. She didn't want Mu Yunxi to misunderstand anything. After all, she was quite serious about matters of the heart. However, Wanqing had no idea just how deep a multi-layered romantic entanglement she had fallen into. At present, Wanqing felt that although she did not hold the old-fashioned notion of remaining chaste and utterly faithful, she had never imagined she would be involved with multiple people at once. But how could she possibly know how many boats she would need to step onto? It seemed that none of this was something she could decide on her own. The smile on Su Jingheng's face grew more genuine. He could see that while Wanqing had feelings for Mu Yunxi, they were far from the point of being unable to live without her. After the polite pleasantries, Wanqing and Mu Yunxi went to the private room together. Su Jingheng stood on the stairs, watching their retreating figures, and asked Shi Huan, "With such a beauty, do you think he can hold on to her all by himself?" Shi Huan thought for a moment and said honestly, "I find it difficult. To have someone like Miss You by one's side even for a time is already an honor. How could one dare to hope for a lifetime?" Su Jingheng's lips curled slightly into a faint smile, then he turned and opened the folding fan in his hand to cover half his face, though his voice did not lower. "I think so too, and I am certain of it." Having said that, he raised his finger to point upstairs and continued, "He himself must feel the same way." At that moment, though she had already left, Mu Yunxi, who had been keeping an eye on Su Jingheng, overheard every word he said. Her original motion to close the private room door paused, and the hand gripping the door suddenly tightened, reducing the wooden door frame to powder in an instant. Mu Yunxi's gaze turned icy and sharp in an instant, as if it could pierce through walls. A surge of intense dissatisfaction and anger welled up in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. Yet the unease deep within her heart could not be easily dispelled. As soon as Wanqing sat down, she was suddenly embraced by Mu Yunxi. Wanqing was somewhat startled. "What's wrong?" Mu Yunxi buried his face in Wanqing's neck, inhaling deeply the faint floral scent of her skin. His arms tightened around her as he shook his head and said, "It's nothing." There would always be someone coming to take Wanqing from him. He had merely seized a slight advantage. Being able to have Wanqing all to himself for these days, he was already very content. This Su Jingheng actually spoke of such matters so plainly, it was truly too much. This only made the anger in Mu Yunxi's heart burn even fiercer. "What exactly is the deal with that younger brother of his?" Mu Yunxi asked in a muffled voice, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to tell Mu Yunxi about her interactions with Xing. From being injured in the night, to giving a gift and leaving, and then to the mermaid's heartfelt confession, she recounted the entire experience in full detail. As Wanqing spoke, Mu Yunxi's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, when Wanqing mentioned the merfolk's pledge of love, his face darkened as if it could drip water. "Do you want it?" Mu Yunxi suddenly spoke, his tone icy. "What?" Wanqing looked at him with some surprise. "Those are merfolk," Mu Yunxi said through gritted teeth, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Wanqing's heart jolted. Seeing Mu Yunxi's increasingly grim expression, she quickly explained, "I didn't mean anything else." However, Mu Yunxi gave her no chance to explain. He suddenly bit down hard on Wanqing's shoulder, as if venting all his fury. Wanqing cried out in pain, her body involuntarily slumping into Mu Yunxi's arms. Looking at the person lying in his arms, Mu Yunxi felt a wave of helplessness. He had originally thought that the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord was troublesome enough, but now another equally formidable merman had appeared. "Junior sister Yu, isn't this senior brother enough for you?" Mu Yunxi looked at Wanqing with an ambiguous gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Wanqing caught the implication in his words, a wry smile spreading across her face as she gently shook her head. "I don't think I can handle that," she said softly. She understood clearly that just dealing with Mu Yunxi alone was already quite a strain for her. As for the others, she would have to set them aside for now. Chapter 142. The Phoenix Vermilion Fruit. Welcome, fellow cultivators, to this auction hosted by our Golden Jade Pavilion. Today marks the first auction we have ever held, and we ask for your understanding if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality. The auctioneer on the podium spoke with eloquence, his voice clear and resonant, brimming with passion and confidence, ensuring that every person present could hear his words distinctly. We have specially prepared over 100 auction items for our distinguished guests, including various rare treasures, exotic spirit plants, miraculous elixirs, and more, each one a meticulously selected masterpiece. His voice echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention. He continued, "In a moment, attendants will deliver a catalog of all items up for auction to each of you, esteemed guests. Please take a look and see if there are any lots that catch your interest." After saying this, the auctioneer smiled and raised his hand, signaling the attendants to distribute the catalogs. At this moment, a group of attendants dressed in uniform approached each seat, holding thick stacks of name registers, and handed them to the guests present. After receiving the registers, the guests opened them one after another to examine the contents. The guests in the private rooms also had special attendants deliver the registers. Wanqing eagerly opened hers to see if there was anything of interest. This catalog is densely packed with all kinds of information about the auction items, making one's head spin. Just the first 100 auction items alone have made this booklet incredibly thick, several inches in depth. However, Wanqing did not waste time flipping through the earlier content. Instead, she unhesitatingly turned the manual to the last few pages. After all, the best things are often saved for last as the grand finale. Sure enough, the final few pages displayed auction items that were truly eye-catching, each one a rare treasure of the world. Among them were supreme magical artifacts, 10,000-year-old spirit plants, and precious elixirs capable of completely transforming one's body and soul. Unfortunately, these treasures were far too expensive for Wanqing, and she simply could not afford them. Although the immortal Lord Ling Yuan had generously given her a considerable amount of spirit stones, Wanqing had already allocated these stones for her own cultivation. She could only admire these top-tier treasures with envy, then began flipping through from the back to the front. Finally, Wanqing found an item that was perfectly suited for her to bid on. The fruit of this spiritual fruit is orange-red, with a faint fluorescent sheen, as if burning with flames. When a cultivator consumes the phoenix vermilion fruit, its power does not manifest immediately, but instead lies dormant within the cultivator's body. Only when a cultivator is on the brink of life and death will the power of the phoenix vermilion fruit be awakened, granting them a chance for nirvana and rebirth. It can even elevate a cultivator's abilities to a higher level. However, this ability to achieve nirvana and rebirth exists only in the 10,000-year phoenix vermilion fruit, while the phoenix vermilion fruit being auctioned at the Golden Jade Pavilion this time is merely a 1,000-year-old one. But according to what Wanqing knows, this phoenix vermilion fruit does have a pit. The auction slot for the phoenix vermilion fruit was relatively early, so in the eyes of the Golden Jade Pavilion, a phoenix vermilion fruit less than 10,000 years old held little value, hence it received such treatment. Yet, the phoenix vermilion fruit is exceedingly precious and rare. The Golden Jade Pavilion likely put it up for auction to demonstrate their monopoly over various treasures in the cultivation world. After all, since a 1,000-year-old phoenix vermilion fruit has appeared, could a 10,000-year-old one be far behind? The auction got down to business, beginning with the bidding for the first item. At the auctioneer's command, a young attendant carefully carried a tray up to the auction stage. As the first lot of this auction, it naturally attracted considerable attention. Moreover, the scale of Jean Yulo's undertaking was even more eye-catching. Everyone had seen what the first lot was in the catalog just now. This first lot is an extremely high-grade elixir named Dragon Blood Pill. This pill is refined from the blood of 9 male demon beasts with dragon bloodlines, 4 of which are precious medicinal ingredients over 1,000 years old. This elixir not only enhances a male cultivator's young energy, but also improves a body cultivator's physical constitution, making it an excellent supplementary pill for practitioners. The medicinal effects of the Dragon Blood Pill are extremely potent. After taking it, the body becomes stronger, with abundant vitality, while also enhancing cultivation and strength. Moreover, it has a special property. It can help cultivators break through bottlenecks, especially for those who have been stuck at a certain realm for a long time without being able to advance. Therefore, for cultivators in need, the Dragon Blood Pill is an absolutely rare and precious treasure. So, whether male cultivators or body cultivators, none should miss this opportunity. If it's a female cultivator, she can also bid on it and give it to her Dao partner to enhance the bond between them. A meaningful smile appeared on the auctioneer's face. Wanqing, who was eating the spirit fruits in the private room, paused. Her hand wasn't that. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yunxi. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yunxi was also looking at her, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. What? Are you hoping I'll take the photo, Wanqing? Wanqing quickly averted her gaze. He didn't need this. One can infer the whole from a single part. Do male cultivators in the immortal realm truly need this kind of pill? Yet reality told Wanqing that they very much did. The first item up for auction in today's session is the Supreme Dragon Blood Pill, with a starting bid of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 110,000. 120,000. 150,000. 160,000. 180,000. 200,000. You're all shouting so eagerly, don't tell me you're actually not up to it. 250,000. Bullshit. I do what I want. 300,000. 400,000. A faint, ethereal voice sounded beside Wanqing. She stared wide-eyed in that direction, only to see Yunxi holding an auction paddle, just lowering his hand. What are you doing? Yunxi looked innocent. Actually, I've been feeling that medical cultivation is too weak lately, so I was planning to supplement it with physical cultivation. Wanqing stared at Yunxi in disbelief and said, like hell I believe you. Who waits until they've formed their core to think about supplementary cultivation? Wanqing's heart raced with anxiety as she lunged toward Yunxi, desperate to snatch back the auction paddle. Yunxi made no move to dodge, casually tossing the auction paddle from hand to hand as he chuckled, letting her throw herself into his arms to snatch it. I'm serious, haha, he said with a laugh. After Wanqing finally managed to grab the auction paddle, she immediately hid it behind her back, then shot Yunxi a fierce glare. Her eyes, rippling like water, held a mix of shyness and irritation, causing Yunxi's gaze to darken. He casually crossed his legs and smoothed the hem of his clothes. Wanqing's private room was arranged by Su Jingheng. When he unexpectedly heard someone bidding up the price in that room, Su Jingheng was momentarily stunned. Only after a long pause did he sneer no. Then be smart and hand the person over. Amid Wanqing's anxiety, the bidding grew higher and higher. In the end, this top-grade Dragon Blood Pill was won by someone at a price of 550,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price is a bit high. Although this pill is of the highest quality, it is primarily intended for that specific purpose. It's reasonable that it has been driven up to this price. Chapter 143. The Auction in Progress. The atmosphere at the auction was both heated and tense, with all eyes fixed intently on the treasures displayed on the auction stage. Each item sparked fierce bidding and fierce competition. Soon, it was finally time for the Phoenix Vermilion Fruit, which Wanqing had long coveted, to appear. The 1,000-year Phoenix Vermilion Fruit, starting bid at 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by no less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer's voice rang through the hall, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the red fruit. However, because the Phoenix Vermilion Fruit was less than 10,000 years old, despite its great rarity, not many people were interested in it or participated in the bidding. The auctioneer stood on the podium, secretly wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. The 1,000-year Phoenix Vermilion Fruit was actually just brought in to fill the numbers. Although it lacked the effect of nirvanic rebirth, its value was still considerable, yet the auctioneer never expected it to attract no bidders at all. Watching the impending embarrassment of a failed auction, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. After all, if the item could be successfully sold, he, as the auctioneer, would also receive a certain percentage of commission, and for anyone, spirit stones are always better in abundance. Just as the Millennium Phoenix Vermilion Fruit was about to go unsold, Wanqing unhurriedly picked up her bidding paddle and said softly, 3,100 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Sairu followed the sound and felt a surge of delight in her heart, recognizing it as Wanqing's voice. Truly a country bumpkin from the outer sect, even taking a fancy to something like this. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Sairu's lips as she picked up her auction paddle, intending to drive up the price for Wanqing. 3,200. Wanqing frowned slightly, but still raised her paddle. 3,003. 3,004. Lin Sairu said triumphantly, thinking to herself that no matter what, she wouldn't let that woman have her way. At this moment, however, the private room fell silent. Lin Sairu began to panic. She had no desire for the Millennium Phoenix Vermilion Fruit. Excellent. The 1,000-year Phoenix Vermilion Fruit, going once at 3,400 mid-grade spirit stones. 3,400 mid-grade spirit stones, going twice. Just as she was about to count to 2, Wanqing raised her sign again. 3,500. Bastard, how dare you trick me? Lin Sairu raised her paddle, hesitating to raise the bid. The auctioneer, watching her indecisive gesture, had his eyes gleaming, eagerly waiting for her to increase the offer. But after a moment's thought, Lin Sairu decided to let it go. What if Wanqing was merely short-sighted and looking for a bargain, and would simply back off if the price was driven up? Lin Sairu put down the token. She had only wanted to drive up the price, not actually acquire the 1,000-year Phoenix Vermilion Fruit. In the end, Wanqing secured the 1,000-year Phoenix Vermilion Fruit at a price of 3,500 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Jingheng, who had been observing the auction hall, took note of Lin Sairu's behavior. This senior disciple of misuse doesn't seem to like her very much. Shi Huan stood to one side, with the innkeeper of Wangjiang Tower behind him. The tower was built at the foot of Lingshu Sect's mountain, so the innkeeper had some understanding of the events taking place within the sect. The shopkeeper stepped forward and said, Miss Yu never showed her true face before the outer sect competition, so she wasn't well known in Lingshu Sect. Before that, Lin Sairu was always recognized as the beauty of Lingshu Sect, and her reputation for beauty spread far and wide beyond the mountain. But not long after Miss Yu appeared, she was crowned the #1 beauty. It seems this is what caused the rift between the two. Shi Huan let out a light laugh. I've heard before that Lin Sairu, the disciple of Immortal Lord Lingwan, is beautiful and kind-hearted. But now, just because of a title, she's fallen out with her junior sister. It seems this so-called kindness is nothing but a false reputation. After obtaining the Phoenix Vermilion Fruit, Wanqing lost interest in the auction. However, since it was her first time attending such an event, she still planned to stick around for the excitement and leave only after the auction concluded. Now we present the final treasure of this auction, the crown jewel of the Golden Jade Pavilion, the renowned blessed land and cave heaven, the entry key to the mortal realm. The auctioneer's words had barely faded when the hall erupted in a cacophony of voices, countless eyes fixed on the small box on the stage. Surely everyone knows that the blessed land and cave heaven of the mortal world is not truly the mundane realm, but rather a naturally formed blessed land and cave heaven. Among its various marvels, for instance, those who enter have their cultivation completely suppressed, becoming no different from ordinary mortals, and even their memories are lost as they live as common people within it. Then the more extraordinary your experiences in the mortal world, the greater and more precious the rewards you receive after leaving it behind. There are rumors that this blessed cave heaven is a place often watched over by celestial immortals, and the rewards you get after emerging are all gifts from those heavenly beings. You've all heard about it, so I don't need to say more. The auctioneer spoke with great eloquence, yet truly didn't say a word more than necessary. This secret key is something our building master specially brought out to let everyone know about our golden jade pavilion and to drum up support for our establishment. The auctioneer had already said so much, yet the item was still not being displayed, which made the crowd grow increasingly anxious. All right, we understand the intentions of your golden jade pavilion. Just get started already, someone couldn't help urging. Yes, the others chimed in one after another. Hurry up and start. More people joined in the urging. Faced with the crowd's impatience, the auctioneer stopped beating around the bush. All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer, he said, gently opening the wooden box. Inside the wooden box, everyone saw a key shaped like a jade pendant. It lay there quietly, exuding a unique aura. That aura seemed like a mysterious force, drawing people in with a deep sense of allure. It really is a key, someone exclaimed in astonishment. This item is mine for the taking. My master is an inner sect elder of the Spirit Ruin sect, so I ask you all not to contend with me. A voice rang out, tinged with arrogance. Who do you think you are? Another voice retorted, the disciple of Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord is right here. Everyone's gaze turned sharply toward Lin Sairu, and her heart tightened. She also yearned deeply for this key, but she understood that now was not the time to appear overly eager, especially not to try and monopolize it by relying on one's backing like the previous person had. She gave a faint smile and said softly, the key is precious. How could I, a humble woman, keep it all to myself? Naturally, everyone will have to rely on their own abilities. Don't worry about me. These words were spoken softly yet firmly, revealing both her humility and her determination not to give up easily. Excellent. As expected of a disciple of the venerable Ling Yuan, you truly understand the greater good. Then we shall not stand on ceremony. Wanqing sat in the private room, staring at the key token. As the red cloth was lifted, she felt that the jade pendant before her seemed somewhat familiar. She subconsciously reached into her storage pouch and took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant in Wanqing's hand looked exactly the same as the key to the blessed land and cave heaven on the auction stage. Mu Yunxi looked at the jade pendant in Wanqing's hand with some admiration. When did Wanqing come by this item? It was by chance. Mu Yunxi nodded. No wonder Elder Wen from the library, who has his eye on the outer sect, said that Wanqing is lucky. Now it seems that's indeed the case. Wanqing recalled her experience in the Sun and Moon's secret realm. At that time, Feng Yunjin was threatened by the people of the Hehuan sect and forced to hand over this jade pendant. Later, she used spiritual plants to help Feng Yunjin out of trouble, and Feng Yunjin threw away the pendant in order to escape. She picked it up and has kept it ever since. But where did this other strange sense of familiarity come from? Wanqing frowned in thought, straining to recall, trying to find the source of this feeling, yet she came up with nothing. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she finally realized where this sense of familiarity came from. In the original storyline, there were also plots concerning the mortal world. The secret key of the mortal world was originally picked up by Lin Sairu at the Golden Jade Pavilion as a bargain, rather than appearing in an auction as it does now. This discovery plunged Wanqing into deep thought. Unknown to her, the plot had already begun to deviate in places she hadn't noticed. Chapter 144. Kill for Treasure. The key to the mortal world ultimately fell into the hands of a disciple from a wealthy and powerful sect. Lin Sairu did not get it as the plot would have dictated. Lin Sairu's expression twisted for a brief moment. Wanqing observed Lin Sairu's performance. In fact, ever since entering the outer sect, the plot had been deviating. Thinking back now, it seemed Lin Sairu had little control over the storyline. The original female lead's danger was much smaller than she had imagined, meaning she only needed to guard against Lin Sairu making a sneak attack from the shadows. However, in the original story, Lin Sairu had always been dedicated to maintaining her pure and spotless image, mostly employing methods of killing through others. Her threat to Lin Sairu probably wasn't significant enough to make her want to take matters into her own hands. At the auction, Wanqing only bid for a single phoenix for a million fruit, while Mu Yunxi managed to acquire several long-lost pill formulas. Seeking treatment and medicine has always required spending money. Although Mu Yunxi never showed it in daily life, he was never short of spirit stones. After moving into the thatched cottage, his income in this regard increased even more. Unlike Wanqing, who, no matter how many spirit stones she had, still lived frugally, always worried that she wouldn't have enough for her own cultivation. The disciple who captured the key hurriedly left after retrieving the item from the backstage. His name was Qian Kongfang, and he himself had no significant backing or connections. Although his master was an elder of the inner sect, he ranked among the lowest and held little sway. If someone were to target his secret key for treasure hunting, merely being able to escape with his life would already be a blessing from his ancestors. The reason he had enough spirit stones to bid for the secret key was entirely due to his deep fortune and wealth since childhood. When he was a child, his family had been destitute for 3 generations, unable to even get enough to eat. But after he was born, money would turn up at their doorstep every few days, and it was the kind that appeared out of nowhere. By the time Qian Kongfang grew up, things became even more absurd. He would simply sit at home waiting for money to fall from the sky, and sometimes, as he walked down the street, cash would actively fly into his hand. Qian Kongfang became a well-known lucky child far and wide, and it was only after hearing of his reputation that his master sought him out. After confirming his single spiritual root of the gold element, he accepted him as a disciple and brought him into the Lingshu sect. After entering the Spirit Ruin sect, his fortune with money remained unchanged. Although his talent for comprehending cultivation techniques was mediocre, he still frequently picked up money only now that money had become spirit stones. Qian Kongfang, with the key tucked in his bosom, took a circuitous route. Just as he was about to reach the Spirit Ruin sect and was thinking of relaxing by returning to his cave dwelling, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Junior brother Qian, please hold your step." The female voice was sweet and pleasant to the ear, yet it made Qian Kongfang's hair stand on end. Qian Kongfang turned around, his smile blooming like a flower as he looked at the graceful beauty behind him. "So it's senior sister Lin. May I ask what business you have with me?" Qian Kongfang's appearance was merely decent, not handsome, and his figure was somewhat portly, so naturally he could not catch Lin Sairu's eye. Lin Sairu's expression was contemptuous. The person before her was merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet dared to compete with her for the item. Senior sister is quite interested in the key in junior brother Qian's hand. I wonder if junior brother Qian would be willing to part with it. Qian Kongfang let out a light laugh, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he revealed a sardonic smile. "You've already chased me all the way here, yet you still spout these high-sounding words. Clearly, you just want to kill me and take the treasure." All the disciples in the sect say that senior sister Lin is beautiful and kind-hearted, but I don't think that's necessarily true. If I actually hand the thing over to you, I'm afraid you'd still kill me to silence me, just to keep this matter from getting out. Junior disciple Qian's voice carried a firm and resolute tone, as he had long seen through Lin Sairu's intentions. A flicker of embarrassment at being seen through crossed Lin Sairu's face, quickly replaced by an expression of admiration. "Not bad. You're quite clever. But unfortunately, you know too much." She raised her hands and clapped softly, then assumed a fighting stance, saying coldly, "Since you've already guessed my intentions, I'll drop the pretense. Prepare to die." The moment the words fell, the two were instantly locked in combat. Lin Sairu's body shimmered with the light of various magical artifacts, their power astonishing. Junior brother Qian fought back with all his might, using every trick he had, but gradually fell into a disadvantage. Lin Sairu seized the moment and delivered a fatal blow. Junior brother Qian let out a miserable cry as his body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Lin Sairu walked triumphantly to junior apprentice Qian's corpse, crouched down, and retrieved the key from his bosom. She nodded with satisfaction, stood up, and looked contemptuously at junior apprentice Qian lying on the ground with his eyes wide open in death, cursing, how utterly overconfident. But Lin Sairu didn't notice that when she killed Qian Kongfang, a black coin-shaped pattern suddenly appeared in the center of her forehead, exuding an ominous aura. If someone skilled in physiognomy were present, they would notice that Lin Sairu's originally considerable fortune had been completely stripped away, even turning somewhat black. Lin Sairu extended her foot and nudged Qian Kongfang's corpse. "This body should be thrown into the demon abyss. Let the demonic energy consume it." The so-called demon abyss was the place where the immortal Lord Lingyuan had sealed the demon lord Songmoling. When her master went to reinforce the seal at the demon abyss, she had once secretly followed along, so she knew its location. The demonic energy in the demon pool was heavier than anywhere else. Anyone who ventured deep into it would be tainted by the miasma, making it an ideal spot for murder and corpse disposal. I originally planned to lure you Wanqing over there, but now you get to be the first to enjoy it. Returning to Cold Frost Peak from Wangjong Tower, Wanqing couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she felt the wind and snow on the peak had grown even colder. Is the master in a bad mood? Wanqing frowned slightly, muttering to herself. She stood quietly in the snow, watching the howling wind and swirling blizzard before her, a string of doubts rising unbidden in her heart. Perhaps she has some doubts about her cultivation, but given master's level and strength, it shouldn't take long to resolve the issue. Wanqing murmured to herself, trudging slowly through the wind and snow toward the mansion. The scenery before her gradually shifted, and lush greenery came into Wanqing's view. A look of delight spread across her face. "Finally, I've arrived." Because the blizzard was truly fierce, and this was, after all, the peak where her master resided, Wanqing dared not casually use spells to hasten her journey. As a result, the time she spent was far longer than usual. The presence of the 5 elements spirit gathering array added a touch of vibrant green to Frost Peak, which had otherwise been perpetually covered in ice and snow year-round. Wanqing walked forward, unaware that with each step she took, the green grass behind her was eroded a little more by the wind and snow. The blizzard swirling around her seemed to possess a will of its own, slowly devouring every inch of land that did not belong to it around Wanqing. Only when Wanqing entered the mansion and turned around to close the door did she realize that there was no green in sight, only an endless expanse of pure white. Even in the brief moment she stood stunned, opening the main door, the wind and snow had already swept into the mansion through the entrance. It seems that Master has encountered some significant doubts in his cultivation, to the point where he can no longer control the wind and snow of cold Frost Peak. However, for the Master, these should not be a problem. Wanqing closed the door, shutting out the wind and snow. Chapter 145, Pei Wuqi falls into demonic cultivation. After returning to the mansion, Wanqing eagerly took out the phoenix vermilion fruit and carefully split it open. The phoenix vermilion fruit was instantly split in two, with a pit the size of a peach kernel firmly embedded within the tender, juicy flesh. Although this 1,000-year-old phoenix vermilion fruit did not possess the miraculous power of nirvana and rebirth, it remained an extremely nourishing and precious spiritual fruit for cultivators. Wanqing brought the sweet and delicious flesh to her mouth, feeling the rich spiritual energy within it flowing through her body. After savoring the delightful taste, Wanqing tucked the fruit pit into her bosom and entered the farming space. As his own cultivation level continued to rise, the scale of the farming space also expanded day by day. Wanqing did not let this land lie idle and go to waste. Instead, she planted some spiritual plants. However, since all the rewards for these spiritual plants had already been fully distributed, continuing to plant them would yield no further returns. Most of the harvested produce was used to feed the spirit sacrificial array. Wanqing found an excellent feng shui site within the farming space and buried the phoenix vermilion fruit seed in the soil. Now all that remains is to wait for the dense spiritual energy of the farming space to ripen the phoenix vermilion fruit to 10,000 years. Emerging from the farming space, Wanqing noticed that the wind and snow outside had grown even fiercer, with some even turning into hailstones. Amidst the swirling wind and snow, Wanqing was about to return to her room for cultivation when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. She was deeply puzzled, wondering who could be visiting at this hour. After all, the environment at Frost Peak was extremely harsh at this time, and under normal circumstances, few would choose to visit in such weather. Wanqing asked softly as she opened the door. When she saw the scene outside the door, she couldn't help but be startled. A row of disciples from the precept hall, all dressed in black robes, stood neatly arranged at the entrance. Upon seeing her, they knelt down one after another to pay their respects. "Greetings, junior sister Yu," the disciples said in unison. Wanqing was stunned, completely unable to understand why the disciplinary hall had come to find her, and in such a solemn manner at that. She tried to help the leading disciple up and asked, "Please, fellow senior brothers, rise. Why are you doing this?" The leading disciple remained unmoved and replied earnestly, "We have come to seek a favor from you, junior sister. Such formalities are only proper." The disciples nearby looked anxious, unable to hold back as one spoke up, "That's right, junior sister Yu. If you don't agree to this, we'll kneel here forever." However, his words drew a rebuke from the leading disciple. "Shut up. We came to ask junior sister Yu for a favor. How can we force this karma upon her?" The scolded disciple immediately shut his mouth, not daring to speak further. "Please don't take it to heart, junior sister. We're truly grasping at straws in our desperation. These are all measures taken with no other options. If you're unwilling, junior sister Yu, we won't force you." The leading disciple was clearly more tactful, his smooth words well spoken. But the way they knelt and bowed now was clearly an act of coercion. Wanqing was not displeased. Looking at them, she could roughly guess who they had come for. "Is something wrong with Hall Master Pei?" Wanqing looked at the few people before her, their expressions anxious, and asked directly without beating around the bush. The disciples exchanged glances, until finally the one leading them spoke up. "Yes, senior brother Pei has fallen into a demonic trance from qi deviation, so we've come to ask junior sister Yu for your help." Wanqing frowned slightly, a hint of doubt stirring in her heart. Her acquaintance with Pei Wuqi was not particularly deep, and although he had once expressed his affection for her, she had not reciprocated. Yet, in the original story, even his feelings for the female lead, Lin Sairu, were quickly set aside after he saw her with the young master of the demonic sect. A person who can take things up and let them go so easily, how could they possibly become obsessed with love to the point of madness? Why don't you seek out other cultivators who specialize in this area? Wanqing frowned, asking with confusion. The leading disciple gave a wry smile and said, Junior Sister you may not know this, but we've already tried. We even found many spirit plants that clear the mind and remove obstacles, but none of them worked. It's only Junior Sister you. When Senior Brother was in his demonic trance, he kept muttering your name. That's why we wanted to ask for your help. If it weren't so urgent, we would never have dared to disturb you. Wanqing was silent for a moment, then finally nodded and said, All right, I can try. But I can't guarantee that I'll be able to wake him. Those disciples were overjoyed and quickly expressed their thanks. Thank you, Junior Sister you. As long as you're willing to help, regardless of the outcome, we'll be endlessly grateful. With that, the group of disciples from the discipline hall began to bow deeply to Wanqing. Then let's not waste any time. We should head over first. Wanqing quickly interjected, then followed the disciples to the disciplinary hall. The disciplinary hall was filled with an air of solemnity. This was Wanqing's first time there. She had often heard disciples describe it as eerie and terrifying, heavy with an aura of punishment and death, so much so that even ghosts would be afraid to enter. Now that she saw it for herself, it was indeed just as they had said. Right here. The disciple led Wanqing into Pei Wuqi's residence. Because after the senior brother fell into chi deviation, his temperament changed drastically. The person handed over a protective magical artifact, a flicker of worry in their eyes. Please, Junior Sister, take this with you, so you won't get hurt. Wanqing hesitated for a moment, then still reached out to take the protective magical artifact, saying gratefully, Thank you. Then I'll take my leave. Please take care, Junior Sister. The disciple cast a deep, lingering glance at Wanqing before turning and departing. After watching the disciple leave, Wanqing gently pushed open the door. The dim room was thick with a pungent smell of alcohol. She couldn't help but frown, seeing Pei Wuqi sitting squarely in the center of the room, his long spear casually placed within arm's reach. The floor was cluttered with jars of wine, leaving hardly any space to step. Pei Wuqi's hair was disheveled and hanging loose, his eyes bloodshot, with traces of alcohol still lingering on his lips. Clearly, he was dead drunk. Yet aside from drinking more heavily than usual, Wanqing could detect nothing unusual about him. He was utterly unlike other cultivators who had fallen into demonic obsession or succumbed to chi deviation. Junior Sister you? Pei Wuqi's voice was as calm and low as ever, yet it carried a hint of incredulous surprise. Hall Master Pei. Wanqing pressed her lips together slightly and said softly, They said something went wrong with your cultivation, so I came specifically to check on you. It's just a case of going berserk from cultivation, no need to worry, he'll recover. Pei Wuqi casually picked up the wine flask beside him, tilted his head back to take a gulp, then continued to toy with the cup in his hand. He was well aware of his own condition, and he could see the anxiety in his master and fellow disciples' eyes, but at this moment, he simply had no mind to change his current predicament. It's kind of you to go to all this trouble, he said casually. Perhaps you should head back first. Wanqing couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. She had never imagined that a cultivator in the throes of chi deviation could actually be aware of their own condition. After learning the true situation of Pei Wuqi, the heart she had held in suspense eased slightly. There's no rush to leave. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well stay here and chat with Hall Master Pei for a while. Upon hearing this, Pei Wuqi slowly lifted his head, his deep gaze fixed on Wanqing as a faint, elusive smile curled at the corner of his lips. Then, Junior Sister, why not change how you address me and call me Senior Brother instead? Chapter 146, A Bottle of Fruit Wine. Wanqing was taken aback, not expecting Pei Wuqi to be so fixated on a form of address. Senior Brother? Having his request granted, Pei Wuqi seemed much more relaxed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. At this moment, Wanqing unexpectedly felt that Pei Wuqi, usually so mature and serious, suddenly seemed a bit childish. Senior Brother is fond of wine. Wanqing looked at the room filled with wine jars and sat down across from Pei Wuqi. Not exactly. I don't usually think about drinking. Pei Wuqi's thoughts began to drift away. Back when I was first taken in by my master and brought to Lingshu sect, I was young and timid. I'd always wake up in the middle of the night from nightmares. Pei Wuqi's mind flashed with scenes of the village being slaughtered. Though he was still young at the time, he had etched everything that happened in the village deep into his heart, unable to forget it even in his dreams. I am the master's first disciple. If I take medicinal pills at such a young age, it could block my meridians, so I can't take them just to sleep. The master had never interacted with a child before, so to ensure I could sleep peacefully every night, he came up with a flawed trick, feeding me some wine before bed. After that, even if I had nightmares, I never woke up frightened. All of it was endured alone in the haze of sleep. Pei Wuqi was still young back then, unaware of what it meant to drown one's sorrows in drink, but he knew that the dizzy feeling after drinking was pleasant, as if it could make one forget many things. Feeding alcohol to a child, this irresponsible practice left Wanqing at a loss for words. Junior sister also finds this matter inappropriate? Wanqing quickly nodded, her disapproving expression drawing a light laugh from Pei Wuqi. But it does have some effect, after all. After that, I developed the habit of drinking some alcohol whenever I wanted to sleep, and I only quit after formally entering cultivation. But habits are formed after all, and when I feel like sleeping, I drink a little. Pei Wuqi let out a soft sigh. Wanqing looked at the wine jars scattered across the floor. Senior brother, this is hardly a little. She had still managed to down a sea's worth of liquor. Pei Wuqi followed Wanqing's gaze to the jars of wine scattered on the ground, his voice tinged with self-mockery. I never noticed before, but it seems that alcohol can no longer get me drunk anymore. For cultivators, wine brewed from ordinary spirit rice is merely a beverage with a somewhat stimulating taste. To truly intoxicate a cultivator, one would need wine made from spiritual herbs and plants. The floor of the room was cluttered with empty wine jars, yet Pei Wuqi still appeared only slightly tipsy. Wanqing suddenly developed some interest in wine. In the past, she mostly drank spirit tea and had never touched alcohol. Senior brother, is there any wine left here? I suddenly want to have a taste too. Wanqing looked around, but her gaze fell only on empty wine jars. Junior sister wants to drink? Pei Wuqi picked up a wine cup, poured a little wine into it, and then gently pushed the cup in front of Wanqing. He said earnestly, drink less. Alcohol harms the body. Wanqing picked up her wine glass. How can you, senior brother, have the nerve to lecture me? Pei Wuqi quickly made a gesture of surrender, pleading, junior sister, please go ahead. Wanqing picked up the wine glass and took a cautious sip. The liquid slid down her throat, bringing a burst of spiciness, and a flush immediately spread across Wanqing's cheeks. She furrowed her brow and commented, it doesn't taste good. Pei Wuqi was amused, and the low, muffled laughter made Wanqing's ears feel a little hot. I still have a bottle of fruit wine here. Why don't you give it a try? Pei Wuqi suddenly turned his hand over, and a white jade wine pot appeared on the table. The slightly reddish liquid poured into the cup, shimmering like jade. The fruit wine was sweet, with a light, alcoholic taste, so Wanqing drank it as if it were a beverage. Before Wanqing arrived, Pei Wuqi could only think of drowning his sorrows in wine, trying to suppress the restlessness and unease in his heart with alcohol. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not find true peace. At the same time, he let his spiritual energy run wild and chaotic through his meridians. Yet, after Wanqing came and sat down beside him, Pei Wuqi's originally irritable mood miraculously calmed down. At this moment, he leaned quietly against the chair, carefully channeling the spiritual energy through his meridians while savoring his wine. Earlier, he had downed several jars in a row without the slightest issue, yet now, after just a few cups, a hint of intoxication had begun to set in. Despite his reluctance, Pei Wuqi forced himself to open his mouth and say to Wanqing, "Junior sister, I am already slightly drunk and fear I can no longer entertain you. You should head back early." However, Wanqing did not respond to his words. Pei Wuqi turned his head in confusion, only to find that Wanqing, who had been perfectly alert moments ago, was now lying on the table, fast asleep. Her glossy black hair cascaded like a waterfall beside her cheeks, making her appear both serene and at ease. Pei Wuqi silently raised his hand, picked up the white jade wine flask, and gently shook it, only to find it already empty. He couldn't help but let out a helpless, bitter laugh. I forgot to remind her that this wine is brewed from spirit fruits and shouldn't be consumed in excess. He sighed helplessly, rose, and walked over to Wanqing. Gently patting her shoulder, he said, "Junior sister, wake up. There's a guest room in my residence where you can rest." But Wanqing merely mumbled something, turned her head, and continued sleeping, showing no signs of waking up. Pei Wuqi frowned. He couldn't just let her sleep here until she sobered up. So he reached out, trying to help Wanqing to her feet, but her body was so limp that she couldn't stand upright at all. Wanqing hummed unconsciously, her head leaning against Pei Wuqi's chest once more, her breath unsettling his composure. Pei Wuqi shook his head helplessly, then had no choice but to lift her horizontally in his arms, carefully carrying her toward the room. Along the way, he felt the warmth emanating from Wanqing's body, and a ripple stirred involuntarily in his heart. He lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms, only to see her eyes tightly shut, her long lashes trembling slightly. Pei Wuqi's gaze fell upon her lips. Those slightly pouted lips were as delicate as flower petals, exuding an alluring sheen, with the sweet fragrance of fruit wine still lingering in her mouth. Pei Wuqi couldn't help but draw a little closer. But when his breath brushed against Wanqing's face, he suddenly realized his actions were somewhat out of control. He abruptly lifted his head, took a deep breath, and struggled to calm himself down. Pei Wuqi gently placed Wanqing on the bed, then covered her with the blanket. Watching her sleeping face, he couldn't help reaching out to touch her hair. Her docile appearance stirred a fiery warmth in Pei Wuqi's heart, giving rise to a strange sensation. The already restless thoughts stirred once more, a faint red mist rising in her slightly intoxicated eyes. Huh. You pretentious hypocrite, can you even do it or not? No, let me do it. Enough. You shall not defile my junior sister. Pei Wuqi muttered to himself, his harsh shout as if the person he was speaking to bore a deep, blood feud with him. You've never liked sweets, so who was that bottle of fruit wine prepared for? Shut up. Now that it's come to this, you're acting like a coward hiding your head in the sand. Even Li Ziqing has more guts than you. Rational thought could no longer resist the inner demon. Knowing that if he stayed any longer, he might do something irreparable, Pei Wuqi fled the room in a panic. Chapter 147, Aftermath of Qi Deviation. Wanqing woke up in bed, finding herself lying in an unfamiliar room. She checked her clothes and found everything intact. Wanqing rubbed her head, trying to clear her mind a little. Finally, she remembered that her purpose here was to visit Pei Wuqi, who had fallen into Qi Deviation, and that she also bore the heavy responsibility, requested by the disciples of the Discipline Hall, of offering him guidance and solace. But Pei Wuqi seemed perfectly fine, while she was the one knocked out by a bottle of fruit wine. A voice came through, and Wanqing looked up to see Pei Wuqi walking in from the outer room. At this moment, he was neatly dressed, his entire person tidied up cleanly and sharply, radiating vitality, with not the slightest sign of having fallen into demonic possession. In contrast, Wanqing, who had slept through the night, instead appeared somewhat disheveled and bedraggled. Pei Wuqi looked at Wanqing. Senior brother. Wanqing looked Pei Wuqi up and down, asking with confusion, "Are you better now?" Pei Wuqi nodded, confirming Wanqing's speculation. Wanqing was extremely astonished. She had originally thought that recovering from Qi Deviation would be very difficult, yet Pei Wuqi had recovered so effortlessly. She couldn't help pressing further. Is it really that easy? One must understand that for any cultivator, falling into demonic deviation is never a simple matter, and it cannot be easily overcome. Pei Wuqi replied, "I got used to it when I was a child." It turned out that when Pei Wuqi first began his cultivation, Qi deviation had become a common occurrence, and he had long since become familiar with how to handle it. The problem of Qi deviation did not improve until he became a disciple of the Discipline Hall and frequently went out to deal with demonic cultivators. But this time, the situation was different. The reason the Qi deviation had become so dangerous was entirely because he had no intention of dealing with it at the time. He even had the thought of letting it run its course. Until Wanqing appeared. Tempted by his inner demon, Pei Wuqi took out the fruit wine and then nearly lost control of himself, almost doing something irreparable. Only then did Pei Wuqi truly muster the energy to deal with the problem of his Qi deviation. Glad you're fine. Since you're okay, I'll be going now. Wanqing got off the bed and straightened her slightly disheveled clothes. All right. Pei Wuqi lowered his gaze and nodded, his expression unreadable, his voice low and calm. But just as Wanqing turned to leave, Pei Wuqi suddenly stepped forward to block her path. What's wrong? Wanqing stopped in her tracks, her brows slightly furrowed. It's nothing, Pei Wuqi said in a low voice, a flicker of hesitation and conflict passing through his eyes. Then he slowly stepped back, leaving the room first, with Wanqing following behind Pei Wuqi as she also departed. Pei Wuqi escorted Wanqing out. The two had stayed inside the room for a full day and night, and unbeknownst to them, many disciples who were anxious about Pei Wuqi's condition had been secretly investigating. Seeing Pei Wuqi, who had returned to his usual self, escort Wanqing out unharmed, they all showed expressions of joy. Pei Wuqi also seemed to be in excellent condition. It seems senior brother Pei has fully recovered. It's truly a relief. Senior brother Pei's Qi deviation earlier was absolutely terrifying. Quite a few people who came were driven off by him, said a disciple from the disciplinary hall, still shaken. Exactly. At the time, senior brother Pei kept murmuring junior sister Yu's name, and he'd even given her gifts before. Do you think they might be on the verge of a happy event? A disciple asked curiously. The power of those in love is truly beyond what we can imagine, another disciple remarked with a sigh, a somewhat ambiguous smile on his face. A lone man and a lone woman shared a room, spending an entire night together. It's easy to imagine what would happen. What are you thinking? Senior brother Pei is not that kind of person. The disciple with a wandering mind said with righteous indignation, under normal circumstances, senior brother Pei is certainly not that kind of person, but a senior brother Pei who has fallen into demonic possession is another matter entirely. What's more, at the time, he was muttering junior sister Yu's name over and over. Junior sister Yu appearing before senior brother Pei in that state was like a lamb walking into a wolf's den. Didn't we already consider that possibility when we went to fetch junior sister Yu back then? But a knowledgeable disciple watched Wanqing's retreating figure. I observed that junior sister Yu's movements weren't sluggish at all. She didn't look like someone who had just been intimate. I don't believe senior brother Pei is only this capable. The space suddenly fell into complete silence. Then a disciple spoke up weakly. So you're saying that senior brother Pei and junior sister Yu didn't end up together? I gave you a chance, but you couldn't make use of it. It's alright. Senior brother Pei's deep love for junior sister Yu will surely lead to a happy union in the end. Another disciple chimed in. But a disciple hesitated, as if wanting to say something but stopping. What's wrong? The other disciples all turned to look at him. But I've heard that junior sister Yu frequently visits the thatched cottage and is very close to Muyunshi, who lives there now, the disciple said cautiously. Everyone was startled by this, and then their expressions turned complicated. It can't be, junior sister Yu isn't that kind of person, a disciple said with a frown. Right, maybe junior sister Yu just gets along well with Muyunshi. It doesn't necessarily mean they're in that kind of relationship, another disciple remarked. No, junior sister Yu and that Muyunshi are really close. I'm afraid they're much further along than our senior brother Pei. Wanqing and Muyunshi had never hidden their relationship. Anyone paying close attention could clearly see the bond between them. Moreover, I've heard that the two of them were already quite close back in the outer sect. Senior brother Pei probably won't be able to catch up anytime soon. Does senior brother Pei know about this matter? A disciple quietly asked. As far as I know, the two of them never hid their relationship. So that means senior brother Pei knew. Then how could he? Suddenly realizing something, the disciples covered their mouths, unable to believe that the person who had done such a thing was actually their senior brother Pei. I never thought senior brother Pei would be this kind of person. What kind of person do you think I am? Pei Wuqi suddenly appeared behind the group of disciples. The disciples who had been whispering gossip immediately stood up straight, their hairs standing on end. Senior brother Pei. Pei Wuqi swept his gaze across the crowd. Junior sister Yu is summoned by you all. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, and one stepped forward. It was none other than the disciple who had led the group at Wanqing's door. In reply, senior brother Pei, this was all my idea. If you must punish someone, punish me. Pei Wuqi let out a soft laugh. Punish you for what? Did he not realize that his earlier actions would lead them to summon Wanqing? It was just that he ultimately did not complete the final step. However, this incident did bring him and junior sister Yu closer, so it wasn't entirely without gain. But from now on, don't casually discuss junior sister Yu, lest it affect her reputation. Understood? In the following days, Wanqing's life remained as usual, with the only difference being that her relationship with Pei Wuqi had improved considerably. The usual routine of shuttling between the mansion and the thatched cottage was broken, and Pei Wuqi's presence became a part of her daily life. Chapter 148, Tender Affection. Ever since Wanqing and Pei Wuqi's feelings for each other deepened, under Pei Wuqi's deliberate guidance, Wanqing became a frequent visitor to the disciplinary hall. Of course, it wasn't because he had committed a crime and been locked up. Junior sister, you can try it this way. With a soft shout from Pei Wuqi, a spell thick with murderous intent slammed heavily into the tree trunk. The next moment, the sturdy trunk was instantly pierced through by the spell. Since she stopped practicing kendo, the killing intent that Wanqing had honed on the battlefields of the demon beast forest had also lost its purpose. However, Wanqing always felt that killing intent shouldn't only be used by attaching it to a weapon. But after pondering over it for a long time without finding a way, she thought of seeking advice from Pei Wuqi, the person around her who wielded killing intent most skillfully. Junior sister, your understanding of killing intent is still not thorough enough. Even if you only apply it to your weapon, it shouldn't be a simple attachment. Instead, you must merge the killing intent with your techniques, integrating them seamlessly. Only then can you unleash the strongest effect of killing intent. If you wish to use killing intent in spells, you must try to infuse it while communicating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wanqing listened carefully to Pei Wuqi's instruction, forming hand seals to test the method he described. A fire-type spell was cast, and indeed, a faint killing intent was stirred within it, while the spell's power also became stronger and fiercer than before. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I understand now. Wanqing said with a delighted expression. Pei Wuqi nodded. As expected of junior sister, you grasp things with just a hint. It's all thanks to senior brother's excellent teaching. With so many matters left unattended at the disciplinary hall just to instruct her, if she still showed no results, then Wanqing would truly be burdened with guilt. But when you wield your killing intent, junior sister, you must still be cautious. An excess of killing intent can affect the user themselves. Pei Wuqi suddenly brought this up. What kind of influence? Wanqing had only been exposed to killing intent for a short time and was still unclear about such matters. Pei Wuqi frowned in thought, recalling how the disciples being punished in the discipline hall would tremble in fear whenever he released his killing intent on ordinary days. He slowly spoke. They become unlikable. Wanqing glanced at Pei Wuqi, deliberated for a moment, and said, "Is there?" Pei Wuqi chuckled softly, gazing at Wanqing's ethereally beautiful face. "Such matters likely have no effect on you, junior sister. You should practice more. Practice makes perfect." The discipline hall was swamped with affairs, and Pei Wuqi had to keep an eye on Wanqing as she practiced and studied killing intent while handling his duties. Wanqing had nearly finished her practice, but a thick stack of tasks still awaited Pei Wuqi's attention. Seeing Pei Wuqi so busy, Wanqing felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had been accompanying her throughout her practice, yet she couldn't help him with these matters. So, she decided to sit quietly by his side, keeping him company until he finished all his work. However, time passed quickly, the sun gradually slanted westward, and night fell. Wanqing couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior brother, do you have to handle so many affairs every day? Then when do you have time for cultivation?" Pei Wuqi's pen paused slightly as he looked up at Wanqing. Then he let out a soft sigh and offered an explanation that only drew more attention to itself. "It's just that there were some special circumstances today, so the matters were rather complicated. The affairs of the discipline hall mostly involve external duties. And they are usually tricky, troublesome tasks, but those are all assigned to the disciples to handle." Since becoming the master of the discipline hall, the number of external affairs requiring Pei Wuqi's personal involvement had become very, very few. Most of the time, he remained in the hall, handling important matters that the disciples could not decide on their own. Thus, in reality, Pei Wuqi had few matters to attend to. In contrast, as the hall master, he was even more idle. He only steps in personally to resolve matters when they are of great importance. Yet today's situation is somewhat out of the ordinary. Pei Wuqi deliberately slowed down his pace of handling affairs, just to spend a little more time with Wanqing. Being able to share the same space with Wanqing, even if there was little conversation between them, gave him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Once Pei Wuqi had finished handling his affairs, Wanqing prepared to return home. Pei Wuqi offered to escort her back, but Wanqing declined. Halfway along the road, Wanqing suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Bai Shui had returned and said it had claimed a territory in the back mountain, where all the abandoned spirit beasts now lived. Bai Shui also gained insights into cultivation and combat through this land-claiming operation, and invited Wanqing to come see the territory it had carved out whenever she had time. Wanqing took a detour midway and headed toward the back mountain. Lin Sairu, who had been secretly tailing Wanqing, stepped out from the shadows. "She's finally heading to the back mountain. I thought she'd forgotten all about that little leopard of hers." After setting up the back mountain these past few days, she had been waiting for Wanqing to take the bait. But to her surprise, Wanqing's life was not only dull but also tedious, spending her days either cultivating or cultivating. Lin Sairu nearly couldn't restrain herself from personally stepping forward to guide Wanqing to the back mountain. But to avoid leaving any evidence that could be used against her afterward, Lin Sairu had to hold back. Now, seeing that the plan was about to succeed, how could she not be excited? Recently, she achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation of the Joyful Union Heart technique, entering an entirely new realm. This caused her body to be transformed by the technique, becoming even more enchanting and alluring. Any man who had engaged in dual cultivation with her would find himself unable to extricate himself from her spell. She planned that once her scheme against Wanqing was successfully completed, she would use the new effects of her mental cultivation technique to conquer the two men, Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi. To that end, she decided to employ a small trick, drugging the two of them, and after the deed was done, she would put on a pitiful, innocent act as if she had been forced into suffering. Even if they sensed something amiss, the overwhelming power of the joyous union art would leave them unable to resist themselves. In the end, they could only docilely remain by her side, unable to escape. This way, she could easily control their minds and bodies, making them her loyal companions. Having all the finest men gathered around her, this was the treatment that she, Lin Sairu, deserved to enjoy. Men conquer the world, but she, Lin Sairu, conquers men. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Sairu's face. She had prepared an illusion array in the back mountain, which would gradually lead Wanqing to the demonic pool where the demon lord was sealed. Once she fell into the pool and was devoured by the demon lord's demonic energy, even the gods would find it impossible to save her. The creators of the array were her new admirers, their hearts set aflutter by a single smile from her, and then utterly devoted to her because of her graceful figure. Now he obeys her every command. That formation was a one-time use. Once activated, it would self-destruct. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would find it difficult to detect any flaws, and no one would be able to trace it back to her. Rumors say the sealed demon lord is violent-tempered, cruel and merciless, and supremely arrogant, a true tyrant. Wherever he goes, rivers of blood flow, whales fill the fields, living beings suffer, and the people are left with no means to survive. It seems that Wanqing will not only be tainted by demonic energy, but also endure the demon lord's brutality, ultimately being tortured to death. Thinking of this, Lin Sairo felt a surge of joy. Chapter 149. Demon Lord Song Moling. The pitch-black lake surface was shrouded in a thick, dark veil, making it impossible to see the true conditions beneath the water. A violent aura permeated the air above the lake, as if heralding an impending storm. The lake's surface, once as calm as a mirror, now began to ripple faintly, as if an invisible hand were gently stirring the water. As time passed, these ripples gradually grew larger, forming surging waves that continuously crashed against the shore. A thick layer of heavy black clouds had already been pressing down over the lake, and now it felt like a massive ink-black mountain looming overhead, suffocating all beneath it. Fierce flashes of lightning flickered intermittently within the cloud mass, writhing like dragons dancing through the layers. Thunder rumbled through the sky, as stirring as war drums and as fierce as the roar of heaven's wrath. In such a perilous place, a figure was still slowly drawing near. This figure was clad in robes as white as snow, like a cold, clear moon. It stood out strikingly against the pitch-black surroundings. Like the sole light in an endless darkness, it exudes a charm that irresistibly draws one in, like a moth to a flame. Cool and aloof, it gives a sense of standing apart from the world. Her presence clashed with the surrounding environment, yet it was impossible to ignore. But despite her stern expression and the cold, aloof aura she exuded, anyone could see that she was a lost little fawn, endearing and pitiable. At the finish line, the lake, black as ink, ceaselessly lapped against the shore, emitting a low, rumbling sound, like a hunter eyeing prey within reach, confident yet tinged with impatience. It seemed restless, as if eager to drag that figure into the water, to sink it forever into its depths. The moon-cold figure unknowingly stepped into the lake, and the water instantly churned into a whirlpool, swallowing the white silhouette. The moment she was pulled into the water, Wanqing immediately snapped awake, realizing she had inadvertently fallen into someone else's trap, and felt deeply vexed. But now was not the time for self-blame. She struggled desperately to escape the pool, yet the lake water was eerily strange, as if alive, clinging to her firmly and refusing to let go, even trying to drag her down to the depths. Wanqing fought with all her might against that powerful force, feeling a suction like quicksand tightly coiling around her. During the process of sinking, Wanqing channeled her spiritual power, attempting to transform into a watery form to escape. Yet just as she was about to cast the spell, she suddenly sensed a surge of demonic energy flowing along with her spiritual power into her spiritual sea. Wanqing sensed something was wrong, so she immediately stopped casting the spell to prevent the demonic energy from invading. How could a place within the Spirit Void sect, a sect of cultivators, have such dense demonic energy? Lin Sairo truly showed no mercy, actually intending to put her to death. Although there was no evidence, Wanqing considered herself a low-key person who had rarely offended anyone in her life in the cultivation world. The only person who bore her hostility was Lin Sairo, whose way of thinking was unlike that of ordinary people. Just as Wanqing was struggling to break free, the lake water carried her into a strange space. This place should have been at the bottom of the water, yet not a single drop of water existed. Instead, tangible demonic energy spread everywhere. Because of the entanglement of demonic energy, Wanqing found even taking a single step to be extremely difficult. An ant walking right into the trap, rushing over eagerly to die. How amusing. A voice resounded through the void, deafening and awe-inspiring, carrying an air of unrivaled dominance, as if the entire world were his domain. Wanqing's heart jolted with alarm. She looked around, trying to trace the mysterious figure, but found only endless darkness and silence surrounding her. Who? Wanqing asked in a low voice, a hint of wariness in her tone. The mysterious figure did not immediately answer her question, but instead continued in a haughty and indifferent tone. You came here yourself, yet you don't even know who I am? The overbearing and domineering tone in his voice was reminiscent of an emperor's power and majesty. Wanqing took a deep breath, striving to keep herself calm. She carefully pondered the other's words, when suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. You are the demon lord Song Moling? Wanqing asked cautiously, her gaze fixed intently on the darkness ahead. Though it was a question, she had already confirmed it. As soon as the words fell, dense demonic energy began to rapidly coalesce before Wanqing, gradually forming a distinct figure. It was a male. In the strange space at the bottom of the lake, a man with a handsome yet sinister face sat reclining on a throne built from a pile of white bones. His presence seemed to carry the majesty of a god of slaughter and the aura of a king, making one unable to help but be both captivated and terrified. This man was the one who, among all the people Wanqing had ever seen, most resembled an emperor who held the power of life and death over others and, moreover, a tyrant of the kind that appears once in 1,000 years. Compared to the celestial immortal Lingyuan, who seemed like a banished deity from the mortal world, he was in no way inferior. His hair, black as ink, was casually draped behind him, accentuating his sharply defined face and sword-like brows that slanted into his temples. Despite having endured a long period of sealing, the violence and tyranny within him had not diminished in the slightest. Looking at Wanqing's pupils, black as ink, with a faint, unfathomable and chilling smile at the corner of her lips. Her dark robe hung half open, revealing a portion of her wheat-colored, firm chest, exuding an air of unrestrained wildness and arrogant defiance. Sung Moling descended from his bone-white throne, stepping closer and tilting Wanqing's chin upward. A young lady not yet 100 years old recognizes me? It seems that after 10,000 years, there's still such useless trash, unable to produce even a single person to take my place. A sardonic smile curled on Song Moling's face. Back then, he and Ji Lingyuan were evenly matched in strength. If not for someone in the demon palace playing dirty and slipping him poison, he wouldn't have been suppressed by Ji Lingyuan on the battlefield. His fingers idly traced and toyed with Wanqing's chin. And you? Who are you and why have you come here? His large hand clamped onto Wanqing's chin. Could it be that you've seen through the sanctimonious facade of those cultivators and come to me to abandon the darkness for the light? The person before her was not someone Wanqing could contend with. If he were to learn that she was a disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, she would likely be reduced to ashes on the spot. Wanqing's hesitation was taken by Sung Moling as an excuse for herself. Don't try to hide anything from me. If it weren't for the fact that Sung Moling had grown truly weary of being alone underwater, with no one to talk to, Wanqing would have been dead for that hesitation just now. I stumbled into this path by accident and was framed by someone to get in here. Wanqing told the truth. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Wanqing's words, Sung Moling's face instantly darkened, his voice laced with anger. Do you take this seat for a dumping ground? With that, Sung Moling waved his hand, and a livid corpse flew out from behind, landing heavily before Wanqing. Do you take this place for some kind of fence for stolen goods? Sung Moling was absolutely furious. As a demon cultivator who prized luxury above all, being forced to live in an empty lake bed was already infuriating enough. Now someone was dumping corpses here. How could he tolerate that? Chapter 150, Capricious Moods. Wanqing looked at the corpse that Sung Moling had tossed beside her. The body was somewhat stout, adorned with valuables of considerable worth. Though its features were unremarkable, the face suggested that in life, it must have belonged to a gentle and amiable person. Now, they have been abandoned at the bottom of an icy lake. Although the wound has been corroded by demonic energy, it is still evident that it was caused by spiritual energy. This person was killed by a cultivator. Moreover, the murderer was very likely the same person who had schemed against him. He knew that Lin Sairu was definitely the mastermind behind her being tricked into the Demon Lord's seal, but in the original story, Lin Sairu was always surrounded by many men. Even if she didn't show it, there were plenty of people willing to be her pawns. So this person was likely killed by some man close to Lin Sairu, and the body was dumped here. Even Wanqing hadn't expected that Lin Sairu, who had always been sought after and surrounded by admirers in the original novel, would now stoop to personally killing people for treasure. What do you see? Tell me. Sung Moling appeared abruptly behind Wanqing, his tall frame enveloping her, strands of hair falling onto her shoulder. Wanqing felt somewhat uneasy. This demon lord always enjoyed startling people with sudden appearances. She turned slightly, trying to create some distance between them, but Sung Moling pressed closer step by step, giving her no chance at all. Wanqing let out a helpless sigh, thinking to herself that this demon lord seemed a bit clingy. Could it be that he's been sealed away for so long without anyone to talk to that he's grown lonely? I am asking you a question. Wanqing's evasive movement displeased Sung Moling, who impatiently pinched her cheek, forcing her to turn her head and look at him. Why won't you speak? Do you want to die? Wanqing quickly explained, I'm still thinking. Sung Moling furrowed his brow, his face full of displeasure, and said with a hint of anger, next time I ask you a question, just say whatever comes to your mind, I don't need you to think. His tone revealed an overbearing arrogance, as if everything in the world should obey his commands. And Sung Moling indeed possessed enough strength to qualify him for such overbearing behavior. Even though he had already been sealed away, the cultivation world still remained silent and fearful of him, avoiding mentioning him whenever possible, silently praying that he would be forever sealed by Ji Lingyuan in the back mountain and never emerge again. When circumstances are stronger than the individual, what else could Wanqing do in the face of such a formidable demon lord? Having already fallen into such a predicament, offending Song Moling further would be nothing short of seeking death. Since the other party was in a good mood, not smoothing his feathers would only bring more trouble upon herself. Thus Wanqing replied softly, yes. Her voice carried a hint of calculated compliance. Song Moling was very satisfied with Wanqing's compliance. He appreciated those who knew how to read the situation. The space beneath the lake was cut off from sunlight, with no one else around but himself. Now that he finally had someone to relieve his boredom, he would be deeply disappointed if they died from angering him. The anger in his heart subsided a little. He continued to ask, very well, then what were you thinking about just now? Wanqing slowly began to speak. I was thinking about whether the person who killed him and the one who schemed against me are the same person. Song Moling glanced at the corpse lying on the ground. When it had been thrown down, he was so furious that he wanted to overturn the entire lake, but the seal in the lake had just been reinforced by Jiling Yuan. He did not succeed. At that time, he vaguely saw that the person who threw the body down was a woman. Song Moling began to scrutinize Wanqing's appearance, and then he unexpectedly discovered that the person before him had jet black hair and snow-white skin, with delicate features, like an ethereal fairy who had descended into the mortal world. It is indeed a face that would inspire envy. With such striking features, he must have been envied and schemed against to end up here. Otherwise, who would bother seeking out a fallen demon lord like him? Song Moling suddenly grew somewhat displeased, turning around to sit back on his own bone-white throne. Song Moling's abrupt, contextless remark and his unpredictable temperament left Wanqing utterly bewildered. Adhering to the principle that more talk leads to more mistakes and less talk leads to fewer mistakes, Wanqing ignored Song Moling, who was suddenly sulking, and instead began searching the corpse for items, hoping to find valuable information. Wanqing found the disciple token on the corpse, which bore the name Qian Kongfang. Within the sect, Wanqing had heard of Qian Kongfang's reputation a few times. It was said that this man was blessed with abundant wealth. If spiritual stones fell from the sky, they would land right in his lap, so he never lacked for them, and he was generous by nature, often lending spiritual stones to fellow disciples in need. Little did she expect that he would now be found dead, his body sunk at the bottom of the lake. Additionally, Wanqing found another item, an invitation letter issued by the Golden Jade Pavilion auction, signed by the Golden Jade Pavilion. It was likely that the Golden Jade Pavilion had required guests to distribute them in bulk. Wanqing searched through Qian Kongfang's storage pouch thoroughly, even dumping out 2 large piles of spirit stones, but still couldn't find a single item that had appeared on the auction catalog. Wanqing felt it was highly likely that Qian Kongfang had been killed for his treasures after attending the auction. Song Moling sat in the chair, watching Wanqing turn over the corpse, feeling irritable. What's so interesting about a corpse? His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction and annoyance. I'll make this clear in advance. Your hands are filthy, so don't you dare touch me. Song Moling continued, his voice cold and merciless. Wanqing, who was in the midst of arranging Kongfang Qian's remains and death register, paused, stopped what she was doing, and looked down at her own hands. Wanqing couldn't help but wonder, did demon cultivators also have such taboos? And why would she want to touch Song Moling? Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Recalling what Song Moling had said earlier, Wanqing replied with a single sentence. Song Moling suddenly felt even angrier, yet he didn't know what he was angry about, so he kicked a nearby skull. The skull rolled with a clatter toward Wanqing's feet, stopping after bumping into her shin. Wanqing glanced at the skull, then looked at Song Moling. At that moment, Song Moling had one foot planted on the skull of the white bone skeleton, his hand propping up his head as he refused to look at Wanqing. Wanqing felt that this ancestor was angry. Well, venerable demon lord, since this is our first meeting, how about I offer you a gift? Wanqing cautiously approached, a verdant green bamboo branch appearing in her arms. It was evident that a small section was missing from the base of this bamboo. I lack none of your trinkets. A girl not even 100 years old, what good things could she possibly have? Yet it was undeniable that when Wanqing said she wanted to give him a gift, Song Moling's mood visibly improved. Inserting a verdant green bamboo branch into the hollow eye socket of a skull on the ink-black feathered bone throne, Wanqing's eyes reddened, tears threatening to fall. A small token of my regard, I humbly ask the demon lord to accept. Having said this, Wanqing hastily retreated, putting as much distance between herself and the throne as possible. Chapter 151, Not as the rumors say. Do you think I am someone with a particularly good temper? Song Moling's deep voice rang out, carrying a hint of anger. Before his words had even faded, he lunged forward, trapping Wanqing between the throne and himself. His hands gripped the armrests of the bone-white throne like iron walls, tightly caging her before him. His deep, pitch-black eyes fixed unwaveringly on Wanqing's exquisite face, as if trying to see right through her. The cold tone carried an unquestionable authority. "Take this bamboo away from me." Wanqing had not expected that the legendary, bloodthirsty, and supremely arrogant demon lord would actually have such a good temper. Although Song Moling's current behavior is still frightening, it pales in comparison to the rumors. Perhaps the rumors are untrue. It could also be the suspension bridge effect, which made Song Moling, who had lived alone at the bottom of the lake for 10,000 years, feel something special toward the person now with him. The bitter bamboo was merely a small test from her. But Song Moling not only didn't kill her, he didn't even lay a hand on her. When angry, his actions were indeed domineering and rough, but compared to the demon lord of legend, he was already far too gentle. "This gift, I truly meant to give to the demon lord," Wanqing said sincerely. She pondered inwardly, feeling that Song Moling seemed to hold something special toward her. Perhaps this was precisely the key to her surviving at the bottom of the lake and ultimately leaving this place. Song Moling looked her up and down with a faint, ambiguous smile, and Wanqing clearly saw that his eyes were already slightly reddened. In his hand, dense demonic energy gathered, aimed directly at the verdant, pristine bitter bamboo. "It seems I have disregarded your goodwill." "Don't." Wanqing opened her mouth, then closed it again. That bitter bamboo was arguably the most precious thing in her possession, and she never expected that a mere small test would lead to its destruction. Even if she were to give it to Song Moling, she wouldn't feel as heartbroken as she does now. But to test Song Moling once was already a stroke of luck. Pushing her luck any further might actually get her killed. Wanqing's look of distress pleased Song Moling greatly. Now that he thought about it, while bitter bamboo meant nothing to him, to a young girl like her, it might have been the most precious thing she could offer. This realization put Song Moling in an excellent mood. "I have no interest in this bitter bamboo. You can keep it for yourself." Song Moling turned his wrist and cast a spell over the bamboo. The emerald green bitter bamboo then twisted in the air, instantly transforming into an exquisite bamboo waist chain ornament. Its waist chain is composed of 3 or 4 interwoven strands of bamboo joints and bamboo beads, each strand as crystal clear and translucent as jade. Below the waist chain, 2 strands of lifelike bamboo leaf pendants hang at the front and back, serving as step restrictors. These bamboo leaves are carved with exquisite delicacy, swaying gently as if stirred by a breeze with every movement of the body. Song Moling was quite pleased with his craftsmanship. He didn't know how to refine artifacts, but bitter bamboo required no such process. It only needed to be shaped and polished. Song Moling pointed his finger at Wanqing, manipulating the bitter bamboo waist chain. The chain, as if alive, swiftly flew toward Wanqing and wrapped around her waist in an instant. Wanqing's waist was already soft and slender, easily encircled by a single hand. Now, with a waist chain adorning her, it accentuated her already graceful and delicate figure, making her curves even more pronounced. Especially her pert, rounded buttocks appeared incredibly full, stirring one's blood and quickening the pulse. Wanqing, who had originally been dressed in spotless white garments like a celestial maiden, now became alluring and captivating because of this waist chain, drawing Song Moling's attention entirely to her slender waist. At first, Song Moling's gaze merely lingered on Wanqing's waist, but as time passed, his eyes grew increasingly audacious, brazenly scanning her up and down without restraint. In Song Moling's eyes, the once dignified, proper, self-restrained, and tactful Wanqing had suddenly transformed into a seductress that even the female demon cultivators carefully selected by the elders of the demon palace to offer him could not rival. "Come here." Song Moling's voice was somewhat hoarse. He hadn't expected that someone who appeared so pure and chaste was actually a seductress at heart. Wanqing, who had been surprised that Song Moling had held back, was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of sorrow from deep within her heart, her tears welling up and threatening to fall as she wept pitifully. Song Moling was unexpectedly good-tempered at this moment. He took Wanqing's hand and pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder. His deep voice carried a hint of teasing and affection. "Now you know, this is the punishment for provoking me." Wanqing's eyes were rimmed with red, a mix of grief and indignation as she looked at the man before her. Tears streamed down her cheeks one after another, dripping onto his hand, and her voice trembled with grievance. "Then when will the demon lord's punishment end?" "Of course, I'll wait until I'm in a good mood." Song Moling curled his lips, looking at her with a faint, ambiguous smile. "I think you're in a pretty good mood right now." Wanqing wept as she seethed inwardly, yet dared not show it, silently enduring the effects of the bitter bamboo. Song Moling studied Wanqing for a long moment, his gaze lingering on the white garment she wore, before speaking in a low, measured tone. "So this is what righteous sects do, they waste people. How did they turn someone like you into a female Taoist? Even a family in mourning wouldn't dress as plainly as you do." Wanqing was so infuriated by his words that she nearly fainted, tears streaming even more fiercely as she silently cursed him in her heart. served him right for having no role in the original story, with his demon palace usurped by Tsang Ling, and after Tsang Ling got together with the female lead Lin Xiru, the demon palace became a mere shadow of its former self. Yet Sung Moling never appeared even by the grand finale, remaining sealed the entire time, not even breaking free when Ling Yuan Immortal Lord ascended in the later stages. If you were in the demon palace, gold, silver, and jade artifacts would pile up to fill your chambers, and those male cultivators, just for a single glance at you, would not hesitate to line up from the palace gates all the way down the mountain. To win a smile from you, someone would eagerly present the finest things in the world, offering them to you with both hands. Sung Moling's voice was low and slow, as if carrying a unique, seductive magnetism that made one unable to resist sinking into it, enchanted by its allure. However, Sung Moling seemed to have forgotten one important thing. Although the demon cultivators under his command were collectively referred to as the people of the Demon Palace, in reality, during his rule over the Demon Palace, he was the only one living in the entire palace. And now, subconsciously, he imagined Wanqing as a demon cultivator and felt that she must also live in the demon palace, clearly regarding her as his own possession. Wanqing rolled her eyes inwardly, silently complaining to herself. In her current state, if she were truly living within the territory of demonic cultivators, the only path awaiting her would likely be one of being toyed with until death. Chapter 152. Wanqing goes missing. Wanqing has gone missing. The first to notice this were Qi Feng and Mingwei, the two servant disciples assigned to her by the sect after she entered the inner gate. Wanqing had no habit of ordering people around, and she paid little attention to Qi Feng and Mingwei. Under her request, the two stayed in the mansion every day, with nothing to do but sweep the courtyard and cultivate. By rights, serving such an undemanding master, Qi Feng and Mingwei could hardly help but grow lax. Yet after hearing the other menial disciples in charge of serving the disciples complain about their hardships, listening to all sorts of tales about difficult masters with bizarre rules, even Lin Xiru, known throughout the sect for her beauty and kind heart, had her menial disciples running in circles, and even found it insufficient, wanting to ask the steward for two more. In contrast, Wanqing's complete indifference was already a tremendous blessing for Qi Feng and Mingwei, who felt deeply grateful to her. Everyone has a spiritual root. Although their aptitudes are poor, who wouldn't want to cultivate? Wanqing could set aside time for them to cultivate, and in their eyes, the title of beautiful and kind-hearted should belong to Wanqing instead. So, although Wanqing didn't need them to do anything, Qi Feng and Mingwei did not slack off. Thus, Qi Feng and Mingwei would arrive on time every day to clean the mansion and pay their respects to her. But on this day, when they reached Wanqing's room, they found she was not inside. This was somewhat strange. By now, they had long since realized that the master they served was someone who disliked going out. If it weren't for a few close friends, she simply wouldn't go out at all on ordinary days. At first, they thought Wanqing had simply gone out to meet friends or handle some business, but as time passed, Wanqing never returned. Could it be that she accepted a mission and left the sect? But if he were leaving the sect, he would always remind us beforehand. Qi Feng and Mingwei began to feel uneasy. They searched everywhere in the mansion for Wanqing's traces, but found no clues at all. Finally, they confirmed that Wanqing had not returned since she left for the discipline hall earlier. What? Junior sister Yu has gone missing. Pei Wuqi's voice trembled slightly, his sword-like brows furrowed, and even his tone quivered. Upon hearing this news, Pei Wuqi lost all interest in handling the matters at hand. Having confirmed that the last person Wanqing met was Pei Wuqi, Qi Feng and Mingwei did not hesitate for a moment and immediately set off to find Pei Wuqi. They only hoped to locate Wanqing's whereabouts as soon as possible. Upon seeing Pei Wuqi, Qi Feng could no longer contain himself and asked, "Hall Master Pei, our master has been missing for several days now." Given his usual habits, he wouldn't leave the residence for such a long time without an important matter, would he? We were wondering if the master has taken on a mission and left. Pei Wuqi frowned and replied with confusion, "When I met junior sister Yu earlier, she didn't mention that she was going out?" Mingwei quickly said, "The last time my master went out was to visit Hall Master Pei. It's very likely she hasn't returned since then." Pei Wuqi's expression drastically changed upon hearing this, an uncontrollable anxiety rising in his heart. He knew Wanqing's temperament well enough to understand she wouldn't leave without reason. "You all go back first. I'll go find someone to ask." Pei Wuqi strode away hurriedly, not even remembering to grab his outer robe and coat as he immediately set off. Pei Wuqi hurried off to find Mu Yunqi. The two of them, who had barely exchanged a few words since both had set their hearts on Wanqing, now sat facing each other, deeply worried. They had already compared notes. After leaving the discipline hall, Wanqing had not come to Mu Yunqi's place, nor had she returned to her residence. Pei Wuqi realized the severity of the situation and immediately summoned the members of the discipline hall to launch an investigation. A disciple going missing within the sect was already a serious matter, let alone when that person was Wanqing. The disciples of the discipline hall dared not slack off in the slightest and swiftly took action. One must say the discipline hall disciples were professionals. After a meticulous investigation, they finally tracked down Wanqing's whereabouts. It turned out that Wanqing had gone to the back mountain after leaving the discipline hall, but Pei Wuqi and Mu Yunxi had scoured the entire area without finding any trace of her. Later, the two encountered Bai Shui, who had been lurking around the back mountain recently, and realized that Wanqing must have come to find her. Yet Bai Shui had vanished without ever seeing Wanqing. Confirming that Wanqing was truly missing, Pei Wuqi promptly reported the matter to the sect. After searching the back mountain for a while, Mu Yunxi's clothes were disheveled, no longer as pristine and polished as before. Mu Yunxi returned to the thatched cottage with a forlorn expression, his gaze falling on the recliner that Wanqing had favored most during her visits, and a sudden, inexplicable wave of longing surged within him. He was well aware that Wanqing's disappearance this time was by no means a coincidence. There must be someone behind the scenes meticulously orchestrating it. So who exactly is this person? Mu Yunxi pondered silently. Wanqing has never been keen on disputes, and on ordinary days, she rarely gets into conflicts with others. However, there is one exception. Mu Yunxi's gaze gradually sharpened, as the answer had already formed in his mind. That woman was by nature cunning, domineering, hypocritical, and skilled at disguise. She had previously fawned over him and Pei Wuqi, but both of them had rejected her. Later, Wanqing also took away her title of the #1 beauty. Presumably because of these matters, she has harbored resentment toward Wanqing all along. Mu Yunxi's expression gradually turned cold. He hung a resting sign on the thatched hut and hurriedly went out. He needed to investigate Lin Sairu's recent movements over the past few days. When the matter of Wanqing was reported to the sect, it immediately caused an uproar. The main hall doors, which had been tightly shut for some time, suddenly swung open, and Ling Yuan Immortal Lord walked out from within ever since his actions with Wanqing had been discovered by Lin Sairu. He fell into an unprecedented state of confusion. He didn't understand why he valued Wanqing so highly, even though he was well aware that these interactions had already crossed the boundaries of an ordinary master-disciple relationship. But he couldn't control himself. This emotion, beyond his control, left him at a loss, so he chose to reduce the number of times he met Wanqing, but this did not return him to his former state. Instead, it only intensified his longing to see her. In just a few short days of being together, he had grown accustomed to the feeling of Wanqing's company by his side. Now, facing the Grand Hall of Frost Peak alone, Ji Lingyuan felt an endless solitude. The more he tried to suppress this emotion, the more he yearned to see Wanqing. And this emotion also affected the wind and snow outside the Frost Peak, making them increasingly fierce. In these days, the Immortal Lord Lingyuan's heart had been constantly tormented by endless anxiety and longing, as if trapped in a state of utter torment. And when he learned of Wanqing's disappearance, the taut string in his heart finally snapped. In that moment, all reason dissolved into nothingness. He could no longer ponder where his feelings for Wanqing truly originated, nor did he agonize over what category this emotion should fall into. He only knew that he could no longer be apart from Wanqing. Her safety had become the most important thing in his life. Wanqing must not get into any trouble. Chapter 153. The Immortal Lord Rescues Someone. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was heavy, everyone's nerves taut as their gazes converged on Ling Yuan Immortal Lord. His face was cold as frost, his eyes sharp as winter stars, as he stared down at the crowd below. His voice was low and commanding. When exactly was my disciple discovered missing? The sect leader's expression was grave, and his tone carried a note of worry as he replied. It was a menial disciple in her residence who first noticed something amiss and promptly reported it to the disciplinary hall. However, it took the disciplinary hall several days to verify the matter, and now it has been 5 or 6 days since Wanqing went missing. Everyone knew that the one who had vanished this time was no ordinary disciple, but the prized pupil of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. If the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord resolved to rescue her, even if she had already fallen into the underworld, he could still bring her back. Lord Lingyuan was filled with regret. If only he had not been cowardly at that moment, his disciple would have come to him every day, and perhaps she would not have vanished without a trace. At this moment, Lord Lingyuan felt a burning anxiety, unable to wait any longer to learn of Wanqing's safety. Give me her life tablet. Every disciple within the sect is equipped with a life tablet, which is closely linked to the disciple's own bloodline. Should a disciple encounter misfortune, the life tablet will sense it, making the situation immediately clear. Someone hurriedly went to retrieve Wanqing's life tablet. Master, please don't worry. Perhaps the junior sister is just caught up in play and forgot to return. Lin Sairu had been standing silently behind Lingyuan the Immortal Lord from the very beginning, her gaze icy as she watched the departing disciples who had gone to retrieve the life tablets, while offering words of comfort to the Immortal Lord. In her heart, she secretly prayed that Wanqing would die within the next few days, so that the life tablet would directly display her death without anyone detecting anything unusual. She had never imagined that Wanqing's disappearance for just a few short days would cause the sect to mobilize such a massive search effort. In Lin Sairu's view, as a cultivator, going missing for a few days should have been the most ordinary thing in the world. After she killed Xian Kongfang, the people in the sect still think he simply hasn't returned from his travels. But why, when it comes to Wanqing, does everything become so different? Especially when she saw the slight frown on Immortal Lord Ling Yuan's brow, her heart swelled with resentment and jealousy. She could not understand why Wanqing could make Immortal Lord Ling Yuan so worried, while she herself could never receive the same attention. Wanqing is nothing but a scourge. Now even the master is fretting over her disappearance. Before long, the disciple sent to retrieve the life tablet returned and presented Wanqing's life tablet. Because Wanqing had risen from the rank of a menial disciple, her life tablet was the lowest quality wooden one, which did not respond much to its owner's condition. In the Lingshu sect, those who became inner disciples upon entry all had life tablets made of spirit jade, which could even reflect whether a disciple was injured and their current location. Lingyuan Immortal Lord gazed at the coarse wooden life tablet in his hand, his heart swelling with even more pity for Wanqing. Lin Sairu stared intently at the intact life tablet in Lingyuan Immortal Lord's hand, her eyes revealing an undisguisable disappointment and regret. However, she soon comforted herself, thinking that even if he were still alive now, it would be a good thing. Perhaps the sect leader and her master would consider the problem minor and relax their search for Wanqing. After all, once someone falls into the hands of the demon lord, death is certain. Even if she were fortunate enough to escape this calamity, the demonic energy of the devil's pool is so fierce that Wanqing's strength would never allow her to hold out for long. At that point, if she wished to avoid death, her only choice would be to fall into the demonic path, becoming a target for all, despised and hunted by everyone. Seeing that Wanqing's life tablet remained intact, the sect leader finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "At least she's safe. As long as she's safe, that's what matters." But just as he was beginning to relax, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a deep crack appeared on Wanqing's life tablet, and a wisp of black demonic aura slowly coiled around it, appearing especially eerie. Lin Sairu's heart sank sharply, and she cursed under her breath, "Damn it. Why did this life tablet have to malfunction at such a critical moment? That damned Wanqing, what incredible luck she has." Lingyuan Immortal Lord gripped the life tablet tightly in his hand, wishing he could instantly teleport to Wanqing's side and personally confirm her safety. Lin Sairu, watching from the side, secretly felt relieved that she hadn't struck too hard earlier, but at the same time, a wave of jealousy and discontent washed over her. But mere jealousy is useless. At times like this, one must instead show one's understanding and grace. Lin Sairu decided to put on a good show in front of the master, so she put on a worried expression and said, "Master, it seems that junior sister must be in trouble. We need to hurry." However, before she could finish speaking, Immortal Lord Lingyuan had already eagerly vanished from his spot. At this moment, he was burning with anxiety and simply couldn't spare the attention to listen to Lin Sairu's words. Lin Sairu stamped her foot in frustration. She had originally thought she could seize the chance to show off in front of her master, but instead, she was completely ignored. She bit her lip hard, silently cursing in her heart. With the master taking action, that Wanqing probably won't die. What a lucky escape. Lin Sairu gritted her teeth in secret, a flash of resentment flickering in her eyes. Fortunately, she had handled this operation cleanly, so no one should discover that she was the one who did it. Lin Sairu prayed silently in her heart. The life tablet had already cracked. She would rather die before her master found her. That way, everyone would truly be happy. Lingyuan Immortal Lord hovered in the air above the back mountain, an icy aura radiating from his body, his eyes flashing with cold, piercing light. His spiritual sense spread out like a net, rapidly expanding to envelop the entire rear mountain area. As he moved, the once clear sky suddenly turned overcast, and flakes of pure white snow began to drift down slowly. These snowflakes seemed to possess a life of their own, scattering and drifting down to the ground, casting everything here within the divine perception of the Immortal Lord Lingyuan. Why is it suddenly snowing? I heard that the disciple of Immortal Lord Lingyuan has gone missing, and the Immortal Lord is searching for them? Lin Sairu. No, it's that junior sister you. Everyone in the sect says the Immortal Lord dotes on junior sister Lin, but now it seems this junior sister Yu is no less favored. After a thorough investigation, Lingyuan Immortal Lord's expression grew increasingly dark, like the sky before a brewing storm. In his probing, he discovered that Wanqing was actually walking alone toward a forbidden area. That was the demon abyss, where the demon lord was sealed. Lingyuan Immortal Lord raced toward the demon pool with a heart burning with anxiety, his mind filled with worry and concern. Not long ago, he had just sealed this demon pool, but now it was eerily calm, without the slightest ripple. This eerie stillness put Immortal Lord Lingyuan on high alert, for he knew well that the demon lord Sung Moling had never been at peace since his seal. And now, the calm of the demon pool seemed particularly suspicious. Thinking that Wanqing might be at the bottom of the lake at this very moment, Lingyuan Immortal Lord leaped into the demonic pool. Chapter 154, Immortal and Demon in Conflict. In the pitch-black lake water, Immortal Lord Lingyuan moved with the agility of a fish, completely unaffected. Before he could even get close to the lake bottom, he witnessed a scene he could hardly accept. Within the eerily turbulent space at the lake bottom, demonic chi churned and surged like boiling water, writhing and twisting as if alive. At the very center of this space, a throne forged from countless bones stood towering, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. The figure seated upon the throne was different from usual. He held a woman tightly in his arms. The woman, eroded by demonic energy, had fallen into a state of unconsciousness, her face as pale as paper, appearing utterly fragile. Her fair, slender wrists and ankles were tightly bound by the demonic energy, leaving her unable to move, forced to passively endure the other's actions. And the woman in the demon lord's arms was none other than his long-lost disciple. This stirred a complex surge of emotions within Immortal Lord Lingyuan, his pale pupils reflecting an intensity unlike any before. At this moment, the other party was locked in a passionate kiss with his disciple, their lips pressed tightly together. Song Moling's kiss was aggressive, fierce as a sudden storm, carrying an unyielding force. Wanqing, lost in unconsciousness, instinctively arched her back in an attempt to break free, but it was to no avail. In the past few days, Wanqing and Song Moling had been getting along peacefully, and the effects of the bitter bamboo were suppressed after Song Moling, unable to bear seeing Wanqing cry so pitifully, stepped in to control it. It was precisely because of this that Wanqing gradually let down her guard against Song Moling. However, as time passed, the influence of the demonic energy on Wanqing became increasingly pronounced, causing her great distress. After all, she had no desire to turn to the demonic path, so she began seeking ways to resist its erosion. But to her surprise, Song Moling, who had always been tolerant and magnanimous toward her, suddenly underwent a drastic change in temperament upon discovering that Wanqing was actually beginning to resist the demonic energy. He harshly demanded that Wanqing switch to demonic cultivation, and upon realizing that she was only outwardly compliant, he forcibly infused her with demonic energy without another word. Wanqing felt as if she had become a fish out of water, struggling to breathe, her body burning with unbearable heat. She longed to struggle and escape this place, to return to the water, yet all her efforts were in vain. At the same time, Song Moling continued to forcefully channel demonic energy into her. The collision between demonic energy and spiritual energy within her meridians grew increasingly fierce, as the demonic energy aggressively engulfed and devoured the spiritual power. Wanqing's delicate features twisted in pain, her brows tightly furrowed and her lips trembling slightly, letting out a faint groan of suffering. Song Moling's large hand gripped Wanqing's waist, his fingers gently stroking her skin, sending a strange shiver through her. In the end, Song Moling couldn't resist leaning in, pressing Wanqing beneath him. His gaze was deep and burning as he lowered his head close to Wanqing's ear, coaxing softly, "Be good, bear with it. Once you've turned into a demon cultivator, everything will be fine." Watching Wanqing, clearly unconscious, being pinned beneath Song Moling, the eyes of Lingyuan Immortal Lord widened, a blaze of fury flickering in his gaze. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, blood seeping through the gaps between his fingers, yet he felt nothing. Lingyuan Immortal Lord's chest heaved violently, his breaths coming in short, ragged gasps, like a trapped beast on the verge of erupting at any moment. He actually dared to humiliate his own disciple like this. "Demon Lord, release her." Lingyuan Immortal Lord roared in fury. Upon entering the underwater space, a spiritual sword suddenly appeared in his hand, its hilt engraved with the characters Chenglan, glinting with cold light. Without a word, he thrust his sword directly at Song Moling, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The sword light, like lightning, tore through the entire space, freezing the surrounding demonic energy into ice. "Ji Lingyuan, what are you doing here?" Song Moling, interrupted in the middle of his scheme, was instantly ablaze with fury. He waved his hand abruptly, and powerful bolts of lightning shot forth from his palm, instantly shattering the surrounding ice. On the night of the wedding, at the moment of triumph in the imperial exams. How dare you disrupt my grand celebration? Do you truly think I fear you? Song Moling said through gritted teeth. Both were top-tier powerhouses in the cultivation world, and as they clashed now, it was truly a battle of immortals. Winds and clouds shifted, and heaven and earth trembled in awe. Facing Song Moling's lightning attacks, even the Lingyuan Immortal Lord found it somewhat strenuous, with deep wounds struck across multiple parts of his body. Song Moling, already sealed, was now trapped within icy chains, temporarily unable to move. In this fierce battle, the entire space was shaken and on the verge of collapse by the powerful forces, but only the bone throne where Wanqing sat remained unscathed. Lingyuan Immortal Lord walked step by step toward the throne, reached out to gently touch Wanqing's lips, and then tenderly pulled her into his embrace. Why is she here? Lord Lingyuan's voice was low and calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Though momentarily defeated, Song Moling was not one to be swayed by his demeanor. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. The dirty affairs of your sect, you ask me about that? His words were filled with sarcasm and provocation. Only when his gaze fell upon Wanqing, who was held in Lingyuan Immortal Lord's arms, did a hint of contemplation appear in his eyes. It seems there is no way to keep the person here this time. But perhaps it's for the best. He is currently trapped in a seal, and even if he were to transform Wanqing into a demon cultivator, he could not give her the luxurious life in the demon palace that he had promised. It would be better to let Ji Lingyuan take the person away first, and then, after leaving the seal and returning to the demon palace, find a way to abduct the person back and keep them by his side. With a follow-up plan in place, Song Moling no longer insisted on keeping the person by his side right away. Lord Lingyuan Immortal had no interest in wasting words with the demon lord, so he lifted his foot to leave. Just then, Song Moling suddenly called out to stop him. Leaving so soon? Immortal Lord Lingyuan halted his steps, turning to look at Song Moling with a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He did not know what Song Moling intended. Just moments ago, he had exerted all his strength in their magical duel, and if Song Moling were to launch a desperate counterattack, he feared he would have no way to safely escort Wanqing out. Immortal Lord Lingyuan remained inwardly vigilant. Song Moling pointed at the demonic aura lingering around Wanqing and said, "Aren't you going to deal with that?" Hearing this, Immortal Lord Lingyuan immediately understood Song Moling's intention. He furrowed his brow and asked in an icy tone, "What do you want to do?" Lingyuan Immortal Lord still vividly remembered what Song Moling had just done to Wanqing and wished he could tear that man limb from limb. He would never allow Song Moling to harm Wanqing again. Facing the questioning of Lord Lingyuan, Song Moling appeared remarkably composed. He extended his hand and explained, "I mean well." This infusion of demonic energy was halted midway, failing to convert Wanqing into a demonic cultivator. The demonic energy left inside her body would only cause her suffering. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord carried the person in his arms as he walked over. Song Moling reached out to take Wanqing's hand, but was stopped midway by Immortal Lord Lingyuan, who said, "Don't try any tricks." Chapter 155, Burning with Jealousy. Aren't you overstepping a bit? Song Moling's lips curled slightly, a hint of mockery in his smile, his eyes flashing with blatant impatience. Indeed, only when he was alone with Wanqing did he feel somewhat at ease. Song Moling took Wanqing's hand, slowly guiding the demonic energy within her body, channeling it all out. All right, the devoured spiritual energy will recover to its original state after a period of rest. Song Moling said softly, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. If he were not currently unable to act of his own accord, Wanqing would surely already be his. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord carefully examined Wanqing's physical condition and discovered that the demonic energy within her had truly all vanished. Why? This person had clearly been forcing and bullying her just moments ago, so why was he now showing her such concern? This left Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord utterly baffled. Song Moling let out a scornful laugh, looking disdainfully at Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. What would you, a cultivator of the emotionless path, understand? His tone was icy as he said, "Take them away." Then Song Moling warned, "Remember to treat her well, or once I get out of here, I won't hesitate to bathe the entire Lingshu sect in blood again." With that, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "You speak arrogantly." Song Moling's concern for Wanqing made Immortal Lord Lingyuan feel extremely awkward, and he turned away with a gloomy expression. Immortal Lord Lingyuan brought the person back to Hanfrost Peak, and for some inexplicable reason, he didn't send them to their residence, but took them to his own dwelling instead. In the sparsely occupied chamber, a cold jade bed made of thousand-year-old frigid ice was spread with a pristine white beast fur blanket, layers of curtains fluttering gently in the breeze. The pallid woman now lay quietly curled in Lingyuan Immortal Lord's embrace, her brows slightly furrowed, only her lips bearing a trace of color, the rich floral scent about her as intoxicating as ever. The celestial Lord Lingyuan paused mid-motion as he was about to lay the person down on the bed, his gaze lingering for a long time on Yuanqing's red lips. The image of Tsang Moling compulsively kissing Yuanqing in the space beneath the lake surfaced once again in celestial Lord Lingyuan's mind, refusing to fade away. Lingyuan Immortal Lord's hand touched Yuanqing's lips, rubbing back and forth as if trying to erase the traces left by Tsang Moling. At this moment, Lingyuan Immortal Lord's eyes were like a dark lake, with turbulent currents surging beneath the calm surface. His breathing grew rapid and deep as he restrained the surging impulses within him, yet his body involuntarily drew closer to Yuanqing, the distance between them shrinking with each passing moment. The chill of the ice bed made Yuanqing somewhat uncomfortable, and in her unconscious state, her lips parted slightly as she let out a soft moan. This faint moan echoed through the silent room, like a pebble dropped into a lake, stirring ripples layer upon layer. The next second, the charming female voice was stifled by someone. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord suddenly leaned down and kissed Yuanqing's lips. The sudden kiss caught her off guard like a storm, prying open her teeth, his tongue intertwining with her sweet saliva in a slippery tangle, rubbing between lips and teeth. Jiling Yuan's mind went completely blank. He simply closed his eyes by instinct, acting on pure impulse. He forgot to think, and didn't want to think either. He refused to think of his current actions as an intrusion upon the person in his arms. He refused to think of the person in his arms as the disciple he had only recently accepted. He did not think about the impact such actions would have on his cultivation. Now, he only wanted to hold her tightly, to be closer to her, to go deeper. Yuanqing's consciousness still lingered in the moments when Tsang Moling had forced himself upon her. Now that the demonic energy within her body had been reclaimed by Tsang Moling, Yuanqing felt much better, and her awareness gradually returned. Yet the unrestrained invasion between her lips and teeth made Yuanqing, still exhausted and with eyes unopened, believe she was still trapped in the space beneath the lake. Yuanqing raised a hand to push the person on top of her. Enough, Tsang Moling, stop. Yuanqing felt the person on top of her indeed stop, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, when another storm of kisses caught her off guard, leaving her resisting and struggling. The person on top of her kissed her heavily and urgently, full of dominance and possessiveness. Yuanqing's body went limp from the kiss, broken sobs escaping her throat. Watching Yuanqing's helpless expression, Jiling Yuan's anger at her calling Tsang Moling's name finally subsided slightly. Yuanqing felt that her body was no longer her own, trembling helplessly with every kiss from the man above her. She wanted to push him away, but he held her tightly, leaving her unable to move. Yuanqing was both angry and exasperated, feeling that her earlier impression of Tsang Moling having a decent temper was utterly blind. An old man who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, treating a woman who stumbled into his seal with kindness. What else could he be after? Nothing more than the matters between a man and a woman. Yuanqing was distracted by the title of a demon lord, forgetting that no matter how ferocious, they were still a man. Tsang Moling, don't you dare. Yuanqing opened her eyes in fury, but the person before her left her stunned on the spot. The person before her was nowhere near being Tsang Moling. Her long-absent master was now pressing down on her, his snow-white hair cascading down, leaving Yuanqing no excuse to comfort herself that she had simply mistaken him for someone else. Jiling Yuan pulled away from Yuanqing's lips, a silver thread of saliva breaking as it stretched. He instinctively licked his lips, his originally cold eyes melting into a pool of spring water. He had now confirmed his feelings for Yuanqing. It is the love between a man and a woman. Yuanqing only found it absurd. The unattainable celestial being was now looking at her with affection, and had even forcefully kissed her while she was unconscious. Master Yu, are you poisoned? Could it be that when Master went to rescue her, the treacherous Tsang Moling played a dirty trick and infected her with a love poison? Otherwise, Yuanqing truly couldn't understand why the once untouchable Lingyuan Immortal Lord had suddenly become like this. Jiling Yuan had only just come to understand his own feelings. Having kissed Yuanqing out of jealousy moments ago, this first-time infatuation left him somewhat at a loss for what to do now. I will explain this matter to you later, Master. First, tell me how you ended up falling into the demon abyss. Alright. The situation with her master before her was undeniably strange, and Yuanqing was more than happy to play the shrinking turtle. That day, I originally planned to go to the back mountain to find my spirit beast, but, unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the back mountain, I fell into an illusion. By the time I came to my senses, I had already fallen into the demon pool. Lin Sairu's suspicion was based on Wanqing's conjecture from the original text, but in reality, Wanqing had no evidence to prove that the mastermind was Lin Sairu. By the way, I also found the body of a sect disciple in the space beneath the demon pool. Wanqing took out Qian Kongfang's disciple token and the golden jade tower invitation. The disciple questioned the demon lord sealed below, who had been thrown in just a few days before the disciple's incident. The disciple suspects it's the same person who set up the illusion. Ji Lingyuan took the item Wanqing handed him, his expression icy. Someone within Lingxiu sect actually dared to scheme against his disciple. Your master will get to the bottom of this. Rest well, and once you've recovered, I'll discuss the matter between us. What is there between us? What else is there between us besides the master-disciple relationship? Heaven and earth as my witness, if there was anything between her and Pei Wuqi, it would be impossible for there to be anything between her and the master. The already crumbling image of the exemplary master, Immortal Lord Lingyuan, collapsed with a crash in Wanqing's mind. Chapter 156, Lin Sairu Exposed. The sudden shift in the master's attitude made Wanqing feel uneasy. After all, she already had someone by her side now, and she truly couldn't afford to accommodate this formidable presence. The master spends all day immersed in cultivation, always staying in the main hall of Frost Peak and rarely coming out, so he probably doesn't know much about her affairs. Her matter with Mu Yunxi has long since spread throughout the sect. The reason she did this was to prevent other men from developing any thoughts about her. She and Mu Yunxi's matter, the master might not know about it yet. If he were to find out, would he fly into a rage from shame? Wanqing slammed his fist into the frigid jade bed beneath him. Why couldn't he and Lin Sairu be like in the original story, a simple pair of master and disciple? Ji Lingyuan didn't seem like the type to engage in a teacher-student romance at all. After Wanqing felt her condition had improved slightly, she immediately fled back to her own residence. She really didn't want to stay in Ji Lingyuan's room any longer. The feeling was just too strange. It was as if she were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, left with no choice but to obediently wait for Ji Lingyuan's return, then offer her neck to the blade. In the Hall of Precepts, the Immortal Lord, the sect leader, and the elders gathered together. Another elder sat on a chair, clutching the disciple token of Kongfang in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Someone is secretly killing disciples of the sect and dumping their bodies in the demon pool. This is utterly lawless. Not only that, but they've also set their sights on the disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. Could this be the work of demon cultivators? In recent years, they've grown bolder and bolder, with several vicious incidents linked to demon cultivators already occurring. Demon cultivators have no way of finding the location of the demon pool. If they knew where it was, they wouldn't be dumping corpses near the demon lord's seal. It's far more likely that a disciple from our sect stumbled upon the demon pool by accident and took it as a convenient place to kill and dispose of bodies. Based on his many years of experience dealing with demon cultivators, Pei Wuqi narrowed down the culprit to a disciple within the sect. When he heard that Immortal Lord Lingyuan had found Junior Sister Yu in the demon pool, it was as if all the color had drained from the world. As for the disciples within the sect who know the location of the demon pool, the sect leader stroked his beard. I'm afraid that won't be easy to find. The demon pool is a forbidden area of the sect, but it's hard to guarantee that no disciple has accidentally entered it for one reason or another. Since the demon pool is dangerous, the disciplinary hall has a list of disciples who know its location. This list was only created after Pei Wuqi joined the disciplinary hall. A demon lord was sealed in the rear mountain of the Lingxiu sect. Even with Lord Lingyuan present, Pei Wuqi, who bore a blood feud against demon cultivators, would not stand idly by. To ensure the seal's safety, Pei Wuqi had always kept records of any sect disciples who had entered the vicinity of the demon pool. Count Lin Sairu in as well, Ji Lingyuan said calmly. She has a mischievous nature. Once, when I went to seal the demon pool, she secretly followed me. As for secretly, she was actually within Ji Lingyuan's perception the entire time. It's just that Ji Lingyuan didn't stop her back then. The elder holding the token of the money-hole disciple also refused to stay silent. The truth behind my disciple's death must also be thoroughly investigated. This is the duty of the discipline hall, elder, rest assured. Pei Wuqi gave his assurance. He had no idea where Mu Yunxi had gone. He was so swamped with work here that he didn't even have time to visit Junior Sister Yu, so why hadn't the other man shown up to see her either? Sect leader, elder, Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, Yunxi has found someone acting furtively and highly suspicious. Mu Yunxi dragged an unconscious male cultivator into the discipline hall. After failing to find Wanqing, he had been secretly tailing Lin Sairu, hoping to uncover some clues. Finally, heaven rewards the diligent. He discovered that Lin Sairu had recently developed a close relationship with a rogue cultivator who was exceptionally talented in formations. Just a few days ago, Lin Sairu had taken a formation disc from that person. Yunxi felt that he could not be separated from this matter. Mu Yunxi threw the person down in the hall and clasped his hands in a bow. By seniority, Mu Yunxi was actually on equal footing with the other elders, but given his youth, he always treated them with great courtesy. Injustice. I'm just a wandering cultivator. How could I possibly meddle in the affairs of the Lingshu sect? The man struggled to sit up, his handsome face covered in scars. That person looked at Mu Yunxi, never expecting that this medical cultivator's silver needles would be so masterful that even he could not match them. Weren't you at the thatched cottage? Why are you meddling in this matter? Asked an elder who was not well informed. The elder standing beside him jabbed him with an elbow. That elder tilted his head to indicate Jiling Yuan's direction, then gestured toward Mu Yunxi by pressing two fingers together. The elder instantly widened his eyes. How could this be? Only after a moment did he react, realizing that the other party was referring to Jiling Yuan's disciple, Wanqing. He suddenly nodded in realization, understanding. That made perfect sense. How could he stand by and do nothing when his beloved was framed and fell into the demonic abyss? Jiling Yuan's cultivation level was right there, so even unintentionally, he could take in everything happening in the hall. Seeing the subtle gestures of the two elders, Jiling Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. Though he didn't understand what the movements meant, he couldn't help but feel a vague sense of foreboding. Mu Yunxi recounted what he had seen and heard clearly. This is utterly absurd. Lin Sairu and Wanqing are both under the tutelage of Immortal Lord Lingyuan. How could they possibly lay a hand on their own junior sister? The sect leader felt that Mu Yunxi was simply too anxious and had let it cloud his judgment. A senior sister attacking her junior sister, utterly absurd. The sect leader looked at Ji Lingyuan. Immortal Lord Lingyuan, Mu Yunxi was just momentarily anxious. I believe she didn't mean to suspect Lin Sairu. Ji Lingyuan remained silent, knowing full well what kind of person his own disciple was. Earlier, when Ji Lingyuan brought up Lin Sairu, it was because he had some suspicions about her. Pei Wuqi and Mu Yunxi exchanged a glance. Mu Yunxi gave a slight nod, and upon receiving her confirmation, a flash of killing intent flickered in Pei Wuqi's eyes. He hadn't expected that after Lin Sairu failed to curry favor with them, she would actually lay a hand on junior sister Yu. Let's just use soul search, Pei Wuqi said. How dare you? What right do you have to search my soul? The after-effects of soul-searching were severe. He was, after all, a prodigy among rogue cultivators, and if his soul were truly searched, his entire life would be ruined. I'll do it myself. Ji Lingyuan stood up. This. I stand upright and fear no crooked shadows. Search if you must. Since a Mahayana stage expert conducting a soul search would be far safer, the man ceased his resistance. In his view, he had absolutely no involvement in the affairs of the Lingshu sect. At most, he had some personal ties with Lin Sairu, but romantic entanglements between men and women are only natural. What could possibly be shameful about that? Ji Lingyuan performed a soul search, and everything that had happened to the man recently unfolded before everyone's eyes. First, he met Lin Sairu at the market at the foot of the mountain. After the two had a pleasant conversation, she secretly gave him her heart. What followed was an affectionate exchange between the two, which naturally led to them tumbling into bed. Everyone was surprised to discover that Lin Sairu, a disciple of the Immortal Lord Lingyuan, was actually practicing not her master's cultivation method, but a dual cultivation technique. Ji Lingyuan remained unmoved. As her master, he had already given Lin Sairu the cultivation method best suited for her, yet he cared little about the final choice she made. It was only at the very end, when everyone saw through the soul-searching that Lin Sairu had taken a one-time illusion array disc from him before leaving. Chapter 157. Interrogating Lin Sairu. Ji Lingyuan immediately summoned Lin Sairu. Upon receiving the summons, Lin Sairu's heart skipped a beat. Ever since she heard that her master had brought back Wanqing, she had been restless with anxiety. But then again, she thought to herself that she was always thorough in her actions, leaving not a single trace. Even if Wanqing truly suspected her, she had no evidence. Perhaps later she could even turn the tables and accuse Wanqing of disregarding sisterly affection and making baseless accusations. After bolstering her courage, Lin Sairu leisurely made her way to the disciplinary hall. Lin Sairu swept her gaze across the crowd in the hall. To her slight surprise, Wanqing, whom she had expected to show up injured and personally step into the ring to spar with her, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the one person she thought would never know had appeared here. Lin Sairu looked at the handsome man who had fainted from the soul-searching, and her heart skipped a beat. Greetings, Master, Elder Sect Leader, and fellow senior brothers. May I ask what business Master has with this disciple? Lin Sairu asked respectfully after bowing. Ji Lingyuan looked at her expressionlessly, pointed a finger at the unconscious man on the ground, and asked coldly, Do you recognize this person? Lin Sairu's heart tightened, and she was about to open her mouth to deny it. Suddenly, she noticed the solemn expressions on everyone in the hall, as if they had already grasped some of the situation. She knew well that her relationship with this man could no longer be hidden, so she gritted her teeth, steeled herself, and nodded. He is the one my heart belongs to. I don't know what offense he has committed, but I beg you, master, for my sake, to show leniency. Yet despite her heartfelt words, in truth she did not display much concern for this beloved of hers. She stood steadily, even somewhat deliberately keeping her distance from the unconscious man, as if afraid of being implicated. Moreover, she didn't even reach out to help the man who had collapsed on the ground, which hardly seemed like a sign of a close relationship. It was merely a verbal plea for leniency. Ji Lingyuan looked at her expressionlessly, his voice cold. Did you once take an illusion array disc from his hands? Lin Sairu's face instantly darkened upon hearing these words. Her hand, hidden within her sleeve, clenched into a tight fist as she silently cursed this man for his incompetence, unable to keep even such a simple matter a secret. But faced with Ji Lingyuan's interrogation, she had no choice but to lower her head and murmur, "Yes. Show it." Ji Lingyuan's tone remained calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. Lin Sairu gritted her teeth and forced herself to answer, It has already been used by this disciple." Ji Lingyuan frowned. Used where? Lin Sairu racked her brain, trying to fabricate a plausible explanation. In the end, she decided to shift the blame onto Wanqing, and so said, "Disciple heard that junior sister you has a very adorable young spirit beast, and felt quite envious, so I used the formation plate to go catch a spirit beast in the back mountain." And the spirit beast? Ji Lingyuan seemed not entirely convinced by her words and pressed on. Lin Sairu quickly replied, "Your disciple is foolish. Though I caught the spirit beast, it didn't take a liking to me, and I couldn't bear to keep it, so I set it free." Nonsense. Ji Lingyuan's gaze was as cold as ice, his frigid eyes falling on Lin Sairu, frightening her so much that she dropped directly to her knees and hastily explained, "Every word your disciple speaks is true. It really is just an array plate." Why is master so angry? Lin Sairu was terrified, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Ji Lingyuan. She said pitifully, "Master, I have been with you for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" She bit her lip tightly, looking utterly wronged, and continued, Is it that someone has been slandering me in front of you, master?" Ji Lingyuan spoke in a grave tone. "Your junior sister told me that she entered the demon pool because she was influenced by an illusion. Explain clearly where your formation disc actually went." Lin Sairu quickly waved her hands and explained anxiously, "Disciple used it, and that formation disc was single use. It would be destroyed after use. Disciple has no evidence now, but master, you must believe me. Disciple and junior sister have only just met. What reason would I have to harm her?" She clutched the hem of Ji Lingyuan's robe, tears brimming in her eyes, her voice choked with sobs. "Master, you know the kind of person your disciple is." Lin Sairu sat on the ground, weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, trying to stir Ji Lingyuan's pity. Yet Ji Lingyuan remained unmoved. The memory of Wanqing being violated in the space beneath the lake was still vivid in his mind. He simply couldn't bear to imagine what Wanqing would have endured if he had arrived any later. "Your disciple is willing to confront my junior sister face to face. She is slandering me, she has no evidence, and is flinging mud at me with empty words." Lin Sairu stared intently at Ji Lingyuan. "Your junior sister never said this matter was your doing. Yet you insist that she is slandering you." Ji Lingyuan's tone grew increasingly cold, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing Lin Sairu until she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Lin Sairu stood frozen on the spot, momentarily at a loss for how to reply, and could only murmur, "Disciple was just momentarily anxious." Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, there are countless ways for cultivators to kill silently and without a trace. The disciplinary hall has always kept a heart-questioning mirror on hand to handle such cases without evidence. One inquiry will reveal the truth. When speaking, Pei Wuqi's attitude was far better than his usual murderous demeanor when handling matters. In Pei Wuqi's view, Immortal Lord Lingyuan was not only the supreme elder of the sect, but also the master of Junior Sister Yu. In the future, if he wished to have a harmonious relationship with Junior Sister Yu, he would need Immortal Lord Lingyuan's approval. "If the Immortal Lord requires it, I can have someone fetch it," Pei Wuqi continued. Pei Wuqi had a very poor impression of Lin Sairu. Not only did this woman have an inflated sense of self-worth, but her heart was also pitch black. Especially now, she openly and covertly insists that everyone's suspicions of her are baseless, clearly emboldened by the belief that the Discipline Hall has no way to deal with her. How ridiculous. The Discipline Hall oversees nearly 10,000 cultivation disciples in the sect and has encountered all kinds of people. Is this really a place where Lin Sairu can play her petty tricks? But now, although the matter is still being handled by the Discipline Hall, both the victim and the suspect are disciples of Ji Lingyuan. In a sense, This has become a domestic affair of the cold frost peak. Pei Wuqi and Mu Yunxi certainly have a close bond with Wanqing, but they cannot interfere in how Ji Lingyuan chooses to discipline his own disciples. If Ji Lingyuan showed favoritism toward his senior disciple, then Wanqing might face unfair treatment. Pei Wuqi and Mu Yunxi stood to one side, both thinking that if Ji Lingyuan truly favored Lin Sairu, then they would have no choice but to secretly avenge Wanqing. Mirror of heart questioning? Lin Sairu slumped to the ground, feeling as though she had reached a dead end. No, it can't be. I only need to answer to my own conscience. I will surely be able to endure it. Lin Sairu's face turned ashen as she watched Ji Lingyuan order someone to fetch the mirror of conscience. Chapter 158. Expelled from the sect. After Ji Lingyuan took out the heart-questioning mirror, the other sect leaders and elders all appeared somewhat hesitant. One of them spoke hesitantly, "Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, since things have come to this, perhaps it would be best for us to take our leave first?" They understood in their hearts that it seemed inappropriate for them to be present while Lin Sairu was being interrogated at this moment. After all, Ji Lingyuan and Lin Sairu shared a master-disciple relationship. If the interrogation actually uncovered any issues, their presence might put Ji Lingyuan in a difficult position. Pei Wuqi and Mu Yunxi were unwilling to leave, firmly believing that Wanqing's disappearance was connected to Lin Sairu. If they cannot witness the interrogation firsthand, they fear that Ji Lingyuan might show favoritism toward Lin Sairu due to their master-disciple bond, allowing her to evade accountability. Master-disciple protection is a common occurrence in the cultivation world. Although Wanqing is also Ji Lingyuan's disciple, she rose from the outer sect. In contrast, Lin Sairu, as a disciple he had nurtured since childhood, naturally receives more regard. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Sairu's eyes. She wished Ji Lingyuan would drive the others away. That way, even if the truth were eventually uncovered, her master would surely protect her, relying on the bond between them as teacher and disciple. However, Ji Lingyuan flatly refused everyone's suggestion. "No need, you all stay." Ji Lingyuan's words shattered Lin Sairu's last glimmer of hope. Lin Sairu looked at the mirror of heart-questioning placed before her, a wave of unease rising involuntarily in her heart. The person in the mirror, though identical to her in appearance, wore an expression so cold and shrewd that it felt alien. Anyone could see this was a woman of deep scheming and calculating nature. Lin Sairu had originally thought that she would be as resolute as she had imagined, able to withstand this strange mirror of the heart. But reality cruelly shattered her illusions. "Was it you who led Wanqing into the demon pool?" Ji Lingyuan's voice came down from above, cold as ice, like a sharp sword piercing straight into the heart. Lin Sairu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, then stared intently at the mirror of truth and said, "No." But the woman in the mirror suddenly smiled seductively, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. She said softly, "Yes." This sentence was like a bombshell, instantly stirring up a commotion among the people around. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at Lin Sairu in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. No one expected that this person, who usually seemed gentle and kind, would actually do something as cruel as harming their fellow disciples. No, this heart-questioning mirror is flawed." Lin Sairu, seeing Ji Lingyuan's face full of disappointment and coldness, panicked instantly. She quickly knelt down and hugged his leg, crying out, "Master, you must believe your disciple. Your disciple usually can't even bear to kill a single demon beast. How could I possibly harm junior sister you? They may not know what kind of person your disciple is, but you do, Master." Ji Lingyuan watched her cry like a pear blossom bathed in rain, but felt not a single ripple in his heart. He said coldly, "It's precisely because I know what kind of person you are that I can't bring myself to trust you." Lin Sairu heard these words and suddenly stopped crying, a flicker of shock and fear flashing in her eyes. "So all along, Master had known about my scheming and plotting, yet simply chose to look the other way. But why now, instead of continuing to turn a blind eye, did he directly expose the truth?" Her face turned as pale as paper, her body trembling slightly as tears once again welled up in her eyes, carrying despair and helplessness. She choked out, "Master, I was wrong." Ji Lingyuan watched her reaction, feeling not a shred of sympathy in his heart. He said expressionlessly, "Ever since you entered my sect, your mind has been restless. I assumed it was because you were young and your thoughts weren't on cultivation. It's only natural to yearn for the mortal world. But your recent actions have truly disappointed me too much." Lin Sairu lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes, and murmured, "Master, this disciple knows she was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I will definitely correct my mistake and never repeat it again." Ji Lingyuan let out a cold laugh and said, "Do you think I haven't noticed your little tricks all these years? I told you to focus on cultivation, yet you tried to deceive me even in this matter. The joyful union heart method is but a minor path, yet you indulged in pleasure and treasured it as a gem. Now you've even gone so far as to harm your fellow disciples. Now you come seeking my forgiveness, it's too late. Lin Sirui lifted her head, looking at him with tearful eyes, and begged for mercy. Master, this disciple knows she was wrong. Please, Master, give this disciple one more chance. This disciple will personally go and apologize to junior sister. Lin Sirui. Just as Lin Sirui was crying bitterly, an elder suddenly emerged, holding Qian Kongfang's token in his hand, his face filled with anger and grief. Lin Sirui, who was sobbing and pleading for mercy, was startled into jumping up by the elder's appearance. She looked at everything before her in panic, at a loss for how to respond. You venomous snake. I ask you, was my disciple Kongfang Qian killed by you? The elder glared at Lin Sirui, his eyes filled with grief, anger, and accusation. Lin Sirui instinctively denied it. No. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Mu Yunxi let out a soft laugh, her voice not loud yet clearly carrying through the entire hall. Incorrigible. These 4 words were like a sharp sword, piercing through Lin Siru's last shred of pretense. Those who had still harbored some sympathy for Lin Sirui now finally saw her true colors. They realized that this woman, who was crying her heart out and insisting she knew she was wrong, was in fact so venomous and ruthless. Lin Siru's face instantly turned deathly pale. She knelt there in a daze, as if all her strength had left her. Her sobbing came to an abrupt halt, replaced by despair and fear. She knew she was finished. She never imagined that everything she had meticulously planned could be so easily seen through by someone else. The crowd exchanged glances. Lin Siru's crime of harming fellow disciples was already set in stone. But the difficulty now lay in the fact that Lin Sirui was the disciple of Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. How should she be dealt with? Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord closed his eyes. Follow the sex laws. From this day forward, Lin Sirui is no longer my disciple, Ji Lingyuan. Everyone turned to Pei Wuqi. Clutching his spear, Pei Wuqi looked at Lin Sirui with eyes full of coldness. Those who harm fellow disciples shall face severe punishment. Their cultivation will be, and they will be expelled from the sect. Expelled from the sect. No, please. Don't drive me away. Master, sect leader, I beg you. Lingshu sect is my home, don't cast me out. Hearing the words expelled from the sect, Lin Sirui finally broke down, wailing at the top of her lungs. Pei Wuqi had the person taken away. Since Ji Lingyuan insisted on handling matters according to the rules, it was now his turn to take the lead. Please don't expel me from the sect, I beg you, master. Lin Sirui was led away, her wails growing fainter and fainter. The disciplinary hall disciple who dragged the man away sneered, afraid of being expelled from the sect? Worry about surviving the extreme punishment first. Every disciplinary hall disciple knew who Wanqing was. She was their future hallmaster's wife. Lin Sirui daring to lay a hand on her was practically asking for death. Chapter 159. Lin Siru's Transformation. I originally thought that as his own personal disciple, the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord would show some leniency, but it turns out I was measuring a gentleman's heart with my own petty measure. Pei Wuqi sat in the courtyard, wiping the long spear in his hands, his gaze complex. Wanqing hadn't expected that this whole storm would be resolved without her even being present. In the original novel, Ji Lingyuan was also very protective of his own. There were several times when Lin Sirui almost caused trouble due to her recklessness, and it was Ji Lingyuan who stepped in to smooth things over for her. It could be said that Ji Lingyuan was Lin Siru's greatest pillar of support. But now he had directly dealt with Lin Sirui according to the law, without showing the slightest favoritism. In the mansion, Wanqing, Mu Yunxi, and Pei Wuqi were rarely gathered together. Previously, Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi had deliberately kept their distance. This time, when Wanqing got into trouble, they instead worked together and managed to get along peacefully. Hearing Pei Wuqi's words, Mu Yunxi let out a light laugh. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. Even a personally taught disciple can be abandoned. His ambitions are no small matter. Mu Yunxi looked at Wanqing. Lingyuan Immortal Lord is Wanqing's master. What does Wanqing think? Wanqing felt somewhat embarrassed. She had only learned of her master's romantic feelings toward her after that kiss, never expecting that Mu Yunxi had already seen through it long ago. Ahem. Wanqing looked around and changed the subject, but how did the two of you suddenly end up together? As soon as she finished speaking, Wanqing regretted it. She shouldn't have asked. Both of them looked at Wanqing at the same time. Mu Yunxi tapped the table and said, not to mention that Pei and I have known each other for a long time, but shouldn't we be asking you, Wanqing, why we're gathered here in the first place? Under the gaze of the two, Wanqing's eyes wavered, knowing that her recent softened attitude toward Pei Wuqi after his descent into demonic cultivation had not gone unnoticed by Mu Yunxi. Now the two had clearly reached a tacit understanding. Wanqing, who had never imagined she would be the type to have a boyfriend on the side, discovered that she had indeed become a two-timer. Fine, I get it. Wanqing said gloomily, ultimately because she had softened her heart. Wanqing took a deep breath, trying hard to appear reliable. I promise there won't be a next time. She attempted to prove her determination with a firm gaze. Is that so? Yunxi's lips curled slightly, as if he didn't believe Wanqing's words. He rested his chin on his hand and said with a half-smile, but I remember there's still a little fish. These words were like a sharp sword, piercing through Wanqing's disguise. Wanqing fell silent instantly, her eyes wide as she looked at Yunxi with an innocent expression. She didn't understand why she had ended up in such an awkward situation. Heaven and earth as my witness, she had always been single-mindedly devoted to cultivation. And as for Immortal Lord Lingyuan, you need to think carefully. Yunxi's tone suddenly turned serious, his gaze locking tightly onto Wanqing. Would someone of that caliber allow their woman to have another person in her heart? If she truly ended up with Ji Lingyuan, then people like them would likely be erased from Wanqing's world by him. Wanqing's heart tightened. She knew exactly what Yunxi meant. Wanqing was well aware of the grave consequences if the matter concerning their master was not handled properly. She and Yunxi had supported each other through thick and thin, having known each other for a long time. While Pei Wuqi's feelings for her were deep and unwavering, he would have no one else but her. Yet under such circumstances, a master she had only recently acknowledged did not carry enough weight in her heart to contend with those two. Wanqing said solemnly, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. A lofty immortal lord, a celestial figure surrounded by stars, even if he truly developed feelings for her, as long as she was unwilling, he would never set aside his status and dignity to force her. That's good then. Yunxi knew Wanqing's character well. She had little interest in romantic entanglements and was unafraid of status differences. When she steeled her heart, even if Lingyuan Immortal Lord were her master, he would not get the better of her. Senior brother, how is Lin Sairu now? Wanqing looked at Pei Wuqi. Lin Sairu had schemed against her, and Wanqing still remembered it clearly. It was a pity that by the time she was recovering from her injuries, the matter had already been handled by them, leaving her no chance to even watch the spectacle, let alone take revenge with her own hands. He is still being punished in the disciplinary hall. If he manages to survive by some stroke of luck, his cultivation will still be, and he will be expelled from the Lingshu sect. In the dark and cold punishment chamber, the sound of a whip lashing was accompanied by a woman's pained moans. Everyone says junior sister Lin is beautiful and kind-hearted. Who would have thought she has the venomous heart of a snake, even capable of harming her own junior sister? That demon pool is truly terrifying. In the punishment room, Lin Sairu's hands were bound by iron chains, her body covered in wounds, and she could no longer make out the murmurs of the people outside. At this moment, her mind was filled with nothing but endless pain and despair. From childhood to adulthood, she had always lived in a privileged environment, never having experienced such cruel torment. Now, all of this was unbearable for her, as the physical pain had already surpassed its limits. Tears burst forth like a flood from a broken dam, large droplets rolling down and soaking her pale cheeks. Lin Sairu's lips trembled as she let out a faint, choked sob. The punishments of the discipline hall were extremely severe, and she knew well that Pei Wuqi was Wanqing's man. Now that her scheme to frame Wanqing had been exposed, Pei Wuqi must harbor a deep hatred for her, wishing he could tear her limb from limb. Pei Wuqi would certainly use the pretext of punishment to kill her. If the torture continued, she feared she would hardly survive. A moment of humiliation is nothing, only by surviving can there be a chance to turn the tables. Senior brother, good senior brother, please stop. Lin Sairu begged for mercy in a weak voice, her tone filled with coquettishness and entreaty. In the past, to display her pure and adorable image, she had deliberately restrained her seductive charm, but now it was revealed to the fullest. At this moment, Lin Sairu's eyes were hazy, tears glistening, making her appear pitifully delicate. Sairu can't take it anymore. Please, senior brother, have mercy on Sairu. The disciple in charge of punishment looked at Lin Sairu's frail and alluring appearance, and a trace of pity welled up in his heart. His hand paused slightly, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes, but it quickly gave way to resolve. 100 lashes remain, junior sister. Bear with it a little longer. The whip in his hand rose once more, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, and landed heavily on Lin Sairu's body. Senior brother. Sairu truly can't take it anymore. Lin Sairu's eyes glistened as she looked at the disciplinary disciple. Please, senior brother, switch to another method. The disciplinary disciple was somewhat overwhelmed by Lin Sairu's teasing. He paused his movements, swallowed hard, and said, Junior sister Lin, your punishment is the lashing. Just bear with it. Senior brother Lin Sairu took off her shoes and socks, her fair little feet climbing up the disciple in charge of punishment's thigh, then restlessly drawing circles there, hinting a different kind of whip would work just as well. It's just that Cyru is frail, so I ask senior brother to be gentle when meting out punishment. Chapter 160. A belated stirring of the heart. The moonlight was like water, casting silver radiance that illuminated the entire courtyard. Wanqing sat quietly in the yard, her brows slightly furrowed, her heart filled with endless vexation. Head aching as he pondered how to resolve his master's problem, his thoughts tangled like a mess of hemp. She truly couldn't understand. On ordinary days, she had little interaction with her master, so why would he steal a kiss while she was unconscious? Why had the Lingyuan immortal lord, who was once as pure and clear as a gentle breeze and bright moon in the original text, now become like this? She couldn't help but sink into memories, recalling the days when she had once been a menial disciple, walking alone in solitude. Back then, she seemed strong on the surface, but in truth, she was lost and adrift. If someone like Master had suddenly appeared before her back then and said he liked her, she might have been overwhelmed with girlish excitement, filled with joy, and immersed in the sweetness of love. She might even have felt inferior because of his status, doubting whether she was worthy of his love. But time has passed, and she is no longer the girl who silently persevered alone, yet felt lonely in her heart. She now has a companion by her side, a migratory bird with a place to rest, and the distant scenery, no matter how beautiful, holds no allure. She could not respond to her master's thoughts at the moment. "What are you thinking about?" A cold, clear voice suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Wanqing turned around and saw Ji Lingyuan standing behind her, clad in a white robe with sleeves fluttering, like an immortal descending to the mortal world, inspiring a sense of awe. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively lowered her head, murmuring softly, "Master." "Master." Ji Lingyuan furrowed his brow slightly, looking at Wanqing, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Thinking of me?" Wanqing's heart jolted, hesitating, the small resisting movements of her body clearly evident. "Master, why did you that day?" If this were a man sensitive to matters of the heart, seeing Wanqing's behavior would make him sense that his feelings were likely to be rejected. He would then retract his intended next move, return to his original position, and quietly wait for another opportunity, so as not to startle the beauty and scare her away. Love knows not where it begins, yet deepens with every step. "Disciple, your master holds you dear in my heart." But Ji Lingyuan, having fallen in love for the first time at such an age, could not discern the subtle attitude Wanqing was secretly conveying. He only felt that Wanqing's reaction was a bit strange, but couldn't pinpoint what was off. Now, all he knew was that he wanted to be with the person before him, quietly gazing at Wanqing. "Your master wishes to become your Dao companion. From now on, two souls bound as one for life." "Stop." Wanqing stopped Ji Lingyuan from saying anything further. She had still harbored a sliver of hope, wishing that her master was merely momentarily captivated by beauty, acting on a whim of lust. But now that he had spoken of one life, one lifetime, one couple, she no longer had any reason to struggle. Wanqing took a deep breath. "Master is only my master in my heart, nothing more. There is no romantic affection between us. I beg you to withdraw your words." Ji Lingyuan's face turned pale. Wanqing had refused so decisively. In his expectations, there had never been a scenario where Wanqing would reject him. Though it is not a matter of course for a master and disciple to become cultivation partners, it is hardly uncommon in the world of immortal cultivation. Ji Lingyuan had never even considered the possibility of being rejected. He stared intently at Wanqing, trying to find any sign of wavering in her expression, but her gaze was resolute, without a trace of hesitation. "Why?" Ji Lingyuan's voice carried a tremor. He couldn't understand why Wanqing would be so resolute. Wanqing took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady. "Master, you are my master. I hold only respect for you, and absolutely no other feelings. Then why are you so stingy with even a single chance, refusing me so decisively?" Ji Lingyuan felt as if his heart was aching. Wanqing pressed her lips together and remained silent. Time ticked by second, and the atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly tense. Wanqing's heart pounded faster and faster, and she felt as if she had fallen into an inescapable predicament. Finally, Ji Lingyuan broke the silence. "Disciple, lift your head." Wanqing took a deep breath, slowly lifting her head, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. "Tell me, why?" he asked softly, the temperature around him already dropping to freezing, as he struggled to contain his emotions. Wanqing bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to be honest. She took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and met Ji Lingyuan's eyes directly, saying, "Master, I cannot give you what you seek." Ji Lingyuan was somewhat puzzled after hearing this. He furrowed his brow and asked, "You are unwilling to become my Dao companion?" Wanqing lowered her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly as she answered in a low voice, "There is already someone in this disciple's heart." Jiling Yuan's heart ached at the words, as if stabbed by a sharp blade, and he pressed on, who? Wanqing lifted her head, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes as she said softly, "This isn't anyone's fault. Master is usually focused on cultivation, so you're probably not well informed about what's happening in the sect. I'm not the kind of woman you imagine me to be. Master says you like me, but in truth, you don't understand me at all." Jiling Yuan was silent for a long time before speaking slowly, "Give me time, and we will come to understand each other. No matter what you're like, I, as your master, can accept it." He had never thought about what kind of woman Wanqing might be. He only knew that she was the only one who could make his heart flutter and linger, and now she could also make him feel as if he were dying. Wanqing shook her head. "Master, don't you understand yet? You're too late." Jiling Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his usually icy expression shattering in that moment. Wanqing looked at Jiling Yuan's pained expression, feeling uneasy herself, but she knew she couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. Steeling her resolve, she said, "Master's feelings are something this disciple cannot return." His disciple said she already had someone she admired. Indeed, he had come too late. Wanqing gazed at the empty courtyard. Though she had ultimately sent the person away, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She knew that her words had just hurt Jiling Yuan's heart, but a short pain is better than a long one. Since she couldn't give him what he wanted, she shouldn't hold him back. Her master cultivates the path of detachment. Perhaps after this ordeal, he might even gain some insight on that path and advance further. A trace of melancholy inevitably crept into Wanqing's heart. After all, Jiling Yuan was her master. After decades of cultivation, she had finally found a pillar of support, and now she had pushed him away with her own hands. Wanqing sighed, turned around and went back to her room to continue her cultivation. Jiling Yuan appeared to leave, but in reality, he hadn't gone anywhere. Watching Wanqing merely sigh before returning to the house, his already tormented heart sank once more into the abyss. This meant that his disciple's words just now had not deceived him. But now, Jiling Yuan would rather believe that Wanqing had just lied to him in order to reject him. The upper echelons of Lingshu sect all received news that the sect's supreme elder, Immortal Lord Lingyuan, was going into seclusion. Everyone assumed that Immortal Lord Lingyuan had been deeply wounded by his own disciples' actions. In truth, it is the word love that troubles him. Chapter 161. The Disappeared Lin Sairu. The Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord has taken a liking to junior sister? Pei Wuqi looked at the Muyunshi before him in disbelief. "How did you know?" Pei Wuqi asked, puzzled and confused. "During the outer sect competition, the first time he met Wanqing, I could already tell." Muyunshi's expression was worried, and he had also been pleased when he heard that Lingyuan Immortal Lord had gone into seclusion. "I imagine Wanqing has already made things clear to Immortal Lord Lingyuan. So, is Immortal Lord Lingyuan's seclusion this time also because of the junior sister?" Pei Wuqi frowned, speaking thoughtfully. "Yes, this seclusion of Immortal Lord Lingyuan might be because of the junior sister. The junior sister herself has no interest in romantic relationships between men and women. She finds a spiritual plant she's never seen before far more fascinating than any man." When Muyunshi said these words, his expression was not pleasant either. These words were spoken for Immortal Lord Lingyuan and for Pei Wuqi. Wasn't that also meant for himself? So the junior sister refused. "I never expected that Immortal Lord Lingyuan would encounter the same situation as I did." Recalling the time when he was rejected by his junior sister, Pei Wuqi still feels a lingering fear to this day. Back then, he mustered up the courage to confess his feelings to his junior sister, only to be mercilessly turned down. That scene remains vivid in his mind even now. If not for the fact that his relationship with junior sister Yu has since eased, he would likely still be trapped in the hopelessness of that moment. "Perhaps we have been forcing things all along." Muyunshi gazed toward Wanqing's residence on Hanswang Peak, his eyes deep and expression complex. The relationship between him and Wanqing appeared to be a steady, enduring stream of mutual support, but in reality, it was far from that simple. Back then, when Wanqing had just been promoted from a menial disciple to an outer disciple, she struggled alone in the outer sect, appearing strong on the surface, but feeling lost inside. And it was at that moment, when she needed it most, that Muyunshi happened to appear, not even because he was particularly outstanding. It was simply because he appeared at just the right moment. They came to know and understand each other, becoming friends. At that time, Muyunshi deeply understood that behind this friendship lay a deeper affection he held for Wanqing. He used the guise of friendship to interact with Wanqing, gradually deepening their bond and making her dependent on him. When he subtly expressed his affection before going into seclusion, Wanqing, unwilling to lose this only friend, naturally ended up with him after Muyunshi advanced to the nascent soul stage. In truth, Muyunshi was well aware at the time that Wanqing would not easily give up on him, the first friend she had made in the world of cultivation. It was precisely because of this certainty that he dared to confess his feelings to her. Looking back now, this relationship seemed to be filled with calculation. However, Mu Yunxi did not regret it. One only had to look at Pei Wuqi, who had once been rejected by Wanqing, and Lingyuan Immortal Lord, who had now been similarly and decisively turned down by Wanqing, to understand. Wanqing was not the type to be preoccupied with romantic love, even toward someone as significant as her master in the cultivation world. She could still abandon them if their bond was not deep enough. For him to have successfully ended up with Wanqing was already an immense stroke of luck. What if he still refuses to let go? Mu Yunxi asked himself with a grave expression. He no longer dared to hope for a lifetime with Wanqing, but he could not bear the thought of anyone taking her away from him. After all, Lingyuan Immortal Lord is Wanqing's master. That status alone carries weight. If Lingyuan Immortal Lord refuses to back down, even if Wanqing herself is unwilling, everyone else would be happy to see them together. Pei Wuqi replied with a grave expression, noting that it was not uncommon for master and disciple to marry in the cultivation world, with some even considering it a blessing that strengthens bonds and doubles joy. Moreover, under the master's authority, even if Wanqing refused once, it would likely be difficult for her to refuse again. Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi were well aware of the stakes involved. They both understood the status and influence of Lingyuan Immortal Lord. Once he made up his mind, Wanqing would face immense pressure. As long as the other party revealed his affection for Wanqing to the world, countless people would push Wanqing to be with him. In the past, I always felt that cultivation was something you could just get by with. Living freely and carefree was far more important. But now I can't even protect Wanqing. Mu Yunxi felt a pang of regret in his heart. Who would have thought that the once indifferent Mu Yunxi would now be comparing his cultivation level with an old fellow tens of thousands of years old? Truly, he's made progress. Pei Wuqi was equally anxious in his heart, but with Lingyuan Immortal Lord's age, it wasn't something they could catch up to overnight. Although Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi had set aside their differences and stood on the same side, it didn't mean they could truly get along harmoniously. Except when facing a romantic rival, they still didn't want to see each other. After exchanging a few brief words, the two of them went their separate ways. Hall Master, the punishment for the disciple Lin Sairu has been completed, and she has now left the mountain. No sooner had he returned to the discipline hall than someone came to report the news to Pei Wuqi. Lin Sairu was someone Pei Wuqi had specifically instructed to be watched. Since Lin Sairu dared to lay a hand on his junior sister, she naturally could not be let off so easily. Capital punishment, cultivation abolished, and expulsion from the sect. These were the penalties for disciples who committed offenses within the sect. But the private vendetta between them was far from settled. I understand. The face that had still held a trace of warmth instantly turned grim. Pei Wuqi was like a black panther that had suddenly entered a hunting state, sending chills down one's spine. Wanqing sat upright in a tea shop, her gaze drifting through the window toward the distant green mountains, silently calculating the time in her heart. According to the rules, Lin Sairu should have already received her punishment by now and would soon be expelled from the mountain. However, for someone like Lin Sairu, a single punishment might not be enough to instill fear in her. If the roots are not removed, the weeds will grow again when the spring wind blows. Being remembered by Lin Sairu, the original female lead, was undoubtedly a potential threat to her. Only by completely eliminating this hidden danger could she finally sleep peacefully. Wanqing sat in the tea shop waiting, but Lin Sairu was nowhere to be seen. Have you heard? The senior disciple of the Lingyuan Immortal Lord was crippled for harming fellow disciples. Didn't you say she was a really nice person? All an act. That bitch Lin Sairu has been bullying us ever since she joined the household, but she always played the innocent victim. Now she's finally shown her true colors. Lin Sairu has been bullying us for years. Why don't we take this chance to settle the score? Are you serious? Even if Lin Sairu has truly been crippled, she was still Lingyuan Immortal Lord's former disciple. Surely there's still some lingering bond between master and student, right? They probably won't actually abandon Lin Sairu. If we kick her while she's down now, what if Lin Sairu makes a comeback? Although Lin Sairu had been deposed, she was after all a former disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, a title enough to make people shrink back in fear. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some felt they should take the opportunity to retaliate, while others worried that Lin Sairu might stage a comeback. I'm not so sure. Lin Sairu has harmed her own sect members. How could someone who did such a thing have any capital to stage a comeback? But Lin Sairu is, after all, the Immortal Lord's senior disciple. What if the Immortal Lord remembers their old bond? Tolerating Lin Sairu's crippling was a fact, but she had once been a disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, and that title alone was enough to keep those she had bullied from daring to act. Moreover, she could continue to move through the cultivation world using the former title of disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, still enjoying certain conveniences. Even knowing full well that Lin Sairu is a wicked woman who harms her fellow disciples, the title of Lingwan Immortal Lord still makes people regard her with a certain respect. Chapter 162, The Deep Affection Hidden in the Shadows. After waiting for a while without seeing anyone come down from the mountain gate, Wanqing sat in the tea shop and let out a soft laugh. This Lin Sairu is truly formidable. She managed to find a way to escape even on such a short stretch of road. Then Wanqing saw a middle-aged man with an immortal air and a dignified bearing storm out of the shop across the street. Dressed like an elder of the sect, he carried a spiritual sword and headed up the mountain. That's Qian Kongfang, junior apprentice brother Qian's master. Just as Wanqing was puzzled, Pei Wuqi suddenly appeared and sat down across from her. Lin Sairu killed his only disciple. As long as she remains within the sect, Lin Sairu is still a sect disciple and bound by sect rules. He cannot easily kill her. But once she leaves the sect, it's a different matter. Clearly, Qian Kongfang's master has also come to intercept and kill Lin Sairu. Pei Wuqi's tone was icy, laced with frustration. I didn't expect she'd still find a loophole to slip away. Pei Wuqi hadn't anticipated that Lin Sairu, at the end of her rope, would still have such tricks up her sleeve. It's probably that old flame of hers who helped again, Wanqing thought to herself. She mentally searched for possible candidates. The sect leader's son, Xian, was one. He had always been devoted to Lin Sairu, and had even come to cause trouble for her back when she first joined Hanshuang Peak, all for Lin Sairu's sake. And then there's Qin Xiu. In the original novel, by this time he had already pledged his love to Lin Sairu, but in reality, Qin Xiu is now wholly devoted to the way of the sword and has been in seclusion within the sect. However, it can't be ruled out that the two have been communicating in secret, and there's a possibility that Lin Sairu has already won him over. Perhaps someone took pity on her and rescued her. Wanqing was growing increasingly irritable. Having waited so long without seeing Lin Sairu's figure, her mood soured further. Now that this venomous snake had escaped into the shadows, it could strike her again at any moment. Wanqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease, worried that she might be bitten back by this viper. I apologize. If I had known things would turn out this way, I should have ordered my men to strike harder back then, so she would have died directly in the disciplinary hall. Pei Wuqi said with self-reproach. As the head of the disciplinary hall, you were supposed to uphold justice and act according to the rules. How could that be your fault? Besides, aren't you here now as well? Wanqing did not see it that way. Add to that the fact that Pei Wuqi had also appeared here. He must have come with the same purpose as hers. In the world of immortal cultivation, making enemies is a common occurrence. Letting Lin Sairu succeed last time was merely a momentary lapse on my part, but if she tries any more tricks in the future, I'll be ready for them. Lin Sairu is not only ruthless and merciless, but also skilled in disguise. Before this incident, everyone mistakenly believed she was a good person. You must be extra cautious. If you notice anything unusual, immediately send word to me and Mu Yunxi. Pei Wuqi warned. Wanqing nodded. Don't worry, I understand. Where is junior sister heading next? Since I have nothing to do, why don't I accompany you for a stroll? Pei Wuqi extended the invitation. My spirit beast previously marked a territory in the back mountain and asked me to check on it, but I was delayed because of Lin Sairu. How about you come with me now, senior brother? With that, the two rose and left, though no one noticed that after their departure, a layer of frost crystals formed on the teacups left on the table. Lively spirit beasts gathered in small groups, playing and frolicking together, while Zhuangyin, in the form of a black serpent, lay lazily on a rock, idly tapping its tail against the stone beneath. Bai Shui, who had grown considerably, emerged from the underbrush and set down the dead beast from her mouth. A group of little ones joyfully pounced forward, circling around Bai Shui. Bai Shui brushed these little creatures aside. It had long since lost its earlier desire to recruit underlings and become the boss, even though the feeling of marking territory and fighting other spirit beasts still excited it. But the long absence of its master still made it feel deeply lost and lonely. But the terrifying aura on Coalfrost Peak filled it with dread, even more so than the creature it had once encountered in the Sun and Moon's secret realm. In the past, when that aura lay quietly atop the mountain, it would occasionally sneak back to play and frolic with its master. But now, that breath was gradually drawing closer to where its master was, which made it dare not return at all. Snow White silently screamed in her heart, "Damn it. I really miss my master so much." Bai Shui sat beside Candle 9-een, silently weeping in the wind. After spending some time with Bai Shui, Candle 9-een had come to understand that Bai Shui was actually very attached to Wanqing, but was simply too afraid of Jiling Yuan's aura to return. Thus, it gently patted Bai Shui's head with its tail as a gesture of comfort. In truth, Candle Jiuyin also missed his beloved Dao companion dearly. But the Coalfrost Peak was far too dangerous. If it went there multiple times, it would very likely be discovered. Once discovered, Ji Lingyuan would surely force it to return to the demon race. Zhu Jiuyin began to consider whether he could find a suitable opportunity to bring Wanqing back to the demon clan, thereby avoiding Ji Lingyuan's threat while also better nurturing the bond between them. I heard the master was injured. I wonder how he is doing now. My dear Dao companion is injured. Damn it, why didn't you tell me sooner? Upon hearing what Bai Shui said, Zhu Jiuyin instantly became agitated. He propped himself up halfway, then lashed his tail fiercely against Bai Shui's forehead. Bai Shui let out a miserable cry from the sudden blow, but still looked at Zhu Jiuyin with an innocent expression. You didn't ask either. Bai Shui felt a bit wronged, thinking, I've already told you everything and you're still blaming me? Although Zhu Jiuyin's current identity was merely a small black snake rescued by Bai Shui, he had actually helped quite a bit recently when Bai Shui was fighting all comers in the back mountain. Whenever they encountered a formidable foe, it was Zhu Jiuyin who offered Bai Shui timely guidance and advice at critical moments, enabling her to overcome her opponent. Thus, Zhu Jiuyin standing in Bai Shui's heart had risen dramatically. Just as Bai Shui was feeling wronged, her half-moon ears twitched, catching a sound from the forest. She leaped down from the rock and darted away swiftly. Zhu Jiuyin, however, shed his previous relaxed demeanor, concealed his aura, and disguised himself as an innocent little black snake. Someone came to see their own spirit beast. Why did this guy have to tag along? Since when does a master cling to their disciple like this? Bai Shui darted into Wanqing's arms in a flash. Holding Bai Shui, who had clearly grown quite a bit, Wanqing remarked with emotion, It's been a while and Bai Shui has grown, hasn't he? I've not only grown up, but I've also become stronger. Soon enough, my master will be able to understand what I'm saying. What Candle 9 hadn't expected was that Wanqing was indeed accompanied by a man, but not the one he had assumed, Ji Lingyuan, but another man. Ji Lingyuan was following in the shadows. What is this Ji Lingyuan up to? Why is he sneaking around following his own disciple? Although on the surface he called it seclusion, it was really just an excuse Ji Lingyuan came up with after being rejected, not knowing what else to do. Originally, Ji Lingyuan thought that once he understood his own feelings and expressed them, the two of them would naturally end up together. He had never imagined that he would be rejected. For a moment, Ji Lingyuan did not know what to do. Yet his feelings for Wanqing made it impossible for him to truly let go of this relationship. Ji Lingyuan, as if tormenting himself, remained hidden by Wanqing's side all along. Chapter 163, Tangled Emotions. And so Ji Lingyuan watched from the shadows as Wanqing descended the mountain, intent on making a move against Lin Sairu, yet he remained unmoved. Everything Lin Sairu is going through now is a consequence of her own actions. But when Pei Wuqi suddenly appeared beside Wanqing, and the two were acting intimately, Ji Lingyuan lost control. So it turns out my disciple was right. He suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. That's true. Someone as perfect as my disciple would never be left for someone like me to belatedly realize my own feelings. I only first met my disciple during the outer sect competition, and by then she had already shown her brilliance. Even the mask she wore to cover her face at that time attracted no fewer admirers than the men surrounding her. Before he had even recognized his own feelings, his disciple already had a guardian by her side. Now it seems he was merely relying on his status as master to try and take her by force. Perhaps in his disciple's eyes, he was nothing more than a hypocrite driven by lust, intent on tearing apart a pair of lovebirds. Ji Lingyuan knew of Pei Wuqi as an outstanding figure among the younger generation. There was also Mu Yunxi, whom Pei Wuqi had mentioned. Both of them appeared extremely anxious when the disciple went missing. Ji Lingyuan's heart was filled with pain and unwillingness. He knew that his feelings for his disciple had long crossed the line, and he did not want to let go. But he could not accept the idea of his disciple having other men around her. Yet Ji Lingyuan could tell from the tender warmth he saw when they got along harmoniously that if he forced Wanqing to stay by his side, even if she did remain with him, she would never truly accept him in her heart. She might even come to hate him. Ji Lingyuan stood silently in the shadows, watching Wanqing and Pei Wuqi interact. The two of them chatted and laughed, their affection overflowing. Watching the two of them as their passion deepened, they kissed with abandon. Moonlight spilled down as Wanqing sat beneath the tree, while Pei Wuqi braced himself against the trunk and kissed her lips. The territory Bai Shui had carved out for herself boasted a lovely view, situated in a sea of spirit flowers. These blossoms were of little value, but grew beautifully, absorbing the radiance of sun and moon and emitting a faint glow under the night sky. Wanqing's eyes were hazy and blurred, her dazed gaze as if veiled by a layer of mist. She slightly lifted her fair chin, her hands resting softly on Pei Wuqi's broad shoulders, as if inviting the man before her to take things further. At this moment, they stood in the wilderness, surrounded by utter silence, while spirit flowers emitted a faint glow under the moonlight. Only a thin barrier separated them from the outside world. In this environment, the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly delicate and thrilling. Pei Wuqi tightly held Yuanqing's slender waist, repeatedly calling out junior sister. This usually solemn and steady man now had a face flushed with desire, the corners of his eyes slightly reddened, making him appear exceptionally captivating. Senior brother. Yuanqing murmured softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. She felt that Pei Wuqi's actions were far too audacious. After all, this was out in the open, where they could be discovered at any moment. She gently pushed Pei Wuqi away, shyly saying, "Someone might see us." Pei Wuqi, however, was unconcerned. He lowered his head and lightly pecked Yuanqing's lips, gently reassuring her, "Don't worry, there's a barrier. No one will see us." Bai Xue, who had been playing with them just moments ago, now looked around the empty surroundings in utter confusion. Pei Wuqi's heart flared with anger. The fact that he could amuse himself so thoroughly in Yuanqing's courtyard after she had left showed that the usually stern Pei Wuqi was actually someone who could let loose without limits. His large hand slid into Yuanqing's clothes like a wandering dragon, igniting sparks everywhere. Teased and tormented by him, she gasped and panted, the last shred of her reason flying away. Her body went limp and soft, leaving her no choice but to let Pei Wuqi do as he pleased. He slowly peeled off Yuanqing's clothes, revealing her snow-white, jade-like shoulders, but stopped there. Gently, inch by inch, he pressed his lips to her bare skin, kissing her tenderly. Fortunately, Pei Wuqi still remembered they were outdoors at the moment and hadn't completely lost his senses, leaving Yuanqing's clothes half covering her delicate body. Otherwise, once she came to her senses afterward, she would likely die of shame. His hands, however, showed no restraint, roaming beneath Yuanqing's clothing, and soon a plain brocade waistband was pulled out by Pei Wuqi. Candle Jiuyin stared unblinkingly at the soul-stirring scene before him, the sight of Yuanqing's half-bare, fragrant shoulders making him wish he could take her place. Dragons are inherently lustful by nature. They truly could not withstand such an alluring and provocative display. What is this Jilingyuan doing? Zhu Juyin couldn't help but rub its tail against the hard stone. His disciple is meeting with her lover in secret, yet he doesn't go up to stop them. What's the point of just standing here watching? If he had stopped them, he wouldn't have to suffer such torment. If you're not going to stop it, then go. Don't you know the rule of not looking at impropriety? As soon as Jilingyuan leaves, he will appear and snatch the beauty away. With his Dragon Clan abilities, he can definitely keep the beauty well-fed and satisfied. Zhu Jiuyin decided to wait a little longer. Once Jilingyuan was gone, he would make his move. Now that the Dragon Balls are not on him, going head-to-head with this fiend won't do him any good. Jilingyuan watched on in a self-tormenting manner. Since the two were in love, what reason did he have to stop them? Even if he stepped forward to stop it in the name of being the master, could he really claim that he was only doing so because he was the master, and not because his disciple had entrusted herself to the wrong person? A helpless moan reached Jilingyuan's ears, and a faint blush crept across his earlobes. The rich fragrance of flowers, like an invisible thread, slowly pulled away his reason, bit by bit. Pei Wuqi whispered sweet nothings into Yuanqing's ear, his hand moving ceaselessly beneath her clothes, like a spring lake stirred by the wind, a temptation no man could resist. The three men present were all consumed by burning desire upon hearing it. At this moment, she felt as if she were immersed in a hazy dream. As her consciousness grew dim, Yuanqing was suddenly pressed against a tree trunk with tremendous force, and she cried out in surprise, "Senior brother." Yuanqing's hands gripped his clothes tightly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, her voice breathless and faltering. "Stop, no." At this moment, Yuanqing felt a twinge of regret. Hidden by the clothes, she hadn't seen it. Had she known Pei Wuqi's size was like this, she would never have agreed. A faint smile curled at the corner of Pei Wuqi's lips. "Are you satisfied, junior sister?" Yuanqing's heaving chest rose and fell unevenly, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps as she stammered, "No." Pei Wuqi raised an eyebrow and then laughed out loud. "I see now, junior sister is complaining that I'm not putting in enough effort." The surging, relentless waves caught Yuanqing off guard, leaving her powerless to resist. She was like a small boat, tossed about in the storm at the mercy of the other, with only fragmented moans escaping her intermittently. In a daze, Yuanqing saw a crystalline frost flower floating behind Pei Wuqi, then landing on her fingertip. The icy cold temperature felt achingly familiar to her. Chapter 164. Unreasonable yet confident. A sudden conjecture flashed through Yuanqing's mind. In an instant, her fair body flushed crimson. "Sure, brother, stop. There's someone." But at this moment, Pei Wuqi could feel nothing else. The beauty's alluring body made him helplessly sink into the thrill of conquest. The resistance that Yuanqing had painstakingly organized fell apart before it could hold out for long. Yuanqing's tearful eyes watched the sky sway, the shame of being watched suppressed by pleasure, and she suddenly felt that this was fine as well. Seeing a scene like this, the master should finally give up. I had already made it clear to him before. yet he still secretly followed me. Now that he's witnessed such an action-packed scene, he brought it upon himself. Wanqing thought that Ji Lingyuan would be completely disheartened upon seeing such a scene. The other protagonist in the scene had long been ignored by him. What he saw in his eyes and heart was only Wanqing, whose seductive demeanor was stirred by lust. The curve of her chest was faintly visible beneath her snow-white garments, and her pale pink shoulders exuded a seductive charm. The hair at her temples was already damp with sweat, clinging to her beautiful face. Her graceful figure was slender and elegant, and her fair legs coiled around the man like soft water snakes. No matter how you look at her, she is soul-stirringly captivating, exuding a seductive charm that makes it impossible to look away. Especially the few enticing moans that escape when she can no longer bear it, and the boundless spring feeling naturally revealed in the shifting glances of her beautiful eyes, all of which intoxicate one beyond the ability to extricate oneself. A single glance at her makes even the worldly charms of romance struggle to resist the urge to possess her. Let alone a man in the prime of his youth, full of passion and vigor. Ji Lingyuan felt as if he was about to explode from holding back, a tent already pitched below his waist. Zhu Jiuyin had long been unable to bear it, slipping out at the first opportunity to take care of himself. He finally saw it clearly, that sanctimonious Ji Lingyuan from the cultivation world was actually a pervert who liked to spy in secret, his aura all tangled up like a ball of yarn. He wished he could tell everyone that he had been aroused while spying on his disciple having sex with someone else. Though Mingming Zhu Jiuyin was himself a dragon, and the reputation of the dragon clan was well known to all, he now felt that he was the most upright and honorable man among the three present. In cultivation, time passes without notice, and the same holds true for dual cultivation. At first she struggled weakly, but later she gave up and let herself go. After watching such a long action film, anyone would probably find it tedious and boring. Perhaps he had already left long ago. Having given herself this psychological comfort, Wanqing completely immersed herself in the pleasure brought by Pei Wuqi. Wanqing felt utterly limp, held in Pei Wuqi's arms. The lovemaking had left her completely exhausted, while Pei Wuqi, still full of vigor, only reinforced Wanqing's belief that rejecting her master had been the right decision. That was an old house sealed in ice for 10,000 years. If it truly caught fire, it would likely burn her to death along with it. How did you get distracted? What are you thinking about? Wanqing pouted, wrapped her arms around Pei Wuqi's neck, and said softly, I'm tired. Senior brother, let's stop. Pei Wuqi thought it over and felt that indulging in carnal desires these past few days had indeed been excessive, so he suppressed the lingering heat of his temper and agreed, all right. Wanqing looked up at him in surprise. When she was with Mu Yunxi, calling a halt had never worked. Back then, Mu Yunxi always acted as if the two of them should go to their deaths together, completely unaware of how to restrain himself. But being able to stop and rest was naturally the best outcome. The dissatisfaction that had arisen from Pei Wuqi's reckless behavior outside instantly dissipated by more than half. Pei Wuqi held Wanqing in his arms, feeling the beauty's supple, boneless body soften like a pool of water in his embrace, a ripple of tenderness stirring in his heart. At last, his junior sister had accepted him. Wanqing was carried in Pei Wuqi's arms as they walked back. As if by some strange impulse, she turned her head to look back just as a pure white frost flower drifted down before her eyes. The last shred of hope in Wanqing's heart instantly shattered. Not only did he reevaluate the image of the desireless and detached Lord Lingyuan in his mind, what kind of decent person watches an explicit video with such audacity, from start to finish? He even specifically told her about it, as if afraid she might forget there were still people watching. Wanqing gritted her teeth inwardly. This is just too much. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a trace of unease. She had just refused her master, and now he was watching her with Pei Wuqi right before his eyes, yet he managed to restrain himself from losing his temper. What exactly does the master want to do? Wanqing did not believe that she truly possessed such great charm that the esteemed Lingyuan Immortal Lord would tolerate such a thing happening. Wanqing thought it over and felt she was being rather overly sentimental. She knew clearly that she had nothing at all, nothing worth scheming for by Ling Lingyuan, the esteemed Grand Elder of Lingshu sect and the venerable Lingyuan. In the end, this reason likely still falls upon herself. After returning to the mansion, Pei Wuqi left, looking back every few steps. Wanqing sat alone on the chaise lounge in the courtyard, quietly awaiting her master's arrival. In her heart, she pondered how to persuade her master to turn back from the wrong path, her thoughts surging like tidal waves. However, as the minutes ticked by, the master's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Wanqing, already somewhat exhausted, gradually felt drowsiness overtaking her. In the end, she couldn't resist and fell into a deep sleep. When Wanqing woke up, she found that no one had come yet. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that her master had truly given up? Just as Wanqing was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a streak of messenger light suddenly shot like lightning from the main hall of Frostpeak Peak, showing that the sender was also somewhat anxious at the moment. The messenger light landed directly in front of her. It turned out that Ji Lingyuan was well aware that Wanqing had been physically weakened from overwork before, so he deliberately set aside some time for her to rest properly. Now that the time was almost up, he used a transmission spirit light to guide Wanqing to find him. Wanqing understood that her master had not come to find her in person, but had instead used a transmission spirit light to guide her to him, which was essentially placing the choice in her hands. If she decided not to see Ji Lingyuan, then it would be equivalent to a clear refusal, meaning that in her heart, her feelings for Ji Lingyuan had already come to an end. I don't want to see him again. In this way, Ji Lingyuan might understand her feelings and thus let go of this relationship. But if she went to see Ji Lingyuan, it would undoubtedly give him a glimmer of hope, leading him to mistakenly believe that there was still a chance between them. Wanqing was torn with inner conflict, but in the end, she decided to follow the messenger spirit light and go. After all, given the master's obsessive attitude of secretly watching the entire fight between himself and Pei Wuqi, even if she didn't go, the master would likely find it hard to give up. Worse still, the master might become so enraged from embarrassment that he would take it out on Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi. After careful consideration, Wanqing decided that she should still go. Whatever happened then would be a matter between her and her master. Chapter 165, The Beauty Trap in Progress. Wanqing pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to go over. Yet to her surprise, this spiritual light did not take her to the main hall where her master usually stayed, but instead led her around most of the mountain peak, arriving at a place she had never set foot in before. This was a mountain stream covered in white snow, with a pool of clear spring water embedded in its center. Mist rising from the lake's surface transformed into wisps of cloud and fog, curling upward and spreading in all directions. Wanqing was astonished to discover that she had never known such a beautiful place lay hidden within Hanswang Peak. The clear lake water shimmered with rippling, enchanting light, looking like a place specially built for bathing and cleansing. In a daze, Wanqing heard the sound of water splashing. Wanqing immediately halted her steps, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. She realized that the weather today seemed unfavorable, and perhaps she should come another day to discuss this matter with her master. Just as she was about to turn and leave, an ice wall appeared before her without any warning. Wanqing tried to find another way out, but realized she was already trapped and unable to escape. Since you're here, why leave? A low, magnetic voice came from behind. Wanqing's body stiffened abruptly as she slowly turned around. The mist over the lake gradually dissipated, revealing Ji Lingyuan standing naked in the water, his firm muscles forming graceful curves. His skin was as white as snow, smooth and warm like fine mutton fat jade. His chest was broad and solid, his abdominal muscles tight and powerful, every muscle line flowing naturally, perfectly balanced yet brimming with strength. His lower body was hidden by the shimmering lake water, partially veiled by swirling mist and clouds. A waterfall of silver hair cascaded down his broad, fair back, swaying gently in the breeze as if emitting a faint glow. His sharply defined profile was peerlessly handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Beneath his high-bridged nose, his lips curved slightly upward, carrying a barely perceptible hint of a smile. His light-colored eyes shimmered with a captivating luster, brilliant and dazzling like stars, and at this moment, they were quietly fixed on Wanqing, who stood hesitating by the lake. Wanqing felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat. Her eyes widened, her face flushed crimson from the shock of the scene. She clenched her hands tightly into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, bringing a sharp sting. She had never imagined she would witness such a scene, much less that her master would resort to seduction. It truly caught her off guard. At a loss for what to do, Wanqing quickly bowed in greeting. Your disciple Wanqing pays respects to master. Ji Lingyuan, who had already prepared himself for Wanqing not coming, was undoubtedly happy the moment he learned that Wanqing had arrived. But Wanqing's attitude flattened the smile that had been tugging at his lips. Rise. What is master doing here? Wanqing did not get up. Ji Lingyuan let out a soft laugh, putting out a fire. Wanqing pressed her lips together and remained silent. Ji Lingyuan walked to the lakeside and sat down. On a nearby stone lay a lotus-shaped jade pendant, warm and elegant in appearance, extraordinary in quality, yet its surface was covered in a complex web of cracks, a great pity. Changyu Wanqing beckoned. Disciple, come here. Wanqing frowned in difficulty. How about? Master, if you have something to say, just say it like this. The sight of the beautiful woman bathing was simply too overwhelming. Wanqing feared that if she lost control and made a mistake, whose fault would it ultimately be? Then tell me, disciple, about Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi. Ji Lingyuan said with a dark expression. Just now, while Wanqing was asleep, he had taken the opportunity to learn about her dealings with these two men. A man who is utterly calculating and takes advantage of others' vulnerabilities. The other is even more persistent and unscrupulous in his methods. He truly could not understand why his disciple would reject him for the sake of these two people. If it was a matter of who came first, he had just realized that the two previous anomalies with his avatar were both caused by his disciple, so strictly speaking, he was not late to the scene either. Wanqing had the strange feeling of confessing to a parent about a teenage romance. She gave a concise account of what had happened between her, Mu Yunxi, and Pei Wuqi. After hearing this, Ji Lingyuan's face grew even more grim. Suddenly, he appeared before Wanqing, reaching out to lift her chin, forcing her to look at him. Which of these two can compare to me, and which one is worth your lingering affection? His voice was low, carrying a hint of anger. He could tell that Wanqing had feelings for those two, but it was far from the everlasting devotion he had imagined. Since that was the case, why not choose someone better? Because I feel it's enough. As for men, a relationship like this is enough. Wanqing's pupils contracted as if in an earthquake, her gaze not daring to shift even slightly, afraid she might see something she shouldn't. She truly had never thought of finding herself a man like her master. No, that wasn't right. She remembered that when she first entered the outer sect, she hadn't even considered finding a man at all. She wasn't cultivating the path of union, needing to find herself a cauldron, nor was she like Lin Sairu, a daughter vine that required a man to cling to. She really couldn't handle it. And it was plainly visible that she definitely couldn't handle the man in front of her. This was completely different from the relationship between Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi. Although Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi were both slightly higher in cultivation than herself, in matters of love, the one who falls first is always at a disadvantage. In her emotional entanglements with Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi, she held the initiative, able to choose at any time to continue or walk away. But when it came to Ji Lingyuan, the situation was entirely different. Once she agreed to him, she would immediately fall into a bind, becoming a caged bird, stripped of her freedom. Wanqing inwardly groaned in dismay, at a loss for how to respond to Ji Lingyuan's sudden outpouring of affection. She had always been an independent and self-reliant woman, with little pursuit of matters of the heart. Yet now, she found herself caught in one unpredictable battlefield after another. Wanqing knew that as long as she could win the heart of the person before her, she would instantly receive boundless affection, attain an unparalleled status, and possess a peerless magical treasure. And when he eventually ascended to immortality, she might even get a share of the spoils, rising with him like a dog or chicken following its master to heaven, thus enjoying endless longevity and boundless wealth and glory. But true independence was what she truly desired. Having obtained the farming space, she firmly believed that sooner or later she would be able to attain a revered status, rare treasures, and even ascending to immortality was not out of the question. Compared to these, Ji Lingyuan, Mu Yunxi, Pei Wuqi, and the like are simply not on the same level. This disciple does not need that kind of love that lasts until death. Romantic feelings between men and women are merely a seasoning on the path of cultivation. The disciple has always believed this, and therefore does not wish to delay the master. It seems the disciple has never told the master that the immortal Lord Lingyuan, who devotes himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, is the cultivator closest to achieving enlightenment and ascending in the immortal cultivation world, and has always been an example the disciple admires. Chapter 166. Retreat in order to advance. After saying this, Wanqing felt that her words made no sense. Her aloof, unapproachable master had descended from his pedestal for her sake, yet here she was saying she preferred the master he used to be. What kind of trashy girl talk is that? Wanqing could hardly believe she had just said something like that. Wanqing's words also brought no small shock to Ji Lingyuan. Even he had not expected that his disciple's temperament would be like this. It was quite similar to his younger self. Ji Lingyuan silently retreated back into the water, and Wanqing accidentally caught a glimpse of him. She let out a soft sigh, her entire body relaxing. Thank goodness, the master's integrity hadn't completely shattered yet. Ji Lingyuan leaned quietly against the shore, his brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. He might not have fully understood his disciple's true inner thoughts, but he knew himself. In those days, he was wholly focused on cultivation, viewing everything outside the path of Tao as an obstacle. There had once been some female cultivation masters who expressed willingness to merge their Tao with his, but he, single-mindedly devoted to cultivation, paid them no heed at all. Yet the disciple of today shares some similarities in temperament with his younger self, though the disciple's circumstances differ from those of his younger days. From the moment he was born, he was a peerless genius who drew the world's attention, endowed with extraordinary talent and brilliance, earning widespread admiration and praise. However, his disciple was not like that. Instead, he was a person of mediocre talent with 5 spiritual roots, who had trudged a difficult path from the lowest menial disciple. Thus, when handling interpersonal relationships and worldly affairs, the disciple was a bit more tactful than him, but in essence, the disciple shared the same fundamental character as his younger self. After thinking through all of this, Ji Lingyuan understood that using forceful methods would be of no use with his disciple. Such an approach would only drive his disciple further and further away from him. But that doesn't mean there are no other ways. Back then, he was also someone who refused to yield to either soft or hard tactics. Even his master had once said he was cold and heartless. But clearly, his disciple had not reached that level. Since the hard approach wouldn't work, he could try the soft approach. Then Wanqing saw that her master seemed to have finally come to his senses, reverting to his former self, the lofty and aloof Lord Lingyuan. Neatly dressed Ji Lingyuan stood quietly by the lake, his gaze calm as he looked at the water, where the surface reflected his handsome face and slender figure. He tilted his head slightly, looked at Wanqing, and said softly, "Your master has already figured it out. You may go back now, disciple." Hearing these words, Wanqing felt a surge of relief, as if a heavy boulder pressing on her heart had finally been lifted. She had originally worried that Ji Lingyuan would continue to pester her endlessly, but now it seemed that the immortal Lord Lingyuan, who cultivated the way of ruthlessness, would not linger too long on matters of romance. "Yes, master." Wanqing nodded with irrepressible joy, then turned and left, her steps light and brisk, without even a trace of lingering reluctance. She secretly rejoiced in her heart, glad that she had persisted until her master came to understand. It seemed that from now on, she would no longer need to worry about this matter. The moment Wanqing agreed, Ji Lingyuan suddenly saw that the sharp thorns on her, which had been subtly pricking at him ever since he confessed his feelings, instantly vanished without a trace. This left Ji Lingyuan utterly astonished. He had assumed that Wanqing would remain on guard, only relaxing after a period of observation to truly believe she had returned to her position as his master. But he hadn't expected her to let down her guard so quickly. Ji Lingyuan watched Wanqing's receding figure, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a barely perceptible smile. He murmured to himself, naive. Wanqing had already walked far away when Ji Lingyuan spoke again. "Remember to come to the main hall for lessons on time in the future." "Yes." Wanqing's cheerful voice came from afar, brimming with joy. Ji Lingyuan shook his head, letting out a helpless chuckle as he murmured to himself, "A clearly intelligent person, how could they be so careless and absent-minded?" He actually believed that he had come to terms with it, and simply gave up that easily. Ji Lingyuan had not truly intended to give up on Wanqing, it was just that his disciple was now very wary of him, and every move he made would provoke a strong reaction from her. For the time being, he chose a more tactful approach. He was well aware of Wanqing's attitude toward him, so he deliberately said those words to put Wanqing off guard, making it easier for him to get close. Wanqing, however, remained completely oblivious, deceived by Ji Lingyuan's outward appearance and readily believing his words. The days that followed were exactly as Wanqing had anticipated. The relationship between master and disciple reverted to its former pattern, and Ji Lingyuan once again became that cold, distant, and aloof immortal lord. He seemed to have forgotten everything that had come before, showing no special attention or emotion toward Wanqing. And Wanqing silently accepted this change, as if Ji Lingyuan's confession of his feelings to her had never happened. Today, Wanqing arrived at the main hall of Frost Peak on time, ready to listen to her master's lecture. Ever since she had cleared the air with her master, the long-suspended lessons had surprisingly resumed, bringing Wanqing great benefit. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that persuading her master to turn back at that time had been absolutely the right decision. Not that she had done much persuading, really, it was entirely her master who had come to understand on his own. To be able to let go of something as profound as love so peacefully, he truly lived up to his title as Lord Lingyuan the Immortal. Wanqing, who already held deep admiration for her master, felt that admiration grow even stronger after this incident. Now she even thought that her master's demonic-like state a few days ago might have been influenced by the legendary love tribulation, and now that the tribulation had passed, her master had naturally returned to how he was before. Wanqing ascended the Frost Peak and saw his master from afar. His master was still wearing that white robe, with a white jade crown on his head, and holding a top-grade spirit sword, exuding an aura of majesty and inviolability. Is master practicing swordsmanship? Wanqing stood quietly to the side, carefully observing her master's swordsmanship. Though she no longer practiced sword techniques, her understanding of the way of the sword had not diminished. She could see that every movement her master made contained the great Tao, and each swing of the sword carried a fierce momentum. Ji Lingyuan's posture was steady and composed, his robes fluttering in the wind, almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding pristine white snow. His peerless beauty surpassed even that of before. Wanqing silently marveled in her heart. Her master's elegant bearing and pure essence were truly like a celestial being descended to the mortal world. If it weren't for the fact that the master disliked going out, his mere appearance would surely attract a large crowd of cultivators, and some would even willingly offer themselves to share his bed. Ji Lingyuan slowly sheathed his sword, then walked toward Wanqing with steady and resolute steps. Sunlight poured down, yet his figure stood in stark contrast to the radiance, his silhouette artfully outlined by shadows into a three-dimensional form, as vivid as a sculpture. The shadow of his lowered lashes fell beneath his eyes, obscuring the expression on his face, yet it only accentuated his already sharp and piercing demeanor. Wanqing's heart seemed to suddenly race at this moment. Chapter 167. Acquiring Property. Wanqing pondered inwardly, feeling quite perplexed by her own reaction at this moment. She wasn't one with poor aesthetic judgment. She had always been adept at appreciating beauty, yet very few people could truly captivate her. Yet when she faced that esteemed master, one of lofty status, formidable power, and handsome features, she had originally thought she would only feel reverence for his cultivation and position. But as it turned out, she still couldn't avoid being drawn in by its charm. Indeed, admiration for the strong seems to be an innate human trait, and even someone like her could not escape it. Wanqing couldn't help but recall her past with Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi. Back then, because she couldn't bear to part with her friendship with Mu Yunxi, she went along and accepted his feelings. As for Pei Wuqi, it was out of pity that she reluctantly accepted his affection. Rational as she was, she logically should not have developed any unusual feelings for a man she could not control. Wanqing shook her head vigorously, trying to banish these distracting thoughts from her mind. Perhaps this was just a momentary impulse, after all. Her master was undeniably beautiful. On the other side, Ji Lingyuan keenly noticed Wanqing's gaze and felt a secret joy in his heart. His efforts finally seemed to be bearing fruit. Given just a little more time, his disciple would surely accept him. Ji Lingyuan had never been as grateful for his striking appearance as he was today. But Ji Lingyuan only let his thoughts show for a moment before burying them deep in his heart. If his disciple were to discover that he still hadn't given up on her, their relationship might regress to what it was before. Let's begin the lecture. Clear mind like water, clear water is the mind. No breeze stirs, no ripples arise. The sky is vast, the earth wide, flowing water and drifting clouds. A clear mind reaches the root, the straight path cultivates the self. Ultimate nature, ultimate goodness, the heavenly way is naturally perfected. The Clear Mind chapter of the Immortal Cultivation Method. This passage, for Ji Lingyuan who cultivated the emotionless path, had long been thoroughly memorized. Yet now it had lost its effect on him. At this moment, his joys, angers, sorrows, and pleasures were entirely controlled by the woman sitting below, listening attentively to the lesson. For 10,000 years, the long-sealed emotions in his heart surged like a tidal wave, burning with the fervor of a moth diving into flame. Yet that woman remained utterly unmoved, even hoping that their relationship would stop there, preserving the bond of master and disciple. So as not to frighten her away, he could only sit back down on the high platform helplessly, putting on a sanctimonious facade while the turmoil within him refused to settle. Even the heart-cleansing mantra had long lost its effect. Wanqing listened intently to Ji Lingyuan's sermon, completely oblivious to the plaintive gaze from the person on the main seat. She only felt that her master truly lived up to his reputation, explaining the teachings in a way that made profound ideas accessible, leaving her greatly enlightened. Her choice was indeed correct. Men are everywhere, but a master is hard to come by. Once the lesson ended, even though Ji Lingyuan tried to find an excuse to keep her there, to avoid arousing Wanqing's suspicion, he could only detain her for a short while before letting her go. By the time Wanqing left the main hall, the wind and snow outside had ceased. Over these days, she had grown accustomed to the noticeably improved weather on Hanfrost Peak, which in her eyes signaled that her master was gradually returning to normal. It never occurred to her that Ji Lingyuan might have deliberately controlled the weather, worried that she disliked the mountain's wind and snow. As she was leaving, Wanqing caught a glimpse of her master standing by the door with his hands behind his back, his solitary figure steeped in boundless loneliness. After leaving the main hall of Hanshuang Peak, Wanqing did not return to her residence, but instead went straight down the mountain. The spiritual plants and medicinal herbs piled up in the farming space were growing more and more numerous, and using them to feed the sacrificial spirit technique felt too wasteful. She planned to lease a shop in the market at the foot of the mountain. For one thing, this would allow her to sell these spiritual plants and clear out the items stored in her space. Secondly, she could also collect seeds of various spirit plants in the shop to expand the variety in her farming space. Under Su Jingheng's management, the Golden Jade Tower grew ever more prosperous. When she was still a menial disciple, the only establishment of the Golden Jade Tower in the market at the foot of the mountain was the Wanqing Tower. But over the past few years, the businesses related to the Golden Jade Tower had spread across most of the street, and even the Golden Jade Tower Chamber of Commerce had been established. The Golden Jade Tower Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, esteemed guest. May I ask what business you require? Here, we offer delivery and escort services, errand running, and even task posting. If you're looking to purchase something, the goods at the Golden Jade Pavilion are absolutely guaranteed. The moment Wanqing stepped into the guild hall, a shop assistant at the Qi refining stage came forward to greet him. After entering the inner gate, Wanqing's attire was no longer as plain as before, yet she still didn't look particularly wealthy. However, her breathtakingly beautiful face commanded respect from anyone who saw her. The shop assistant looked Wanqing up and down. He had never seen anyone so beautiful. Suspecting that Wanqing might be the favored cauldron of some powerful figure, he dared not show the slightest neglect. Do you sell shops here? I'm planning to rent one to sell things. Wanqing asked the shop assistant. Of course we do, but at the foot of the Lingshu sect, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. The shops we have aren't cheap. The shopkeeper told the truth, also worried that this noble and delicate beauty might not be able to afford the rental fee, and after making a wasted trip, would lose her temper and implicate him. No matter, take me to have a look. Yes. The waiter led Wanqing to find the shopkeeper. I am the manager of the Gold and Jade Tower Merchant Association. Miss, are you looking to lease a shopfront? The shopkeeper looked at Wanqing before him. Having cultivated immortality for centuries and already reached the foundation establishment stage, this was the first time he had seen such a beauty. However, he did not dare to act rashly. He could tell that the beauty before him possessed a cultivation level far beyond what a mere foundation establishment cultivator like himself could match. She was either a core disciple of the Spirit Void sect or the cherished darling of some great power. It was better to admire her from afar. That's right, I'm looking to rent a shop to sell the spirit plants I've accumulated. Do you have anything suitable here? Selling your own spirit plants? May I ask if you grew them yourself? That's right. Wanqing nodded. How much could this be? Every owner of a spirit plant shop has several spirit plant gardens under their control. Relying solely on self-grown spirit herbs would likely result in a far insufficient supply. The shopkeeper felt that the woman before him had probably never lifted a finger in her life, and had no prior experience with this line of business, which was why she would say such a thing. The shopkeeper kindly advised, Miss, the spirit plants you personally cultivate are far from enough to sustain a shopfront. If you have many spirit plants on hand, you could sell them at our Golden Jade Pavilion. There's no need to insist on buying a shop. Wanqing was taken aback, not expecting her words to be misunderstood by the shopkeeper. I have a lot of spirit plants I've grown. A single spirit plant shop needs at least 3 spirit plant gardens to supply it, and they must offer different varieties of spirit plants. The shopkeeper began to educate Wanqing about the workings of a spirit plant store. Wanqing had never received such treatment back when she used to conceal her appearance. Wanqing thought about the current scale of her farming space, but she had never seen any other spirit plant gardens. But now the scale of the farming space had already reached half the size of the Spirit Ruin Sect's Shirong realm, and it had all the terrains suitable for spiritual plant growth, such as plains, mountains, and lakes. It seemed to far exceed the standards mentioned by the shopkeeper. Chapter 168. The spiritual plant shop opens for business. Wanqing waved her hand, and 2 piles of spiritual plants in burlap sacks suddenly appeared in the shop. The spiritual plants produced by the farming space were simply too numerous. In the past, Wanqing had treasured them and stored them in boxes, but now she had become so casual as to use burlap sacks. Shopkeeper, don't worry. I have my own reliable sources for the supply. The shopkeeper stared blankly at the spirit plants packed in burlap sacks, nodding. He even spotted many rare spirit plants inside, just casually stuffed into burlap sacks like that. Truly a man of immense wealth and overbearing presence. Since you, miss, have come prepared, I won't say more. Please follow me upstairs, and I'll show you the rooms. The innkeeper led Wanqing into a room. As soon as she stepped into the room, Wanqing saw a massive formation disc, above which floated a panoramic view of the market at the foot of the mountain, constructed from spiritual energy. This sight filled her with great curiosity. The projection technology was truly impressive. All the marked spots here are the properties in our Golden Jade building that haven't been sold or leased yet, the shopkeeper said, pointing to some markers on the formation plate. Miss, you can take a careful look and see if there's any location that catches your fancy. Wanqing's gaze slowly swept across the entire image, silently assessing each house in her mind. Finally, her gaze settled on a few areas that appeared relatively prosperous, and a preliminary idea formed in her mind. However, when she thought of the valuables in her storage pouch, She couldn't help but hesitate once again. How much are these places worth? Wanqing asked softly. The shopkeeper had initially thought that, given Wanqing's appearance and the pair of spirit plants she had just revealed, she must be a customer with no shortage of money. But hearing her ask this, he realized that the woman before him might not be as wealthy as he had imagined. So he began to explain in detail the prices of various locations, adding, these are all priced based on a combination of factors such as geographical location, size, and surrounding environment. The specific price can be negotiated further. In more prosperous areas, a 10-year lease costs 10,000 spirit stones, though the price may vary depending on the size of the shop. In more remote areas, it's naturally cheaper, around 8,000 or so. There are also some for 5,000, but they're a bit far in terms of location. Wanqing listened attentively, calculating in her mind whether her storage pouch could afford it. She had originally wanted to find the best possible spot, but now it seemed she might need to reconsider her budget. She was still in the middle stage of the golden core, a time when spirit stones were essential. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of selling her spirit plants for money. In the end, Wanqing still decided to choose a shop that was slightly more remote, but relatively cheaper. Although the location might not be ideal, at least it would save some spirit stones for cultivation. The appearance of the shop front could be seen from here, so Wanqing didn't need to make the trip herself. After she had negotiated the lease agreement with the shopkeeper and paid the deposit, she began making preparations for the store's renovation and opening. The shop staff didn't require Wanqing to find anyone else on her own. Qifeng and Mingwei were originally meant to handle such matters for her and, besides, there was no need for both of them at the mansion. Earlier, when she was tricked by Lin Xiru into falling into the demon pool, the first to notice something was wrong and report it to Pei Wuqi were Qifeng and Mingwei. Pei Wuqi later told her about this. So Wanqing bought each of them a magical artifact as a reward. Qifeng, being a man, chose a protective artifact, while Mingwei, being a woman, selected an offensive magical tool. This time, Wanqing asked the two if they were willing to work at the spirit plant shop. Qifeng showed great enthusiasm, as if full of anticipation for life down the mountain. Mingwei, on the other hand, seemed uninterested and lacked much enthusiasm. Wanqing keenly sensed this, understanding that Qifeng clearly yearned more for life down the mountain. She thus decided to appoint Qifeng as the manager of the spirit plant shop, responsible for overseeing the store's business, while Mingwei would remain at the residence to handle its internal affairs. Due to the relatively remote location, Wanqing did not deliberately advertise, simply setting off 2 strings of firecrackers to celebrate the opening. Yet despite such a low-key approach, it still attracted the attention and congratulations of the neighbors. Although Wanqing lacked experience in running a shop in the cultivation world, she was well aware that her own spiritual plant products came from the farming space and were of exceptional quality, far surpassing those of other stores. Therefore, she firmly believed that given time, her business would surely improve gradually. Boss Yu, may your business thrive on this auspicious opening day. I, Sue, have arrived a step too late. I hope you'll forgive me. As the sound of 2 strings of firecrackers faded, just as Wanqing was about to return to her shop, she suddenly heard a voice calling out to her. She turned to look and was delighted to find that it was none other than Su Jingheng. Building Master Su, why have you come in person? Wanqing couldn't help but wonder, puzzled as to why even the master of the Golden Jade Pavilion would grace them with their presence. Proprietor Yu, would you invite me inside for a chat? Su Jingheng asked with a smile, holding a carefully prepared opening gift in his hand. Of course, please come in. Wanqing nodded hastily, welcoming this unexpected visitor. Faced with someone as smooth and polished as Su Jingheng, Wanqing truly felt at a loss. Yet she was not surprised by Su Jingheng's arrival. It's only natural for someone in business to be well informed. I happen to have some business here these past few days, and I heard at the Gold and Jade Pavilion that Boss Yu had rented a shop for me to open a store. I thought I'd come by and pay a visit, hoping I'm not disturbing you. Su Jingheng said with a smile. No, feel free, sect leader Su, Wanqing replied. Su Jingheng watched Wanqing's figure, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Su Jingheng then began to look around the shop's interior, which was arranged simply yet comfortably, evoking a sense of relaxation and pleasure. He noticed that the shop was adorned with various precious spirit plants, all of which were of top-tier quality, clearly indicating that Wanqing had extremely high standards for quality. Su Jingheng was somewhat astonished by what he saw. The condition of these spirit plants was absolutely not the result of growing wild, exposed to the elements, but in the current cultivation world, was there a plantation capable of cultivating spirit plants of such quality? According to what Su Jingheng knew, there was none. As a disciple of the sect, Wanqing would typically devote all her energy to cultivation, and based on his previous observations, she had always been that way. What Su Jingheng hadn't expected was that Wanqing actually possessed such an ability. If there were a skilled alchemist, they might be able to refine top-grade pills using these spirit plants. Thinking of this, Su Jingheng could already envision the scene of the shop being swarmed by countless alchemists in the future. Su Jingheng, who had originally only wanted to seize this opportunity to show off in front of Wanqing, suddenly became much more animated in his thoughts. But it was only for a moment that he set aside such thoughts. Having witnessed too many business scenes, he now found himself unable to shake off this habit no matter the occasion. Su Jingheng had no intention of taking advantage of Wanqing. He was simply subconsciously calculating gains and losses in a business-minded manner. Chapter 169. Su Jingheng's Visit. The quality of the spirit plants in your shop is quite good, but the current pricing is a bit too low, Su Jingheng reminded Wanqing. As the master of the Golden Jade Pavilion, he naturally understood that there was a world of difference in price between high-quality spirit plants and ordinary ones. Then, what price do you think would be appropriate for my listing, sect leader Su? Wanqing asked. Although she knew that the spiritual plants in her farming space were of excellent quality, she was not familiar with the specific market value of high-quality spiritual plants in the outside world. Therefore, she simply set a rough price based on the market value of similar spirit plants within the sect, planning to adjust it later depending on the situation. Su Jingheng raised 2 fingers and said, at the very least, it needs to be doubled. Wanqing was somewhat surprised. She knew that the sect would certainly offer some assistance to its disciples, but she had never imagined that the price of spiritual plants within the sect would differ so greatly from the outside world. Su Jingheng saw this and said with a smile, "Boss, you must have set the price based on the sect's rates." Wanqing nodded, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "That's indeed the case. Major sects, in order to support their disciples, set prices much lower than those outside. This is also why everyone wants to join a sect." Su Jingheng was not particularly surprised by this. After all, life and cultivation within the sect were relatively stable, with more abundant resources. The sect disciples grew up within the sect from a young age, their world confined to the sect, and they had relatively little knowledge of the outside world. In such circumstances, disciples of the sect often develop a strong sense of belonging and loyalty, viewing the sect as their home and dedicating their lives to its cause. It was precisely this innocence, so out of place with the outside world, that drew him to Wanqing. In the city of Lone Mountain, he still remembers the scene of her eating with the beggar boy under the eaves. However, this situation is not without its drawbacks. Having long been under the protection of the sect, its disciples lack understanding of the outside world, and once they leave the sect, they find it difficult to adapt to the scheming life beyond. Therefore, he worried that Wanqing, who had grown up in the sect since childhood, would not be able to handle the trivial matters of the outside world. That was why, despite his busy schedule, he came personally today. Of course, there was also the reason that, since he was not a member of the Lingshu sect and usually couldn't see Wanqing, he truly missed her. One must understand that a cultivator like him, who roams and struggles across the cultivation world, enduring countless hardships, must constantly face various risks and challenges. With the immense pressure of this life, he is all the more aware of the cruelty of the cultivation world. In the world of rogue cultivators, it is all too common for someone to take advantage of your weakness to end your life. As a rogue cultivator, if you carelessly let a seller know that you urgently need something, they are likely to seize the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price, without any regard for whether the item itself is worth that much. Thinking about how recently, because he has been investigating the massacre of the Su family, those who possess information have been trying to take advantage of the situation to manipulate him, he couldn't help but seethe with anger. Life outside the sect was even more fraught with scheming and intrigue, making the sect seem like a better place by comparison. However, Su Jingheng felt that there was endless joy in contending with others. He enjoyed controlling others, probing the depths of human hearts, and watching petty clowns jump and dance. But Boss Yu's shop is open today. Why are there so few customers? Su Jingheng asked, somewhat puzzled. Given Wanqing's reputation in Lingshu sect, this shop shouldn't be this deserted. According to the information he had gathered earlier, Wanqing had become widely renowned since the end of the outer sect competition, rising to become a highly prominent figure within Lingshu sect. Coupled with the recent exposure of the incident where the senior disciple of Immortal Lord Lingyuan was expelled from the sect for attacking fellow disciples, Wanqing became the sole disciple of Immortal Lord Lingyuan, which further prompted many disciples to vie for a chance to interact with her. However, Wanqing usually preferred tranquility and was not keen on social activities, making it difficult for many disciples to find suitable opportunities to approach her. But now Wanqing had opened a shop, such a rare opportunity, yet those who wished to connect with her had surprisingly not come to show their support. I didn't make it public, Wanqing explained. She was well aware of her own reputation within the Lingshu sect. Among the current disciples, only the sect leader's disciple, Qin Siyu, could be considered her equal. Opening a shop is nothing that requires such a big fuss, Wanqing said casually. She did not wish to attract excessive attention or trouble because of her status. Wanqing truly detested those social interactions, so she deliberately kept her distance from those who sought to curry favor, and Qin Xiu shared the same sentiment. As a result, among the current inner disciples of Lingxiu, after Lin Xiru was expelled, the two with the highest prestige were Qin Xiu and Wanqing, yet the true leader was Xia'an, the son of the sect leader. Boss Yu, are you still accepting seeds here? Su Jingheng noticed the plaque standing at the counter as soon as he entered, on which were boldly written the words, purchasing all kinds of spiritual plant seeds. Other spiritual plant shops usually only purchase mature herbs and show no interest in seeds. Wanqing smiled and explained, that's right. Ordinary spirit plant shops accept herbs, but I don't take finished spirit plants here, I only accept seeds. Her gaze fell on those plaques, a flicker of excitement flashing in her eyes as she hoped this spirit plant shop would bring her some surprises. Su Jingheng's heart stirred, and he silently noted this detail, thinking he could use it later to cater to her preferences. Shopkeeper Yu. Su Jingheng had just begun to speak when he was interrupted by Wanqing. Master Su, please just call me by my name. I'm really not used to being called boss. Wanqing couldn't help but interrupt Su Jingheng. She felt the title boss didn't suit her at all. Su Jingheng smiled slightly and nodded in understanding. In that case, boss Yu, don't call me Master Su either. Just use my name. We're old acquaintances, after all. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, forming a gentle smile, while a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes, like a sly fox. Wanqing didn't notice Su Jingheng's expression. That works too, Su Jingheng. Su Jingheng, Wanqing. The two exchanged a smile, and the atmosphere became relaxed and cheerful. Wanqing thought she had opened her shop discreetly, but in reality, she couldn't escape the eyes that had been watching her all along. Xia'an sat in a small booth on the second floor, watching Wanqing and Su Jingheng chatting cheerfully across the way, jealousy spreading through him. A femme fatale. Nothing that happened within the household escaped his ears. He had some understanding of recent events, but because he still harbored resentment from being turned away by Wanqing before, he chose not to lend a hand. It was one thing for Wanqing to be entangled with Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi, but now she was even forming close bonds with others outside. Xia'an, now thoroughly jealous, completely forgot that he had interacted with Su Jingheng before, and could only find this person utterly repulsive. Yet Xia'an, who had been spoiled since childhood, couldn't bring himself to make the first move to apologize, so he could only sulk in secret, thinking to himself that if Wanqing didn't come to apologize to him, he would absolutely never forgive her. Chapter 170. A Trip Afar. Wanqing had thought her spirit herb shop would need some time to build up a reputation before attracting customers. To her surprise, the number of visitors increased significantly the very next day, and they were all alchemists who had nothing but praise for the spirit herbs she sold. Only upon asking Qi Feng did she learn that it was the Golden Jade Pavilion that had done the publicity for her. It seemed she would have to thank Su Jingheng when she ran into him another day. Wanqing was reading Qingfeng's report in the mansion when she heard Mingyue's knock at the door. Immortal Master, the sect leader has sent someone. They want you to go to the main hall. It seems there's something they need to discuss with you. I understand. Wanqing pushed open the door and stepped out. The main hall of the Lingxiu sect. In the solemnly decorated main hall stood several young talents from the inner sect, many of whom Wanqing recognized. Xia Ping, who had once forged the purple bamboo sword for her. There was also Qin Xiu, standing with his sword in his arms. And Xia'an, who had been watching her all along. There were many others as well, but Wanqing did not recognize any of them. Wanqing's arrival caused a stir, and the crowd immediately swarmed around her. Junior Sister Yu, we haven't seen each other since the outer sect competition. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. I am. Sect Sister Yu, if you have some free time, would you be willing to come to my residence for a chat? We could sit and discuss the way, sharing our insights on the path of cultivation. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Yes. When the time comes, I'll send you an invitation. You must grace us with your presence. Seeing the scene, Wanqing couldn't help but recall how Lin Xiru had once been surrounded by a crowd in the same way. Now, the very same scene was happening to her. For a moment, she was at a loss, barely able to force a faint smile and offer a few perfunctory replies. He declined all those private invitations. Wanqing originally thought this matter would end there, but unexpectedly Xia'an let out a cold snort. What an air of importance. With so many people fussing around you, you can't even spare a smile. Upon hearing these words, Wanqing's expression instantly turned icy cold, and she thought to herself, could it be that this Xia'an holds a grudge against me because Lin Xiru was expelled from the sect? Wanqing was not one to swallow her pride, so she confronted Xia'an. Junior brother Xia, if you have something to say, why not just say it directly? Why be so sarcastic and insinuating? Xia and watched Wanqing give him the cold shoulder, feeling even more irritated and somewhat aggrieved. They had met several times before and even shared some rapport, so why was Wanqing's attitude toward him getting worse each time? Wanqing snapped back at him without courtesy. Xia, and proud and Sundara by nature, was afraid of truly angering her, so he dared not retort and simply shut his mouth. She had expected Xian to be aggressive and seek revenge for Lin Sairu, but to her surprise, he backed down after just one sentence, which made Wanqing even more wary. She thought about how she would need to guard against Xia and making a move against her in the future. The crowd did not have to wait long in the room before they saw the sect leader walk in with a broad smile on his face. Greetings, sect leader. Upon seeing the sect leader enter, the disciples all rose and bowed in salute. No need for formalities. The sect leader waved his hand, signaling everyone to dispense with the courtesy. Thank you, sect leader, the crowd said in unison. All of you disciples are the pride of our sect, outstanding young talents. By rights, you should be allowed to focus on your cultivation. However, in a few days, it will be the Qingyan sect leader's grand birthday celebration, and I need you to accompany me there. We'll also take the opportunity to exchange and spar with the Qingyan sect. The sect leader looked at the crowd and spoke slowly. Under normal circumstances, given the Qingyan sect leader's level of cultivation, a birthday celebration of this scale would not be warranted. But unfortunately, he had lived for so long that his seniority even surpassed that of the spiritual abyss Immortal Lord by a considerable margin. This leader of the Azure Cloud sect is the longest living cultivator currently alive in the world of Immortal cultivation. However, his own cultivation level is actually not that high, merely on par with the leaders of other sects. However, no one knew where this person had obtained such heavenly treasures and earthly rarities, allowing him to stubbornly live to an age that ordinary cultivators could scarcely imagine. Now, throughout the entire cultivation world, who wouldn't desire the longevity-preserving secret art held by the leader of the Azure Cloud sect? Moreover, news spread within the Azure Cloud sect that despite the sect leader possessing a secret technique, he could not withstand the erosion of time and was nearing the end of his life. The Azure Cloud sect leader feared that after his death, the sect would be besieged and ransacked by those coveting the secret technique, leading to the annihilation of the entire sect. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of this grand birthday celebration to hand over the secret technique and seek protection. Thus, the Qingyan sect leader's birthday banquet this time was held on an unprecedented scale, with every sect, large and small, across the cultivation world being invited. After returning to Cold Frost Peak, Wanqing told her master about this matter. The sect leader wants you to attend the Qingyan sect's birthday banquet. Ji Lingyuan, who had just finished teaching in the main hall of Frost Peak, looked at Wanqing, a trace of barely perceptible concern flickering in his eyes. Wanqing nodded and said, "Yes, I'll probably be gone for about a month." A hint of excitement stirred within her. After all, this was a rare opportunity to encounter more cultivators. Who's all going? Ji Lingyuan's expression remained calm, but inwardly he was very concerned about the list of participants for this trip. He worried that Wanqing might encounter some ill-intentioned people on this trip. Wanqing was not familiar with the disciples of the sect either, so she said roughly, "All the disciples with some reputation in the inner sect have gone." She did not know exactly who these people were, but they should all be outstanding disciples. Ji Lingyuan's gaze turned dangerous, a flicker of worry crossing his mind that his disciple might stir up another romantic entanglement after going out. He knew well that his disciple's charm certainly possessed such power. He just feared the disciple would be deceived by those people, bewitched into bringing someone back. The cloud boat used for the inner sect's journey was exceptionally grand, presumably because the destination this time was unlike any before. Even the armor class deck had been scrubbed spotless. Standing on the cloud boat, Wanqing recalled the small cloud boat the sect had awarded her during the previous grand competition, which was now gathering dust in her storage pouch. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still few people around, Wanqing thought she would first find a room and then come out when it was almost time, which would save a lot of trouble and prevent her from being caught by some people for socializing. However, there were also others who harbored the same idea as her. Wanqing looked at Qin Siyu, who had just opened the door directly across from her. Both of them were slightly taken aback. After a long pause, Qin Siyu nodded in greeting and said, "Good day, junior sister Yu." "Good day, senior brother Qin." Just as Wanqing was about to enter the house, she suddenly heard Qin Siyu ask her, "Junior sister Yu, not using your sword anymore?" Wanqing hadn't expected Qin Siyu to ask why she no longer used a sword. "Master taught me that my talent is suited for specializing in magic, so I sealed my sword." Qin Siyu felt somewhat disappointed. He himself loved swords and was obsessed with them. Wanqing's sword technique was elegant and agile, which he greatly admired. Now he also realized that the sword-wielding woman he had seen in the Sun and Moon's secret realm was none other than Wanqing. It's a pity to hear that she no longer uses a sword, but he also knows that Wanqing's choice is not wrong.